Chapter 1. The Cruise Incident. Step aside, you pathetic pauper. Your entire being is hardly worth $200. I wonder how you even managed to board this vessel. On the deck of a luxurious cruise ship sailing through the vast ocean, a heavily made-up woman hurled these insults at a man. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly and retracted his foot. Oomph. As the woman sauntered past him, she cast a disdainful glance in his direction, snorting derisively before strutting away, her hips swaying provocatively, eliciting lascivious grins from those nearby. Once a mere security guard in a residential community, Lin Fan found himself dismissed after offending a powerful resident. Shortly thereafter, his girlfriend ended their relationship, claiming they were incompatible. However, Lin Fan soon realized that the true reason was her entanglement with a wealthy man. Faced with this dual blow, Lin Fan spent more than half of his savings accumulated over years of service and, through a friend's introduction, purchased a ticket to embark on this worldwide cruise. The cruise ship boasted a plethora of entertainment facilities, with the casino being the most captivating. At each port of call, the ship would dock for an hour, allowing passengers to disembark. Lin Fan lit a cigarette and stood on the deck, gazing at the endless expanse of the sea. A month had passed since the ship set sail, and he was uncertain of his current location. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Fan left the deck and entered a dining room, preparing for dinner. Oomph. Encountering paupers everywhere I go, no wonder I keep losing at gambling. Truly unfortunate. Suddenly, a voice emerged from his right. Turning his head, he discovered it was the same woman again. She shot him a fleeting glance, confirming that her earlier remark was directed at him. Lin Fan chose to ignore her, focusing instead on his meal. Once satiated, he made his way to the fourth floor, where the guest rooms were located. His own room was the last one at the end of the corridor. He flicked open his lighter, ignited another cigarette, and stowed the lighter in his pocket as he sat on a chair, contemplating his reflection in the mirror. Standing at 6 feet tall, with striking features and a hint of gallantry in his brow, his smile had captivated many a married woman. After spending over an hour in his room, Lin Fan grew restless and decided to head back to the deck, where night had already fallen. Upon reaching a doorway, he encountered the woman once more. "Why is it that everywhere I go? Shut your mouth. If you utter another word, it'll toss you overboard to feed the sharks. Go ahead, try me." Before she could finish her retort, Lin Fan forcefully shoved her against the wall, delivering his words with icy resolve. The woman was taken aback by the intimidating presence of the man before her, momentarily rendered speechless, fearing he might truly carry out his threat. "Oomph. Get lost." Lin Fan stepped back and commanded. The woman hurriedly fled down the corridor, muttering under her breath, "You're finished, you wretched pauper. I'll tell my sugar daddy." Lin Fan paid her no further heed, instead approaching the railing of the deck to indulge in another cigarette. Thunder rumbled ominously across the pitch-black night sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. "It seems a storm is imminent," Lin Fan murmured as he gazed up at the heavily clouded heavens. At that moment, the sea was tumultuous, with towering waves making even the cruise ship sway slightly. Lin Fan glanced at the sky before turning to walk down the corridor, for rain had begun to fall, and the other passengers were hastily retreating into the ship's cabin. Once back in his room, Lin Fan collapsed onto the bed, eyes closed, not even bothering to change out his clothes. Meanwhile, in the control room, staff members were bustling about, and Captain Jack stood aside, his expression betraying concern. What is happening? Wasn't the weather forecast predicting clear skies for the next few days? How could we be facing a thunderstorm and hurricane? Captain Jack demanded angrily, addressing the crew. "We're not sure, sir." This. One staff member stammered, struggling to articulate his distress. Suddenly, another crew member shouted, "Captain, we have a malfunction. The instruments are failing. Captain, it's getting worse. The hurricane is approaching. Captain, there's a massive whirlpool ahead, just 300 meters away. We're heading straight for it." Upon hearing this, Captain Jack's face drained of color, and he muttered, "Oh, dear God, this is the end. Quick, turn the ship around. Steer left." Captain Jack urgently commanded. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the cruise ship appeared to collide with something, producing a deafening noise. The crew and Captain Jack were thrown against the wall. Nearly losing consciousness, those who remained upright dropped to the floor, shielding their heads with their arms. What is happening? The ship lurched violently, and the lights flickered erratically, plunging the interior into chaos. Screams, curses, and cries filled the air. I don't want to die. Mama, help me. Oh God, save me. The ship is sinking. Run. Chaos erupted within the cruise liner as passengers scrambled everywhere. Many who stood on the deck had already fallen into the sea, flailing desperately if they couldn't swim, while those who could swim fought to reach safety. Some non-swimmers clung desperately to those who could. At this moment, Lin Fan was sprinting down the corridor, colliding with several fleeing passengers. The ship had tilted alarmingly, making it difficult to even stand. He finally reached the deck, grasping the railing as he hurried toward the life buoy. Brother, hand me that life buoy. I'll give you $1 million. A voice called from behind. Lin Fan turned to see a wealthy-looking bald man in his 50s. Lin Fan grabbed the life buoy, slipped it around himself, waved at the bald man, and with a leap, plunged into the water, swimming swiftly away from the doomed cruise ship. The hull was now tilted at a perilous 90 degrees, descending towards the depths of the sea, while the surface was awash with the heads of desperate souls. Suddenly, a tremendous hurricane surged towards the cruise ship with alarming speed. Lin Fan had swum a considerable distance and, feeling fatigued, paused to catch his breath. He turned back, only to be startled by the sight that met his eyes. Before him, the ocean was devoid of any presence. The cruise ship had vanished, along with the silhouettes of those who had been swimming nearby. All that remained were colossal waves crashing violently, accompanied by a torrential downpour. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the tempestuous scene. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan hastily turned away and resumed swimming, though he was uncertain of his direction. All he knew was that he might soon find himself entombed beneath the waves. Suddenly, a monstrous wave struck him, and in an instant he lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Stranded on a deserted island. Cough, cough. Lying on the sandy shore, Lin Fan coughed a couple of times, attempting to open his eyes. However, a blinding ray of sunlight compelled him to close them once more. After a brief moment of acclimatization to the brightness, he slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead? Where am I? Lin Fan gradually sat up, bewildered, and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an endless expanse of ocean, with coastlines stretching infinitely to the left and right. Rising to his feet, Lin Fan noted his clothes were thoroughly soaked, and he had several scrapes on his arms, though thankfully there was no blood. Turning around, he spotted a dense thicket of trees flanked by 2 coconut palms. The scorching sun was becoming unbearable, prompting Lin Fan to seek refuge in the shade of the trees. Is this an island? He murmured to himself as he continued to observe his surroundings. However, the discomfort of his wet clothes was overwhelming, and he quickly stripped off his garments. While removing his trousers, he felt something in his pocket. Pulling out, he discovered half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a few hundred yuan. Setting these items aside, he took his clothes and moved to a nearby rock to dry them, donning only his underwear. After placing his clothes in the sun, he returned to the thicket and examined the cigarettes, which had already disintegrated into ash. He attempted to ignite the lighter several times, but it refused to spark, likely due to moisture. Lin Fan vigorously shook the lighter and set it in a sunny spot to dry. At that moment, he felt a pang of hunger and a dryness in his mouth. Suddenly, he sensed something crawling on his foot. Upon inspection, he found a caterpillar inching its way along. With a flick of his finger, he sent the creature flying away. After sitting in the thicket for over an hour, Lin Fan reasoned that his clothes should be dry by now. He decided to retrieve the lighter from its shaded spot and stood up, heading towards the rocks. Ah, exhibitionist! A voice suddenly called from the right, startling Lin Fan. He turned to see a young woman drawing something in the sand with a stick. In a flurry, Lin Fan grabbed his clothes from the rock and hastily dressed. Once clothed, he noticed that the young woman had vanished, likely retreating into the trees to hide. Lin Fan approached the beach and noticed 3 large letters inscribed in the sand. SOS. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned to look at the woods, where he discovered a young woman hiding amongst the trees, gazing at him while clutching a wooden stick. After a brief glance, Lin Fan made his way into the forest, retrieving a lighter and several hundred yuan, which he tucked into his pants pocket. He then walked over to a coconut tree, lifting his gaze to admire the coconuts hanging high above. The tree stood over 10 meters tall, with a notably slick trunk, making the task of climbing to pluck the coconuts rather daunting. A fall from such a height would not be a trivial matter. Shaking his head, Lin Fan stepped away from the beach and headed left along the coastline. Observing his departure, the young woman emerged from the woods, approached the beach, and surveyed the inscribed letters on the sand, then glanced at the endless expanse of deep blue sea, taking in her surroundings. Suddenly, she crouched down, her hands covering her face as she wept, overwhelmed by a profound sense of loneliness and helplessness. Meanwhile, Lin Fan ventured into a small rocky area, where he discovered 2 empty water bottles and collected a few small sea snails clinging to the rocks. Suddenly, Lin Fan spotted a figure lying on the beach ahead and rushed over. It was a man, his face ashen. Lin Fan crouched beside him, checking for signs of life, only to ascertain that the man had passed away. After searching the man's belongings, Lin Fan found only a pen and nothing else. He stood up and surveyed the area. Alas, in the spirit of kindness, I should drag him into the ocean. This sight is rather unsettling, he muttered quietly, bending down to grasp the man's feet and pulling him toward the deeper waters. Before long, the man vanished beneath the waves. At this point, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a beautiful sunset over the scene. Though Lin Fan had little inclination to appreciate it as he stared at the seemingly endless coastline ahead, he pondered, it is best to wait for rescue here. As evening fell, the sky was adorned with brilliant hues of twilight, while seabirds flitted above the water surface, and the clouds danced in mesmerizing patterns. Lin Fan discovered a small clearing in the woods, where he cleared the dry leaves with 2 withered branches and gathered some dry twigs nearby. At this moment, Lin Fan was parched with thirst, so he quickly retrieved his lighter, which sparked to life, filling him with joy. He swiftly kindled a fire in the clearing and placed the small sea snails into the flames. While he had managed to secure some food, the absence of water remained a pressing concern. Thus, Lin Fan ventured deeper into the woods, locating a wooden stick over 2 meters long, and made his way to the coconut tree outside. Slowly, Lin Fan embraced the trunk of the coconut tree and began to climb. When he reached a height of 2 meters, he retrieved the long stick propped against the trunk and carefully ascended further. When he was just shy of the coconuts, Lin Fan extended the stick toward them, forcefully poking at one of the coconuts. With a thud, a coconut plummeted to the ground, and a wave of joy washed over him at the sight. He eagerly began to prod at a second coconut. As the third coconut fell to the ground, Lin Fan found his legs trembling under the strain. He hastily discarded the wooden stick in his hand and gradually slid down the tree. 3 is sufficient to quench my thirst, he remarked, descending from the tree. He promptly retrieved the 3 coconuts and placed them on the ground before sprinting towards the beach, cradling one coconut in his arms. Upon reaching a rocky outcrop, he raised the coconut and forcefully smashed it against the sharp edge of the rock. After a dozen strikes, the coconut finally yielded its delicious juice. Lin Fan eagerly lifted the coconut to his lips and drank deeply, exclaiming, refreshing. Ha ha ha! Once he had finished the first coconut, he joyfully shouted and, with renewed vigor, smashed the coconut again, creating a large opening that revealed the white flesh within. With a sense of elation, Lin Fan returned to the thicket, where he discovered that the small sea snails in the campfire had already cooked to perfection. He quickly used a stick to extract the snails from the fire. After leaving the beach, a girl emerged from the nearby woods, observing Lin Fan as he entered the thicket. She had been watching him from her hiding place while he smashed the coconuts. What should I do? Oh no, it's nearly dark, and I am frightened, she lamented softly, licking her parched lips as she gazed into the woods, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 3. Constructing a shelter on the island. The temperature variation between night and day is quite pronounced, reaching nearly 30 degrees during the day and dropping to around 7 or 8 degrees at night. Lin Fan sits beside the campfire, meticulously extracting the flesh from a small conch shell with a slender wooden skewer. Although diminutive in size, the conchs are plentiful. He has gathered dozens, sufficient to satisfy his hunger for the night, complemented by coconut water and flesh. As night descends, the moon hangs brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars. After enjoying the conch, Lin Fan adds some firewood to the flames, then reclines, closing his eyes as fatigue overtakes him. At this moment, a young woman cautiously approaches the fire, settling 5 or 6 meters away. She wraps her arms around herself, leaning against the trunk of a tree, her gaze fixed on the reclining Lin Fan and the coconuts, swallowing nervously. She hesitates to approach him, aware that she is alone with this unfamiliar man, and should he harbor ill intentions, she would be unable to resist. Yet, her fear of the darkness and the strangeness of her surroundings compel her to gradually close her eyes as well. The following morning, Lin Fan awakens on the ground. Glancing at the campfire, now extinguished and reduced to a smoldering pile of charcoal ash, he takes a coconut and makes his way to the rocky shore, where he strikes it against the rocks until he can savor the delicious coconut water, his only source of fresh water at present. As he gazes westward, he notices the young woman perched upon a rock, gazing out at the sea, perhaps awaiting the arrival of a rescue team. Suddenly, she glances back at Lin Fan, but quickly turns away. He places the coconut shell on the rocks and strolls along the beach, picking up sharp clamshells, which could serve as cutting tools. It is prudent to construct a shelter and await rescue. Otherwise, the onset of rain could pose significant challenges. Lin Fan murmurs to himself as he surveys the vast ocean. Returning to a clearing in the woods, he gathers some dry branches and ignites a fire, using the clamshells to strike against nearby trees. The trees in this forest are not particularly large, with the stoutest only the diameter of a wrist, while others are even smaller, yet they soar high, some reaching 3 or 4 meters. After over an hour, Lin Fan has felled 3 trees, peeling the bark to fashion makeshift ropes. Feeling fatigued, he sits down to rest before resuming his work, his hands blistered from the labor. By midday, he has crafted a hat from branches and heads back to the rocks to continue collecting the small conchs affixed to the surfaces. Having amassed a considerable number, he joyfully strides towards the woods, glancing up at the coconuts hanging from the trees. Upon returning to the clearing, he adds more wood to the campfire and tosses in the conchs before seizing the last coconut on the ground and rushing back to the rocks to strike it open. However, as he looks toward the western shore, he notices the young woman sleeping on the ground, with the sun shining brightly. It is certainly unsuitable for her to sleep on the beach. He decides to check on her. Lin Fan set down the coconut and approached the young woman who had fainted. He knelt beside her, realizing her condition, and promptly lifted her into his arms, carrying her to the shade of a tree. Observing her cracked lips, he hurried back to the rocks to break open another coconut. After extracting the coconut water, he returned to her side and poured it gently into her mouth. A moment later, she coughed twice and slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Fan. What do you want from me? I know Taekwondo, so don't come any closer," she exclaimed, attempting to rise but finding herself too weak. She settled back against the tree, watching Lin Fan. "I merely found you unconscious on the beach and brought you here. Otherwise, you might have succumbed to the sun," Lin Fan explained as he stood up. "Who asked you to save me?" she retorted, her words blunt and unfiltered. Lin Fan was taken aback by her response, surprised by her audacity. Did she truly believe that saving her was a fault? "Fine, it seems I overstepped. I shouldn't have bothered to help you. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished," he murmured, turning away to retreat into the woods. He picked up a 5 or 6 meter long branch and returned to the coconut tree, using it to poke at the coconuts above. As she watched him walk away, a pang of regret washed over her. Then, she noticed him wielding the long stick to pry down coconuts. Before long, he had brought down 3 coconuts, smashed them on the rocks, and poured the water into an empty mineral water bottle. "Hey you," she began, wanting to express something, but words eluded her. Lin Fan, seemingly oblivious, continued his tasks. "What kind of man are you? Just a few words, and you're this petty." "Humph," she mumbled to herself, tilting her head. Lin Fan proceeded to bind branches horizontally with tree bark, then arranged 3 more sticks at an angle, securing them with bark and some twigs, crafting a simple shelter frame. Once the structure was complete, he sat by the fire, carefully extracting meat from small sea snails with a sharp stick. From her vantage point among the trees, she caught sight of Lin Fan sitting on the ground, eating. Her stomach growled in protest, and she licked her lips. Since arriving on the island, she had not eaten for nearly 2 days, and now she lacked the strength to even stand. Should she venture in and ask him for food? But after their earlier exchange, sigh, never mind. Well, the snail meat may be small, but it's quite palatable, Lin Fan thought aloud, his satisfaction resonating in the air. The sound reached her ears, intensifying her agitation. After deliberation, she mustered her strength, grasped a nearby tree for support, gritted her teeth, and staggered towards Lin Fan. Hearing her footsteps, he glanced over his shoulder but continued to savor the snail meat, oblivious to her struggle. Could you perhaps spare me some food? The young woman halted a few meters away from Lin Fan, her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety as she softly inquired. Lin Fan, upon hearing her, merely smiled faintly, choosing to ignore her plea as he continued to savor the escargot, subsequently taking a sip of the coconut juice from his water bottle. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have spoken that way. I apologize, she continued, her voice laced with sincerity. It was my fault. I overstepped my bounds. No wonder they say that by not meddling in others' affairs, one could extend their life by several years, Lin Fan remarked with a hint of indifference. I've already apologized. What more do you want? The young woman's cheeks flushed as she managed to utter these words, her eyes brimming with tears, reflecting a sense of deep grievance. Chapter 4. A mysterious black box. The young woman gazed at Lin Fan with a look of distress. Lin Fan turned to her and noticed her striking beauty, albeit marred by some smudges obscuring her lovely features. Her skin was as fair as snow, her delicate face framed by clear, misty eyes. Even the blemishes on her face could not diminish her allure. Lin Fan examined her from head to toe with a slight, somewhat mischievous smile. I wouldn't mind sharing food, but Lin Fan began. But what? I would never engage in such acts merely for a meal. The young woman retorted, her anger palpable. Lin Fan, taken aback by her response, replied, What acts are you referring to? I only meant that while I am willing to share food, you must venture out to find your own sustenance for the next meal. You may freely utilize the campfire, but you must also gather firewood. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the young woman lowered her head, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. I misunderstood. My apologies, she said with a shy smile. Lin Fan shook his head as she moved over to sit down. He pushed the remaining small conch towards her, and she smiled back at him before attempting to suck on the conch, but to no avail. This isn't yielding anything. It's nothing like the conchs I used to eat. Back then, they would come out with a single sip, she said after several unsuccessful attempts. Looking at Lin Fan for guidance. Just use this to pry it out, Lin Fan offered, handing her a small wooden pick. Perhaps driven by hunger, she began to extract and consume the conchs, finishing them all before grabbing a nearby water bottle and drinking a substantial amount of coconut juice. My name is Xia Zining. And you? She inquired, placing the water bottle back where it belonged, seemingly unbothered by having consumed someone else's coconut juice. Lin Fan, he replied succinctly. Oh, Lin Fan, do you know when a rescue team will arrive? Xia Zining asked. Lin Fan stood and glanced at her. How would I know? By the way, if you're still hungry, you can go to the rocks outside and catch some small conchs. With that, Lin Fan ventured into the woods, seeking larger leaves for their shelter. Xia Zining, watching him disappear into the trees, stood up and, feeling revitalized after eating the conchs and drinking the coconut juice, walked along the beach towards the western coast. Upon reaching a cluster of rocks, she bent down to collect the small conchs clinging to the surface, lifting her shirt to create a makeshift pouch for them. Half an hour later, Lin Fan emerged from the woods, carrying a bundle of green leaves which he began to place on the shelter. Lin Fan, Xia Zining called, rushing toward him, her shirt slightly lifted. Lin Fan, I found a box wedged between the rocks, but the water there is too deep, and I'm afraid to retrieve it. I cannot swim, Xia Zining explained, looking at Lin Fan earnestly. Lin Fan gazed at Xia Zining, his eyes inevitably drifting towards her abdomen. The box? Where is it? Let me there quickly. He swiftly averted his gaze as Xia Zining placed a small sea conch beside the campfire and beckoned him to follow her out of the woods towards the beach. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a vast area teeming with rocks and numerous water puddles. Look, the box is over there. Xia Zining pointed to a few large rocks in the distance with a smile. There, Trapped between two boulders was a black box. Lin Fan hurried over, with Xia Zining trailing behind. As he stepped into the water, he realized that retrieving the box would require him to swim. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to strip off his clothes. "What are you doing taking off your clothes?" Xia Zining asked, turning her head away in surprise. "Are you silly? How can I swim over without taking them off? Do you expect me to swim in my clothes?" Lin Fan replied, while continuing to undress. Once divested of his garments, Lin Fan waded slowly into the water and swam towards the rocks. He soon reached the box and, with a few determined pulls, freed it from its rocky prison. Dragging the box, he swam back to the shallows and climbed out. "Did you get it? Quick, let us see what's inside." Xia Zining ran over, excitement evident in her voice. However, upon noticing Lin Fan's exposed physique, her cheeks flushed instantly, prompting her to turn away. "Hurry and put your clothes back on," Xia Zining urged. Lin Fan merely chuckled as he walked over to his garments and began to dress. "I didn't expect my physique to be so impressive. With abs and all. Oh dear, what am I thinking?" Xia Zining blushed at her own thoughts. "All right, I'm dressed now. You can turn back," Lin Fan said with a slight smile. As Xia Zining turned around, Lin Fan's gaze lingered on her rosy cheeks. "Did my splendid physique leave you blushing?" he teased. "Not at all. Don't flatter yourself. I've seen plenty of people with better bodies than yours." I was just sunburned," Xia Zining quickly retorted. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Fan squinted playfully at her. In that moment, Xia Zining appeared both adorable and beautiful, capturing Lin Fan's attention completely. After a while, he ceased his banter with her and, dragging the box, made his way back to the campsite. Xia Zining glanced at him and hurried to keep pace. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Fan tested the zipper and discovered that the box had no lock. He promptly opened it, with Xia Zining crouching beside him to peer inside. Within the box were 2 women's outfits, 2 sets of lingerie, an unopened box of condoms, a pair of sunglasses, a razor, and 2 lipsticks. All women's items. They're of no use to me. The razor is somewhat useful, but why did you throw it into the fire? Lin Fan picked up the razor, but as he reached for the box of condoms, Xia Zining tossed it into the flames. "Humph, what good would that do? Why keep it?" she replied. "Well, forget it. You could take these clothes out to the rocks to dry," Lin Fan suggested. Lin Fan waved his hand towards Xia Zining. Xia Zining cast a glance at Lin Fan and picked up her clothes, striding towards the door. "This woman," Lin Fan murmured as he observed her retreating figure, before turning his attention to the shaving razor. This razor, crafted from high-quality plastic and blades, was designed for convenience. It opened for use and closed when not in use. With this shaving razor, cutting things has become significantly easier, Lin Fan remarked with a slight smile. Chapter 5. The Search for Fresh Water at Noon. Lin Fan continued to construct the shelter, breaking off branches from the nearby woods to place atop the makeshift roof. At that moment, Xia Zining returned, cradling several dry twigs, which she tossed in a campfire. "Lin Fan, it's been 2 days now. Why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet?" she inquired, casting a glance towards him. Once he had secured the branches on the shelter, Lin Fan replied, "I don't know. Perhaps they will appear in the next couple of days." With that, he walked over to the box and retrieved 2 water bottles before heading outside. "Where are you going?" Xia Zining called out hurriedly, fearing he might stray too far from her. "To find fresh water. Drinking coconut juice all day will lead to an upset stomach," he answered without turning back, departing from the camp. Wearing a hat fashioned from branches, Lin Fan wandered aimlessly along the beach, occasionally surveying his surroundings. "I should venture deeper into the woods," he murmured, tilting his head to glance at the blazing sun. Upon entering the forest, he picked up a stone and unsheathed his razor, approaching a tree that was just the right size to grip. Kneeling down, he positioned the sharp edge of the razor against the base of the tree and struck it forcefully with the stone. The tree toppled over. After removing the branches, he was left with a stick over 2 meters long. Aware that the woods might harbor venomous snakes or other dangerous creatures, Lin Fan clutched the stick, using it to prod the surrounding trees and undergrowth as he walked, effectively startling any lurking snakes. After approximately half an hour, Lin Fan arrived at a low-lying area that resembled a small riverbed, though it had long since dried up. He located a patch of damp ground, crouched down, and began to dig with his hands. Beneath a thin layer of mud, he discovered nothing but silt, indicating no water source. The forest felt stifling, swarming with mosquitoes, which left several small welts on his arms and face. Shaking his head, he stood up and continued upstream along the riverbed. Suddenly, Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. Halting in his tracks, his long stick poised for defense, a black snake had darted out from the left side of the woods, leaping across the riverbed and disappearing into the thicket on the right. That startled me, he murmured, watching the direction in which the snake had vanished. He pressed on, now more cautious than before. As the riverbed narrowed, the ground beneath him became increasingly saturated, likely due to the dense canopy blocking sunlight. With each step, his feet sank slightly into the thick sand. Lin Fan quickly knelt down, using the stick to excavate the ground, loosening the sandy soil. As he dug to the depth of his arm, a smile spread across his face. Water began to seep into the pit he had created. Minutes later, the water had accumulated significantly, though it appeared somewhat murky. Lin Fan dipped his finger into the water and tasted it with his tongue. "Ah, it is fresh water," he declared with satisfaction. Lin Fan joyfully exclaimed and stood up, making his way to the nearby weeds. He pulled out a handful of them and placed them into the pit, also scraping some sand from the ground to add to the mixture. This method effectively filtered the water, rendering it less murky. Within mere minutes, the water in the pit had cleared significantly. Lin Fan quickly retrieved 2 mineral water bottles and filled them with the water. Eagerly, he took a small sip, remarking, "Not bad, although there is a hint of earthiness. It's drinkable." After filling both bottles, he gathered more weeds to cover the pit and added a thin layer of sand on top before happily retracing his steps. Upon returning to the campsite, Lin Fan discovered Xia Zining lying in the shelter. Hearing his footsteps, she immediately awoke and, upon seeing him, felt relieved. "Why did you take so long?" she casually remarked as she exited the shelter. Lin Fan shot her an exasperated glance. "Sister, do you think fresh water is easy to find? We are not in the city, where water is readily available for purchase. Look at my arms and face. They're covered in mosquito bites." He extended his hand to show her. At his words, Xia Zining felt a surge of dissatisfaction and retorted, "You are the one acting like an elder sister." Lin Fan chose not to engage further, moving to the campfire instead. He crafted a wooden frame and suspended the mineral water bottles over the flames. "Aren't you worried about burning the bottles?" Xia Zining questioned, observing the setup. "Not all. If you have nothing to do, go gather some firewood. We cannot let this fire die out. You must understand that using the lighter too often will deplete its fuel quickly," Lin Fan replied, casting a glance at her. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Zining ventured into the nearby woods to collect firewood. After about 10 minutes, the water in the mineral bottles reached a boil. It is essential to boil water in the wilderness, as one can never be certain of the bacteria present. Holding the slightly deformed bottle, Lin Fan took a sip and found it quite satisfactory. Soon after, Xia Zining returned, cradling a bundle of dry twigs, which she placed beside the campfire. "Would you like a sip?" Lin Fan offered the mineral bottle to her. Accepting it, she raised it to her lips, but has a taste of earth, quite unpleasant. "Having something to drink is better than nothing. Stop being so picky," Lin Fan chided as he began to step outside. "Where are you going?" Xia Zining inquired, hastily setting down the bottle to follow him. Arriving at the seaside, Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky, obscuring the sunlight. "Let's head to the rocks and search for some small sea snails or other seafood to bring back. It looks like rain is imminent," he remarked, furrowing his brow at the sky. Given that the shelter was merely covered with branches and leaves, it offered no protection against rain. Any downpour would result in a leaking roof. The two individuals strolled towards the left for a while, eventually arriving at a rugged expanse of rocks. It was at this moment that Lin Fan, disregarding the size of the conch, seized them without hesitation. "Wow, Lin Fan, come quickly. There's a large fish here." Suddenly, from a short distance away, Xia Zining exclaimed joyfully, beckoning Lin Fan. Upon hearing her, he hurried over. What fortuitous luck! It was a grouper, weighing at least a few pounds. "More than enough for our evening meal," Lin Fan remarked as he waded into the shallow pool to capture the fish. After a brief span of 10 minutes, the two made their way back to the campsite, for the sky had begun to darken gradually. Go gather some more branches and leaves, swiftly. Upon returning to the campsite, Lin Fan instructed Xia Zining as he took out a knife to deftly prepare the grouper, skewering it onto a wooden stick and placing it beside the campfire to roast. Chapter 6. The arrival of the heavy rain. After Lin Fan carefully placed the fish aside, he took a shaving knife and a stone into the nearby woods, where he chopped down a few small trees. By the campfire, he began to construct a modest shelter. "Where should I put them?" asked Xia Zining, approaching with a handful of branches. Lin Fan gestured towards the shelter and replied, "Insert them into the gaps at the top. Make sure they are secure." At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the surrounding trees to sway. Lin Fan approached the campfire and turned the fish over before returning to his task of building the shelter. He needed to finish it swiftly, otherwise, the impending heavy rain would extinguish the fire. "What about the seafood?" Xia Zining inquired, glancing at Lin Fan. "Oh, just place it by the campfire," Lin Fan responded, binding some branches with strips of bark. Once the shelter was completed, Lin Fan moved the dry wood and leaves to the side of the refuge. Minutes later, the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering, signaling an imminent downpour. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed, and raindrops began to fall, followed by a fierce wind that nearly extinguished the fire. "Quick, let's get into the shelter. It's starting to rain," Lin Fan shouted to Xia Zining. He dashed to the campfire, grabbed the roasted fish, and hurried inside, with Xia Zining following closely behind. As soon as they entered the shelter, the rain began to pour heavily outside. The two sat atop a box, watching the torrential rain, and due to the cramped space, they found themselves sitting quite close together. "This fish is ready. Let us have a bite, though it's a bit hot," Lin Fan said, offering the roasted fish to Xia Zining. She looked at Lin Fan, accepted the fish, and took small bites. Having been hungry for quite some time, she did not hesitate. After consuming a third of it, Lin Fan finished the remainder. At this moment, the shelter began to leak, droplets falling onto their shoulders and soaking their clothes, while the campfire outside had long since extinguished. Xia Zining wrapped her arms around herself, feeling a chill that made her shiver slightly. "Are you cold?" Lin Fan turned to look at her, noticing her shiver. "Would you like to wear a piece of clothing?" "No need. It would just get wet anyway." "This shelter is leaking. It's useless," Xia Zining replied, shaking her head. Inside the box lay 2 dry garments. Rainwater trickled down Xia Zining's face, flowing from her neck to below her chest, which rose and fell with the breaths, causing Lin Fan to swallow hard. In such close proximity, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, perhaps Xia Zining's natural scent, stirring something within him. Noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Xia Zining slightly turned her head, looking around, her cheeks tinged with a hint of color, as she gently wiped the rainwater from her face with her delicate hand. "Ahem, I wonder when this rain will cease," Lin Fan said, feeling a bit awkward as he observed Xia Zining turn away. Xia Zining lifted her head to glance outside. It should be soon." The rain fell heavily but ceased just as swiftly. After half an hour, it had gradually diminished, and soon the downpour ceased altogether, with the ominous clouds dispersing from the sky. However, the heavens remained dim as dusk had arrived. The two emerged from their shelter, surveying the surroundings, which were drenched and sodden, with the campfire extinguished, yet the air felt remarkably fresh. Lin Fan's clothing was already soaked through, as the shelter had leaked excessively. "You should change your clothes. It would be troublesome if you catch a cold," Lin Fan suggested, glancing at Xia Zining before making his way towards the shore. Xia Zining observed Lin Fan's retreating figure, then turned back to the shelter, opening a black box to retrieve a garment and began to change. Lin Fan reached the beach and settled onto a low rock, gazing into the depths of the ocean, appearing lost in thought. A few minutes later, Lin Fan returned to the campsite, where Xia Zining had already changed her attire. Upon entering the small shed, he inspected the firewood, discovering it had all been soaked. He proceeded into the shelter to retrieve the wood, relieved to find that only the surface was damp, making it still usable. "Given that it just rained, I feel a slight chill. I wouldn't know how to pass the night if all the wood were soaked," he expressed cheerfully. He stacked 3 layers of wood on the ground, broke some dry twigs to place atop, and used a lighter to ignite a few dry leaves. Before long, the flames began to flicker to life, Zining, could you bring over those damp logs? Lin Fan called out to Xia Zining, who stood nearby. Can wet wood even burn? She asked, puzzled, yet she walked over to gather a few logs the size of her arms. While wet wood may not ignite, it can be placed beside the campfire to dry. Once dried, it can be burned, Lin Fan replied, taking the logs and placing them by the fire, then removing his own clothes to dry them using a stick for support. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the two sat quietly beside the campfire. With the ground inside the shelter too damp to sleep upon, they remained silent. The crackling of the wood echoed in the night as sparks danced into the air. Tomorrow, we must renovate the shelter. Otherwise, we may find ourselves sleepless as we did tonight, Lin Fan remarked, gesturing with a stick in the dirt. Xia Zining, fatigued, nodded in agreement. She longed for rest, but had no place to lie down. As night deepened, Xia Zining could no longer withstand her fatigue and leaned against Lin Fan's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Lin Fan merely smiled softly at the sight of her peacefully asleep. The following morning, as dawn's light crept in, the chirping of birds roused Xia Zining from her slumber, and she realized she had been resting against Lin Fan's shoulder. I'm sorry, she murmured, her gaze dropping shyly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood up, stretching one arm with a smile, and said, I shall venture out to catch some seafood. You need only tend to the campfire and ensure it does not extinguish. Upon hearing this, Xia Zining nodded with a smile, walking over to the nearby woods to gather some firewood. However, the wood was damp and could only be placed beside the fire to dry. An hour later, Lin Fan returned, cradling a collection of small sea snails and mussels, which he promptly placed into the flames. Within minutes, the sea snails and mussels were cooked, and the two delightedly savored their meal. Lin Fan stroked his chin, realizing his facial hair had grown, and carefully retrieved a razor to groom himself. Chapter 7. 2 men and 3 women at noon. Taking advantage of the low tide, Lin Fan hurriedly searched for small sea snails among the rocks, while Xia Zining laid out the firewood she had collected on the beach to dry. At that moment, 5 individuals descended from above, 3 men and 2 women, who were surveying their surroundings. Fan Ming, tell me, it has been several days. Why have we yet to see a rescue team? Inquired a woman clad in a somewhat tattered purple dress, gazing at a middle-aged man beside her. Oh, Lu Wei, how many times must you ask in a single day? Whether the rescue team arrives or not is beyond my knowledge. Can't you see everyone is waiting? Fan Ming replied impatiently, casting a glance toward the sea. Fan Ming, Lu Wei is merely anxious, interjected a beautiful woman in blue, observing Fan Ming. Anxious? Lu Yutong? Who isn't anxious at this point? We are all stranded on this desolate island. To be honest, I am more anxious than any of you, Fan Ming remarked, eyeing the woman in blue. Enough of the quarrel. We haven't eaten all day. If we still have the energy to bicker, we should be focusing on finding food. Otherwise, we may perish from hunger before the rescue team arrives, piped up a little girl with twin ponytails. Hee, Tong Tong is right, chuckled a somewhat unsavory-looking man, his grin only amplifying his lewdness. The 5 of them continued walking along the coastline until they reached a bend and proceeded further down. How much farther must we go? I would rather not stray too far from the cave, Lu Wei murmured, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, Lu Yutong pointed excitedly at a figure below, exclaiming, Look, there is someone over there. Indeed, it appears to be a woman. The unsavory man stretched his neck to get a better view. Let us go see. Fan Ming quickly urged, hastening towards a figure, with Lu Yutong and the others promptly following suit. That figure turned out to be Xia Zining, who was sunning her firewood by the sea. Zining? Lu Yutong squinted and recognized the familiar silhouette, her face lighting up as she joyfully ran over, calling, Zining, Zining. Carrying 2 pieces of firewood, Xia Zining emerged from the woods, and upon hearing someone call her, she turned to see Lu Yutong rushing towards her. Yutong? Is it you? Lu Yutong reached Xia Zining and embraced her tightly, exclaiming, Zining, I'm so relieved to see you. I thought I would never see you again. Xia Zining also set down her firewood and embraced Lu Yutong, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Yutong, it's so wonderful to see you, boo-hoo. After a few moments of their heartfelt reunion, Fan Ming and the other 3 arrived beside them, observing the emotional scene. Lu Yutong released Xia Zining, asking Zining, How did you end up here alone? Are there others with you? Wiping her tears, Xia Zining replied. After the cruise incident, I woke up down there and encountered someone. So I stayed with him here, waiting for rescue. Another person? Where are they? Is it a man or a woman? Lu Yutong inquired, gazing at Xia Zining. Xia Zining turned her head and pointed below. The man is down there, catching small sea snails. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong quickly inquired, a man? Has he done anything to you? Given Xia Zining's stunning beauty, Lu Yutong couldn't help but entertain dubious thoughts about their solitary days together. Xia Zining blushed at Lu Yutong's words and replied, no, he is not that kind of person. That's good to hear, Lu Yutong nodded. Let me introduce you to a few people. This is Fan Ming, this is Lu Wei, and Zhou Tong Tong. The one who looks a bit unsavory is Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin, upon hearing this, looked at Lu Yutong and exclaimed, Yutong, that's not a fair way to introduce someone. What do you mean by unsavory? Zining, since we've met, why not join us? Lu Yutong said, holding Xia Zining's hand. Indeed, there's strength in numbers. We can wait for rescue together. At that moment, Fan Ming also turned to Xia Zining and remarked, this girl is even more beautiful than Lu Yutong. If only. Yes, Zining. The place we are staying is a spacious cave that can accommodate more than a dozen people, Zhao Bin added. Hearing their words, Xia Zining lowered her head in contemplation, wrestling with the decision of whether to join them. However, she glanced back and saw that if she left, Lin Fan would be left alone. Zining, don't hesitate. It is better to gather together than to wait alone. Do you really want to leave me? Lu Yutong continued. All right, but I need to inform him first. Xia Zining sighed, then walked towards Lin Fan, with Lu Yutong and the others following closely behind. A moment later, Xia Zining and Lu Yutong approached the rocky area where Lin Fan was busy collecting small sea snails. Lin Fan, Xia Zining called out to him as she watched him bent over. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Fan turned and was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find a few fellow survivors had made their way here. Who are they? Lin Fan approached, looking at Fan Ming and the others. These are my good friends, Lu Yutong, Xia Zining said, smiling as she held Lu Yutong's hand. Lin Fan, the thing is, I want to go with them. Would you like to join us? Xia Zining inquired. Lin Fan, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, have you made up your mind? If you want to leave, then go ahead. You, aren't you coming with us? Xia Zining pressed, her heart yearning for Lin Fan to accompany her. Yes, buddy, you can come with us too. We wouldn't mind having one more person. Fan Ming smiled at Lin Fan. Exactly. It's generous of us to offer shelter. Why act aloof? Lu Wei murmured under her breath, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. Though Lu Wei's comment was soft, Lin Fan still caught it. He glanced at Lu Wei and the others before turning back to Xia Zining. I won't be going with you. If you wish to leave, you may follow them. Oomph. Unappreciative, Lu Wei scoffed. Zining, let us go. Don't mind him. Lu Yutong cast a glance at Lin Fan before taking Su Zining's hand and ascending the path ahead. As they departed, Su Zining turned her head to glance back at Lin Fan. Fan Ming and the others also shot a look at Lin Fan before turning to follow Lu Yutong and Su Zining. Lin Fan observed their retreating figures until they vanished along the coastline. He then shifted his gaze towards the depths of the sea, seated himself upon the sandy beach, and after a few moments, picked up small seashells and mussels from the shore, making his way towards the campsite. Chapter 8. Organizing the shelter on the open ground. Lin Fan sat beside a flickering campfire, diligently using a small wooden skewer to extract the tender flesh from a small sea conch. After savoring the conch meat, Lin Fan ventured into the woods. Minutes later, he emerged with a bundle of thatch, which he meticulously arranged atop the shelter. After half an hour of labor, he successfully completed the roofing of the shelter, both above and around. It was quite satisfactory. A bed would have made it even better. Lin Fan circled the shelter, nodding in approval. He felt confident that, barring a storm, the shelter would withstand any rain that might come. After tidying up, he took a stone and a razor and walked into the adjacent woods, where he skillfully felled a dozen wrist-thick branches. He carefully placed them on the ground, stripped some bark, and bound the wood together using the bark. In a matter of minutes, a small bed was fashioned. No longer would he have to sleep on the ground. Lin Fan beamed at his handiwork, then moved the wooden bed inside the shelter. He returned to gather another bundle of thatch to lay atop the bed, making it considerably more comfortable. The departure of Xia Zining had no adverse effect on Lin Fan. In fact, he felt a newfound sense of freedom. Once everything was in order, Lin Fan sat at the entrance of a shelter, whittling a 2-meter-long stick with his razor. The stick was perfectly sized for one hand. After sharpening one end, he split the tip into 4 smaller prongs, encircling them with thin strips of bark to secure them. Thus, the harpoon was complete. Lin Fan rose, brandishing the harpoon and practicing a few thrusts, smiling as he assessed its quality. Not bad. Let's take it out for a test. With that, he dashed joyfully toward the shoreline, quickly arriving at the shallow waters. There, he meticulously searched for fish with his harpoon. Schools of fish darted through the water, evading capture with remarkable speed. Lin Fan attempted to strike several times, yet each effort met with empty air. This proved to be quite challenging. Might I be employing the wrong technique? He pondered, standing resolutely in the sun-drenched water. He remained motionless, poised with his harpoon. Minutes passed, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. At last, a fish swam leisurely by, circling around his feet. Lin Fan held his position, biding his time. Eventually, the fish glided directly beneath him, even brushing against his toes. With a sudden thrust, Lin Fan plunged the harpoon downward. "Bang!" he exclaimed, bursting into laughter. "I got one." After a few more jubilant laughs, he hurriedly carried the harpoon ashore, admiring the fish, which weighed at least 2 pounds. Unsure of its species, but satisfied with its edibility, he made his way back to the camp with a spring in his step. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, in a cave nestled within the woods, Lu Yutong grasped Xia Zining's hand and said with a smile, "From now on, you shall sleep with me as we await our rescue. Soon, we shall return home together." Xia Zining surveyed the cave, her brow slightly furrowed. Although it was spacious, it felt rather damp. The ground was a muddy mess from countless footsteps. Upon inspecting the sleeping area, she noted that it was merely lined with a few branches and leaves. "Sister Zining, what do you think? Not too shabby, right? I must tell you, this is the only cave within several miles," Fan Ming remarked with a gentle smile as he observed Xia Zining. At that moment, Lu Wei approached and inquired, "Can we go find something to eat? We've been hungry for half the day. There's nothing to eat around here. The only food source is a wild fruit tree deep in the woods, but the monkeys have devoured all the fruits. We've already picked up what fell to the ground," Zhou Tongtong interjected. Upon hearing this, Fan Ming assumed a leadership role and declared, "Who says there's no food? The sea is filled with fish. Come, I'll take you all fishing." As they exited the cave, the group picked up some sticks from the ground and made their way toward the shoreline. "Zining, you should take one too," Liu Tong said, handing a stick to Xia Zining before following Fan Ming out. Upon reaching the beach, Fan Ming led them to a shallow area where they began to chase and strike at the fish with their sticks. After half an hour exhausted, they collapsed onto the sand. "Brother Ming, this method isn't working," Xiaobin panted while lying on the ground. "How was I to know that catching fish would be so difficult?" Fan Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. "What do we do now?" "I lack the strength to catch any more fish," Lu Wei remarked, glancing at Fan Ming. Xia Zining squinted at her surroundings and noticed the absence of rocks along the coastline. It was a stretch of beach bordered only by the sea. "Let us return to the cave and think of another plan. It's too sunny here," Lu Yutong suggested, looking up at the sun. She then stood up and headed back toward the cave, with Xia Zining promptly following her. Fan Ming glanced at the two and turned to Zhou Tongtong, Xiaobin, and Lu Wei, saying, "Let us go. There are some wild fruits in the cave. We can at least fill our stomachs for now." Inside the cave, the 6 of them sat on branches. Due to the dampness, the cave was somewhat cool. Fan Ming produced a lighter and ignited a pile of kindling. Lu Yutong went to the corner and brought back some yellowing wild fruits, distributing 2 to each person. Xia Zining took a bite, and her expression immediately soured, as the fruit was exceedingly bitter and unpalatable. "There are worms in this fruit," Zhao Bin exclaimed, having bitten into his and discovering several tiny white larvae wriggling within. He quickly discarded the fruit. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Zhao Bin stood up, spitting onto the ground. "Ah, mine has them too," Lu Wei screamed, also standing up and retching. Seeing this, Xia Zining frowned, thinking, "This is utterly disgusting. If you're going to vomit, do it outside, not in the cave." The mere thought of it made her feel nauseous. Xia Zining set the wild fruit on the ground, deciding against eating it, though her stomach was beginning to growl with hunger. "Yutong, when do you think rescue will arrive?" Xia Zining turned to Lu Yutong, her patience wearing thin in this predicament. Lu Yutong smiled gently and reassured, "Do not worry. The rescue team will surely arrive in the next couple of days. They are undoubtedly searching for us. Let us venture into the woods to see if we can find anything edible," Fan Ming suggested as he stood up and glanced at Zhao Bin and the others. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately sank back down, exclaiming, "You all go ahead. I cannot join you. I'm so famished that I lack the strength to walk." "Then rest well here," Zhao Bin replied, and with that, Fan Ming and the others departed from the cave. Lu Yutong looked at Lu Wei, took Xia Zining's hand, and stood up to step outside, while Zhao Bin and Zhou Tongtong also cast a glance at Lu Wei before following suit. Chapter 9. Crafting a fish trap. After indulging in the succulent grilled fish, Lin Fan sat within the sanctuary, deftly weaving a small, convex-shaped fish trap using twigs and bark. A practical tool for his forthcoming fishing endeavors. A trio of logs, each as thick as an arm, had been arranged in the campfire, ensuring a sustained blaze without the need for frequent replenishment of firewood. Half an hour later, Lin Fan beamed at the fish trap he had fashioned. Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, its utility was undeniable. Stepping out of the sanctuary, he gazed skyward, observing clouds gathering, obscuring the sun. Adorned with a hat crafted from branches, and armed with a fish spear and the trap slung over his shoulder, he ventured forth. Upon reaching the shoreline, he followed the coastline, occasionally discovering discarded fishing nets and collecting beautifully colored seashells. After more than half an hour, his path was obstructed by a towering cliff, rising majestically for dozens of meters and extending into the sea. To continue, he would need to navigate into the woods and find a detour. Lin Fan lifted his gaze and approached the water, walking along the edge of the cliff until the sea lapped at his knees. He proceeded until he encountered a recess beside the cliff. Wading through the water, he discovered a plethora of sizable sea urchins nestled beneath the cliff's overhang. Soon, he arrived at a small sandy beach, adorned with a few coconut trees reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters, their branches bearing several coconuts. Typically, coconut trees can grow to heights of 7 to 8 meters, with some reaching 10 or even 20 meters tall. This modest area spanned approximately 70 to 80 square meters. And to the left, the cliff continued its descent into the deep sea. A glance further revealed several colossal stone pillars rising from the depths, each standing at least 10 meters tall, their surfaces rugged from years of exposure to the elements. Lin Fan studied the coconut trees, placing his fish spear and trap on the beach. After flexing his arms, he embraced the trunk, securing it with his legs, and commenced a slow ascent. Midway up, he paused briefly to rest before resuming his climb. A minute later, he reached the coconuts, extending his hand to pluck 2, which he tossed onto the sand before gracefully descending. Upon landing, Lin Fan brushed off his hands and collected the coconuts, placing them together. He then approached the cliff's edge, gathering 7 or 8 large sea urchins before returning to the beach. With coconuts and spear in hand, he set off back to camp. Once at the campsite, Lin Fan settled down, producing the sea urchins. Using a razor, he scraped away the spines and sliced them open, revealing the rich, black innards, which he carefully extracted with a small wooden stick, exposing the delectable sea urchin roe within. Raising the delicacy to his lips, he savored the taste. Delightful, he mused, enjoying the smooth, tender texture. How splendid it would be with some wasabi or soy sauce. After relishing one sea urchin, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to consume the remainder. After feasting on the sea urchins, he reclined in the sanctuary for a brief respite. At that moment, the sky transformed into hues of red, heralding the arrival of the evening glow. At this moment, Lin Fan ventured outside, spear in hand, and settled on the sandy beach, admiring the resplendent evening glow and the seabirds gracefully gliding low over the water. After more than half an hour, as the vibrant sunset faded and darkness enveloped the land, Lin Fan returned to the campsite. He cracked open a coconut, savored its refreshing juice, and left the shell at the edge of the forest. He added some firewood to the campfire before retreating to his shelter to rest. Inside the cave, 6 weary individuals sat listlessly around the flickering flames. After spending the afternoon scouring the woods for sustenance, they had found nothing to eat, and Zhou Tong Tong had narrowly escaped a snake bite, leaving her too frightened to venture into the woods again. Fan Ming, what shall we do? If we do not find food tomorrow, we will starve to death here, Lu Wei said weakly. At this moment, Xia Zining glanced at the others and spoke. There's a group of rocks down below, where we might find some small sea snails and mussels. We could go there to gather some food. Upon hearing this, Fan Ming's eyes brightened with hope. Indeed, tomorrow, we shall go down and collect the sea snails. For now, that is our only option. Let us all retire early. We shall set out at dawn. Lu Yutong nodded in agreement, rising to lie down on a nearby branch. That night, Xia Zining found it impossible to sleep, as the branch beneath her was uncomfortable, and the distance from the campfire left her feeling chilly. By midnight, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she finally drifted into slumber with her eyes closed. The following morning, the 6 of them awoke and made their way to the beach, descending towards the rocky area. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, having risen early, was greeted by a delightful surprise. He discovered a coconut crab feasting on the coconut he had left at the edge of the woods, devouring the tender, white flesh within. This must be the coconut crab. How magnificent it is! He exclaimed joyfully, using his spear to subdue the crab before binding it with tree bark. With the coconut crab secured, he placed it in his shelter and set off with his spear and fishing net towards the rocky outcrop, intending to catch some seafood. Bent over the rocks, Lin Fan diligently searched for the larger sea snails clinging to the underside of the stones, disregarding the smaller ones. What is this? A blue crab? He exclaimed upon discovering 2 sizable blue crabs nestled in a crevice beneath the rocks. He skillfully extracted them using his spear and placed them into the fishing net. After half an hour, his net was brimming with sea snails, 5 blue crabs, and 2 octopuses, eliciting a sense of triumph as he made his way back to shore. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed something peculiar and hurried over, discovering a metal can wedged between the rocks. He promptly pulled it free and examined it closely. It appeared to be a round tin, possibly a formula can. After emptying the mud inside, he rinsed it in the seawater and observed that it was intact and sturdy. This can now be used for cooking. How delightful! Lin Fan chuckled to himself, marveling at the tin. In the city, it might have been considered refused, but here it was a treasure. Carrying a tin can and a fish trap, Lin Fan made his way towards the camp. In an endeavor to test the tin can, he poured the last bottle of fresh water into it and set it over the campfire to heat. Subsequently, he added some small sea snails and green crabs. At that moment, a few voices emerged from outside, prompting Lin Fan to hastily approach the edge of the woods. There, he spotted Xia Zining and Fan Ming, who were busily gathering small sea snails among the rocky outcrops. After observing them for a brief moment, Lin Fan returned to the warmth of the campfire, deciding that his primary focus should be on his own well-being, leaving all other matters aside. Chapter 10. Discovering the sunken ship beneath the sea in a cluster of reefs. Lu Wei and 5 others were joyfully bending down to collect the small sea snails clinging beneath the rocks. Regardless of their size, each person lifted their garments to store the snails, as they had no containers. Xia Zining scooped up a handful of snails and tucked them into her clothing, glancing towards the direction of the woods. Zining, hurry up. We need to head back soon, came Lu Yutong's voice. Xia Zining turned to glance at Lu Yutong, but continued her search for snails among the rocks. After half an hour, all 6 returned with their bounty, their faces illuminated with joy. Now we won't go hungry, with so many snails and other seafood. Let us hurry back, Fan Ming exclaimed, looking gleefully at the contents of his shirt, as they approached the shore and were about to make their way towards the cave. Xia Zining casually looked into the woods before rejoining the group. Once the noise outside faded, Lin Fan stepped out to find that everyone had already left. The 6 returned to the cave, placing the seafood over the bonfire to cook. Within a few minutes, Lu Wei could no longer contain herself. She reached into the fire to grab some snails. Ouch! Hot, hot! She exclaimed, yet managed to pull out 2. Seeing this, The others followed her lead. Xia Zining used a stick to dislodge the snails from the fire. Perhaps due to the abundance of snails, some were still uncooked when they were pulled out. But their hunger overshadowed any concerns. Unable to extract the meat from the snails, Fan Ming ventured outside to find stone. He returned and smashed the shells, eagerly consuming the meat within. Delicious, he declared as he continued to crack open the snails, frustrated by the slow pace, and took a dozen to smash them all at once. After several minutes, a heap of shells accumulated on the cave floor. Once satiated, Lu Wei lay back on a branch, rubbing her stomach. After a brief rest, Xia Zining stepped out of the cave and walked towards the sea, followed by Lu Yutong. Upon reaching the shore, Xia Zining settled beneath a coconut tree, squinting at the depths of the ocean, her thoughts wandering. How wonderful it would be if a ship suddenly emerged from the depths. Lu Yutong approached and sat beside her, also gazing into the vastness of the sea, aware of Xia Zining's contemplations. Sister Yutong, why hasn't the rescue team come yet, even after all these days? Xia Zining turned to her and asked. Lu Yutong pondered for a moment, lowering her head, and with a wry smile replied, I don't know. Perhaps they are searching for us, but have yet to find this place. Hearing this, Xia Zining smiled faintly. I hope that's the case. The two conversed under the coconut tree for about half an hour before returning to the cave. Sister Yutong, I need to step out for a moment, Xia Zining said, frowning as she reached the cave entrance, covering herself as she dashed into the woods. Lu Yutong watched her retreating figure and shook her head before entering the cave. Outside the cave, Xiaobin wielded a 1-foot-long machete, diligently chopping at a tree. Upon noticing Xia Zining rushing into the thicket, he glanced around before venturing into the woods. Xia Zining, in a state of urgency, sprinted towards a low-lying area, where she broke off several branches from the surrounding underbrush and then hurried into the depression. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a branch snapped underfoot, startling Xia Zining, who called out, Who is it? However, upon reaching the source of the sound, she found no one there, only a broken twig lying in 2 pieces. After surveying her surroundings, Xia Zining made her way toward the cave. Xiaobin, where did you go in such a hurry? Asked Zhou Tongtong, perched on a dry log outside the cave, as she observed Zhao Bin emerging swiftly from the woods. Hearing her voice, Zhao Bin paused momentarily, then quickly replied with a grin, I wasn't doing anything, just needed to take care of something. Haha. Zhou Tongtong rolled her eyes at him. If you needed to take care of something, then just say so. Why rush? Come help me move these dry branches into the cave. All right, Zhao Bin replied with a smile, proceeding to assist Zhou Tongtong in transporting the branches inside. At that moment, Xia Zining emerged from the woods and spotted the two of them busy with the branches. Noticing her approach, Zhao Bin hurriedly carried the branches into the cave. Avoiding eye contact with Xia Zining, his gaze darting elsewhere, Xia Zining also brought in a few pieces of firewood, and when Zhao Bin saw that her expression was unperturbed, he finally relaxed, thinking to himself, fortunately, I wasn't discovered. Meanwhile, in the camp, Lin Fan stepped out of the shelter, glancing up at the sky. He noticed some distant dark clouds drifting in, realizing that rain might be on the way tonight. Grabbing a nearby harpoon and fish trap, he set out towards the sea. Upon reaching the shore, he surveyed his surroundings before ascending a rocky outcrop. After a brief trek, he arrived at a colossal stone that jutted out into the deep sea, surrounded by numerous smaller rocks protruding from the water surface. Approaching the edge of the massive stone, Lin Fan removed his clothing and placed it on a rock before taking the harpoon in hand. He climbed atop the giant stone, traversing towards the outer edge. Looking down, he noted that the drop from the stone's peak to the water was only about 4 to 5 meters. Soon enough, he reached the precipice, peering down at the calm sea below, devoid of any nearby rocks. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan propelled himself off the edge with a powerful push of his legs. With a splash, he plunged into the water, diving beneath the surface. Moments later, he found himself at the seabed, slightly opening his eyes to behold a vibrant array of coral reefs and fish darting in the vicinity. Lowering his gaze towards a crevice within the coral, he noticed a few long antennae protruding. Looking closer, he exclaimed with delight, "Lobsters!" as he spotted two colorful lobsters nestled inside. Aiming the harpoon at the gap, he thrust it forward, instantly spearing one lobster through its abdomen. At this moment, Lin Fan sensed that he was nearing his limits, swiftly swimming upwards with his spear in hand. Suddenly, an enormous object to his right captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was an exceptionally large vessel, lying in a state of disrepair at the seabed. Lin Fan merely glanced at it before ascending to the surface, where he promptly made his way towards a nearby reef. Once at the reef, he climbed atop it, inhaling deeply, his eyes slightly reddened. Yet, gazing at the lobster in his grasp, he smiled faintly, deeming the endeavor worthwhile. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Fan ascended the shore, placing the lobster into a fish cage. As he contemplated returning, the image of the mysterious object flashed through his mind, igniting his curiosity to explore further. Chapter 11. The dagger from the shipwreck. After resting for a brief span of 10 minutes on the beach, Lin Fan grasped his spear once more and ascended the towering rocks, making his way to the very edge. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the depths below. With a resounding splash, Lin Fan plunged into the water, swiftly propelling himself towards the mysterious object he had encountered earlier. Before long, he reached the periphery of the object. In the crystalline waters, he discerned that it was a sunken ship, its hull adorned with an array of corals and seaweed, while myriad small fish flitted about, treating this submerged vessel as their abode. Venturing into the ship's cabin, Lin Fan stumbled upon several skeletal remains, scattered across the floor and partially embedded in the sediment. Suddenly, a glimmer of red caught his attention. He swam closer, clearing the mud around the vibrant spot, and soon revealed a rectangular object that resembled a scabbard. Feeling the strain of breathlessness, Lin Fan did not linger. He seized the item and swam toward the surface. Moments later, he emerged, gasping for air, and quickly made his way back to the shore. Once he reached the shallows, he climbed out and settled back on the sand, eager to examine the object in his possession. Upon inspection, he tugged gently on either side of the scabbard, and a gleaming blade emerged, radiating a cold light. The sword was straight, measuring 2 feet in length, with only the tip curving slightly upwards, and the hilt featured a bent stainless steel piece. The scabbard itself was adorned with a scale-like pattern, each side embedded with a button-sized red gemstone, its entirety cloaked in black. "What fine blade!" Lin Fan exclaimed, laughter spilling from his lips. Filled with exhilaration, he dashed towards the nearby woods, eager to test the sharpness of his newfound treasure. At the edge of the forest, he wasted no time and struck at a tree with a trunk the size of his wrist. With a single, effortless slice, the tree succumbed and fell. Lin Fan continued to fell other trees with the same ease. "Remarkably sharp, truly a treasure," he exclaimed, joyously returning to the beach. He sheathed the sword and, with spear and fish trap in hand, made his way back to the campsite. Upon his return, he noticed that the campfire was nearly extinguished. Hastily, Lin Fan gathered some firewood and added it to the flames, blowing gently until the fire roared back to life. Once he had securely stored the long knife within his shelter, he ventured to the beach in search of stones. He returned with several, constructing a makeshift stove beside the fire, perfect for placing a metal pot atop. After setting up the stove, Lin Fan retrieved the lobsters from the fish trap and placed them directly onto the flames. Minutes later, he pulled the roasted lobsters from the fire, peeling away their shells to savor the succulent, white meat within. At that moment, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In no time, he had devoured one lobster entirely. Patting his belly contentedly, he stood and re-entered his shelter, retrieving the long knife once more as he strolled towards the shoreline. As the sky began to darken, the evening glow failed to manifest, leaving only a few ominous clouds drifting at the horizon. Lin Fan stood by the sea, feeling the wind against his face, gazing into the depths of the ocean. It was only later in the night that he returned to the campsite, where he tossed several sizable logs into the bonfire before retreating to the shelter. He glanced at the bound coconut crab, deciding it would be best to save it for breakfast. Inside the cave, Zhou Tong Tong, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up and dashed outside, heedless of the impenetrable darkness, until she collided with a tree and crouched down. Who ran out? Fan Ming inquired, hearing the commotion as he sat up. It's Tong Tong. This is her second time, Lu Wei replied, also sitting up. Gripping her stomach, she exclaimed, I feel unwell. I must go out too. Suddenly, Fan Ming felt an unsettling churn in his stomach, and with a quick clench, he hurriedly covered himself and ran outside. Before long, Zhao Bin followed suit. And soon it was Lu Yutong's turn. Xia Zining, sitting up and surveying the scene, noticed that the others had all rushed out, puzzled by the unfolding situation. After 7 or 8 minutes, Tong Tong and the others returned, all appearing utterly drained. What happened to you? Xia Zining approached them with concern. Fan Ming rubbed his stomach and replied, I don't know. Perhaps it's a case of diarrhea. Lu Yutong furrowed her brow, contemplating. It must be the small sea snails we ate today that caused this. But why is she fine? Zhao Bin pointed at Xia Zining. It seems those snails weren't fully cooked. We consumed them prematurely. Lu Wei, didn't you say they were tastier when half-cooked? Is that not your assertion? Fan Ming turned to Lu Wei. Lu Wei pouted, glancing at the others. I did say that, but who told you to eat them with me? You could have waited until they were fully cooked. Well, there's no point in discussing it now. We should simply get some rest. I am exhausted, Lu Yutong declared as she stood and walked inside. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly, prompting her to clutch her abdomen and rush outside once more. Oh no, here we go again, Fan Ming shouted, following her. An hour later, with the exception of Xia Zining, everyone in the cave had suffered from diarrhea more than 3 times, collapsing onto the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. By the following morning, the 5 of them lacked the strength to walk. I'm famished. Is there any food? Lu Wei said weakly, her face pale as she looked at Fan Ming and the others. Do you even need to ask? Fan Ming shot a glance at Lu Wei, who, like him, felt hunger pangs. Everything they had consumed the previous night had been expelled. Lu Yutong stood up, albeit unsteadily, swaying slightly. Zining, it seems you alone must venture out to find food. In our current state, we can scarcely manage to walk, she said to Xia Zining with a rueful smile. Xia Zining assessed the group and nodded. It's all right. I can go to the reef alone to gather food. You all should rest while here. After finishing her words, Xia Zining exited the cave and made her way towards the rocky outcrop. More than half an hour later, she arrived alone at the cluster of rocks. Observing the trees above while deep in thought, she proceeded forward. As she stepped into the grove, she spotted Lin Fan seated on a log, indulging in a large crab. Upon hearing her footsteps, Lin Fan looked up, recognized Xia Zining, and resumed devouring the coconut crab, entirely disregarding her presence. Lin Fan, are you well? Xia Zining inquired softly, gazing at him. Lin Fan savored the meat from the crab's claw and licked his lips. Quite well indeed. You see, I had lobster last night and coconut crab this morning. How could I not be well? One cannot find such delicacies at home. Upon hearing Lin Fan's tone, Xia Zining instantly sensed something amiss and quietly responded, Lin Fan, I apologize. Lin Fan hastily waved his hand, interrupting her. There is no need for you to say anything, nor to feel embarrassed. We are not acquainted, and our paths are free to diverge. You may leave. I have just eaten and wish to rest for a while. The words we are not acquainted caused Xia Zining's expression to shift. She glanced at Lin Fan as he retreated into the shelter, managed a bitter smile, and then quietly exited. Chapter 12. Setting the snare after leaving the grove. Xia Zining arrived at the rocky outcrop, where she began searching through the crevices for small seashells. Lin Fan, having rested in the shelter for a while, rose with a long knife and 2 bottles of mineral water, venturing into the woods. Half an hour later, he reached the riverbank, ascending the path until he arrived at the site of his previous excavation. Crouching down, he cleared away the overgrown weeds, revealing the fresh water beneath. The surface was speckled with small insects and debris that had fallen from the foliage, which Lin Fan carefully cleared away before filling his bottles with water. Observing the clarity of the water compared to his last visit, he then gathered some more weeds to cover the waterhole. As the time was still early, he had no intention of returning just yet, so he lifted his gaze to the surroundings and walked to the left. Strolling through the sparse trees, he noticed they were neither tall nor large, yet their leaves were lush, blanketing the ground with dry twigs and leaves. He cut a stick over 2 meters long, wielding it to tap against the nearby trees. Before long, Lin Fan descended a slope, arriving at a fissure that extended ahead, overgrown with tall grasses, some of which bore thorns. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. Turning his head, he spotted a wild boar weighing around 30 to 40 kilograms, standing on the steep incline, glancing at him before darting into the thicket, vanishing from sight. A wild boar. The discovery thrilled Lin Fan, who murmured to himself, "If only I could catch one, that would be enough to sustain me for a week." Excited, he began to search the surrounding underbrush for something. And then he found it. Crouching down, he burst into laughter upon discovering a narrow path through the grass, a trail frequently traversed by animals, marked with the footprints of wild boars. After inspecting the path for a moment, he realized that it was not solely frequented by wild boars, as other animal tracks were also present. Rising to his feet, he followed the trail further ahead, stopping after a few minutes to survey the area, which seemed ideal for setting a trap due to the presence of a tree with a trunk as wide as a bowl. Lin Fan examined his surroundings, then made his way to the right, climbing the steep slope in search of vines. Eventually, he found them, thick vines entwined around the trees, roughly the width of his pinky finger, precisely what he needed. He took out his long knife and cut a length of vine before returning to the path. At a tree beside the path, he wrapped the vine around twice, securing it with a tight knot. On the other end, he fashioned a slip knot. Once an animal stepped into it, a tug would tighten the knot, ensuring the creature could not escape unless it gnawed through the vine. Lin Fan placed the slip knot on the trail, slightly elevating it with a twig, and thus his snare was complete, requiring him to return here twice daily for inspection. After securing the lasso, Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, as the atmosphere was rather stifling and teeming with mosquitoes, leaving his arms and face marked with several welts accompanied by an incessant itch. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a banana tree not far ahead and hurriedly made his way towards it. Upon reaching the banana tree, he observed that it thrived in a low-lying area, which explained why only its leaves were visible. This towering banana tree stood at least 4 to 5 meters high, while he counted a total of 5 banana trees. The other 4 were approximately 3 meters tall and bore no fruit. The tall banana tree bore fruit, though much of it had already been consumed by other creatures. Lin Fan unsheathed his long knife and descended the slope to fell the tall banana tree, subsequently harvesting its leaves. As these broad leaves constituted excellent materials for constructing a shelter, which he intended to utilize fully. After harvesting the leaves, he approached the banana bunch, cutting it down to discover only 8 bananas, 3 of which were ripe while the other 5 remained unripe, and the lower ones had already decayed, which he chose to forego. Next, Lin Fan sliced open the banana stalk with his long knife to extract the edible heart of the banana, ensuring nothing went to waste. Once he had completed these tasks, he placed the bananas and their hearts on the leaves, gathered them up, and retraced his steps. In the cave, Xia Zining was standing beside the campfire, adding firewood and subsequently tossing in the small sea snails they had caught. Fan Ming and the others had rested for nearly half a day, feeling considerably better, at least capable of walking. After all that time, we've only brought back this little bit. It's hardly enough for me alone, Lu Wei remarked, eyeing the small sea snails in the fire. At this point, she had learned to wait until the snails were thoroughly cooked before eating. Upon hearing Lu Wei's comment, Xia Zining frowned slightly. "Why don't you go catch some then?" Lu Yutong interjected, casting a glance at Lu Wei. "If you're so capable, why not refrain from eating them, considering you didn't catch them yourself?" Lu Wei rolled her eyes at Xia Zining and muttered, "Humph, what is so impressive? If I could walk, I could easily catch a whole bunch." At that moment, Fan Ming felt parched and in dire need of water, yet there wasn't a drop of fresh water to be found. "We should venture into the woods to search for fresh water. We cannot endure without it," Fan Ming suggested. "But Minggu, aren't there coconut trees outside?" "There are plenty of coconuts on them," Xiaobin quickly replied. "There are only 7 or 8 coconut trees outside. How long can we sustain ourselves with that?" Fan Ming shook his head in response. "Minggu, your reasoning is flawed. We are not planning to stay here indefinitely. What if the rescue team arrives tomorrow?" Lu Wei remarked with a gentle smile directed at Fan Ming. He glanced at her and said, "I am merely preparing for the worst." Moments later, as the small sea snails became cooked, Lu Wei hastily used a stick to extract them from the fire, placing them before her and beginning to eat. 6 individuals, each consuming merely a handful of small sea snails, managed to stave off their hunger to some extent. The one who feasted the most was Lu Wei, who alone consumed the equivalent of 3 people's portions. "I'm going for a stroll," Xia Zining remarked to Lu Yutong before stepping out of the cave and heading towards the shore. Upon reaching the coastline, Xia Zining stood still, gazing into the depths of the sea. In that moment, she yearned deeply for a ship to emerge upon the water's surface to whisk her away from this desolate island. Chapter 13. Encounter. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Fan embraced a banana leaf and consumed 2 bananas before commencing his task of felling trees in the vicinity. In less than 10 minutes, he had brought down a dozen trees, each the girth of his wrist. He then sharpened one end of the logs with a long knife and began to excavate holes in the ground before the shelter using the pointed ends. After a brief span of time, for holes were ready, he inserted the logs and pressed them firmly into the earth, subsequently covering them with soil. With the 4 pillars firmly planted, Lin Fan proceeded to strip bark from other trees, tearing it into strips. He then laid small branches horizontally across the pillars and secured them with the bark. After fastening several branches, he continued to arrange more small branches both horizontally and vertically atop the pillars, binding them securely with the bark. Having completed this, Lin Fan took his long knife and ventured into the woods once more. In under 10 minutes, he emerged with a bundle of weeds, which he spread atop the secured branches. He then positioned the banana leaves in an upward manner, finishing with 3 larger branches laid horizontally across the leaves, binding both ends. Thus, a modest shelter was constructed. The structure stood at approximately 7 meters high, with a width exceeding 1 meter and a length of over 2 meters. Once the shelter was completed, Lin Fan dug a shallow pit in the center using wood and relocated the campfire into this pit, ensuring that it would remain lit even in the rain. He surveyed his handiwork with a nod of satisfaction, gazing up at the overcast sky, noting that there was neither sunshine nor rain that day. After resting momentarily on a wooden seat, Lin Fan ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Much of the wood on the ground was too decayed to burn effectively, prompting Lin Fan to fell surrounding trees, cutting them into half-meter lengths, which he bundled together with bark and carried back to the shelter. He left the branches and leaves on the ground to dry in the sun, planning to collect them later. After gathering sufficient firewood, midday had arrived. Lin Fan seized a spear and fish trap and made his way to the seaside. As he approached the shore, the refreshing sea breeze brushed against him. After observing the deep waters for a moment, he ventured into the rocky outcrops, collecting larger sea snails and even a few blue crabs. Within 10 minutes, he noticed the rising tide and hurried back toward the shore. Just as he reached the edge, he heard voices nearby. Turning, he saw Fan Ming and the others approaching. Lin Fan glanced at them briefly before redirecting his attention toward the camp. "Brother Ming, what should we do? I've just finished a coconut, and now I'm parched and hungry," Zhao Bin said, squinting slightly. Fan Ming sighed. "I am at a loss as well. After searching for over an hour, we have yet to find any fresh water or food. Let us hurry and catch some small sea snails to bring back. The sky looks like it might rain at any moment," said Zhou Tong, glancing at the heavens. "I actually hope it rains," Fan Ming murmured, lifting his gaze to the sky. Soon, 6 individuals arrived at the rocky outcrop. Yet upon witnessing the stones submerged by the sea, disappointment flickered in their eyes. What on earth happened? How could it be engulfed by the tide? Zhao Bin shouted, gazing at the waters before him. Lu Yutong stepped forward a couple of paces and observed the tide has risen. "Look, the water continues to swell. It seems we have arrived a moment too late. What shall we do now?" Lu Wei inquired of Lu Yutong. "What can we do?" Lu Yutong replied, casting a glance at Lu Wei. "We must wait for the tide to recede. When will that happen?" Fan Ming also looked to Lu Yutong for an answer. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yutong responded, "It has only just begun to rise. We will have to wait until evening for the tide to fall. Such a long wait. I'm nearly starving. The meager breakfast I had has long been digested," Lu Wei exclaimed urgently. Lu Yutong remained silent, settling down on the spot to gaze at the sea. All of them felt a prickling discomfort, having gone several days without bathing, their clothes already soiled. Seeing Lu Yutong sit down, the others followed suit. Fatigued from the half-hour trek, now parched and famished, Xia Zining turned her head towards the direction of the forest, swallowing hard. Lu Yutong glanced at her, following her line of sight into the woods. Suddenly, she stood up and walked toward the trees, prompting Xia Zining to hastily follow her. "Where are they going?" Lu Wei asked, looking at Lu Yutong and Xia Zining, turning to Fan Ming. After a moment's thought, Fan Ming also stood and followed. Observing this, Lu Wei and the others hastened to keep up. At that moment, Lu Ning was busy cooking the small sea snails and blue crabs they had recently collected in an iron pot. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and soon Xia Zining and the others entered the clearing. Lin Fan brought the long knife close and stirred the crabs in the pot with a small twig. The crabs had turned red, nearly cooked through. The group arrived at the open space, halting a few meters away from Lin Fan, watching him intently. "What brings you here?" Lin Fan asked flatly, glancing at them. We came to see if you have any food to spare." Lu Yutong spoke first. "Yes. We're all quite hungry. Could you share a bit?" Lu Wei added with a smile. "There's none." Lin Fan interrupted before Lu Wei could finish. "None? Then what is cooking in that pot?" Zhao Bin pointed at the steaming iron vessel. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Bin and replied with a smile. "What I cook is none of your concern. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave." "Come on, there is no need for such hostility. We're all in this predicament together. We should help one another. We can wait for rescue together, right?" Fan Ming stepped forward, speaking amicably. "Do not come any closer," Lin Fan warned. "I do not need your assistance. I simply wish for you to leave this place immediately. This is not yours. Why should we leave?" Zhou Tongtong shouted at Lu Ning. Lin Fan glanced at the 6 individuals and smiled, asserting, "This is my camp." He then looked at the iron can, took a few leaves, and removed the can, placing on the ground. "Kid, I've tolerated you for far too long. Do you believe I can kill you?" Zhao Bin exclaimed, brandishing a 1-foot-long machete, pointing it at Lin Fan. Lin Fan regarded Zhao Bin, rising while holding the long knife and retorting, "What did you say? You intend to kill me? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" Upon seeing the long knife in Lin Fan's grasp, Zhao Bin instinctively took a step back. Faced with Lin Fan's towering stature, Zhao Bin lacked the courage to reiterate his previous threat. Lin Fan stood over 6 feet tall, while Zhao Bin barely reached 5'7" and appeared somewhat frail. Lin Fan appeared robust, and the knife in his hand was significantly longer than Zhao Bin's weapon. How could he possibly contend? "We're leaving." Lu Yutong shot a fierce glare at Lin Fan before turning and exiting. Xia Zining glanced back at Lin Fan and followed Lu Yutong out, with the others hastily following suit. Once they departed, Lin Fan sat down and muttered to himself, "Damn it, I only have this little food. I gave it to them. What am I supposed to eat?" Chapter 14. The stingray Fan Ming and his companions trudged to the seaside, with Lu Yutong angrily kicking at a conch shell on the beach, muttering curses aimed at Lin Fan. "What shall we do now?" Lu Wei inquired, glancing at Fan Ming. "Wells, we must return to the cave," Zhao Bin interjected. "We've lingered in this wretched place for nearly a week. Why hasn't the rescue team come to find us?" Zhou Tongtong remarked as they walked. "Have they perhaps forgotten about us?" At this point, further discussion was futile. All they could do was wait. "Let us head back to the cave," Fan Ming sighed. Half an hour later, the 6 returned to the cave. Xia Zining tossed some firewood into the bonfire, urging it to continue burning. "Sitting here aimlessly won't do. We need to devise a plan to find food," Lu Yutong stated, glancing at Fan Ming and the others. "I am exhausted. We've only just walked for over half an hour, and I'm very tired. I don't want to walk anymore," Lu Wei murmured as she lay down. "How about this? Lu Wei, you stay here and watch the fire. Don't let it go out. The rest of us will search the woods," Fan Ming suggested, casting a glance at Lu Wei. "No way. Why should you get to stay here and sleep? We should all go together," Zhou Tongtong retorted, shooting a glance at Lu Wei. "Tongtong has a point. If we are to go, we should all go together. Anyone can slack off, right, Tongtong?" Zhao Bin chimed in, leaning closer to Zhou Tongtong in a bid to endear himself. "Fine, let us go," Lu Wei exclaimed, springing up from the ground, glaring at Zhou Tongtong and Zhao Bin before storming out. Before long, the 6 found themselves in the woods, each wielding a wooden stick over a meter long. Fan Ming surveyed the surroundings. The terrain was intricate and venturing too far might lead to disorientation. Where shall we find food? Lu Wei mused, scratching her arm as she surveyed the area. Let us hurry. The mosquitoes here are enormous and their bites sting. Her arms bore numerous red welts and scratches. Fan Ming pointed ahead. Look, there's a depression not too far from here. It might lead to water. Let's check it out. Though the distance was a bit far, it was worth investigating. Lu Yutong raised her head slightly and replied, Let us go. With determination, Fan Ming set forth, leading the way as he cautiously navigated through the thicket, the others closely following. It didn't seem far, but by the time they reached the edge of the valley, over half an hour had passed. Each of them had been mercilessly bitten by mosquitoes, their exposed skin adorned with numerous welts and scratches. They stood atop a steep slope. Descending would lead them into a small valley below. Let us go, Fan Ming announced, crouching down as he carefully made his way down. The others mimicked him, half walking and half sliding until they reached the bottom. The area below was a small clearing, overgrown with grass reaching half a meter high. The stifling heat had soaked their clothes through. Fan Ming pressed the weeds aside with a wooden stick, clearing a path for the others who followed suit, using their own sticks to flatten the underbrush. After about 10 minutes, the 6 of them arrived in a small valley, stepping onto a patch of verdant grass. They began to disperse, each heading in a different direction. Brother Ming, come quickly. There's water here. Suddenly, Zhao Bin stood at the edge of a depression, excitedly waving to Fan Ming on his left. Upon hearing this, Fan Ming and the others rushed over. As Fan Ming approached, he indeed found a waterhole, roughly the size of a face, filled with water that trickled away into a tiny stream. He crouched down, dipped his finger into the water, and tasted it with his tongue. Ah, splendid. It's fresh water, Fan Ming exclaimed joyfully, turning to the group beside him. Wonderful. I've been parched, Zhao Bin exclaimed, eagerly making his way to the waterhole, leaning down to drink directly from it. Wait, Fan Ming suddenly shouted at Zhao Bin, startling him. Zhao Bin looked up perplexed. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Is the water undrinkable? Fan Ming shook his head. Water from the wild needs to be boiled before consumption. We cannot ascertain what bacteria or parasites may lurk within. Wow, Brother Ming is truly impressive to know this, Lu Wei remarked, gazing at Fan Ming with admiration. Fan Ming smiled modestly. A friend of mine, an outdoor enthusiast who frequently arranges mountain climbing trips, shared this knowledge with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bin quickly scrambled to his feet. What we do then? We have nothing to carry water in. How can we boil it? Indeed, are we to return empty-handed? Lu Yutong chimed in. Fan Ming surveyed the surroundings. Trees and weeds were abundant, yet nothing suitable for holding water was in sight. In truth, the water was drinkable, albeit with some risk involved. He addressed Lu Yutong and the others. Given our current predicament, we shall have to take the plunge. I'll go first, Zhao Bin declared, resolutely leaning back down to the waterhole, drinking deeply. Ah, refreshing, he exclaimed, the coolness and slight sweetness invigorating him. After he stood up laughing, Lu Wei approached and drank a few mouthfuls. Then Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong followed suit, and when it was Xia Xining's turn, she hesitated, her brow furrowing. However, seeing the others drinking, she relented and leaned down as well. After everyone had quenched their thirst, their spirits lifted considerably. Fan Ming observed the waterhole, noting that the water seeped slowly from underground. The group rested on the lush grass for a few minutes before making their way back towards the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood motionless in the shallow water, spear in hand, watching several fish swim nearby. Damn it, have these fish become wise? Why won't they come closer? Lin Fan lamented as he observed 2 fish meandering in the vicinity, yet refusing to approach, causing him a twinge of frustration. After standing for more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan sensed that his patience had waned. He hurriedly dashed forward with his spear, only to find that the fish had evaded him, startling the surrounding sea creatures in the process. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a dark silhouette lying motionless on the seabed not far away. Curiosity piqued, he cautiously approached the shadow. Upon getting closer, Lin Fan extended his head to inspect it, unsure whether it was a fish. He raised his spear and thrust it forcefully towards the dark form. With a piercing sound, the spear struck the center of the shadow, causing it to thrash violently. Lin Fan quickly retrieved his spear to examine the catch. A stingray, he exclaimed joyfully, known also as the devilfish or yellow stingray. This creature is a common sight in many seafood markets. Clutching the spear with both hands, Lin Fan gleefully made his way back to the shore. Upon reaching the beach, he gazed at the stingray but dared not approach too closely, wary of its venomous tail, which is notoriously lethal. Chapter 15. The continuous drizzle. Lin Fan made his way back to the campsite, spear in hand. Upon entering the shelter, he added some firewood to the campfire and deftly sliced the flesh from both sides of the stingray with a long knife. He then skewered the fish with a branch and set it beside the fire to roast. As the sky darkened, Lin Fan glanced upward to find it blanketed with ominous clouds, the temperature gradually dropping. He turned the stingray meat over and hurried into the nearby woods, returning shortly with 5 or 6 logs. Within minutes, the rain began to fall lightly. Lin Fan opened 2 bundles of sticks, placing them beside the fire to dry. The savory aroma of the roasting stingray wafted through the air. He crouched down, picked up a piece of the meat, and began to eat. Quite delicious. The flesh is tender, he nodded appreciatively. In no time, he had devoured 2 pieces of stingray meat. Next, he skewered the remaining fish on a branch and set it to roast beside the fire. Soon, rainwater began to trickle from the roof of the shelter. Lin Fan fetched a tin can, poured fresh water from a mineral water bottle into it, and set the can over the fire to boil. Having completed these tasks, he turned his attention to the logs he had just cut. Each log possessed a branch, which he had deliberately sought out for crafting a bench. With his long knife, he chopped the 6 logs, leaving the branches intact. He then sharpened one end of each branch and drove them into the ground with a sturdy piece of wood until they were firmly embedded. At that moment, the water in the tin can reach a boil. Lin Fan hastily removed both the can and the stingray from the fire, setting them aside on the firewood. He continued working on the bench. Once the 6 branches were prepared, he inserted 3 wooden poles, each approximately half a meter long, into the branches. After quenching his thirst with a few sips from the tin can, he stripped the bark from the other logs, laying the stripped logs horizontally across the 3 poles, then binding them securely with the bark. After half an hour, a sturdy bench was completed. Lin Fan sat down to test it, finding it quite satisfactory, though he noted that prolonged sitting could be uncomfortable. He chuckled, thinking that once the weather improved, he would gather some straw to cushion the seat, enhancing its comfort. Having not bathed in quite some time, Lin Fan decided it was the perfect opportunity to wash. Rising, he glanced outside with a smile and, finding no one around, stripped off his clothes and dashed out into the rain. 10 minutes later, he hurried back, yawning, and pondered for a moment by the campfire before returning to the shelter. He opened a box, retrieving some women's clothing to wear. Dressed, he took his discarded clothes and propped them up with a stick outside to let the rain cleanse them. They had been worn for far too long, and it was time for a wash. Outside the cave, Fan Ming and his 5 companions were reveling in the rain, joyfully rubbing their bodies to wash away the dirt. This is a refreshing downpour, Zhao Bin exclaimed, tilting his head back and drinking in the rainwater, his eyes occasionally darting towards the 4 women. Drenched garments accentuated the figures of the 4 women, with Zhou Tongtong's attire becoming nearly transparent upon contact with water, revealing her voluptuous curves and hinting at a glimpse of white beneath. As Zhao Bin observed this, a fierce fire ignited within his chest, despite consuming copious amounts of rainwater. He felt parched and restless. Fan Ming occasionally cast furtive glances at Lu Yutong and Xia Zining, for they were undeniably the most enchanting among them. Lu Wei, unfazed, stretched her arms wide and laughed heartily, her chest exposed, revealing a patch of ivory skin. Yutong, let us go inside. If we remain drenched, we shall catch a cold. Xia Zining softly urged Lu Yutong, cradling her arms protectively across her chest. Indeed, let us proceed, Lu Yutong replied with a nod, and the 2 made their way into the cave, squatting beside the campfire to dry their clothes. Upon witnessing their return, Fan Ming followed suit. As he entered the cave, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining instinctively clasped their hands over their chests, wary of any potential exposure. At that moment, Zhao Bin glanced at Lu Wei, a smile gracing his lips as he gradually approached her. Lu Wei, you are truly beautiful, he murmured, lowering his gaze to her chest. Lu Wei responded with a playful smile. Oh, do you wish to indulge in my charms? With a mischievous grin, Zhao Bin replied, if you were to offer, I would not refuse. Lu Wei's expression abruptly shifted. You? Dream on. A toad wishing to eat swan meat? Just look at yourself. If there were a mirror, you should take a good look. With that, she turned and walked into the cave, while Zhou Tongtong cast a glance at Zhao Bin, chuckling softly before following suit. Left standing in silence, Zhao Bin, stung by Lu Wei's words, muttered coldly to himself, Toad? Oomph. There will come a day when you willingly come to me. Inside the cave, everyone gathered around the campfire, intent on drying their clothes, for failing to do so could lead to dire consequences if they fell ill. As night fell, the rain persisted, and the temperature plummeted to around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. After consuming some stingray meat, Lin Fan returned to the shelter. Even wrapped in clothing, he felt a chill and was unable to sleep, so he ventured to the shelter to stoke the fire with more wood. Only by the warmth of the flames did he find solace from the cold. Lying on a bench, his gaze fixed on the flickering fire, he gradually succumbed to slumber. At dawn, as the first light broke, Lin Fan awoke to find the fire extinguished. He sprang up, gathering twigs to feed the flames, bending down to blow softly into the embers. Thankfully, the coals still glowed red, and after a few breaths, the twigs ignited, prompting him to add more wood. Once the fire blazed anew, he stood, stretching languidly, aware of a dull ache in his back. Outside, the gentle rain continued to fall. Lin Fan collected some rainwater in a metal can and placed it over the fire to boil. After 5 to 6 minutes, the water reached a boil, and he removed the can, sipping the warm liquid that instantly enveloped his body in warmth. Returning to the shelter, Lin Fan opened the box to inspect its contents. A lighter, a pen, a razor, 5 unripe bananas, and a set of women's clothing. These constituted Lin Fan's meager possessions. After briefly surveying his belongings, he zipped the box shut and stepped outside. A light drizzle fell from the sky, yet it did not deter Lin Fan from making his way to the seaside. He entered the shelter, removed his clothing, and donned only a pair of shorts. Armed with a harpoon and a fishing net, he ventured towards the shore, resolute in his pursuit of fish despite the gentle rain. Chapter 16. The rain ceased. Lin Fan braved the gentle drizzle, wielding a harpoon as he approached the massive boulder. Navigating the uneven stones, he ventured a dozen meters outward until he arrived at the shallow waters. In this serene area, schools of fish darted about with remarkable speed. Lin Fan observed them, hoping for an opportunity to strike. However, the fish vanished in the blink of an eye. Standing idly was not a viable strategy. With a furrowed brow, he murmured to himself, if only I had bait. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Fan made his way back to the shore. A brisk sea breeze enveloped him, and the chill pierced through his bare skin, causing him to shiver momentarily. No, I must return. I cannot afford to lose body heat, he resolved, hastening back to the camp. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Fan immediately positioned himself by the campfire to dry off, then donned his clothing. Soon, he felt his body temperature rising again. After adding some firewood to the flames, he grasped the harpoon and set off towards the seaside once more, this time clad in attire. He quickly reached the boulder, but, rather than heading to the shallows, he stripped off his clothing and ascended the rock. Upon reaching the edge, he took a deep breath and leaped into the depths below. With a resounding splash, Lin Fan descended swiftly, arriving at the seabed beside a sunken ship. In search of prey, before long, he spotted a fish, carefully maneuvering his harpoon closer. As the fish neared a coral reef, Lin Fan lunged, impaling it with precision. Elated, he prepared to surface when he noticed 2 large sea snails affixed to the hull of the ship. He quickly swam over, seized the snails, and ascended rapidly. Moments latte. He broke the surface and swam towards the shore. Once ashore, he beheld the 2 sizable sea snails in his grasp, a faint smile creeping onto his face. They were as large as his fist. A splendid catch, he chuckled softly, lifting his garments and returning to the camp. Back in the shelter, Lin Fan placed the snails in a fish trap, securing the lid and hanging it from a hook in the center of the shelter. He then began to prepare the fish. After meticulously cleaning the fish's entrails, he chopped it into smaller pieces with a long knife, placing them in an iron pot. He added a bottle of water and set the pot over the fire, intent on making a warm fish soup for the evening. As the soup simmered, Lin Fan stepped outside to wash away the seawater in the rain. Night fell swiftly, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. At that moment, Lin Fan was inside the shelter, crafting a pair of chopsticks from twigs, savoring the fish meat from the pot, and sipping the creamy fish soup. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. As midnight approached, the rain ceased, and the insects in the woods began to chirp, while the clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The following morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the trees. Fan Ming and his companions sat beside the flickering campfire, their eyes vacant, exhibiting an air of lethargy. "Brother Ming, I can hardly bear this hunger any longer," Zhao Bin remarked, glancing at Fan Ming. "It's been a whole day since we've eaten anything. Indeed, I fear I shall perish from hunger before rescue arrives," Lu Wei murmured weakly. "While we still have the strength, we ought to hasten to the reef and gather some small sea snails to stave off our hunger," suggested Lu Yutong as she approached the group. "I lack the energy to walk." Lu Wei lay on the ground, shaking her head in protest. "Let us go. Do you truly wish to starve here?" Fan Ming stood up, casting a glance at Lu Wei before stepping out. Zhou Tongtong and the others followed suit, and Lu Wei had no choice but to muster her strength and join them. "Zining, are you all right? Your complexion seems rather pale." Lu Yutong noticed Xia Zining trailing behind her with a solemn expression and turned to see her wan visage. Xia Zining managed a faint smile. "I'm fine. Just feeling a bit fatigued. Don't worry, I'll be all right." After nearly an hour, they finally reached the shoreline above the reef. As they descended, they spotted Lin Fan ascending with a spear slung over his shoulder, a sizable fish impaled upon it. As he made his way into the woods without casting a glance in their direction, the six soon made their way into the rocky enclave, bending low to retrieve the small sea snails clinging to the crevices. After half an hour, their efforts bore fruit, with Zhou Tongtong even managing to catch a few crabs. "Let us head back. We must eat before anything else," Lu Yutong called out, her hunger now overwhelming. If she didn't consume something soon, she feared she might faint. Upon hearing her words, the group promptly made their way back to the shore, with Xia Zining casting one last glance at the woods before following Lu Yutong. Back in the cave, Zhao Bin immediately added some firewood and placed the small sea snails over the flames to roast. Watching the snails cook, both Zhao Bin and Lu Wei swallowed hard, consumed by thoughts of a hearty meal, their minds empty of anything else. After a mere 10 minutes, the snails were ready, and everyone quickly used sticks to retrieve them from the fire. Only Xia Zining took her time, delicately prodding at the snail meat with a sharp twig. Zhao Bin, more direct, smashed a snail with a small stone and began searching for the meat on the ground. After eating the snail meat, Xia Zining retreated to lie down inside, feeling utterly drained and unwell. After resting for over half an hour, the group's spirits lifted slightly. "The sun is out now. Let us chop some wood to dry. Our supply is dwindling, and we want to have enough for tonight," Fan Ming said with a smile, looking at Lu Yutong. Due to Xia Zining's discomfort, only the 5 of them ventured into the woods. Zhao Bin took charge of felling trees, while Lu Yutong and the 3 other women were tasked with dragging the cut timber to the cave entrance for drying. "Let me assist you," Fan Ming offered, approaching Lu Yutong and extending his hands to take the branch from her grasp. However, by an unfortunate twist of fate, he inadvertently clasped her hands instead. Lu Yutong quickly released her hold, allowing Fan Ming to take the branch away. Zhao Bin, who was busy chopping wood, caught sight of the incident, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he resumed his work. Fan Ming placed the branch at the cave entrance, rubbing his hands together with a subtle smile. Moments later, he assisted Zhou Tongtong and, once again, found himself inadvertently holding her hand. After several minutes, they had gathered enough firewood, prompting Lu Yutong and the others to return to the cave for a well-deserved rest. "Brother Ming, how do you feel? Is it slippery?" Zhao Bin inquired softly as he approached Fan Ming. Fan Ming cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Bin, responding, "What do you mean by slippery?" "Hey," Zhao Bin chuckled mischievously. "Brother Ming, there's no need to feign innocence here. It's evident to anyone with eyes that you have an interest in Lu Yutong and Xia Zining. Gazing intently at Zhao Bin, Fan Ming replied in a low voice, "What about you? Are you not interested in Zhou Tongtong? I find Lu Wei intriguing as well." Zhao Bin chuckled softly before stepping into the cave. Fan Ming's gaze lingered on Zhao Bin's retreating figure for a moment before he too entered the cave. Chapter 17. Xia Zining fell ill around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Fan Ming and his companions pursued fish in the shallow coastal waters wielding their harpoons. "Tong Tong, hurry! The fish has swum over to your side." Zhao Bin shouted to the front where Zhou Tong Tong was situated. The fish is swimming too fast. I can't catch it," Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed, repeatedly thrusting her harpoon into the water, her voice laced with frustration. Losing her balance, she stumbled and fell into the sea. "Tong Tong, are you all right?" Zhao Bin rushed over to help her up. Zhou Tong Tong gently shook her head with a smile. "I'm fine. I almost caught the fish just now. Come on, let's drive the fish towards the shallows." With that, she wriggled free from Zhao Bin's grasp and sprinted ahead with her harpoon. Watching Zhou Tong Tong's enticingly wet form, Zhao Bin licked his lips with a mischievous grin, casting a glance at her retreating figure before following suit. "Wow, I caught a fish! I caught a fish!" Suddenly, Lu Yutong, elated as if she had won a grand prize, dashed towards the shore, brandishing her harpoon, which impaled a fish weighing over 2 pounds. "Humph, it's just one fish. Why such a commotion?" Lu Wei murmured, slightly turning her head to glance at Lu Yutong, before resuming her own futile splashing in the water, sending sprays flying. "Lu Wei, come over here. Drive the fish to the shore. Hurry." Upon hearing Fan Ming's call, Lu Wei hurried over, and soon the 5 of them encircled the frightened fish, confining them within a shallow area. They struck the water's surface with their harpoons, causing the fish to flail in panic, with 2 even leaping onto the shore. "Quick, herd them all to the shore," Fan Ming shouted excitedly, striking the water with vigor as he gradually advanced, narrowing their encirclement. Just as one fish attempted to slip through their formation, Fan Ming swiftly blocked it with his hands, sending it splashing onto the shore. "Trying to escape? You mind?" Lu Wei suddenly yelled, diving into the water. "I'm coming." Zhao Bin rushed over, bending down to reach beneath Lu Wei. Zhao Bin, you scoundrel, you're taking liberties with me," Lu Wei exclaimed, feeling Zhao Bin's hands brush against her chest several times. At that moment, Zhao Bin held a fish triumphantly, grinning at Lu Wei. "My apologies, it was unintentional. I was just afraid the fish would get away." Meanwhile, Lu Yutong and Zhou Tong Tong had already scurried to the shore, capturing the remaining fish. "Ha ha ha, we finally caught fish. We'll have a feast tonight." Fan Ming beamed at the fish in their hands. Shortly afterward, each of the 5 held a fish, joyfully chatting and laughing as they made their way back to the cave. As night fell, the 5 gathered around the campfire in the cave, roasting their catch. "Zining, why do you look so pale?" Lu Yutong approached Xia Zining and placed her hand on her forehead, furrowing her brow. "You feel a bit warm. Are you running a fever?" At that moment, Lu Yutong realized that Xia Zining was unwell, suffering from a cold and fever. "Sister Yutong, I am fine." At that moment, Xia Zining kept her eyes closed, murmuring softly. Lu Yutong hurriedly approached Fan Ming and the others. "Who among you knows how to treat illness?" "Treat illness?" Fan Ming looked at Lu Yutong, concerned. "Yutong, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Who here can treat illness?" "We are not doctors," Lu Wei remarked indifferently. Lu Yutong furrowed her brows. "It is Zining who is unwell." "Zining is unwell?" Upon hearing this, Fan Ming quickly stood up and knelt beside Xia Zining to check her condition. She must have caught a slight fever from getting soaked in the rain yesterday. Fan Ming frowned as well, fully aware that falling ill in this place was a serious matter. "What should we do?" Lu Yutong asked anxiously, her eyes filled with concern for Xia Zining. After pondering for 2 minutes, Fan Ming shook his head with a wry smile. "I truly do not know what to do. None of us can treat illness." Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong's frown deepened, worry etched on her face. "Then, will Zining, if she does not receive timely medical attention, the consequences could be dire." Fan Ming lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yutong's. "Right now, she has just begun to run a fever. If it does not subside by tomorrow, there could be life-threatening risks the day after." At this moment, Lu Yutong was in a state of despair, gently caressing Xia Xining's pale face, uncertain of how to restore her health. Let us seek out that man in the woods. Perhaps he knows how to treat illness, Lu Wei suddenly suggested. Indeed, Sister Yutong, none of us here possess any medical knowledge, chimed in Zhou Tong Tong, looking at Lu Yutong. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong immediately attempted to lift Xia Xining, but was halted by Fan Ming. What are you doing? Fan Ming asked Lu Yutong, noting that Xia Xining's current condition made any recklessness perilous. I want to take Xining to find that man. Perhaps he has a way to help her, Lu Yutong insisted. Fan Ming pointed outside the cave. It is so dark now. How will you go? Let us wait until dawn. We will go together then. Lu Yutong glanced outside, where darkness enveloped everything, realizing that it was futile to leave until morning. Throughout the night, Lu Yutong remained by Xia Xining's side, unable to close her eyes. Occasionally, Xia Xining would mutter incoherently, heightening Lu Yutong's anxiety about the potential damage to her mind from the fever. As dawn broke the following morning, Lu Yutong roused Fan Ming and Zhou Tong Tong, and together they took turns carrying Xia Xining towards the rocky shore. At the seaside, Lin Fan jumped down with agility, resurfacing 2 minutes later, a spear in hand with a fish impaled upon it. Back at the campsite, Lin Fan sat on a stool, contentedly roasting the fish. After about 10 minutes, the aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, prompting Lin Fan to eagerly take a bite. Quite delectable, perfectly roasted. In swift succession, a marine fish was vanquished by Lin Fan. After quenching his thirst, he grasped his long knife, intent on inspecting the traps set near the banana trees. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and soon, Lu Yutong entered, carrying Xia Xining on her back, with Zhou Tong Tong supporting them from behind, followed closely by Fan Ming and others. Why have you all returned? Lin Fan inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. With determination, Lu Yutong, still bearing Xia Xining, bit her lip and addressed Lin Fan. Xining has fallen ill, and we are at a loss on how to assist her. Thus, we have come to seek your help. Please, I implore you, save Xining. Xia Xining is unwell. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan hastened to Lu Yutong's side, extending his hand to touch Xia Xining's forehead. Indeed, she was running a fever, though fortunately, it had not escalated to a severe level. Chapter 18. Searching for herbs after a thorough examination. Lin Fan instructed Lu Yutong to carry Xia Xining into the shelter. Although Lin Fan was reluctant to involve himself with them, the gravity of the situation compelled him to act. Did she get caught in the rain? Lin Fan inquired, casting a glance at Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong nodded, yes. We went outside yesterday to let the rain wash off the dirt. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, given the significant temperature fluctuations here in the rain. It was hardly surprising that someone with a weak constitution could catch a cold or fever. Turning to Fan Ming and the others, Lin Fan stated, "You may leave this place." Zhou Tong Tong suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Are you asking us to leave?" Lin Fan replied coolly, "You have 2 options. Either depart from here, or take her with you." He gestured towards Xia Xining inside the shelter. "You all go first. I will stay behind to care for Xining," Lu Yutong interjected, moving in front of Fan Ming. Fan Ming nodded, patting Zhao Bin on the shoulder before departing the woods with Lu Wei and Zhou Tong Tong. Zhao Bin cast a fleeting glance at the scabbard in Lin Fan's hand, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Upon exiting the woods and stepping onto the beach, Zhao Bin deliberately lagged a few paces behind, whispering to Fan Ming, "Brother Ming, did you notice the scabbard in that person's hand?" "The scabbard?" Fan Ming shook his head in confusion. "I didn't pay attention." Zhao Bin leaned closer, whispering, "It has 2 red gemstones on it, clearly of considerable value. It could very well be an antique knife." "Antique?" Fan Ming's interest piqued at the mention of the word. "Are you sure?" Zhao Bin replied with seriousness, "Brother Ming, you must trust me. That knife, if retrieved, would be worth over $1 million, and the 2 red gemstones alone could fetch even more." Fan Ming regarded Zhao Bin tactfully, then cautioned, "Do not speak of this to anyone. Let us gather some seafood to take back." Zhao Bin nodded in agreement and followed Fan Ming towards the rocky outcrop. Outside the shelter, Lu Yutong looked at Lin Fan with concern. "What should we do now? Xining seems to be getting worse." Lin Fan met her gaze and replied, "Wait for me here," before venturing into the woods. Once Lin Fan was gone, Lu Yutong entered the shelter to tend to Xia Zining. As Lin Fan traversed the jungle, he kept an eye out for any familiar herbs. After half an hour, he arrived at a stream, which had become damp after 2 days of light rain. Observing his surroundings, he made his way towards the snares. After a brief walk, he came upon a patch of lush green grass and spotted several plantain leaves. He used his long knife to dig them up. Plantain can serve as both a wild vegetable and a medicinal herb, effective for coughs and colds. After gathering a few plantain leaves, Lin Fan continued towards the fissure, soon reaching a slope, which he descended. Upon arriving, he inspected the lasso and discovered it had not been triggered. However, on the ground to the left, fresh animal tracks caught his eye. Lin Fan glanced over and shifted the lasso slightly to the left before continuing along the path. After a few minutes, he stumbled upon several sprigs of verbena amidst the sparse weeds on his right, which filled him with joy as he hurried over to dig them up. Verbena, a common herb in rural areas, possesses remarkable healing properties for colds and fevers. Meanwhile, in the campsite, Lu Yutong anxiously awaited Lin Fan's return, as Xia Zining had begun to cough and her complexion had turned pale. Over an hour had passed, and still there was no sign of him. Lu Yutong gazed into the woods, murmuring to herself as she stepped into the shelter. Just then, half an hour later, Lin Fan returned, cradling a bundle in his arms. "You've returned," Lu Yutong exclaimed, rushing over. "Quickly, check on Zining. It seems to be getting worse, and she's coughing now." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan placed his findings in the shed and entered the shelter to assess Xia Zining, who now exhibited a slight cough. After examining her, he went back to the shed, rinsed the verbena in water, chopped it into segments with a long knife, and placed it in an iron pot before adding some fresh water and setting it over the campfire to boil. "What is this? Will it help Zining's illness?" Lu Yutong inquired, unable to restrain herself as she trailed behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan approached the edge of the shed, grasped a spear, and looked at Lu Yutong. "Tend to the fire. Once the water in the pot reaches a boil, remove it carefully and let it cool before giving it to her. I need to step out for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan strode toward the seaside. Lu Yutong opened her mouth to say something but hesitated, unsure of how to express her thoughts, and ultimately sat on a bench, watching the iron pot over the campfire. 6 minutes later, the water in the pot began to boil. Lu Yutong hurried over, attempting to lift the pot with her hands, only to recoil at the sudden heat. "So hot. It burns." She released her grip, blowing on her hands, nearly leaping from the pain. Looking around, she ventured into the woods, gathering a few leaves to aid her in lifting the pot. To expedite the cooling process, Lu Yutong fanned the pot with her hands and occasionally blew on it. 10 minutes later, she tested the water temperature with her fingertip, finding it no longer scalding, and gleefully retrieved the pot to the shelter. Observing the pot, she realized there was no spoon, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to administer the concoction to Xia Zining. After a moment's contemplation, she looked at Xia Zining, took a sip from the pot, leaned down, and began to feed her mouth to mouth. At that moment, Lin Fan re-entered, witnessing this scene. He paused momentarily, but said nothing, moving to the shed to retrieve the sea fish from the spear, commencing the process of gutting it and setting the entrails aside. Moments later, Lu Yutong emerged with an iron can and placed it in the shed. "Have you really caught fish so soon?" she exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the sea fish in Lin Fan's hand, given that he had only just ventured out. Lin Fan merely cast a glance at Lu Yutong without responding. He stood up, retrieved the iron can, and began to chop the fish into pieces, placing them inside the can. After pouring in a bottle of fresh water, he set the iron can over the bonfire to cook. At that moment, Lu Yutong felt a surge of irritation, for Lin Fan had treated her as though she were invisible, offering no replies to her inquiries. Chapter 19. Improvement of condition. Lu Yutong glared at Lin Fan, her expression brimming with indignation. No matter how she looked at him, he was utterly displeasing. "Hey, did you even hear what I said?" Lu Yutong shouted at Lin Fan. "Stop pretending you can't hear me." Lin Fan picked up a twig and stirred the fish meat in the iron can. Turning his head to face Lu Yutong, he replied, "So what if I heard? I have no obligation to respond to you. If you don't trust me, you can take her away from here. Lu Yutong studied Lin Fan for a moment, then lowered her tone. I haven't wronged you, have I? Is it because of what I said that day? Are you angry with me? Lin Fan smiled slightly at her words. Angry? Do you really think I would be upset over a few words? You underestimate me. I simply wish to avoid any entanglement with you. If it weren't for her illness, I wouldn't even bother with you. Why? Lu Yutong asked in confusion. Why? Lin Fan chuckled softly. There is no reason. As I said, I merely do not wish to engage with you. Soon, the fish soup in the iron can was ready. Lin Fan set the can down to cool. 10 minutes later, he entered the shelter, using a pair of chopsticks to feed fish meat to Xia Zining. After she had consumed a third of the fish, he offered her some soup, and upon drinking it, Xia Zining's complexion improved significantly. You all seem to be eating one meal and starving the next, Lin Fan remarked, observing Lu Yutong's weary appearance. If this continues, you may fall ill at any moment, and if help does not arrive, you will be left to await your demise. Lu Yutong, upon hearing this, lowered her head in contemplation. It seemed Lin Fan's words rang true. Even she felt an overwhelming fatigue and a sense of helplessness. She had thought it was merely due to exhaustion from the past few days. In the afternoon, Lin Fan prepared some ginger water for Xia Zining, which would effectively dispel the cold from her body. You should drink some too. It will be beneficial for your health. After feeding Xia Zining, he had a few sips left, and, glancing at Lu Yutong, he spoke before leaving the shelter. Lu Yutong watched Lin Fan's departing figure, then picked up the iron can and finished the remaining ginger water. As she did so, a warm sensation spread throughout her body, and her spirits lifted considerably. Time passed gradually, and 2 days later, Xia Zining's condition improved significantly. She was able to move about. During these days, Lu Yutong's perception of Lin Fan changed markedly. She realized that his actions were merely to avoid complicating matters for himself. Thank you, Xia Zining said, sitting on a stool in the shelter, watching Lin Fan cook fish soup with a grateful smile. She knew that without him, she might not have survived. Lin Fan, hearing her gratitude, replied nonchalantly, There is no need for thanks. Even for a stranger in illness, I would lend a hand. However, whether they recover or not is left to fate. I understand. Xia Zining's expression shifted as she replied, uncertain of how to converse with Lin Fan, whose tone had undergone a significant change, almost as if he wished to avoid her. In the afternoon, after the three had savored the fish soup, Xia Zining returned to the shelter for a rest. While Lu Yutong feasted on the small sea conchs she had gathered, Lin Fan ventured into the woods to inspect the snares. Upon reaching the snare, he discovered a gray creature seated on the ground and rushed over, only to find that it had ensnared a wild goat. A wild goat? Lin Fan exclaimed in delight, his heart lifting at the sight. He hurried towards it. Ba ba. The goat, noticing someone approaching, stood up bleeding, struggling to free itself from the snare. Without hesitation, Lin Fan tackled it into the underbrush, drew his long knife, and swiftly ended its suffering. Now I can indulge in a change of taste. I've grown weary of fish, he thought, gazing joyfully at the goat nestled in the grass. He quickly removed the snare and hoisted the goat onto his shoulder. It appeared to weigh around 70 to 80 pounds. Muttering to himself, Lin Fan excitedly ascended the slope, laboriously making his way back to the camp. An hour later, he finally returned, and both Lu Yutong and Xia Zining were astonished, their mouths agape at the sight of him carrying a wild goat. Wow, did you catch this? Lu Yutong exclaimed, reaching out to stroke its fur in disbelief. Is this really a goat? Lin Fan smiled faintly. This is a wild goat, caught in a snare I set a few days ago. Fetch the metal can from the seaside. I need to process it immediately. He then carried the goat to the shore, where he used his long knife to skin it. After thoroughly cleaning the hide in the seawater, he laid on a rock to dry, then removed the internal organs. Would you mind extracting the innards? Lin Fan asked Lu Yutong. I absolutely will not. It's filthy, full of dung. I can't do it. Lu Yutong retreated a few steps, visibly repulsed. Are you complaining about dirt when there is food? Do you think you can simply refuse? Lin Fan retorted, urging her, hurry up, or you can return to your friends. The mention of returning to the cave made Lu Yutong disregard her disgust. She seized the innards and began to extract them. After a few days of plentiful meals here, she was not willing to go back to the cave where food was scarce. She resolved to stay with Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled at her disdainful demeanor and began chopping the goat meat into pieces, making it convenient for grilling and cooking. Half an hour later, he had finished preparing the meat and returned to the shelter, starting with boiling the innards while grilling 3 chunks of goat meat by the campfire. After another half hour, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining eagerly devoured the grilled meat, their hunger evident in their gluttonous manner. Lin Fan consumed a portion of the innards before savoring the goat meat. A little while later, the 3 were well sated, resting on the benches. Lin Fan poured the entrails from the iron can onto a banana leaf, then placed some mutton back into the can to continue cooking. He aimed to ensure that all the meat was thoroughly cooked, for otherwise, raw flesh could easily spoil. As dusk approached, the sky was ablaze with beautiful sunset clouds, casting a crimson hue upon the surface of the sea. At that moment, Lin Fan sat alone on the beach, gazing into the depths of the ocean with his eyes gently closed. It was then that Lu Yutong and Xia Zining approached, taking their seats beside him, one on each side. "Do you think rescue will ever arrive?" Lu Yutong inquired, her gaze fixed on the sea. Lin Fan offered a bittersweet smile and shook his head. "I do not know. It has already been 10 days. Not only has there been no sign of a rescue team, but not even a glimpse of a ship. Typically, following an incident on a cruise, rescue efforts are initiated with utmost urgency. However, with 10 days having elapsed since the occurrence, Lin Fan's hopes for salvation had dwindled. Nevertheless, he remained on the shore, awaiting a miracle that might yet unfold. Chapter 20. The 2 were reluctant to return. The 3 of them lingered on the beach, engaged in light-hearted conversation, until the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, prompting their return to the campsite. Inside the shelter, the 2 women were nestled in, with Xia Zining draping a piece of clothing from the box over herself. Lin Fan reclined on a bench within the tent, covered by a goat skin, unable to sleep, his gaze fixated on the flickering flames of the campfire. The following morning, Lin Fan rose early to prepare lamb. The meat had already been cooked the previous day. He merely needed to heat it. At dawn, before the sun had risen, a hint of coolness lingered in the air. Once the lamb soup was ready, he took a few sips, warming his body. In the nearby forest, a chorus of small birds chirped incessantly, flitting about in search of insects among the trees. As the minutes passed, the sky brightened gradually, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the treetops, causing the temperature to rise slowly. At that moment, Lin Fan sat on the bench, savoring a lamb leg with great delight. Today, there was no need for him to fish. The ample supply of lamb would suffice for him and Lu Yutong for 2 to 3 days. The meat needed to be consumed quickly to prevent spoilage, for food was of utmost importance in this place. Just as Lin Fan finished gnawing on the lamb leg, Lu Yutong emerged from the shelter. "Awake?" he inquired as he set the bone aside. Lu Yutong approached and sat down, smiling. She is still asleep, but her complexion is beginning to regain its rosy hue. I believe she is recovering. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt relieved and nodded. "Since she's better, when do you plan to leave?" "Today?" Lu Yutong lowered her head, silent. She was uncertain why she felt this way. As a delicate beauty, she pondered if the man wished for her to leave because there was something amiss with her. "Let me think it over first," she suddenly declared, moving to the iron pot to grab a piece of lamb to eat. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by thinking it over? Did they intend to linger here? He felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier, as he could barely sustain himself, let alone 2 others. Half an hour later, Xia Zining also awoke. Lin Fan observed that her complexion had indeed improved significantly. "Zining, you're up. Come eat some meat," Lu Yutong exclaimed, eagerly offering her a piece. Xia Zining accepted the lamb with a smile, casting a glance at Lin Fan before sitting on the bench and slowly enjoying her meal. Lin Fan observed the 2 women for a moment before making his way to the seashore. Walking along the beach, he glanced at the coconut trees before venturing into the woods. Lu Yutong watched Lin Fan head towards the ocean and turned to Xia Zining, whispering, "Zining, do you still wish to return to the cave with Fan Ming and the others?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Zining shook her head, chuckling. "Return to the cave to await death? Staying by Lin Fan's side ensures I won't go hungry." Lu Yutong observed Xia Zining shaking her head. And with a sigh, she remarked, "You may not wish to leave, but he constantly thinks about us departing." Xia Zining looked at Lu Yutong and smiled, saying, "Sister Yutong, over these past few days, you have also gotten to know Lin Fan. Ultimately, you must discern for yourself whether it is better to be beside Lin Fan or with Fan Ming and the others." Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong pondered. With Fan Ming and his companions, aside from Fan Ming himself, none possessed the skill to forage for food, and their numbers were considerable. Even if they found something to eat, it would scarcely suffice for a day. In contrast, being alongside Lin Fan not only ensured access to food, but he also had knowledge of medicinal herbs. In the event that she were to fall ill and could not locate Lin Fan, she would truly be awaiting her demise. "So, Zining, how can we make him want to keep us here?" Lu Yutong asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Xia Zining smiled slightly. After spending some time with him, while we may not know him intimately, we understand that he is someone who responds better to gentleness than to force. If we wish to remain, it is quite simple. If we persist in staying, he will not drive us away. Lu Yutong furrowed her brow. "Are you certain this will work?" Xia Zining nodded resolutely. Seeing her confidence, Lu Yutong chose to trust her. For her own sake, she decided to remain this time. The two, having reached an agreement, joyfully headed toward the seaside. As they arrived at the beach, they spotted Lin Fan sitting beneath a coconut tree to their right, sipping from a coconut. Upon noticing them, Lin Fan gestured towards 2 coconuts on the ground, already open for drinking. "I was just thinking of bringing these to you later, yet here you are," he said with a slight smile. The two happily sat down and began to drink from the coconuts. After finishing, they dashed into the water to frolic. Lin Fan, observing their joy, felt a twinge of reluctance to let them leave. After all, having 2 stunning women nearby added a beautiful touch to the scenery. At that moment, Fan Ming approached with Zhao Bin, Lu Wei, and Zhou Tongtong. "Yutong, Zining," Fan Ming called out from a distance, noticing their merriment, and remarked that Xia Zining's illness had evidently subsided. Lin Fan glanced at the group, but chose not to engage with them. Upon hearing Fan Ming's call, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining turned around and realized they had arrived. "Sister Zining, you're better. That's wonderful," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Xia Zining with a joyful laugh. "Glad to hear it. Let us head back. Just a moment ago, I caught a wild rabbit in the underbrush with a stick. It's perfect for you to replenish your strength," Fan Ming said as he approached Xia Zining, noting her improved complexion, which now appeared more radiant and beautiful. At this juncture, Lu Yutong stepped closer to the group and declared, "Fan Ming, Tongtong, Zining and I have decided not to return with you. We wish to stay here." "What? You're not coming back with us?" The expressions of Fan Ming and the others darkened instantly upon hearing Lu Yutong's words. "Yutong, what are you thinking? Why? Is someone threatening you? Tell me, and I shall help you." Fan Ming turned his head and shot a glare at Lin Fan, then addressed Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong shook her head and replied, "Fan Ming, no one is threatening us. Zining and I have chosen to stay willingly. It has nothing to do with Lin Fan. Moreover, where we wish to go is our own affair. I merely wanted to inform you, hoping you might understand." Upon hearing this, Fan Ming felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Could it be that these 2 stunning beauties would simply leave him? Would he accept such a fate? "Yutong, please return with us. How can this place compare to the cave? What if there is a torrential downpour? Where would you seek shelter then? That makeshift refuge would collapse with a gust of wind." Fan Ming continued to speak patiently to Lu Yutong, hoping she might reconsider her decision. "Indeed, Yutong, please come back with us." Zhao Bin, observing the two, also chimed in, not wishing for these 2 alluring women to depart. "Sister Yutong." Zhou Tongtong anxiously grasped Lu Yutong's hand, uncertain of what to say. Lu Wei, watching the scene unfold, silently hoped they would choose not to return, as it would mean fewer competitors for food. Chapter 21. Parting ways. Upon hearing Lu Yutong's words, Fan Ming directed the fury in his heart towards Lin Fan, convinced that it was he who had whispered something to Lu Yutong, prompting their decision to remain here. Fan Ming turned and strode towards Lin Fan, shouting, "Hey, did you say something to them? Is that why they want to return with us?" Lin Fan, upon hearing Fan Ming's voice, turned around to face him, feeling somewhat bewildered, pondering, "Why is this my concern? I haven't said a word. In fact, I wish they would leave." He stood up, brushed the sand off his trousers, and smiled at Fan Ming. Fan Ming, seeing Lin Fan's grin, felt his anger intensify and pointed a finger at him. Do you think I would believe you? Suddenly, Lin Fan stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to Fan Ming's abdomen, sending him flying several meters with a loud cry. Mingu! Zhao Bin rushed over to assist Fan Ming as he fell. Next time you point at me, it won't simply be a kick, Lin Fan warned coldly, planting his long sword into the sand. You! Zhao Bin raised a finger to Lin Fan, but quickly withdrew it, fearing he might become the target of Lin Fan's wrath. Fan Ming, I've said it. I chose to stay here of my own volition, and where I go is none of your concern. Who are you to me? As tensions escalated, Lu Yutong hurried over and shouted at Fan Ming. We're leaving. Fan Ming shot a cold glance at Lu Yutong, clutching his stomach as he spoke to Zhao Bin, who helped him to depart slowly, with Lu Wei following closely behind. Yutong, yeah. At that moment, Zhou Tongtong found herself at a loss for what to do. Lu Yutong took her hand and smiled. Tongtong, why not stay with us? Zhou Tongtong cast a furtive glance at Lin Fan, uncertain if he would allow her to remain. Don't worry, it will be fine, Lu Yutong reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Zhou Tongtong nodded softly in response. Hey, did you all consider my opinion about staying? Lin Fan called out to Xia Zining and the others. Xia Zining lowered her head slightly, unsure of what to say, and turned her gaze towards Lu Yutong for guidance. Lu Yutong approached Lin Fan and said, with 3 stunning women choosing to stay by your side, what more could you desire? Such an opportunity is sought after by many. Lin Fan let out a wry smile. While her words held truth, the sudden addition of 3 companions felt overwhelming. Yet, given the tensions with Fan Ming, returning was not a viable option. Staying is acceptable, but I have conditions. If you do not agree, you may return where you came from, Lin Fan stated. Looking at the 3 women, Lu Yutong, intrigued, smiled at Lin Fan and asked, what conditions? Surely it isn't that you want us 3 to accompany you? Upon hearing this, Xia Zining cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yutong, pondering the audacity of her words. However, was Lin Fan's condition truly as she suggested? Lin Fan hastily waved his hands. No, how could that be? Am I such a person? My condition is simple. In the future, you must heed my instructions. For instance, if I ask you to gather firewood, you must comply. Is that all? Lu Yutong nodded in agreement. Very well, we accept your terms. Noticing Lu Yutong's swift acquiescence, Lin Fan could only nod in resignation. It seemed arduous days were on the horizon, yet the presence of 3 enchanting beauties was a consolation. Fan Ming clutched his abdomen, massaging it while muttering, damn, that rascal's kick truly hurt. Brother Ming, are you all right? Zhao Bin inquired, lowering his head to glance at Fan Ming. In response, Fan Ming shot Zhao Bin a glare. What do you think? Why didn't you step in earlier? Zhao Bin recoiled slightly. I wouldn't have been able to withstand his blows. Brother Ming, Zhou Tongtong hasn't followed us, perhaps. At that moment, Lu Wei, who walked behind, interjected. Upon hearing this, the 2 halted and turned around, discovering that Zhou Tongtong had indeed stayed behind, likely persuaded by that woman, Lu Yutong. That wretched woman Lu Yutong would eventually come to regret her decision. Forget it. Let's depart. Fan Ming glared back, turning to leave, while Zhao Bin and Lu Wei exchanged glances and followed suit. The 4 returned to the shelter, observing Zhou Tongtong ravenously devouring lamb meat, evidently having gone a long time without a hearty meal. Lin Fan, this shelter is too small. Should we not consider expanding it? Otherwise, it cannot accommodate the 3 of us. Lu Yutong approached Lin Fan and voiced her concern. After contemplating, Lin Fan replied, no need. We will move tomorrow and will not stay here any longer. Not staying here? The 3 women paused, gazing at Lin Fan in surprise. There is no fresh water here. Residing in such a place is not a long-term solution. At times, when we fish by the sea, we end up covered in seawater without any fresh water to rinse it off, which is unsustainable, Lin Fan explained to the 3. Then where shall we relocate? And what if rescue arrives and cannot find us? Xia Zining inquired, with Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong nodding in agreement with her words. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. We can seek a location with fresh water, not too far from the coast. When the time comes, we can set up a conspicuous marker by the sea, ensuring that rescuers can easily identify our presence. Lu Yutong considered Lin Fan's suggestion favorably, nodding in approval. That seems reasonable. Very well, we shall follow your lead. Lin Fan nodded. Then tonight, you shall have to make do. At noon, Lin Fan fashioned 3 fish spears and took the 3 women to the shallow waters by the sea, instructing them on how to spear fish. Indeed, to stand still and wait. When the fish swims beneath your feet, swiftly thrust down. Lin Fan observed the 3 standing in various positions and prompted them. At first, Lu Yutong stood still with a semblance of patience, but after 10 minutes, her restlessness overcame her, and she seized the harpoon to chase after the fish in the sea. Lin Fan, I've speared a fish. At that moment, Xia Zining, who stood to the left, exclaimed joyfully, raising her harpoon for Lin Fan and Zhou Tongtong to see. Upon Lin Fan's glance, indeed, a fish lay impaled upon the harpoon. As afternoon approached, the sun blazed fiercely, compelling the 4 to retreat into the shelter for respite from its rays. By the way, Lin Fan, what was the name of that herb you cooked for Zining the other day? It was quite delectable, Lu Yutong suddenly inquired of Lin Fan. With a slight smile, Lin Fan replied, that is called planago, a type of wild vegetable, also regarded as a medicinal herb. Wild vegetable? Lu Yutong's eyes brightened at the thought. I adore it. Why don't we go gather some to cook? What do you think? I too found it enjoyable, though it was rather bland, lacking any saltiness. Xia Zining chimed in with a smile. Lin Fan regarded the two with amusement, stating, planago typically grows in grassy areas, but there are none nearby. Perhaps in a couple of days, if you wish to have some, I can search for it. As night fell, the 3 women nestled together in the shelter for sleep, while Lin Fan sat by the campfire, contemplating the best direction for their move the following day. Chapter 22. Seeking a new camp the following morning. Lin Fan prepared lamb, while Lu Yutong and the others emerged from their shelter. After half an hour, the 4 had satisfied their hunger and began packing their belongings. They made their way to the shoreline, following the coastline as they descended. Lin Fan led the way, with Lu Yutong and the others trailing behind, taking turns dragging a black suitcase. Soon, they reached the edge of a cliff. To proceed, they would need to venture into the woods to find a detour. Lin Fan drew his long knife and entered the thicket, clearing a path by chopping down the branches before him, all the while remaining vigilant for any signs of danger, as the woods could conceal venomous snakes. After more than half an hour of trekking, they finally emerged from the forest onto another stretch of coastline. Wow, look over there. There are 2 small islands. Suddenly, Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, pointing ahead. The others quickly turned their gaze, and indeed, 2 small islands could be seen in the deep sea. Let us go and take a look, Lin Fan suggested, moving forward. He noticed that the beach here was significantly broader and dotted with numerous rocks. A few minutes later, they arrived at a bend, gazing out at the 2 islands from the expanse of the deep sea. The islands appeared rather small and were separated from each other, each adorned with an abundance of trees. Lin Fan assessed the distance from the shore to the islands, estimating it to be merely a few hundred meters. However, without a boat, reaching the islands was impossible. The waters in that stretch were deep, and the possibility of encountering sharks loomed. Let us head up and explore. Lin Fan turned to the 3 women and said. As they walked further, the coastline narrowed increasingly. After a 10-minute trek, they arrived at a large indentation where water flowed towards the ocean, revealing a river. The banks of the river were lined with various trees, some of which had exposed, winding roots that twisted and intertwined. Lin Fan raised his gaze to survey the surroundings. This was indeed the end of their path, and proceeding further was out of the question. We should return to the previous spot and enter the woods from there, he suggested. The 3 women nodded in agreement and turned back to retrace their steps. Before long, they reached the edge of the woods, and Lin Fan entered, knife in hand. Within the forest, the ground was littered with dead branches and leaves, crunching underfoot and occasionally snapping with a sound reminiscent of breaking twigs. After half an hour, they finally emerged from the woods onto an uneven grassy expanse. Ahead, several peaks loomed majestically, and crossing this grassland would lead them to the foot of the mountains. Hey, Lin Fan, isn't this the wild vegetable you mentioned, planago? Lu Yutong suddenly dashed forward and squatted down, joyfully pointing at a plantago growing on the grassland. Lin Fan approached, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, "Indeed, that's it. Shall we dig it up? This grassland is so vast. There must be many of these wild vegetables," Lu Yutong remarked, smiling at Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan shook his head and remarked, "Our primary objective now is to find a place to settle down before we commence our excavation." Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong stood up and nodded, saying, "You are absolutely right, but where shall we search? We have already traveled quite a distance." Lin Fan turned his head and pointed, "Let us head towards a mountain peak. If we can locate fresh water, we can establish ourselves there." "Then let us proceed," Lu Yutong exclaimed, taking the suitcase from Xia Zining and setting off in the direction of the mountain peak. Lin Fan and Xia Zining exchanged a smile and followed suit, while Zhou Tongtong curiously observed her surroundings as they walked. Along the way, Lin Fan discovered several small burrows in the grassy terrain, some of which were surrounded by fresh earth, indicating the presence of numerous wild rabbits or other small creatures. After a brief walk of 10 minutes, they arrived at a slope. Descending the slope and proceeding forward for about 100 meters would lead them to the foot of the mountain. As they descended the slope and advanced, they soon entered a small thicket. Upon entering, the chirping of birds filled the air, and Lin Fan spotted a few squirrels playfully leaping among the branches, only to quickly hide away moments later. "Wow, those squirrels were so adorable," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a pine tree. Before long, the four of them emerged from the thicket to find themselves at the base of two caves, which are separated by several dozen meters, with a patch of weeds in between. Lin Fan approached to take a closer look and discovered a valley nestled between the two peaks. "Let us venture inside," Lin Fan suggested to the three ladies as he moved forward. Shortly after entering, they encountered a thicket of thorny bushes on the left, adorned with a variety of colorful flowers. Lu Yutong set down the suitcase and, along with Zhou Tongtong, rushed over, with Xia Zining following closely behind. Indeed, beautiful women have a penchant for flowers. "Ah, a snake!" Zhou Tongtong suddenly shouted, retreating in alarm and pointing at a brilliantly colored snake entwined in the branches of the bushes. Lu Yutong and Xia Zining quickly distanced themselves, while Lin Fan, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over. Upon reaching the thicket and examining the situation, Lin Fan's anxiety dissipated as he realized it was merely a corn snake, which is non-venomous. "Fear not. This is a corn snake, completely harmless," Lin Fan reassured the three ladies with a smile. As the saying goes, 1 mile of corn snake, 10 miles of harmless snakes. This is precisely what they refer to. Let's continue. With Lin Fan's words calming their nerves, the three women promptly followed him out. As they ventured further in, Lin Fan took in the majestic scenery around them. The two peaks towered impressively, reaching heights of 1,000 meters, with numerous stone columns rising in various places. After walking for several minutes, a sudden sound of flowing water captured Lin Fan's attention. Delighted by the sound, he hurried towards its source, with the three ladies quickly trailing behind. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the source of the sound, where he beheld water flowing from the mountain's body, cascading down into a small pool, producing a gentle murmur. The water in the pool was crystal clear, and it flowed downstream, forming a delicate brook that wound its way through a thicket of weeds. The place from which the water emerged was quite peculiar, resembling a hole in the mountainside from which the liquid flowed forth. Xia Zining raised her head and murmured. Lin Fan chuckled softly, crouched down, dipped his finger into the water of the small pool, and tasted it with his tongue. Indeed, it was fresh water. With a sense of joy, Lin Fan stood up and laughed. He then wandered to the left and soon found himself on a grassy expanse covering several hundred square meters, perfectly level, surrounded only by a few wild plants. Looking ahead, he noticed that the terrain extended inward where not far away. The foot of the mountains was met by a vast forest, clearly visible. "Shall we settle here?" Xia Zining inquired as she approached Lin Fan. He smiled and nodded, saying, "This place is splendid, with a beautiful view. Let's make it our home." Chapter 23. Constructing the cabin at noon. Lin Fan opened the box and took out the remaining 7 or 8 pounds of mutton, placing it into a metal pot to heat. After approximately 10 minutes, the mutton was ready, and the four of them sat on the grass to indulge in it. Lin Fan, why does this mutton seem to taste a bit different? Xia Zining remarked after taking a bite, sensing a slight alteration in flavor compared to the previous day. Is it still edible? Lu Yutong inquired, glancing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan also sampled a piece and nodded slightly. It's nothing serious, just a minor spoilage. Feel free to eat. Reassured by Lin Fan's words, the three women continued to eat without concern. Once satiated, Lin Fan led them about 50 to 60 meters into the woods to prepare for chopping down trees, intending to build a wooden cabin on the grass. As Lin Fan's long knife was ill-suited for larger trees, he opted for those of a manageable girth. With a powerful swing, the knife severed the trunks with ease, showcasing its remarkable sharpness, far exceeding Lin Fan's expectations. In just a matter of minutes, dozens of logs lay piled on the grass, while the three women were tasked with dragging the felled trees to the designated area. Next, Lin Fan stripped the branches from the logs, shaping them into usable timber. Xia Zining and the others diligently transported the wood to the spot where they had previously cooked the mutton. Lin Fan continued deeper into the woods, felling more trees, and cut down several vines entwined around the trunks, setting them aside for potential use as rope. Suddenly, Lin Fan stumbled upon a pile of grass in the underbrush that seemed to conceal something. Curiously, he approached. Wild chicken eggs? Ha ha, what a treasure! Upon discovering the trove of wild chicken eggs nestled within the hay, Lin Fan beamed with joy. The wild eggs were slightly smaller than those from domesticated hens. A muted green hue, yet they were far more flavorful and nutritious. Squatting down, Lin Fan counted the eggs and was delighted to find a total of 14, with a few feathers scattered around, indicating that the wild hen had ventured out to forage. Quickly, he lifted his shirt to gather the eggs, placing them carefully inside before exiting the woods. Lin Fan, why are you lifting your shirt? Showing off your physique? Lu Yutong approached just in time to witness Lin Fan emerging with his shirt raised, revealing his well-defined muscles. Lin Fan, glancing at Lu Yutong, jested, "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Lu Yutong deliberately glanced over, smiling slightly. Quite impressive. You could be a male model. Isn't that obvious? Lin Fan chuckled, "Look what I found." Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong stepped closer, peering into Lin Fan's shirt, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the wild chicken eggs. Eggs? Where did you find those? I found them in the woods, of course. These are wild chicken eggs, packed with nutrients. Quick, give them to me. Lu Yutong exclaimed eagerly, extending her hands to take them, but Lin Fan deftly sidestepped, wary of her potentially damaging the delicate eggs. What's the rush? What if you ruin it? Lin Fan quickly asked Lu Yutong. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Yutong hastily lifted her clothing, revealing her snowy white belly, and exclaimed, "Come, if you place it here, it won't spoil." Observing this, Lin Fan could only deposit the wild chicken eggs one by one into Lu Yutong's garment, stating, "Just place them on the grass." Delighted by the sight of the wild chicken eggs nestled in her clothes, Lu Yutong turned with glee and dashed off. Lin Fan, shaking his head in resignation, ventured into the woods to drag out the felled timber. Soon, Zhou Tong Tong arrived alone to assist him. "Tong Tong, where are the others? Why didn't they come?" Lin Fan inquired. "They discovered some of those wild vegetables you mentioned by the meadow and went to dig them up." Zhou Tong Tong replied with a smile, before departing with a piece of wood in hand. After whittling the branches into smaller pieces, he set them aside to dry, intending to use them as firewood later, and then carried several logs away. Upon returning to the meadow, he spotted Xia Zining and Lu Yutong returning with an assortment of plantain leaves. "Lin Fan, look, we gathered so many wild vegetables," Xia Zining exclaimed, jogging over with a smile. Lin Fan responded with a grin, "Excellent, set them aside for cooking tonight." Hearing this, Xia Zining happily placed the plantain leaves beside the box. Lin Fan then chose a suitable spot on the grass, scraped the ground lightly with the tip of his knife, and lifted a small patch of turf. Using 4 pieces of wood, he fashioned 4 small spades, which were merely sharpened wooden pieces. He then instructed the 3 girls on how to use them and how to dig holes in the ground. Use this to dig, loosen the soil, and then you can simply scoop it out with your hands, Lin Fan explained as he handed the small spades to the 3 girls. Fortunately, the holes needed were not large, just enough for one hand to fit, and with the recent rain, the soil was slightly moist, making it easier to excavate. How deep should we dig? Lu Yutong called out to Lin Fan. Dig to about halfway down the spade, Lin Fan replied, glancing at her. The spades measured over 1/2 meter, so a depth equal to the length of the spade would suffice. After about 10 minutes, 6 holes were finally completed. Lin Fan began to plant the tree stumps, selecting 6 relatively large and straight logs for this purpose. Once the stumps were in place, he laid a horizontal log across the center and secured it with vines. This wooden structure was rectangular, measuring 7 meters in length and 3 meters in width. It was merely a temporary shelter, as constructing a larger wooden house would require several days, and there was no place to sleep tonight. After binding several logs together, he left a 1-meter-wide gap in the center to serve as an entrance. Lin Fan then called the 3 girls over to teach them how to secure the logs. Like this, force the pointed end into the ground. Once it's secure, bind it with the vines to this log. Lin Fan held a piece of timber and demonstrated to them precisely how it should be done. The techniques were visually apparent, requiring little explanation. It was merely a matter of binding the wood securely around the tree stump in a circle. After witnessing Lin Fan's demonstration, the 3 women began to work diligently. Indeed, after just one glance, they had mastered the task. Observing their earnest efforts, Lin Fan smiled faintly, took up his long knife, and departed from the valley. Making his way outward, 10 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the thicket of brambles, venturing deeper within. Soon, he found himself amidst a patch of grass that towered over him. This vegetation was remarkably lush, yet its hue appeared somewhat off, reminiscent of dried foliage. Paying little mind to these peculiarities, Lin Fan unsheathed his long knife, bent slightly, and commenced his task of harvesting the grass. Chapter 24. Almost a kiss. Lin Fan bent down to gather the weeds, and before long, he had amassed a considerable pile. He then began to lift the bundle and made his way toward the valley. What could he possibly be doing with all those weeds? Xia Zining turned her head to see Lin Fan returning with his arms full of foliage. I'm not sure. You could always ask him. Lu Yutong replied with a shake of her head. Soon, Lin Fan returned to the grassy area, placing the weeds down to spread and dry. Lin Fan, why did you bring back so many weeds? Lu Yutong inquired. Lin Fan clapped his hands and grinned. Of course, it served a purpose, hee. Although the sun shone brightly in the valley, Lin Fan and Xia Zining felt little heat. They worked diligently without breaking a sweat. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, Lu Yutong refrained from pressing further and continued with her tasks, while Lin Fan ventured out once more. Half an hour later, a substantial heap of weeds lay on the grass. By this time, Xia Zining and the others had encircled a tree stump, leaving an entrance. The little wooden house was nearly complete. Only the roof remained to be sealed. Yutong, you and Tong Tong should gather firewood from the forest. I can manage the roof with Zining's help, Lin Fan said, surveying the wooden structure with satisfaction before addressing Lu Yutong and Zhou Tong Tong. Lu Yutong nodded and led Zhou Tong Tong toward the woods. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Xia Zining began to construct the roof. After securing the framework, Lin Fan started placing the weeds atop. After over half an hour, the roof was finally finished, utilizing more than half of the weeds he had collected. Lin Fan stepped inside the little wooden house, noting the dim interior due to insufficient lighting, with only the light from the entrance illuminating the space. He had divided the house into 2 rooms, one on the left for himself and the other on the right for Xia Zining and her companions. It looks rather good, he remarked with a chuckle as Xia Zining entered, glancing around with a smile. Turning to Xia Zining, Lin Fan said, This is merely a temporary shelter. Convenient for us to stay in tonight. Xia Zining nodded with a smile, looking at Lin Fan. How do you know all this? Building a wooden house, recognizing wild vegetables, fishing, foraging for herbs? Lin Fan gazed at the enchanting Xia Zining and replied with a smile. Do you believe me if I say I'm from the countryside? Xia Zining gently nodded. Ido. But not many from the countryside are as tall as you and somewhat handsome. Lin Fan took a couple of steps forward, standing before her, slightly lowering his head to meet her gaze, and whispered, Do you think I'm handsome? Did I manage to impress you? Xia Zining looked into Lin Fan's eyes, and upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed slightly, enhancing her already captivating beauty. Lin Fan gazed at the enchanting Xia Zining, feeling a fervent blaze ignite within his heart. Slowly, he leaned closer, while Xia Zining, her eyes glazed with a dreamy haze, watched him approach. Her eyelids gradually fluttered shut. "Where's everyone gone?" Suddenly, Lu Yutong's voice echoed from outside, startling Xia Zining awake. She quickly touched her face with both hands and stepped outside. Lin Fan, observing her retreating figure, smirked mischievously and followed her out. "What were you two doing inside?" Lu Yutong inquired as she watched them emerge from the wooden cabin. "We just finished setting it up and wanted to take a look," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "It looks quite nice," Lu Yutong remarked, glancing at the roof and nodding in approval. "It's not yet completed. We still need a bit more help," Lin Fan added, moving towards the weeds and gathering some. He then filled the gaps between the wooden planks with the weeds, while Xia Zining and the others tightly secured them against the wooden wall with vines, ensuring that even a strong wind at night would not penetrate. "Tong Tong, take the iron can and fill it with water from the pool. Then place it over the bonfire to boil." After arranging the weeds, Lin Fan instructed Zhou Tong Tong. "Alricht, Fan Ye." She replied with a bright smile before dashing to the bonfire and picking up the iron can to head towards the pool. By this time, a hint of red had appeared in the sky, signaling the arrival of the fiery clouds, which also indicated that nightfall was imminent. "You two should bring some weeds into the right side. From now on, the three of you will reside there, while I will occupy the left side alone," Lin Fan stated, glancing at Xia Zining and Lu Yutong. "Why are we bringing these weeds inside?" Lu Yutong asked, puzzled, with Xia Zining also looking at Lin Fan. "Do you intend to sleep on the grass? You'll freeze to death at night. The weeds will serve as insulation," Lin Fan explained to them. "Oh, I understand now. How did I not think of that?" Lu Yutong exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened, nodding eagerly before she and Xia Zining carried the weeds into the wooden cabin. Lin Fan entered his designated room, and with a small wooden shovel, he dug a shallow pit in the left corner, then stepped out to gather some firewood. When he finished digging, he emerged to find that Xia Zining and Lu Yutong had nearly cleared the grass from the ground, moving it all into their room. "Hey, don't take them all. Leave some for me. You've already gathered enough." Lin Fan hurriedly approached them. "Isn't more supposed to mean more warmth?" Lu Yutong remarked, clutching a bundle of weeds. Lin Fan sighed with a wry smile. "While that is true, I need some too. Let us move these into my room. If you wish for more, you can always collect more tomorrow. There are plenty of weeds available over there." Lu Yutong nodded in response. "All right then." With that, she carried the weeds into Lin Fan's sleeping quarters, followed closely by Xia Zining. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the water in the iron can began to boil. Xia Zining returned with the wild herbs, meticulously washed, ready to be boiled in the iron can. Once Lin Fan had crafted 4 pairs of chopsticks from straight branch. The plantain had ripened. "Lin Fan, why haven't the wild chicken eggs been boiled?" Lu Yutong inquired, glancing at the iron can. "Ah, let's first savor the plantain, and then we shall boil the wild chicken eggs," Lin Fan replied, handing the chopsticks to Xia Zining. Before long, the 4 of them gathered around the campfire, wielding their chopsticks as they feasted on the plantain, disregarding any concerns about saliva. Once they finished, Lin Fan placed 8 wild chicken eggs into the pot to continue boiling, reserving 6 for tomorrow. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, some of the eggshells began to crack. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan skillfully extracted the eggs using his chopsticks and set them upon the grass. "Wow, that's hot." Suddenly, Lu Yutong attempted to pick up one of the wild chicken eggs to eat. As she grasped one, she was scalded and quickly set it down. "Hey, why the rush? Let them cool for a moment before eating." Lin Fan chuckled at Lu Yutong's reaction. She shot him a playful glare, raising her burnt finger to her lips to blow on it, her eyes still fixed on the wild chicken eggs resting on the grass. Chapter 25. The Perilous Waves. Observing Lu Yutong's impatient demeanor, Lin Fan chuckled softly and divided the 8 wild chicken eggs, distributing 2 to each individual. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet. Lin Fan moved the bonfire into the pit within his room. With the fire ignited, the room was instantly illuminated, and the temperature gradually began to rise. Lin Fan cleared the weeds and laid them flat before reclining, draping the wild goat skin over himself. Lin Fan, we need to start a bonfire over here. It's rather chilly, Xia Zining whispered as she entered. All right, we just need to move 2 pieces of wood over, Lin Fan responded with a smile, promptly rising to grasp 2 half-burned logs from the pit and walking to the right. Xia Zining followed, clutching some firewood beside the bonfire. After placing the burning logs on the ground, he took the firewood from Xia Zining and added it to the fire. Be careful not to set the wooden cabin ablaze, Lin Fan cautioned as he stoked the flames, addressing the 3 women. How could we possibly ignite the cabin? Don't worry, Lu Yutong replied with a smile. Squatting down to observe the bonfire, Lin Fan surveyed the arrangement of the weeds in the room, which appeared satisfactory, glanced at Xia Zining, then returned to his own chamber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Fan was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of chirping birds outside. Reluctantly, he rose, added some twigs to the fire, and stepped outside. As he emerged, he felt a refreshing chill in the air. Glancing around, he noticed a delicate mist hovering over the nearby peaks, shrouding their summits. Lin Fan arranged the firewood on the grass before returning to his room to extract the bonfire from the pit. He then took an iron can and walked approximately 30 meters to a water pool to fill it with water. Upon his return, he spotted Xia Zining crouched beside the bonfire, adding logs to the flames. You're up early. The sun has barely begun to rise, Lin Fan remarked with a smile as he approached her, placing the iron can on the grass. He arranged the wood into a crisscross shape and set the iron can atop it, igniting a fire beneath. Xia Zining turned to him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Were you also awakened by the little birds? Lin Fan chuckled and nodded. Indeed, they were incessantly chirping over in the woods. I'm going to wash my face. I must look dreadful right now, Xia Zining said suddenly, rising and dashing towards the water pool. Lin Fan watched her graceful figure with a smile before entering his room to retrieve the 6 wild chicken eggs and making his way to the water pool. Upon arriving, he found Xia Zining had already washed her face. The morning spring water was a tad chilly, and after her wash, her complexion bore a slight rosy hue. Even without the embellishment of cosmetics, her skin, as pure as jade, remained flawlessly delicate and enchanting. Finished washing, Lin Fan approached Xia Zining, gazing at her face with a gentle smile. Xia Zining gazed at Lin Fan, slightly bowing her head with a smile before making her way towards the campfire. Lin Fan moved a little closer to the pool, washed 6 wild chicken eggs thoroughly, and then returned with them. Upon arriving at the campfire, he placed the eggs into an iron pot. At that moment, Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong also rose and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Oh, Lin Fan, you're up so early to prepare breakfast? That's wonderful, Lu Yutong exclaimed as she spotted Lin Fan squatting beside the fire. Fan Yi, Zhou Tongtong joyfully approached and called out to him, to which Lin Fan responded with a smile and a nod. Shortly after, Xia Zining returned with some plant and herbs, having cleaned them before adding them to the pot. For breakfast, each person received 1 wild chicken egg, while Zhou Tongtong and Xia Zining shared 2. Where are we going? Lu Yutong inquired after they finished eating. Lin Fan looked around, pondered for a moment, and replied, This morning, let us venture to the seaside, and we shall return in the afternoon. By now, the sun had risen, casting rays of light into the valley. The 4 of them tidied up briefly, filled 2 bottles with spring water, and set off towards the valley's edge. The scenery along the way was enchanting. Lin Fan and the others spotted several wild rabbits hopping in the nearby grass, along with some small creatures resembling mice scurrying across the meadow, while an eagle circled gracefully in the sky. After an hour's walk, they emerged from the woods to find themselves at the beach, where they decided to take a moment to rest on the sand. The sound of crashing waves filled the air, a thunderous rhythm of water tumbling onto the shore. Zining, Tongtong, come on, let's go play in the water. Lu Yutong suddenly jumped to her feet and cheerfully called to the others, removing her shoes to reveal her delicate feet as she dashed towards the sea. Xia Zining and Zhou Tongtong quickly followed suit. Hey, we can't go there now. What if you get swept away? It would be disastrous, Lin Fan exclaimed, springing to his feet and running after them. The waves crashing on the beach were powerful and swift, towering as high as 3 or 4 meters. capable of dragging a person into the deep sea where no one could rescue them. Wow, this is so much fun. Ah, Yutong, don't splash me. My clothes are soaked. At that moment, a towering wave, towering 5 or 6 meters high, surged towards them. The three were blissfully engaged in their play, oblivious to the impending danger. Zening, Yutong, come back. Quickly. A giant wave is coming. Lin Fan shouted as he rushed towards them. Hearing his voice, only Xia Zening turned to glance at the deep sea, while Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong remained with their backs to it. Upon seeing the colossal wave approaching, towering like a 2-story building, Xia Zening's expression shifted dramatically. Yutong, Tongtong, run, she yelled, sprinting towards them and grabbing their hands in an attempt to flee towards the shore. However, the massive wave had already arrived. Before they could escape far, it crashed down upon them. Yutong, as Xia Ziqing slipped and raised her head to shout at Lu Yutong. A sudden wave surged forth, engulfing Xia Ziqing in the sands. Ziqing, Lu Yutong exclaimed in alarm. Just as she contemplated rushing back to rescue Xia Ziqing, a figure darted past her. You must leave this place at once, Lin Fan shouted, plunging into the ocean. Fortunately, Xia Ziqing was clinging tightly to the ground, not swept away too far, and Lin Fan managed to grasp her with one hand. At that moment, another colossal wave rushed toward them. Lin Fan's expression shifted drastically as he realized that if this wave struck, their fate would be sealed. Run, Lin Fan bellowed at Xia Ziqing, seizing her hand and sprinting toward the shore. Suddenly, Xia Ziqing collapsed to her knees. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan had no choice but to scoop her up and continue running. Thankfully, as the massive wave crashed down, Lin Fan and Xia Ziqing had already escaped the perilous zone and reached the safety of the beach. After placing Xia Ziqing on the ground, Lin Fan sank to the sand, panting heavily. Chapter 26. Mangrove's Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong, upon spotting the two individuals, hurried over. Zening, are you all right? Lu Yutong exclaimed anxiously as she rushed to Xia Zening's side, helping her up. I'm fine, Xia Zening replied with a faint shake of her head, resting her head gently on Lu Yutong's shoulder. Tongtong, come over and assist in helping Zening to the side, she called out to Zhou Tongtong. The two girls supported Xia Zening back to the edge of the forest, where they settled in a small clearing. Lin Fan glanced towards the vast ocean before rising and walking towards the woods. After resting for half an hour, Xia Zening's complexion had improved slightly. She approached Lin Fan and softly said, Lin Fan, I am sorry. Lin Fan shook his head, replying, there's no need for apologies. I understand it was unintentional. However, do exercise caution next time, as life is precious and fleeting. At that moment, the waves on the sea had gradually receded, transforming from a tumultuous force into a serene calm. The tide is retreating now. You all may go and play, Lin Fan said, turning to smile at the three girls. Come on, Zening, Lu Yutong said cheerfully, taking her hand and running towards the beach, with Zhou Tongtong following closely behind. Observing the trio's retreating figures, Lin Fan smiled faintly. It was a natural inclination for every woman to revel in playfulness, especially on such a beautiful beach. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings before standing up and walking towards a bend in the path. Soon, he arrived at the edge. As he gazed at the intricate network of tree roots, he recalled a documentary he had seen about the animal kingdom, where such a landscape was referred to as a mangrove, teeming with crabs beneath the soil. Yutongya. Look, I caught a large conch. It was hiding in the crevice of a rock, and I managed to extract it, Zhou Tongtong exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Zening, let us search for more. Standing still, Lin Fan could still hear the lively chatter of Zhou Tongtong and Lu Yutong. Casting a glance towards Xia Zening, he turned his gaze downward at the mangroves. With the tide receding, a vast expanse of land had emerged, dotted with puddles and interspersed with tree roots. Lin Fan removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs, leaping down a gentle slope of just over a meter, landing on the muddy ground. He slowly ventured out, making his way into the mangrove, only to find the terrain growing increasingly difficult. Before long, half of his foot was nearly submerged up to his knee. There are indeed crabs, Lin Fan exclaimed as he spotted a hole. He plunged his hands into the mud and unearthed a crab. Holding it up, he noted its impressive size. If he could catch a few more, they would suffice for a meal for the four of them. However, lacking any means to carry the crabs, he decided to return to the shore. Lin Fan, look, he caught several large conchs and even octopus. Hee. Lu Yutong shouted excitedly, raising the fish trap she had taken to show him as he approached. Lin Fan smiled gently and nodded. Continue. What we shall have for lunch now rests in your capable hands. Having spoken, he ventured into the woods, where he gathered a few branches and peeled some bark, preparing to craft a fish trap to catch crabs. Outside, the sound of laughter from the three girls echoed, as it seemed that after the tide receded, a plethora of seafood had found refuge among the crevices of the rocks. This time, Lin Fan fashioned a long fish trap, measuring 1/2 meter in length and circular in shape, secured with several sturdy branches and encircled with the bark. Remarkably, he completed the trap in less than half an hour and even took the extra step to create a lid to seal its opening. Once the fish trap was finished, he made his way toward the mangroves. At that moment, Fan Ming, Zhao Bin, and Lu Wei emerged from the cluster of rocks. Fan Ming exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Bin, who understood and nodded, heading towards the woods. A few minutes later, Zhao Bin dashed out from the trees, shouting, "Brother Ming, something's wrong. Brother Ming." Upon hearing this, Fan Ming's expression darkened, and he replied in a grave tone, "I am fine. Speak quickly, what is it? Why the commotion?" Even Lu Wei looked on in confusion at Zhao Bin's frantic demeanor. Zhao Bin rushed to Fan Ming's side and pointed towards the woods, saying, "Brother Ming, there is no one in the woods, and the shelter has been dismantled. They have left, and we do not know where they have gone." Hastily, Fan Ming sprinted towards the woods, with Zhao Bin and Lu Wei following closely behind. As they entered the clearing within the woods, they discovered that the shelter had indeed been torn down, and the remnants of charcoal on the ground were still fresh, indicating a recent departure. Observing the scene, Fan Ming's countenance grew even darker as he muttered, "That scoundrel! He has fled with 3 beauties, seeking to indulge alone. Brother Ming, why don't we stay here? It is far more convenient than residing in a cave," suggested Zhao Bin, glancing around. This location was in close proximity to the rocky outcrops, allowing for easy access to seafood without the need for an arduous trek of over an hour. Fan Ming approached the remnants of the shelter, took a look around, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this place is quite suitable. Let us settle here. We shall tidy up a bit." With that, the 3 of them began to clear the branches scattered across the clearing. In the mangroves, Lin Fan had just emerged, his clothes caked in mud, cradling the fish trap in his arms, a smile playing upon his lips. Evidently, he had gathered a considerable bounty. Upon returning to the woods, he found Xia Zining and the others seated in a shaded spot, where the foliage was dense enough to block out the sunlight. "Lin Fan, how did you manage to get yourself covered in mud?" Xia Zining exclaimed, turning as she saw Lin Fan approach, looking like a mud statue. "What do you have in your hands?" Lu Yutong inquired, eyeing the fish trap Lin Fan held. Lin Fan set the trap down and replied, "This is a fish trap. I will wash off the mud first, and then we shall head back to the valley." With that, he turned and walked toward the sea. After about 10 minutes, Lin Fan returned. "Lin Fan, look, we found 2 mineral water bottles, and one of them is a large one," Lu Yutong exclaimed, holding up one big and one small bottle with a smile. Gazing at the 2 mineral water bottles, Lin Fan was suddenly struck by a thought: sea salt. If one were to evaporate seawater, white crystals would emerge, and those crystalline formations would be sea salt. However, sea salt is not fit for direct consumption due to its numerous impurities. Nevertheless, it can be utilized for preserving food. Should they manage to capture a larger creature, such as a wild goat, sea salt would serve well for curing it. Additionally, a pinch could enhance the flavor of dishes when cooking, consumed occasionally without consequence. With this realization, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement and turned to Lu Yutong with a smile. "Take the mineral water bottles to the seaside, fill them with water. In return, we must head back to the valley." "What purpose does collecting seawater serve?" "It cannot be consumed," Lu Yutong queried, puzzled. "Why question so much?" Lin Fan replied, "Hurry back, and do bring along the 2 mineral water bottles we brought." Chapter 27. The making of sea salt upon returning to the valley. The first task was to cook the large sea snails and 2 octopuses. Lin Fan, where should I put these crabs? Asked Xia Zining, holding a bundle of 8 green crabs tied with tree bark. Lin Fan replied, "You keep an eye on the iron pot while I find a suitable place for them." With that, he took the crabs and placed them in a small puddle beside the creek, a spot he had excavated shortly after arriving back in the valley. He also placed the long fish trap there, which was filled to the brim with crabs. By the time the seafood was cooked, it was already afternoon. The 4 of them sat on the grass, enjoying the sea snails. Lin Fan used a wooden skewer to pierce the snail meat, slowly twisting it out. Once the flesh was freed, he took a hearty bite. "Lin Fan, you didn't remove the bile from the snail before eating?" Lu Yutong exclaimed, observing his method. Lin Fan leisurely swallowed the snail meat and smiled at her, saying, "The bile is edible, but one should not consume too much." Meanwhile, Zhou Tongtong was savoring a piece of octopus on the side. After about 10 minutes, the 3 women, having had their fill, retreated into the wooden house to rest. Lin Fan cleaned the iron pot by the water's edge and then dug a hole in the grass, creating a small passageway behind it. He then started a fire within the hole and placed the iron pot on top, allowing steam to escape through the small opening. This was Lin Fan's makeshift stove, ensuring that he wouldn't need anyone to watch over the pot during cooking. After a while, Lin Fan fetched a mineral water bottle and poured the seawater into the iron pot, adding firewood to intensify the flames. Within 2 minutes, the seawater began to boil vigorously. Approximately half an hour later, the water in the pot had evaporated, leaving behind a layer of white crystals. "Is this sea salt?" Lin Fan quickly removed the pot from the heat and set on the grass, using a stick to scrape the salt apart. "What are you up to?" At that moment, the 3 women emerged from the wooden house. Seeing Lin Fan's joyful demeanor, Lu Yutong asked curiously, "Just making sea salt," he replied with a slight smile. "Making sea salt?" The 3 women approached, bending over to observe the white crystals in the pot, their expressions revealing surprise. "Lin Fan, is this really sea salt?" Xia Zining inquired, glancing at the pot before looking up at him. "Can we eat it?" Lin Fan smiled at Xia Zining and, as his gaze inadvertently lingered on her chest for a moment, he quickly turned away, clearing his throat. "Ahem, it's quite white. I mean, sea salt isn't consumed like regular table salt." When he looked at Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong, he found their chests similarly presented, causing him to swallow hard. The 3 women were all bending forward, their necklines slightly low, revealing more than he intended to see. Upon hearing his words, Xia Zining looked at Lin Fan and noticed his bashfulness, leading her to glance down as well. Upon discovering her bosom exposed, she quickly stood up, covering herself with her hands, and pulled Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong to their feet. "What is the matter?" Lu Yutong inquired, glancing at Xia Zining. Xia Zining pointed to her chest, her complexion slightly flushed. Lu Yutong glanced at herself, then at Lin Fan, and chuckled, "Lin Fan, let us take a stroll nearby." With that, she took Xia Zining and Zhou Tongtong by the hands and headed into the valley. "Hey, be careful. You haven't been there before," Lin Fan called after the 3. As they walked through the overgrown grass, they ventured deeper, pausing intermittently. "Sister Yutong, aren't you angry?" Xia Zining finally couldn't hold back her question. Lu Yutong replied with a faint smile, "Angry? Do we have the right to be here?" Xia Zining and Zhou Tongtong exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unable to grasp Lu Yutong's meaning. "Sister Yutong, I don't quite understand what you mean," Xia Zining murmured softly. Lu Yutong slowly sat down on a mound of earth and gazed at the 2, saying, "Here, if you do not rely on anyone. How long do you think you could survive?" The moment the words left her lips, their expressions shifted. The idea of surviving alone on this deserted island had never crossed their minds. But now, contemplating their chances, how long could they last? A day? 3 days? Or perhaps 10? First, the temperature difference at night was significant. It often dipped to 7 or 8 degrees. Without a fire, they might not last 3 days. As for food, they were utterly ignorant. "Sister Yutong, if I don't rely on anyone, I probably won't make it to the 2nd day," Zhou Tongtong confessed. Looking at Lu Yutong, Xia Zining nodded with a wry smile. "Indeed, if we don't depend on anyone, we might not survive 3 days unless a miracle occurs." "A miracle?" Lu Yutong cast a deep glance at Xia Zining. "Do you believe a miracle will happen?" Hearing this, Xia Zining shook her head with a bitter smile. This was a deserted island, and the chances of a miracle were virtually non-existent. Moreover, more than 10 days had passed without a sign of rescue. She had lost all hope for salvation. Now, nearly half a month had elapsed without any sign of rescue, which surely meant they would not come. Thus, as long as they survived, there remained a chance to leave this place and return home. Lu Yutong's expression darkened as she gazed at the sky and murmured. Sister Yutong Zhou Tong Tong reached out, entwining her arm with hers, fear evident on her face. Do not worry. As long as we survive, there is hope for our return. Let us go see what lies ahead. Lu Yutong suddenly brightened, grasping the hands of the two and leading them further in. Meanwhile, Lin Fan observed a patch of sea salt on a large leaf, smiling softly. He carefully lifted the leaf and placed it in a box within the room. After securing the sea salt, he took a knife and ventured into the woods, beginning to fell trees. He needed to gather ample firewood to dry for future needs. Should it rain in the coming days without dry wood to burn, it would spell considerable trouble. After approximately 10 minutes of chopping, a plethora of trees lay strewn across the forest floor. Just as Lin Fan intended to prune the branches, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Lin Fan, come out quickly. We have discovered a marvelous place. Lin Fan looked up to see Xia Zining rushing into view. A marvelous place? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. What sort of place? Where is it? Xia Zining eagerly approached, grasped Lin Fan's hand, and began to pull him outside. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Fan soon followed her lead. He noted that Xia Zining's hand was somewhat cold, yet remarkably soft and smooth. Chapter 28. Bamboo Grove and Stream. Xia Zining led Lin Fan deeper into the grove, and after a brief sprint, they turned left and soon arrived at a gentle slope. Where they paused, Xia Zining blushed slightly, releasing Lin Fan's hand and gesturing towards a lush expanse of greenery below. Lin Fan focused his gaze and realized that the verdant foliage was indeed bamboo. A surge of joy filled him. Discovering bamboo was akin to uncovering treasure. Bamboo is an exceptionally useful building material, ideal for binding objects, weaving everyday items, and much more. Let us go, Lin Fan exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he dashed down the slope, while Xia Zining followed at a more leisurely pace. Upon entering the bamboo grove, he noticed the ground was relatively flat, with bamboo growing in a harmonious arrangement throughout. Notably, a small river flowed alongside the grove. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the bamboo forest, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. It was deep and tranquil, with bamboo leaves strewn across the ground. Lin Fan, over here. What do you think? Lu Yutong and Zhou Tong Tong, barefoot in the stream, joyfully called out as they spotted him. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, promptly removing his shoes to join them in the water. The stream was crystal clear, shallow enough to reach only his ankles, yet the water was quite chilly, sending a refreshing shiver through him. Small fish and shrimp darted about playfully in the stream, which was approximately 1.5 meters wide, bordered by bamboo and aquatic plants. Lin Fan even noticed some mint growing nearby. It was a delightful spot, though the presence of mosquitoes posed a minor inconvenience. He chuckled as he observed the two girls approaching. Suddenly, a sharp, resonant call echoed from deep within the bamboo grove. Xia Zining, standing above, swiftly glanced around. That's the call of the bamboo chicken, also known as the partridge, Lin Fan explained. Bamboo chicken? Xia Zining mused, realization dawning upon her. Oh, so it's the sound of a chicken. Bamboo chicken? Lu Yutong exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Lin Fan. Why don't we go catch some bamboo chickens? Lin Fan turned to Lu Yutong and chuckled. Do you think bamboo chickens are easy to catch? They vanish into the bamboo at the slightest sound. Unfazed, Lu Yutong seized Zhou Tong Tong's hand and declared, Zining, let us go catch bamboo chickens. Xia Zining glanced at Lin Fan before the three girls ventured deeper into the bamboo grove. With a resigned sigh, Lin Fan followed suit, trailing behind the trio at a distance of several meters. As he walked through the serene bamboo forest, he pondered, are those birds? They seem so small. Could they be bamboo chickens? Chickens are typically heavier, at least a few pounds. Look at them. They weigh less than a pound. They must be birds. As he continued to observe his surroundings, he noticed the girls had halted ahead, whispering about something to the left. Let us go. Regardless of whether they are chickens or birds, we shall catch them. Lu Yutong whispered softly, gradually bending down to approach, followed by Xia Zining and Zhou Tongtong, who mimicked her actions. Just as the three were about to draw near to the bamboo chicken, several of them, foraging for insects amidst the bamboo leaves, swiftly darted into the crevices of the bamboo grove, disappearing from sight. Alas, we were so close. Lu Yutong murmured as she watched the vanishing bamboo chickens. Yutongya, don't move, Zhou Tongtong suddenly exclaimed, stepping forward to pick up a dry bamboo twig from the ground. She then approached Lu Yutong from behind, lifting a green worm with it. What is it? Lu Yutong turned to inquire. It's nothing, just a worm, Zhou Tongtong chuckled lightly. Oh dear. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong immediately began to pat her clothes vigorously, prompting a laugh from Xia Zining. At that moment, Lin Fan approached, glancing down to his surprise at the sight of numerous freshly sprouted bamboo shoots, standing several decimeters tall. Bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, a delightful dish. In his hometown, Lin Fan used to dig up many bamboo shoots each year, selling some, consuming others, and drying a portion. He hurried over to the bamboo shoots, crouching down to touch them, discovering they were mozo bamboo shoots. Known for their thick, tender flesh and delightful taste, these bamboo shoots are considered a delicacy, far superior to the ordinary variety. With excitement, Lin Fan drew his long knife and, with a decisive slice, severed a bamboo shoot. He then moved to the adjacent shoots, continuing his task. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Xia Zining turned to see him chopping bamboo shoots and approached curiously. I'm cutting bamboo shoots, he replied with a slight smile. These shoots are delicious, and if stir-fried with meat, they would be even better. Bamboo shoots? Xia Zining picked up the shoot that Lin Fan had just cut, examining it with curiosity. Is this what they look like? I had them once, but I didn't know how they grew. Lin Fan chuckled wryly, shaking his head, someone of Xia Zining's stature, likely never having ventured into the countryside, would be unfamiliar with bamboo shoots. Can this be eaten? At that moment, Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong approached as well. Lu Yutong took a glance at the shoot in Xia Zining's hand, incredulous that it was edible. You eat the tender flesh inside, Lin Fan explained, stepping forward. Let me peel it for you. He took the bamboo shoot from Lu Yutong, gently slicing it with his long knife, and then peeled back the shell, revealing the pristine white flesh within. Wow, it's so beautiful once peeled, Lu Yutong exclaimed, astonished by the tender bamboo flesh. Lin Fan smiled gently, explaining, these bamboo shoots can also be dried, allowing them to be stored for a long time. Fan Ye, there's more over there. Zhou Tongtong joyfully pointed to a spot not far away. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, noting not only the presence of ma bamboo, but also various other species such as mang bamboo, gray bamboo, and dragon scale bamboo. Nearby, he spotted a larger variety known as giant dragon bamboo. Let us harvest some and take back. We shall enjoy bamboo shoots today, he remarked to the three women before commencing to cut the ma bamboo shoots. With each shoot he felled, he deftly sliced it with a long knife to facilitate the peeling process for Xia Zining and the others. After a brief span of several minutes, each of the three held 4 freshly peeled bamboo shoots, while Lin Fan cut down another stalk. The 4 then commenced their journey back to camp. Lin Fan, what do you intend to do with that bamboo? Lu Yutong inquired. Observing the bamboo, he was dragging with a puzzled expression. It's not edible. Why bring it back? Lin Fan smiled slightly. The utility of bamboo is manifold. You shall see once we return. Just a single stalk. What could it possibly be useful for? Lu Yutong muttered to herself, casting a glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan merely chuckled, choosing not to respond to her skepticism. After all, how could a young lady accustomed to city life comprehend the myriad benefits of bamboo? Chapter 29. Weaving bamboo baskets upon returning to the campsite. Lin Fan set the bamboo aside and began slicing the bamboo shoots into thin pieces with a long knife. Tong Tong, could you fetch some water from the pond using the iron can and place it on the stove to boil? Lin Fan instructed the nearby Zhou Tongtong. Sure, Zhou Tongtong replied cheerfully, dashing off towards the pond with the iron can in hand. By the time she returned, Lin Fan had already finished cutting the bamboo shoots. He placed the slices into the can, noting that there were too many to cook all at once. so he would have to boil them in 3 batches. Yutong, keep an eye on the fire. Let me know when the water reaches a boil. Lin Fan said to Lu Yutong before picking up the bamboo and skillfully splitting it from the top down until it transformed into thin strips of bamboo shavings. As the long knife was exceedingly sharp, Lin Fan carefully trimmed away the bamboo skin, leaving only the delicate strips. He then began to weave with the bamboo shavings. A sequence of actions that left Lu Yutong astonished, her mouth agape. She had not anticipated Lin Fan's diverse skills, affirming that her choice to accompany him was indeed wise. Meanwhile, Xia Zining and Zhou Tongtong had raced into the woods to drag the felled trees Lin Fan had cut, laying them out on the grass to dry under the sun. Lin Fan, the water is boiling, Lu Yutong called out. Having checked the iron, can find the water bubbling vigorously. At her words, Lin Fan promptly set down the long knife and bamboo strips, approaching her. Using a few leaves, he carefully removed the iron can, poured out the water, and placed the bamboo shoots on the grass before returning to the pond to fill the can again. Afterward, Lin Fan placed the uncooked bamboo shoots back into the iron can and addressed Lu Yutong. These shoots need to be blanched first. Lu Yutong glanced at the bamboo shoots on the grass, questioning, isn't it dirty to leave them there? They still need to soak again. Lin Fan explained. Blanching removes the bitterness and impurities from them, enhancing their flavor. Oh, I see. Lu Yutong nodded, somewhat understanding. Lin Fan did not dwell on the explanation, instead resuming his weaving. Half an hour later, the bamboo shoots had been blanched, and Lin Fan had completed the weaving of a bamboo sieve. It's quite beautiful. Your craftsmanship is impressive, Lu Yutong remarked, examining the sieve. At that moment, Xia Zining and Zhou Tongtong also approached. Let's place the bamboo shoots on this, and then we shall head to the bamboo grove to cut a few more stalks, Lin Fan suggested to the 3 women. Upon hearing this, they promptly arranged the bamboo shoots onto the sieve before following Lin Fan towards the bamboo grove. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at the bamboo forest, where Lin Fan led them to the giant dragon bamboo. Are we really going to cut such large bamboo? Xia Zining inquired, reaching out to touch the giant stalk. It suffices to bring back just one. I need to cut 2 segments to use as a water bucket, Lin Fan replied with a smile. With that, he selected an older giant dragon bamboo and began to chop. Although the long knife was sharp, Lin Fan took more than a minute to fell the giant dragon bamboo. Step back. It's about to fall, Lin Fan shouted to the 3 women, who immediately retreated. With a resounding crash, the giant dragon bamboo toppled over. Lin Fan approached to inspect it, then proceeded to chop the bamboo into 4 segments, each containing 2 nodes, leaving the remainder of the bamboo behind. You each take a segment back, Lin Fan instructed Xia Zining and the others. They nodded in agreement, picked up the bamboo, and made their way back to the campsite. Sister Yutong, this bamboo is so large and heavy, Zhou Tongtong exclaimed after walking a short distance and setting the bamboo down, calling out to Lu Yutong. Take your time. It's not far, Xia Zining encouraged, also placing her bamboo down with a smile. Lin Fan then found 2 water bamboo stalks and cut them down, these being the most commonly used type of bamboo in rural areas. When Xia Zining and her companions returned to the campsite, they had taken a full half hour, which was more than half the time they had spent. Upon returning to the grassy area, Lin Fan first crafted several bamboo cups. Once the water in the iron pot boiled, they could pour it into the bamboo cups. Hee, not bad, Zhou Tongtong grinned while holding her bamboo cup. Now we have cups to drink from, Xia Zining remarked, admiring the cups. Those bamboo shoots can be soaked and tasted. They're quite delicious, Lin Fan said with a chuckle as he whittled the bamboo strips. Really? I'll go pick some, Lu Yutong responded eagerly, heading over to select a dozen shoots. Yutong, give me a few, Zhou Tongtong quickly called out. I want some too, Xia Zining chimed in, extending her hand with a smile. After the water boiled, the 3 filled their bamboo cups with hot water and added the bamboo shoots, with Xia Zining even helping Lin Fan fill 1 cup. Would you like to learn how to weave baskets? Lin Fan asked after finishing the bamboo strips. Yes, the 3 responded in unison, rushing over, their curiosity piqued. Lin Fan sat on the grass and began weaving a basket, while the 3 watched intently. They observed as Lin Fan skillfully intertwined the bamboo strips, and in less than half an hour, a small basket was completed. It looks so simple, Xia Zining remarked as she picked up the basket. Indeed, I can do it just by watching, Lu Yutong added. Lin Fan smiled slightly. This basket is for you to use when gathering wild vegetables. Now, would you like to try weaving one yourselves? Let's give it a go, it looks so easy, Lu Yutong declared, taking 2 bamboo strips and attempting to mimic Lin Fan's earlier technique. However, after only a few attempts, she found herself lost in the steps. How do I do this? I've forgotten, Lu Yutong said, feeling embarrassed as she looked to Lin Fan for guidance. She was puzzled, despite following Lin Fan's example. She couldn't understand where she had gone wrong. Lin Fan remained silent as he approached, weaving while explaining the process. Lu Yutong observed Lin Fan's movements, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Xia Zining also began to weave with bamboo strips, her keen memory allowing her to recall precisely how Lin Fan had executed the task moments earlier. After more than half an hour, Xia Zining was the first to complete her basket. Lin Fan, what do you think? Does it look good? She asked, lifting the bamboo basket with a smile. Lin Fan replied with a slight grin, not bad at all. After watching me once, you were able to replicate it. I'm not too shabby either. At that moment, Lu Yutong also raised her basket, laughing. Well done, both of you, Lin Fan exclaimed, giving them a thumbs up in admiration. From now on, I shall use the basket I wove myself to gather wild vegetables, Lu Yutong declared joyfully, cradling her creation. Both felt an immense satisfaction with their handiwork. Chapter 30. Crafting bows and arrows. After weaving the basket, the 4 of them sat on the grassy ground, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. Enough chatter. The sky is darkening, and soon it will be night. We should prepare those crabs for cooking, Lin Fan remarked as he slightly lifted his head to glance at the heavens. Rising to his feet, he carried a metal can towards the water pool. Sister Yutong, you seem so joyful, as if you have no worries about returning, Xia Zining observed with a smile directed at Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong stood up, offering a faint smile. Is there any use in worrying? With that, she moved to the stove, shifting the firewood from the campfire into the hearth. Xia Zining, contemplating Lu Yutong's words, thought to herself, indeed, worrying serves no purpose. Only by living can we hope to leave this place. Having reached this realization, Xia Zining felt her body relax significantly, and her spirits lifted. Before long, Lin Fan returned, cradling the metal can in his arms and placing it atop the stove. Aren't we boiling bamboo shoots tonight? Lu Yutong inquired, glancing at the crabs within the can. We'll save them for tomorrow, Lin Fan replied, moving to the side to take hold of a giant dragon bamboo, slowly chopping it with a long knife. Lu Yutong cast a glance at Lin Fan, but refrained from commenting. What did it matter what was cooked, as long as they had something to eat? Minutes passed, and Lin Fan successfully severed a 2-segmented giant dragon bamboo. He carefully flattened the joint's base with his knife, thus creating 2 bamboo buckets. He then filled 1 bucket with water from the pool and returned to soak the bamboo shoots inside, ensuring that they would lose their bitterness by morning. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings as night fell. The 4 gathered around the campfire, feasting on crabs. Lin Fan, are we going to seaside tomorrow? Xia Zining inquired after they had eaten their fill. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before responding, we won't go tomorrow. Instead, we shall gather more bamboo shoots to dry, thereby securing our food reserves. Yes, indeed. The more provisions we store, the less we will fear hunger in the future, Lu Yutong nodded in agreement. Zhou Tongtong remained silent, content to follow along with whatever tasks were assigned to her, for overthinking would yield no benefits. That night, under a starry sky, the valley echoed with the sounds of chirping insects, and the 4 eventually returned to the wooden house to rest. The following morning, a delicate mist enveloped the valley, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds from the forest. Lin Fan emerged from the wooden house, stretching lazily before heading towards the water pool. After refreshing himself, he retrieved the crabs from the cage, preparing to clean them for breakfast. With over 20 crabs remaining in the cage, Lin Fan planned to cook them all at once. Lin Fan, could we construct a toilet? It's quite troublesome to venture out at night when nature calls, Lu Yutong suggested as she and the others exited the wooden house. Indeed, last night, I found it difficult to sleep and heard some eerie animal sounds. It was quite frightening, Zhou Tongtong added, glancing at the distant peaks. Lin Fan stirred the crabs in the can with a stick, chuckling. A toilet, you say? Very well. Today, we shall commence the construction. And by the way, we are situated in the mountains, where the sounds of nocturnal creatures are quite commonplace. Come, let's freshen up. Lu Yutong remarked to Xia Zining and Zhou Tongtong before striding towards the water basin. Lin Fan cast a glance at the trio's retreating figures, pondering to himself, strange calls from animals? It seems that carnivorous creatures have made an appearance in this vicinity. Yet, I remain uncertain as to what species they may be. Upon the return of the three, the crabs had already been cooked. After indulging in the crabs, the four of them proceeded towards the bamboo grove. Upon arriving at the grove, Lin Fan did not immediately harvest bamboo shoots. Instead, he began to fell some bamboo. Aren't we here to dig up bamboo shoots? Lu Yutong inquired curiously, observing Lin Fan's actions. While chopping the bamboo, Lin Fan replied, Indeed, we shall harvest the shoots, but we must first bring back some bamboo. Did you not mention a desire to construct a toilet? After a span of several minutes, a pile of bamboo lay on the ground. Once Lin Fan had stripped the branches, Lu Yutong and her companions took it upon themselves to transport the bamboo back to the vicinity of the wooden cabin. As they traversed back and forth, a path began to emerge on the previously unmarked ground. While Lin Fan rested on the ground, he noticed a clearing in the bamboo grove not far away, where a dozen bamboo chickens were foraging. After a moment of contemplation, he rose with a smile, exited the bamboo grove, ascended a gentle slope, and gathered a handful of worms among the underbrush, along with a few long, slender vines. Returning to the bamboo grove, he ventured deeper into the clearing, only to find that the bamboo chickens had moved on to forage elsewhere. Observing his surroundings, Lin Fan felled a few aged bamboo branches, inserting them into the ground to create a series of snares. He impaled a worm onto a bamboo spike. Should a bamboo chicken consume it, the snare would spring up, ensnaring the wild fowl. After meticulously setting 5 or 6 snares, Lin Fan made his way back to the spot where he had previously chopped bamboo. At that moment, Lu Yutong and her companions approached from the outside. Lin Fan, is there enough bamboo? We have made 3 trips, and our feet are weary. Lu Yutong stated as she settled beside Lin Fan. Xia Zining and Zhou Tongtong joined her, rubbing their calves. Lin Fan regarded the three with a smile, saying, If you are fatigued, do take a proper rest. We need to construct a shelter and weave some tools. There remains an abundance of bamboo to gather. Hence we are still far from sufficient. Must we gather so much? Fan Go, I wish to rest, Zhou Tongtong lamented, her expression one of discontent. A brief respite will suffice, Lin Fan reassured them with a smile. By the way, earlier as we traversed through the woods, we spotted several remarkably beautiful birds taking flight. Xia Zining interjected suddenly. Hearing this, Lin Fan became instantly invigorated. Oh? Those are wild chickens. This afternoon, I shall see if I can capture one. After resting for over half an hour, Xia Zining and her companions resumed dragging the bamboo back, while Lin Fan began to extract the bamboo shoots, peeling away their outer layers. By midday, the four returned to the wooden cabin, observing Lu Yutong and her companions reclining on the cool grass. Lin Fan smiled and commenced cooking the bamboo shoots. After several minutes, the bamboo shoots were ready, enhanced with a touch of sea salt. Kulme, it is time to savor the bamboo shoots. Lin Fan called out to the 3 individuals, who promptly approached him. Indeed, quite delightful and tender, remarked Lu Yutong as she picked up a piece of bamboo shoot with her chopsticks. Yet, it seems to be lacking something. It's missing oil. I forgot to render the lamb fat from our last wild goat, Lin Fan replied. Otherwise, these bamboo shoots would have tasted even better. After satisfying their hunger, Lin Fan sliced the bamboo shoots he had just brought back and assigned Lu Yutong and Xia Zining the task of blanching them, while Zhou Tongtong was in charge of tending the fire. Meanwhile, Lin Fan ventured into the woods to gather several strands of aged vine, stripping off the outer skin and soaking it in water for about 10 minutes. He then kneaded the softened material into thin strips and laid them out to dry under the sun. Next, he skillfully chopped down a section of bamboo, known for its remarkable resilience, exactly what Lin Fan needed, as he intended to craft a bow and arrow essential for capturing wild chickens. Chapter 31. Hunting game birds. After carefully crafting the bow, Lin Fan took some vine strips and wove 3 slender pieces into a single string. He then bent the bow and secured the string in the grooves on either side, thus creating a rudimentary bow and arrow. Next came the task of fashioning arrowheads. Lin Fan procured a straight piece of giant bamboo, splitting it into slender sections, and meticulously shaped them into smooth, cylindrical forms with a long knife, ensuring they were akin to the size of chopsticks. Following this, he heated the arrowheads over the campfire to harden them further before sharpening their tips. He produced a total of 5 arrowheads, albeit without fletching. Lin Fan contemplated crafting fletching from the tail feathers of the game birds once he managed to hunt them, as their plumage would serve as the finest material. "What are you doing that for?" asked Xia Zining, her curiosity piqued as she observed Lin Fan. With a subtle smile, Lin Fan replied, "I'm crafting a bow and arrow to hunt game birds. Apart from setting snares, the bow is the only means to capture them. But such beautiful game birds, do you really intend to capture them?" Xia Zining pondered aloud. Casting a glance at her, Lin Fan responded, "If we were in the Summer Kingdom, I would certainly refrain from such actions, as it would be illegal. However, you must understand one thing. Where are we now?" With that, he took the bow and ventured into the woods to test its accuracy. Whoosh! Lin Fan drew the bowstring slowly, releasing an arrow that struck a tree trunk. While the aim was slightly off, it was sufficient for hunting such birds. "Lin Fan, didn't you say you were going to build a toilet?" Lu Yutong called out as she saw him walking into the woods. "I'll be back." Lin Fan waved his hand in response, soon vanishing from her sight. "Zining, what is the matter?" Lu Yutong turned to Xia Zining, noticing her unusual expression. Xia Zining turned to her and said, "Lin Fan mentioned he was going to hunt game birds." "Hunt game birds?" Lu Yutong paused momentarily before laughing. "That's splendid. If he succeeds, we'll have game birds for dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, Xia Zining's expression shifted slightly. "But those birds are so beautiful." Lu Yutong realized, after a brief moment, that she had forgotten Xia Zining's fondness for animals. She had previously kept cats, dogs, and birds at home. Gently patting Xia Zining's shoulder, Lu Yutong reassured her, "I know you adore small creatures. Your compassion is commendable. However, you also understand the environment we find ourselves in." With that, she led Zhou Tongtong, carrying a basket, to a nearby meadow in search of plankton. "Why do the words sound so similar?" Xia Zining murmured as she gazed at the sky. Lin Fan ventured into the woods a few hundred meters to the right, where the terrain inclined slightly, being at the foot of a mountain. Observing his surroundings, he noted the diverse array of flora, including pine trees and towering hardwoods, with dense underbrush that provided an ideal habitat for game birds. Lin Fan, with bow and arrow in hand, cautiously ventured into the forest, bending low to avoid making the slightest sound, lest he scare away the wild chickens. Suddenly, he halted, motionless, his gaze fixed upon a nearby tangle of branches where a green snake coiled, flicking its tongue in his direction. A caterpillar had also descended onto his shoulder. Inching its way along, Lin Fan took a tentative step to the left and approached slowly, the snake remaining still, merely observing his departure. Once he was clear, he brushed the caterpillar off his shoulder and continued his ascent. "What is this?" A glance at the ground revealed a fungus nestled among the carpet of pine needles. Leaning down for a closer look, he discerned, a Boletus reticulatus. Quite delightful. Moments later, he had located 4 of these mushrooms, placing them on the ground to collect upon his return. Suddenly, a cacophony of wild chicken calls erupted nearby, igniting a spark of excitement within Lin Fan. He swiftly bent low and made his way towards the source of the sound. As he drew nearer, he crouched among the underbrush, keenly observing his surroundings. Before long, he spotted the wild chickens foraging a mere dozen meters away, 3 in total, 2 hens and 1 rooster. Distinguishing the sexes was straightforward. The hens boasted vibrant plumage, while the rooster appeared rather ordinary. With confidence in his aim, Lin Fan nocked an arrow and drew back his bow, taking careful aim. Whoosh! The arrow flew swiftly, striking the rooster squarely in its side. The 2 hens squawked in alarm, darting into the woods before taking flight. Delighted by his success, Lin Fan hurried over to retrieve the fallen bird. "Excellent. He chuckled softly to himself, clutching the wild chicken as he made his way back to the spot where he had found the mushrooms, collecting the Boletus reticulatus with glee before heading towards the wooden cabin. Upon returning to the cabin, he found Lu Yutong and the others washing the front grass by the water basin. "Fan Yi, you're back," Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed, turning at the sound of footsteps and spotting Lin Fan with a wild chicken in hand. "Wow, a wild chicken. Fan Ge caught one." Hearing Zhou Tong Tong's exclamation, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining immediately rose, placing the grass into a basket and approaching him. "You truly caught a wild chicken?" Lu Yutong remarked with a smile as she examined the bird. "Not bad, quite plump," although Xia Zining felt a twinge of sadness at the sight of the chicken. She quickly reconciled the thought. In this realm, all creatures served as sustenance, including humans, who might also become prey for other carnivorous beings. "And look at this," Lin Fan said, retrieving the 4 Boletus reticulatus from behind him with a grin. "Mushrooms?" Lu Yutong's eyes widened in surprise. "Can we eat those? They're not poisonous, are they?" "Fear not. As long as they are thoroughly cooked, they are perfectly safe," Lin Fan assured with a smile. "Really?" Lu Yutong still found it hard to believe. For once poison here, it would signify the potential for imminent demise. Was there any doubt? "I shall first place them in the wooden cabin." As Lin Fan spoke, he entered the cabin, carefully arranging the wild chickens and the king bolete before emerging once more. Upon his return, the 4 began to seek an appropriate location for constructing a toilet. Before long, Lu Yutong identified a recessed area to the left of the cabin where they could establish the facility. The terrain was lower there, and it was merely about 50 meters from the cabin. "Is this the spot?" Lin Fan inquired, glancing at the 3. "Indeed, this will do," the 3 women replied in unison. Once the site was selected, the trio commenced dragging 5 or 6 bamboo poles over, while Lin Fan utilized a long knife to cut the bamboo into segments, each measuring approximately 1.5 meters in height. The toilet need not be expansive, merely enclosed enough to accommodate 1 person. Through the collective effort of the 4, a rudimentary toilet was swiftly constructed, taking less than an hour to complete. Chapter 32. Constructing a shelter after the toilet was completed. The 4 individuals proceeded to the vacant space adjacent to the wooden cabin to commence the construction of a bamboo shelter. Lin Fan fashioned 4 bamboo spades from an old bamboo stalk, as the aged bamboo possessed both hardness and a slight flexibility, rendering it more efficient for digging than wooden spades. He marked 6 circles on the ground, and the group began excavating within these circles. The holes were modest in size, just sufficient to accommodate a hand for removing the earth. Each hole reached depths of several decimeters, and under 10 minutes, one could be completed. Within half an hour, all the holes were excavated, and Lin Fan planted the prepared bamboo poles, pressing them firmly into the ground before backfilling the soil, thus completing the 6 bamboo columns. Next, he arranged several bamboo beams horizontally atop the columns to secure them in place, preventing any movement. Once the roof was erected, the shelter would be deemed complete. Additionally, surrounding fences could be constructed at the back and sides to ensure that rainwater would not splash inside. While Lin Fan was crafting bamboo strips, Xia Zining took to boiling water. "Lin Fan, can you make stools?" Lu Yutong inquired thoughtfully, suddenly directing her question to him. Lin Fan smiled gently, assuring her, "Rest assured, I can construct not only stools but also tables and beds. However, we must proceed step by step. There is no need to rush." "That is wonderful, Fan Ge. I long for a bed," exclaimed Zhou Tong Tong with immediate delight. Lin Fan nodded, responding with a grin. "All right, over the next couple of days, I shall create a large bed sufficient for the 3 of you." Shortly thereafter, Xia Zining prepared a cup of bamboo needle tea for each person, allowing it to cool on the ground before consumption. There remained some boiling water in the iron pot, which she intended to transfer into a mineral water bottle once cooled. Having finished crafting the bamboo strips, Lin Fan began to secure 8 bamboo beams horizontally across the 6 columns, binding them tightly with the bamboo strips, ensuring that even gentle shaking would not disturb the stability of the columns. For the roof, Lin Fan planned to employ bamboo laid in an alternating fashion, allowing rainwater to flow through the gaps and onto the ground. "Cool me. Everyone is weary, Let us have a sip of tea and rest a moment before continuing. Xia Zining cheerfully announced as she approached with 2 cups of tea. Lin Fan accepted a cup, smiling. Let us take a breather. We have ample time. He then seated himself upon a substantial bamboo pole and sipped his tea. The 3 women gathered together, chattering animatedly, their laughter punctuating the air without any discernible topic of discussion. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, Lin Fan selected some straighter bamboo, splitting it open and subsequently using a stick to knock out the joints from the inner side of the split bamboo. Soon after, Lu Yutong and the others joined him in the endeavor, and after more than an hour of collaborative effort, they finally completed the roof. Once the shelter was constructed, the 4 stood outside, nodding in satisfaction. Next, gather the bamboo pieces from the ground and arrange them similarly to how we did for the wooden cabin. There is no need to enclose the front, just the back and sides. I shall venture into the woods to chop and bring in the firewood, Lin Fan instructed, turning to the 3 women before making his way towards the edge of the forest with his knife in hand. With resolute determination, the 3 women carried the bamboo strips to the side of the shed, standing them upright against the horizontally laid bamboo. Lu Yutong deftly bound them together with bamboo strips. Lin Fan arrived at the grassy edge of the woods, wielding a knife as he systematically felled the trees, segmenting them while separating the branches and leaves. He then gathered the logs and transported them into the shed, stacking them neatly. Lin Fan, what do you think? Lu Yutong inquired cheerfully, gesturing towards the nearly completed fence. Quite impressive. Keep up the good work, Lin Fan praised the trio. By the way, I need to step away for a while. Could you please bring back the firewood from over there? With that, he ventured deeper into the woods, soon reaching the fork between the bamboo grove and the forest. He chose the path leading into the woods, recalling the wild boar tracks he had spotted while returning with a wild chicken, and felt compelled to investigate further. He stealthily entered the forest, treading lightly as if to avoid detection. Observing his surroundings meticulously, he sought a suitable vantage point. At last, beneath a grand tree, he discovered an ideal spot. This will suffice. These tracks indicate that wild boars frequently forage here, Lin Fan mused while leaning against the sturdy trunk, surveying the disturbed earth around him. After a while, he exited the woods and made his way toward the foothills. Minutes later, he arrived at the base of a majestic peak, gazing up at its towering splendor that seemed to pierce the heavens, a bridge between earth and sky, shrouded in clouds and mist. After a brief contemplation, he veered to the left and soon located what he sought, a sturdy vine cascading down from a cliff over 10 meters high, resembling a chain. Approaching it, he grasped the vine firmly and tugged at it, finding it remarkably resilient. Securing his long knife at his waist, he grasped the vine with both hands and began to ascend. Upon reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters, he clutched the vine with one hand while drawing his knife with the other, severing a nearby vine before carefully descending back to the ground. Once on solid ground, he retrieved the vine and returned to the previous grove. Arriving at the grand tree once more, he wrapped one end of the vine around the trunk twice, securing it with a knot, then fashioned a slip knot at the other end, placing it in an area abundant with footprints and scattering some leaves atop it to complete the snare. With the snare prepared, Lin Fan proceeded toward the wooden cabin. Upon his return, he found that Xia Zining and the others had successfully erected the fence around the shed and were busy transferring firewood from the grassy area into the shelter. Noticing they were nearly finished, he entered the cabin, retrieved the wild chicken, and approached a small stream adjacent to the pool to begin plucking its feathers. After completing the task, he washed the feathers in the stream and laid them out on the grass to dry. However, at this moment, the sun had begun its descent behind the mountains, indicating that twilight was upon them. Fango, I have arrived. At that moment, Zhou Tongtong approached with an iron kin in hand. Lin Fan smiled faintly and placed the wild chicken upon a sturdy dragon bamboo, deftly chopping it into pieces with a long knife before depositing it into the can. Tong Tong, please go to the wooden cabin and fetch those 4 king boletes, he instructed. All right, Brother Fan, she replied cheerfully, dashing toward the cabin. Before long, she returned, brandishing the king boletes. Lin Fan accepted them, skillfully peeling away their skins with a knife, then rinsing them clean in the water basin before slicing them into thin pieces, which he added to the iron can. He filled the can with a bit of water and returned to the grassy area, setting it upon the stove. Will eating this really not cause any poisoning? Lu Yutong inquired, still somewhat skeptical as she gazed at the slices of king bolete within the can. Rest assured, would I jest with my own life? Lin Fan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yutong. Wow, it smells so delightful. Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed joyfully, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Why do I detect a rich, savory scent? Lu Yutong asked in astonishment. Hee, you can tell it's fragrant now, can't you? This is something special, Lin Fan chuckled, continuing to cook, ensuring that the king boletes were thoroughly prepared. Otherwise, encountering little spirits after consumption would lead to considerable trouble. Chapter 33. The great battle with the flower leopard gazing at the iron pot and inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from it. Lu Yutong and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, with Zhou Tong Tong even drooling exaggeratedly at the corners of her mouth. Lin Fan remained unhurried, aware that such ingredients required at least half an hour of cooking. Can we eat now? I'm starving, Lu Yutong inquired, turning to Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan glanced at her and replied with a smile, What's the rush? It's still early. We've only been simmering for a little over 10 minutes. It needs more time. As he spoke, Lin Fan removed some firewood from the stove, having realized the flames were too fierce, fearing they might evaporate the water in the pot. It was time to reduce the heat and let it simmer gently. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan approached the bamboo pile and selected a giant bamboo stalk. Although it was significantly smaller than the dragon bamboo, measuring only the size of 2 fists together, its thick walls made it an ideal material for crafting bamboo bowls. He took the giant bamboo, flattened the base of the joint, and began to carve around 10 centimeters from the joint with a long knife, turning it slowly. Once the incision was deep enough, Lin Fan gripped the bamboo firmly, raised his foot, and forcefully struck the bamboo against his knee. With a resounding crack, the bamboo broke cleanly. Lin Fan examined the bowl he had made and meticulously smoothed its edges with the knife until they were perfectly rounded. After several minutes, Lin Fan returned with 4 bamboo bowls, distributing one to each person. Wow, finally we have bowls. Hee, they look beautiful, Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed, cradling her bowl like a treasure as she admired it from every angle. Go wash one. Once you're done, we can eat, Lin Fan encouraged with a smile. The 3 girls immediately sprang to their feet, rushing towards the water basin with their bowls. Moments later, they returned, and the 4 of them joyfully sat beside the iron pot, indulging in their meal. This is delicious. The flavor is exquisite, Lu Yutong mumbled, her mouth full. Xia Zining nodded in agreement, smiling. This is my first time tasting mushrooms. I never imagined they could be so delightful. The wild chicken is tender and flavorful, far surpassing any chicken I've had at home, Zhou Tong Tong remarked, nodding vigorously as she brought pieces of wild chicken to her mouth. Listening to the praises from the 3, Lin Fan merely smiled, savoring his meal. Eventually, only broth remained in the pot. He added some plantain leaves from the basket, simmered it for a while longer, and it was ready to eat. After satisfying their hunger, the 3 girls sat on the grass, patting their bellies. This was by far the most filling and delicious meal they had enjoyed since arriving on the deserted island, leaving them all feeling thoroughly content, their faces adorned with smiles. Suddenly, Lu Yutong dashed into the wooden house and soon emerged with a shaving knife, exclaiming, I want to carve my name on my bowl. Me too. Yutong, please carve one for me as well. They chimed. In the end, Lu Yutong inscribed a character on each bowl. Her own bore the character for rain. Xia Zining had lime, Zhou Tong Tong had red, and Lin Fan's bowl was marked with Fan. Lin Fan looked at the inscriptions in the center of the bowls and chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the artistic flair of Lu Yutong's carvings. As twilight gradually enveloped the sky, the night descended swiftly upon them. The 4 individuals sat around the flickering campfire, engaged in conversation amidst the coastal woods. With a distressed expression, Fan Ming gingerly entered the shelter, clutching his backside. Mel, what is going on? I've been suffering from diarrhea all day, and I haven't tea consumed much. My legs feel weak, he lamented. Zhao Bin, sitting nearby, interjected Brother Ming. Could it be that we overindulged in the small sea snails? Contemplating Zhao Bin's words, Fan Ming replied, It's possible. We have been feasting on small sea snails and coconut juice lately. I realize we shouldn't consume them excessively. Zhao had been suggested. Why don't we follow their lead and leave this place, heading into the island? I fear that in our current condition, we may not survive until rescue arrives. Upon hearing the word rescue, Fan Ming let out a bitter laugh. It's been nearly half a month. Do you really believe help will come? Nevertheless, he conceded. You're right. We ought to depart from here. I'm utterly fed up with this wretched fare. We shall leave at dawn. Zhao Bin smiled then. Where shall we relocate? Fan Ming glanced at the silent Lu Wei and replied, We shall discuss that tomorrow. In the deep of night, Lu Wei found herself alone in a cramped shelter, cradling a bundle of grass as she slept soundly, while the campfire outside continued to burn. Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside her shelter, crouching down and extending a hand towards her foot. After a moment's hesitation, seeing Lu Wei remained still, the hand boldly ventured toward her thigh. Abruptly, Lu Wei turned in her sleep, causing the hand to withdraw swiftly. After a minute, reassured by her continued slumber, the hand reached out again, this time aiming for her backside. Suddenly awakened by an unusual sensation at her rear, Lu Wei instinctively reached back to grasp the intrusion. The shadow retracted its hand slowly and departed. The following morning, Lin Fan arose, armed with a bow and arrow and a long knife at his waist. He exited the wooden cabin, making his way toward the woods to inspect the snares he had set the previous day, hoping to catch a wild boar or other sizable game. After traversing through the underbrush for several minutes, he entered the forest, approaching a large tree. Cuckoo! A bird suddenly called from the treetops. Looking up, Lin Fan recognized it as a large cuckoo, but chose to ignore it as he ascended a steep slope. Shortly, he arrived at the snare only to find it had not been triggered. Disheartened, he wandered around the vicinity before heading to the right side of the woods. Before long, he emerged from the forest into a deep ravine. Surveying the ravine, he noted the steep slopes on either side, inclined at an angle of 70 to 80 degrees, towering several dozen meters high and adorned with lush green vegetation. Lin Fan, assessing the risk, decided against venturing into the ravine and instead made his way into the denser thicket across from him. In this dense forest, the trees tower majestically, some reaching heights of several dozen meters, while the shorter ones stand at over 10 meters. The ground is adorned with a thick carpet of wild grasses and shrubs, and the withered branches and fallen leaves emit a foul stench of decay. As Lin Fan stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a coolness that permeated the air. Observing the ground, he noticed that some roots of ferns had been unearthed by wild boars in search of food. After scanning the floor for a moment, Lin Fan smiled and crouched down, using his long knife to clear away the rotting leaves, revealing a few mushrooms. Blue-headed mushrooms? Huh, delightful. They are edible. With a grin, Lin Fan plucked 6 of the blue-headed mushrooms from the ground, and after searching the vicinity, he found several more. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged from behind, causing Lin Fan's body to jolt. He swiftly turned around to see a spotted leopard standing beside a large tree, its gaze fixed intently on him, eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. With a sudden growl, the leopard lunged at Lin Fan, evidently mistaking him for a large monkey. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan leaped to the right, rolling through the underbrush before springing back to his feet, swiftly drawing his long knife. The leopard missed its target and instantly pivoted to pounce again. Lin Fan's heart raced. There was no time for contemplation, as the leopard's speed was astonishing. Damn it, it's now or never, Lin Fan shouted, quickly turning to the left to evade the leopard's charge, and his knife sliced through the air with urgency. Chapter 34. The injured leopard flees with a swift motion. Lin Fan's blade grazed the hind leg of the leopard. A sharp yelp escaped the creature as it instinctively turned its gaze upon him, astonished that this seemingly insignificant monkey could inflict harm. Wild animals are typically wary. The slightest hint of danger deters them from attacking their prey. The leopard licked the blood trickling from its wound, and upon witnessing this, Lin Fan quickly retreated a few steps, gripping his long knife tightly, his eyes locked onto the feline. He was acutely aware that he could never outrun a leopard, renowned for its sprinting prowess. Would he be able to intimidate it? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as his heart pounded furiously, nerves reaching an all-time high. It was his first encounter with such peril, and his legs trembled slightly. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Lin Fan brandished his long knife, taking a bold step forward. The leopard instinctively leapt aside, its eyes fixed on him, revealing its menacing fangs. Noticing the leopard's retreat, Lin Fan felt a surge of elation. It appeared his tactic had borne fruit. Resolved to press on, he shouted once more, vigorously swinging his knife as he advanced toward the leopard. The creature, bewildered, pondered when a monkey had ever dared to counterattack. This was an unprecedented encounter for it. Meanwhile, the wound continued to bleed, and as it turned to lick the injury, it cast a glance at Lin Fan before executing a swift turn and leaping into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. With the leopard now fled, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He glanced in the direction of its escape and hurriedly collected the green-headed mushrooms and bough from the ground, making his way out of the forest. Upon exiting the thicket, Lin Fan exhaled deeply, promptly retracing his steps, apprehensive that the leopard might unexpectedly reappear beside him. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he discovered that Lu Yutong and Xia Zining were absent, leaving only Zhou Tongtong tidying up the grassland, gathering branches. "Tongtong, where have they gone?" Lin Fan inquired as he approached her. "Brother Fan, Sister Yutong and Sister Zining took a basket and went into the woods over there to forage for porcini mushrooms," Zhou Tongtong replied with a smile, gesturing toward the nearby thicket on the left. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Fan entered the shed, took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water, and headed toward the direction Zhou Tongtong had indicated. The leftward woods were unfamiliar to him, and he feared for their safety, so he felt compelled to investigate. It was conceivable that they might encounter a predatory animal akin to the leopard, which would spell disaster. After approximately 10 minutes traversing the uneven terrain of the grassy land, he arrived at the foot of a small hill. Though termed a small hill, it was substantial. A glance upwards revealed towering pines, some so grand that one could not encircle them with arms. Not far ahead lay a vast expanse of Kogong grass, towering over a person, and venturing within posed a risk due to limited visibility. Such places could harbor lurking beasts ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, Lin Fan spotted a wild boar accompanied by several piglets entering the Kogong grass, seemingly in search of roots to devour. Lin Fan cast a glance behind him before ascending the mountain and venturing deeper within. As he stepped inside, he immediately sensed the ground beneath his feet was quite slippery. A quick look revealed a carpet of pine needles covering the earth, explaining the treacherous footing. One misstep could send him tumbling down. "Ah, I can't stop." Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Lin Fan looked up to see Lu Yutong running towards him with her arms wide open, a basket in hand, calling out excitedly. The path was a gentle slope, not exceedingly steep, yet at an angle of 30 to 40 degrees, coupled with the pine needles. It was nearly impossible to maintain control while descending. Seeing Lu Yutong unable to halt her momentum, Lin Fan quickly extended his arms in an attempt to catch her. However, her speed was remarkable. Before he could brace himself, she collided with him, sending both crashing into a large tree below. Thud! Ah! Lu Yutong continued to shout, while Lin Fan felt as though he had grasped something soft, instinctively squeezing it. "You better let go," Lu Yutong exclaimed, realizing the unexpected situation as she glanced down to find Lin Fan's hands firmly gripping her curves, her expression a mix of surprise and indignation. Lin Fan, taken aback, quickly withdrew his hands, offering an awkward smile. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to catch you." Yet in his mind, he thought, "She's quite well endowed. How did I not notice before?" Humph. Lu Yutong shot him a glance, still pressed closely together, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, and stepped aside. "I know why you're here." Lin Fan rubbed his back, feeling a twinge of pain, and replied with a chuckle, "I came to find you both. It's quite perilous for two girls to be here." "Perilous?" Lu Yutong inquired, scrutinizing him. "What danger could there be? It's just a forest." "It's not as simple as that," Lin Fan quickly interjected, recounting his recent encounter with a leopard. "Are you serious?" Lu Yutong asked in astonishment, giving Lin Fan a thorough appraisal. "How come you're unscathed?" Lin Fan puffed out his chest and laughed. "Come now, how could I be hurt? I have some skills." Yutong, where are you? At that moment, Xia Xining's voice rang out, and shortly thereafter, her figure appeared above, making her way towards them. Do not mention what just happened to anyone, understood? Upon seeing Xia Xining approach, Lu Yutong whispered urgently into Lin Fan's ear, then turned to call out to Xia Xining. I'm over here. Come on, we're heading back. What's going on? I have no idea what you're talking about, Lin Fan remarked to Lu Yutong, then moved aside to draw his long knife, chopping at the pine tree. Lu Yutong shot him a glare, thinking to herself, this scoundrel, taking advantage and acting innocent. As Xia Xining approached Lu Yutong, she noticed Lin Fan and exclaimed with a smile, Lin Fan, you're here too. What are you doing chopping wood? Upon hearing Xia Xining's voice, Lin Fan slightly leaned his head out and replied, I am carving a notch. This way, the pine tree will exude resin, which can be utilized as candle wax. Candle? Xia Xining exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. Is it like the candles in television dramas, which emit a bright glow when lit? Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Yes, quite similar. Lu Yutong, listening nearby, cast a peculiar glance at Lin Fan, pondering how this individual seemed to possess an array of skills. Could he possibly be a survival expert? After Lin Fan had harvested resin from a dozen pine trees, the trio made their way towards the wooden cabin. Lin Fan, look, these are the mushrooms we foraged, Xia Xining said, extending her basket toward him as they walked. Lin Fan lowered his gaze to inspect the contents. Indeed, there were some pine mushrooms, which are delectable and can be prepared in various ways, even brewed into a delicious soup. However, he also noticed a few vividly colored mushrooms, which were inedible and poisonous. Consuming them would lead to dire consequences. Yet, Lin Fan chose to remain silent for the moment, intending to discuss it with them in more detail once they returned to the cabin. Chapter 35. Matsutake mushroom and bamboo chicken soup. Upon returning to the shed, Lu Yutong and Xia Xining placed their baskets on the ground as Lin Fan crouched down to meticulously remove the poisonous mushrooms, discarding those he could not identify. Are these inedible? Xia Xining inquired, observing Lin Fan's actions as she also crouched beside him. Lin Fan nodded and replied, indeed, those with vibrant colors are not safe to consume, and it is best to avoid those I cannot recognize. The remaining mushrooms consisted of various matsutake and green-headed varieties, which were edible. However, he cautioned against excessive consumption due to their potential to cause dampness. Xia Xining took note of the inedible fungi, determined to remember them to avoid repeating the mistake in the future. With ample time at their disposal, Lin Fan crafted a small backpack from bamboo, piquing the curiosity of both Xia Xining and Zhou Tongtong as they watched. This can be worn on the back like a backpack, making it far more convenient and capable of holding more than a basket, Lin Fan explained to the two. With time still on their side, Lin Fan donned the backpack and led the trio towards the bamboo grove. Upon arrival, he harvested several bamboo shoots and requested the three of them to peel the outer shells while he ventured further into the grove. Not long after, he discovered that two of his snares had been triggered, revealing two bamboo chickens. Elated, he strode toward the snares, retrieving the birds and noting their still soft bodies, indicating they had been caught that morning. Exploring further, he checked the remaining 4 snares and noted that only one had been triggered, yielding a total of 3 bamboo chickens from 6 snares. Quite a fortunate outcome. On the forest floor, Lin Fan also stumbled upon several burrows, some marked by fresh soil. Crouching down to peer into one of the holes, he found it pitch black, unable to discern anything within. Could this be the work of bamboo rats? He mused softly. Bamboo rats, significantly larger than ordinary mice, thrive in bamboo forests and are considered a delicacy. In rural regions, some individuals depend on raising bamboo rats for their livelihood, as they can be fed bamboo. Naturally, the flavor of domesticated bamboo rats differs from their wild counterparts. Having assessed the situation, Lin Fan returned to the outer grove, carrying 3 bamboo chickens, finding Lu Yutong and the others still engaged in peeling the bamboo shoots, placing the completed shoots into their baskets. Is this a bamboo chicken? Lu Yutong exclaimed, looking up in surprise at the sight of Lin Fan's catch. How did you manage to catch them? Lin Fan placed the bamboo chickens into the backpack and smiled. I didn't catch them. I set a few snares yesterday, and they were ensnared. Once they finished peeling, Zhou Tong chimed in, "Brother Fan, can we return to cook? I haven't eaten anything this morning." Hearing her words, Lin Fan chuckled. "Let us head back. I'm hungry too." Prompted by his response, Zhou Tong quickly stood, grabbed the basket, and made her way along the path. Returning to the shed, Lin Fan took the bamboo chicken to the creek for preparation, while Xia Zining filled an iron can with water to bring back. Lu Yutong and Zhou Tong were tasked with cleaning the matsutake and green-headed mushrooms. After Lin Fan chopped the bamboo chicken into pieces, he placed them into the iron can. At that moment, Lu Yutong arrived with a basket, adding the cleaned mushrooms inside. Now, they only awaited the cooking to enjoy their meal. Zhou Tong hurried to the wooden cabin to wash the bowls and chopsticks. Lin Fan approached the grassy area where the bamboo was stacked, picked up a slender bamboo stalk, and cut several sections with his knife, crafting a few lids. "What purpose does this serve?" Lu Yutong inquired, stepping closer. Lin Fan tested the lids, finding them a perfect fit, snug enough to prevent them from falling off. "These are for storing items, such as sea salt or other small things," he explained, casting a glance at her chest. "Oh." Lu Yutong nodded in response, feeling the utility of it was limited. She then shot Lin Fan a glare, whispering, "Where are your eyes wandering?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Lin Fan smiled faintly, choosing silence as he headed towards the shed. Lu Yutong, watching his retreating figure, muttered under her breath, "What a rascal," and followed him. Half an hour later, the meal was finally ready, and the four of them were ravenous. Disregarding the heat, as they eagerly scooped food into their bamboo bowls with chopsticks. "Delicious," Zhou Tong exclaimed, savoring the bamboo chicken. The prolonged cooking had infused the essence of the matsutake into the chicken, enhancing its flavor and tenderness. After finishing, Zhou Tong didn't neglect the broth in the iron can, pouring it into her bowl to drink. "Hey, how did you finish it all by yourself? Let me have a sip." Lu Yutong quickly snatched Zhou Tong's bowl and drank heartily, emptying it in just a few gulps. Afterward, she licked her lips, exclaiming, "So delightful." "Yujingjia, how did you consume it all?" Zhou Tong pouted at the empty bowl. Lu Yutong glanced at her and chuckled. There wasn't too much broth to begin with. It was gone in just a couple of sips. "All right, next time I'll prepare more broth, so you can have your fill," Lin Fan said with a smile, prompting Zhou Tong to cheerfully clean her bowl and chopsticks at the sink. Lin Fan glanced up at the sky. The morning sun had been bright, but now clouds were gathering, indicating a change in the weather. "Lin Fan, over the past few nights, I've heard strange howling sounds. Is there a carnivorous animal nearby? I feel a bit scared," Xia Zining said as she sat beside him. Hearing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, resolving to listen to the sounds tonight to discern what creature was making them in the dead of night. "Don't worry, you're safe with me. I will protect you," Lin Fan reassured Xia Zining. Though he expressed such sentiments, he could not shake the feeling that this wooden cabin was far from secure. If a formidable carnivore were to approach, this humble structure would likely succumb to its might in mere moments. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Xia Zining felt a warm flutter in her heart. She lowered her gaze slightly and nodded, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Observing Xia Zining in this state, Lin Fan was tempted to steal a kiss, yet with Lu Yutong and Zhou Tong nearby, he restrained himself, suppressing the impulse. In the afternoon, Lin Fan instructed Lu Yutong and the others to encircle the wooden cabin and the shed with bamboo. He meticulously cut the bamboo into lengths of over a meter, sharpening one end to facilitate insertion into the earth. By driving the bamboo into the ground, they could establish a barrier. Lin Fan held a piece of wood and addressed the trio, demonstrating the technique before them. By surrounding the wooden cabin and shed, they would at least create an additional layer of protection. Many animals, when confronted with such an obstacle, would instinctively retreat, which was precisely Lin Fan's intention. Chapter 36. The wild boar heard Lin Fan demonstrated the task, and soon, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining began to work independently. Lin Fan aimed to enclose an area, incorporating both the wooden house and the shed, while creating entrances at the front and back for easy access. In the designated area, Lin Fan drove a stake into the ground every 3 to 4 meters. Once the stakes were firmly in place, he laid bamboo across them, securing it tightly with bamboo strips, thus constructing the fence. Lin Fan, I lack the strength to hammer any further. I can only drive it down a little. Lu Yutong called out to him. Upon hearing her, Lin Fan approached and took the wooden stick from her hands. Let me handle this. You both go fetch some bamboo. I will teach you how to bind it. The two promptly moved to retrieve 2 bamboo poles each. By this time, Lin Fan had already positioned several stakes, and, holding a bamboo pole and strips, instructed them, place the bamboo horizontally. One of you should hold it while the other uses the strips to securely tie the bamboo to the stakes. Remember to wrap it around at least twice before securing it tightly, or it will slip off. Lu Yutong and Xia Zining nodded in understanding, and Lin Fan resumed planting stakes. After about an hour and a half, he had driven all the stakes into the grassy ground, successfully enclosing an area of approximately 100 square meters around the wooden house. Once the stakes were in place, he went to assist Xia Zining and Lu Yutong, but they soon discovered they lacked sufficient bamboo. They had only managed to enclose a third of the area before running out. Lin Fan, we have no more bamboo, Xia Zining remarked, surveying the grassy expanse, which now held only a few long dragon bamboos over a meter in length. Lin Fan glanced at the sun, now low in the west, estimating it to be around 4 in the afternoon. Let us leave it for tomorrow. There's no rush. Xia Zining nodded in agreement, as she felt the urge to bathe, having not washed for 2 or 3 days. Zining, let us go wash in the pond while it's still early, called Lu Yutong, approaching and taking Xia Zining's hand with a smile. I'll take a stroll nearby, Lin Fan said, casting a glance at the two before walking toward the shed to retrieve his bow and arrows, heading left. Let us go. Why are you still staring? Lu Yutong exclaimed, noticing Xia Zining gazing at Lin Fan's departing figure, and she pulled her along toward the pond. I'm coming too, shouted Zhou Tong Tong, rushing over with a basket, quickly catching up with Lu Yutong and Xia Zining. Meanwhile, Lin Fan advanced to the uneven patch of grassland, surveying the surrounding reed field before making his way toward the hillside on the right. Upon reaching the base of the hill, he ventured inward, ascending the slope, which, though gentle, still required the support of some underbrush in certain areas to climb effectively. After climbing for several dozen meters, Lin Fan progressed deeper into the terrain. After a few minutes, he paused to look down, catching sight of the reed field below. However, many areas were obscured by large trees, prompting him to find a new vantage point to observe the field. Before long, an exceptional vantage point was secured, offering a panoramic view of the sprawling expanse of the miscanthus grass below. Lin Fan crouched down, gazing at the scene beneath him, where a multitude of narrow paths meandered through the dense grass, resembling a labyrinth. Soon, several dark figures emerged along the trails. 3 wild boars appeared. Observing the paths, Lin Fan deduced that they must have been forged by the boars, as they were known to root through the grass for sustenance. It was quite probable that numerous boar dens lay hidden within as well. In the distance, a few small black dots darted swiftly along the paths. Without a doubt, these were the boar piglets. If he could capture one, his worries about food would dissipate. As Lin Fan watched the wild boars below, his mind raced with strategies for ensnaring one. Digging a trap was out of the question, as he lacked the necessary tools. Thus, crafting a snare seemed to be the only viable option. But where should he set it? Rising to his feet, Lin Fan scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a trail leading down from the mountain to the miscanthus grass about several dozen meters ahead. The roots of the grass nearby had been excavated, indicating that the wild boars had traveled this way to forage. He cautiously approached, constantly on the lookout for any signs of the boars, for he had no desire for an encounter. The ground where the boars had dug was uneven, and he halted only upon reaching a section undisturbed by their rooting. Bending down to examine the myriad of boar tracks on the adjacent path, he noted their varying sizes. After circling the area, Lin Fan cut down 2 robust vines from nearby trees and proceeded to a large tree, where he fashioned one snare. He then ascended several meters to set another. With the snares prepared, Lin Fan retraced his steps, having spotted 2 wild boars making their way from the miscanthus grass up the mountain. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Fan discovered that Xia Zining had changed into a fresh outfit, clearly one from the box. While the one she had worn previously was now washed and drying on a branch propped up in the grass. Lin Fan, you're back. Where have you been? Xia Zining inquired with a smile as she approached him. Lin Fan smiled lightly in response. Oh, just here and there, taking a leisurely stroll. He then added, by the way, Tong Tong brought back some items. I'm not sure if they're edible, red ones. We didn't dare to try them. So we waited for you to return and check. Xia Zining led Lin Fan to the shed, retrieving a basket hanging from a hook and handing it to him. Brother Fan, these are incredibly spicy. I had a bit, and it was unbearable, Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed as she hurried over. Chili peppers, Lin Fan exclaimed, realizing the basket contained nothing other than chili peppers. How could you not recognize them? And where did you find these? He looked at Xia Zining and the others. Xia Zining gently shook her head, while Lu Yutong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. Is it so strange not to know? When we are at home, it's always the nanny who buys groceries and cooks, so we wouldn't know about this. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, could only respond with a silent nod. He then turned to Zhou Tong Tong and asked, Tong Tong, please take me to the place where you picked the chili peppers. Zhou Tong Tong joyfully nodded and led Lin Fan outside. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a thicket of brambles. They ventured inside, winding through the paths until they reached the end. Brother Fan, look, that's where I picked them, Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed, pointing to a nearby chili tree with a smile. Lin Fan's excitement surged as he quickly walked over. Before him stood a chili tree, approximately 1.5 meters tall, flourishing within the thicket, its branches laden with vibrant red finger chilies, alongside some green and purple ones that were yet to ripen. The mature finger chilies turn red and possess a heat level of 9, making them quite fiery. Tong Tong, go back and ask Sister Zining to bring the basket. We need to gather these chilies, Lin Fan instructed, turning to Zhou Tong Tong, who immediately dashed back toward the wooden house. After she left, Lin Fan picked a finger chili and took a bite. It was indeed incredibly spicy, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Ah, so exhilarating, Lin Fan exclaimed, his mouth ablaze with heat. With these chilies, mealtime would no longer be monotonous, and they could also serve as a weapon. They could be dried to make chili powder or prepared as chili water, but most importantly, they could be used as a seasoning. Moments later, Zhou Tong Tong returned with Xia Zining, who was carrying the basket. Come, let's pick some chilies together. Lin Fan smiled at the two. Remember, only pick the red ones. The others aren't ripe yet. They nodded in agreement, and Xia Zining placed the basket on the ground as the three began to collect chilies. After a while, Xia Zining held up a chili and asked, Lin Fan, can this chili be eaten raw? Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Yes, you can eat it raw or cooked. Just treat it as a seasoning. Seasoning? Xia Zining pondered for a moment before popping the chili into her mouth and chewing. So spicy, she suddenly cried out, spitting and gasping for water, her hands fanning her mouth. This proved futile as the heat persisted and tears streamed down her face. Tong Tong, hurry and take Sister Zining back for water. Lin Fan chuckled at Xia Zining's predicament and instructed Zhou Tong Tong. With a smile, Zhou Tong Tong nodded and pulled Xia Zining towards the wooden house, leaving Lin Fan to continue picking. After several minutes, Lin Fan finally finished harvesting the red finger chilies from the tree, filling nearly half the basket. This bounty would be sufficient for a year, and there were still many unripe chilies on the tree. After completing the task, he carried the basket back to the wooden house as the sky gradually darkened, signaling the approach of night. Placing the backpack in the room, I stepped outside to commence boiling bamboo shoots. For this evening, there was naught but bamboo shoots to serve as sustenance. At that moment, Xia Zining sat in the shed, a bottle of mineral water in hand, occasionally sipping from it, her complexion gradually flushing, likely due to the spiciness of the peppers. Soon, the night descended, and after satisfying their appetites, everyone refrained from lingering on the grassy expanse and retreated to their quarters, for the day's exertions had left them weary, yearning for a restful slumber. In the dead of night, a sudden wailing sound pierced the silence. Soft and elongated, it seemed to emanate from a distant locale, far removed from the valley. At that moment, Lin Fan opened his eyes, straining to discern the source of the eerie call and the creature that produced it. Chapter 37. Capturing the prey the following morning, the sky was overcast, with clouds slowly gathering, indicating an impending rain. Lin Fan stepped out of the wooden cabin and gazed upward, his brow furrowing. His intention was to visit the seaside today, but it seemed that fate had other plans. The gloomy weather suggested that rain was imminent. At that moment, Xia Zining emerged from her room, cast a glance at the sky, and remarked, "It looks like it's going to rain." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "Have they awakened?" "They're up," Xia Zining softly replied. "We need to gather some bamboo from the grove before the rain begins," Lin Fan stated, making his way toward the bamboo forest. Observing his departure, Xia Zining turned and entered the room to summon Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong. The three of them hurried toward the bamboo grove. Upon their arrival, Lin Fan had already felled 5 or 6 bamboo stalks. "You all take these back and place them beside the shed," he instructed as he continued his task. Without further inquiry, each of the 3 girls grasped a bamboo pole and began dragging it back. When they returned to the bamboo grove, Lin Fan awaited their arrival. This time, he joined them in transporting the bamboo back. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, the rain had yet to fall, but the clouds above grew ever denser. "Why don't you search for plantain lilies in the grassy area to the right? I need to step out for a moment," Lin Fan informed the trio before dashing into the woods. The wind had picked up, causing the trees to rustle ominously. Racing to the foot of the mountain, Lin Fan began his ascent to inspect the lasso. The forest on the mountain creaked under the force of the wind, prompting Lin Fan to quicken his pace, anxious about the risk of falling trees. Soon, he arrived at the large tree where the lasso was secured, but to his dismay, the ground was empty, indicating yet another fruitless trip. "Wait, where's the lasso?" As he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed that the lasso was entangled at the base of the tree. Approaching it, Lin Fan paused in surprise. An animal was caught by the lasso, nestled behind the tree, motionless. "What is this?" he cautiously inquired as he drew closer, revealing a tawny creature with antlers. A yellow deer? Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan realized it was indeed a yellow deer, filling him with joy. He had initially aimed to ensnare a wild boar, but had unexpectedly caught a yellow deer instead. As the wind howled fiercely, Lin Fan wasted no time. He unsheathed his long knife and swiftly dispatched the creature, slinging it over his back and hastening toward the wooden cabin. The deer weighed approximately 60 pounds, a manageable burden for Lin Fan. "Tongtong, Zining, let us hurry back. The wind is too strong. I can barely stand," Lu Yutong called to the 2, her eyes squinting against the gusts. Let us go, Zhou Tongtong called out as she bent forward, dashing towards the wooden cabin, with Lu Yutong and the others hastily following suit. As the trio reached the shed, they beheld Lin Fan sprinting back, burdened with an animal on his back. "Lin Fan, what is this?" Lu Yutong shouted, her gaze fixed upon him. "Come and help. Why ask so many questions?" Lin Fan bellowed, racing towards the brook beneath the pool. Xia Zining swiftly emptied the plantain leaves from a nearby basket into another before scurrying after him. Lin Fan glanced up at the sky. The dark clouds were shifting, yet rain had not yet descended. However, the atmosphere seemed to darken gradually. He quickly unsheathed his long knife, efficiently processing the yellow-bellied creature, skinning it and removing its entrails. "What do we do?" Xia Zining and the others inquired as they approached. "Wait a moment," Lin Fan replied, continuing his task. In less than 10 minutes, he had extracted the innards. "You 3, handle the entrails quickly. A heavy downpour is imminent," he instructed, placing the organs into a basket. At that moment, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining disregarded the mess and directly began sorting through the entrails. "Lin Fan, I can't do this," Lu Yutong exclaimed after a brief attempt. Lin Fan sighed as he surveyed the chaotic state of the innards. "Ah, you 3 should return to the cabin and start a fire. You cannot assist me here." Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong promptly washed her hands and hurried back to the wooden house, retrieving the unburned firewood and setting it ablaze on the ground to the right of the shed. "Zining, you and Tongtong lift that giant bamboo over here to shield us from the wind," Lu Yutong called out to the 2 returning. Fortunately, the knife was sharp enough. With a few swift motions, the bones were severed, and after preparing the meat, he moved to address the entrails. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, with flashes of lightning illuminating the valley as the wind subsided. Lin Fan promptly set down the entrails and dashed into the shed with 2 pieces of meat. Handing them to Lu Yutong. Make the fire larger and roast these pieces, he instructed before retreating into the wooden cabin. He rummaged through the chest, emptied the peppers from his backpack into the box, and then hurried outside with the pack. In an instant, heavy rain began to pour down. Yet Lin Fan paid little mind, rushing to the brook to place the meat into the pack before returning to the shed. Lin Fan, hurry inside, you're soaked, Xia Zining shouted, noticing his drenched state. Lin Fan set the pack down in the shed, replying, take the pack inside. I'll put away the entrails and return. He then dashed to the brook, gathered the entrails, and brought them back. Upon entering the shed, Lin Fan immediately shed his clothing, revealing a well-defined physique. The contours of his six-pack abs perfectly sculpted. Why'd you take off your clothes? Xia Zining gazed at Lin Fan, who had casually mentioned something while casting a glance at his abdominal muscles. If I don't remove my clothes, I might fall ill by tomorrow, Lin Fan remarked to Xia Zining, then approached the fire with his garments. Hey, if you don't turn it over soon, the meat will be charred. He smiled at Lu Yutong. Brother Fan, allow me to assist you in drying your clothes, Zhou Tongtong said as she approached, taking the garments from Lin Fan's hands and spreading them by the fire. Lu Yutong glanced at Lin Fan and chuckled. Your physique is quite impressive, especially those abs. Isn't it rather normal to have abs? Lin Fan replied with a slight smile, squatting down to take the 2 pieces of roasted meat from Lu Yutong. Let me handle the grilling. With your physique, you make a fine male model. I'm sure many wealthy women would be vying for your attention, Lu Yutong said with a playful smile, reaching out to pat Lin Fan's shoulder. Hey, don't touch without permission. Lin Fan swatted her hand away, exclaiming, male model? Is the pay good? Lu Yutong leaned closer, grinning. In just 1 month, you could earn more than a year's salary as a security guard. Lin Fan paused, astonished. Is the salary really that high? Are you serious? TCH. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes at him. That's nothing. The pay is always high, not low. If we manage to return, I'll introduce you to a modeling job, and then you'll see. Lin Fan nodded eagerly. All right, it's settled then. Xia Zining listened to their conversation, feeling a twinge of discontent, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. As he continued to grill the meat, Lin Fan sliced through it with a long knife. After a few minutes, the meat was finally ready. He set it aside to cool before chopping it into 4 pieces. Just enough for each person. Delicious, Lu Yutong exclaimed after taking a couple of bites. Hee, when you're hungry, everything tastes good, Lin Fan chuckled. Tong Tong, you can stop holding the clothes for now. Let us eat first. He stood up to hang the clothes on a bamboo hook overhead to dry slowly. Turning to look at Xia Zining, he noticed her with her head down, nibbling on the roasted meat. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? He inquired as he approached her. Xia Zining looked up, smiling softly. No. It's very tasty. Lin Fan grinned, as long as you enjoy it. After satisfying their hunger and taking a brief respite, Lin Fan dragged a bamboo pole closer, using his long knife to split it open before crafting bamboo strips. Sitting atop a giant bamboo, he began weaving a fish trap, while Xia Zining sat beside him, watching intently, and Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong chatted nearby. Outside, the rain continued to patter incessantly, occasionally accompanied by a gust of wind. Lin Fan, what are you weaving? Xia Zining asked, resting her chin on her hands as she looked at him. Lin Fan responded with a smile, I am weaving fish nets. Once the rain ceases, we shall take them to the seaside and submerge them in the ocean. By the following morning, we can inspect them. If fortune smiles upon us, we may enjoy fresh fish daily. Is it truly as simple as just placing them down? Xia Zining inquired with curiosity. Lin Fan gently shook his head. Certainly not. It is not merely a matter of placing them down. We must first add some bait, secure them with stones to prevent them from being swept away by the tides. Otherwise, when we return the next day, we shall find nothing. Oh, so bait is essential? Xia Zining seemed to grasp the concept, nodding her head. What exactly is bait? With a smile, Lin Fan proceeded to explain the concept of bait to Xia Zining. The two engaged in a lively conversation, exchanging questions and answers. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong occasionally glanced over at the duo. An hour later, the rain continued to fall, yet Lin Fan had successfully woven 3 fish nets. Chapter 38. Black Bear Night. The rain poured relentlessly, showing no signs of abating, while the sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning and resonated with thunder. Cloaked in heavy clouds. After conversing with Lin Fan for a while, Xia Zining strolled over to engage in conversation with Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong. Lin Fan moved the giant dragon bamboo into the shelter, as some raindrops had splashed inside. He meticulously crafted 6 circular fish traps, each approximately half a meter in length, wide at the entrance and narrow at the tail. At the entrance, he wove a lid adorned with numerous long bamboo spikes, ensuring that once fish or other seafood entered, they could not escape. By noon, the rain gradually diminished, the ominous clouds dispersed, and the sky brightened, shedding its previous gloom. The garments hung beside the bonfire had dried, and Lin Fan approached it on them. At last, the rain is about to cease, Xia Zining remarked, standing at the edge of the shelter, gazing outside. Lin Fan smiled softly. The heavier the rain falls, the quicker it will cease. At that moment, the chirping of birds echoed through the surrounding woods, signaling the imminent end of the rain. Indeed, within 10 minutes, the rain ceased entirely, leaving the air refreshingly crisp, infused with the earthy scent of damp soil. Lin Fan ventured to the stream side to process the entrails, while Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong retrieved the meat from their backpacks and placed it into a metal pot to cook. Xia Zining took a basket and approached the pool to clean the planet. Following the rain, the water flowing from the mountain's cave had increased significantly. After cleansing the entrails, Lin Fan sliced them into small pieces, placing them in a basket to return to the shelter and add to the pot. Lin Fan, have you cleaned the entrails thoroughly? Shouldn't they be placed in like this? Lu Yutong inquired, glancing up at him. Lin Fan chuckled, as long as it's not too dirty. Consuming it won't cause any illness. Rest assured, they're quite clean. The entrails must be cooked promptly. If left too long, they may spoil and emit an unpleasant odor. Oomph. Even if uncooked, they would still stink, Lu Yutong muttered while tending to the fire. After half an hour, the meat was ready. Lu Yutong refrained from eating the entrails, while Xia Zining sampled only a bit of liver. It was Lin Fan and Zhou Tongtong who relished every bite of the entrails. Tongtong, are the entrails truly delicious? Lu Yutong squinted at Zhou Tongtong. In response, Zhou Tongtong nodded eagerly yes. They are delightful, Sister Yutong. I truly enjoy eating entrails. Observing Zhou Tongtong's joyous demeanor, Lu Yutong shook her head. She had never dared to eat entrails, not even once at home. In the afternoon, with the rain having just subsided, Lin Fan decided against venturing into the mountains to check the 2 snares set the previous day. Instead, he took Xia Zining and the others to the bamboo grove to continue harvesting bamboo. After dragging the bamboo back, the 4 of them resumed work on the enclosure. Over 2 hours later, they finally completed the enclosure, though they had exhausted their bamboo supply. Lin Fan had intended to construct 2 bamboo gates, but with no bamboo left, he resolved to tackle that task the following day, for the hour was growing late, and he was beginning to feel fatigued. Lin Fan, do you think this fence might be a tad low? Lu Yutong inquired, glancing at the fence that stood at around 1 meter high. Lin Fan cast a quick look at it and smiled, saying, this is merely temporary. When I have the time, I shall reinforce and raise it. There's no need to rush. As dusk approached, Lin Fan brought out the giant dragon bamboo, placing it upon the grass as he sat and watched the sky blush with hues of red, heralding the arrival of the evening glow. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining busied themselves with preparing dinner. After several attempts, Lu Yutong had now mastered the art of cooking. Zhou Tongtong scampered about with a basket, and Lin Fan had cautioned her not to stray too far, for wild boars and other creatures might appear at any moment in the vicinity. Half an hour later, the sky darkened, and Lin Fan returned to the shed, just as the meat was ready. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he filled his belly and retreated to his room. After igniting a campfire, he lay down amidst the grass, draping a woolen blanket over himself. In the deep of night, the firewood had burned down, leaving only a few embers glowing with a faint red light. Suddenly, a sound startled Lin Fan awake. He immediately sat up, his heart racing as he grasped the long knife beside him and slowly rose to his feet. He picked up a few pieces of wood and tossed them onto the glowing embers. Crack! Another sound echoed, and Lin Fan realized something was tampering with the wooden door of the shed. uncertain whether it was a person or an animal. He gripped the knife tightly and cautiously approached the door. Smash! In a sudden rush, a black hand burst through the door, splintering the wood as it reached in. At that moment, the wood he had piled on the fire began to blaze, prompting Lin Fan to quickly retreat inside and grab more burning logs to wield as a weapon. Roar! A beastly cry erupted from outside, and Lin Fan thrust the flaming wood outward in response. To his astonishment, a large paw covered in black fur reached through, snapping a piece of the door in the process. Fortunately, Lin Fan had braced the door with 2 pieces of wood. Otherwise, whatever lurked outside would have already entered. Lin Fan hesitated momentarily, thinking to himself, this creature must be a black bear. If it gets in, we are finished. Resolutely, he raised a sharp knife and swung it with all his might at the massive paw. A glint of cold light flashed as the blade severed the paw cleanly. Roar! The black bear howled in agony, stumbling backward in a frenzied retreat. Lin Fan dared not pursue. He merely gazed at the severed bear paw on the ground, blood oozing from it. Lin Fan, what was that sound? At that moment, Lu Yutong and the other 2 emerged, having been roused by the bear's frantic cries. It's nothing. You all should quickly return to the room and stay inside, Lin Fan urged, glancing at the 3 women. Without further inquiry, they promptly obeyed, understanding something significant had transpired, as they could sense the tremor in Lin Fan's voice. Lin Fan grasped the long blade, his gaze fixed upon the wooden door. After a moment of observation, he discerned a lack of movement outside and swiftly entered the room. He placed a dozen pieces of wood atop the campfire to stoke the flames, then returned to vigilantly watch the door. Lin Fan remained in this stance until dawn, feeling only a slight relief as the first light broke. The 3 women, too, had not slept. They huddled together in silence against the wooden wall. When the sun had fully risen, Lin Fan cautiously peered through the gap in the door, noting the absence of any threats outside. Only then did he dare to remove the wooden barricade and open the door, stepping out with caution. Once outside the wooden cabin, he surveyed the area and, finding no trace of the black bear, finally felt a sense of ease. However, a faint trail of blood caught his attention, leading towards the woods on the right. In that moment, Lin Fan realized that the black bear had indeed been wounded and had fled into the forest. Chapter 39. Indigenous Tribes After the Danger Had Passed. Lin Fan returned to the wooden cabin and retrieved the severed paw. Lin Fan, what was that last night? Xia Zining inquired with concern, glancing at the bloodstains at the cabin's entrance. Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong approached as well. Lin Fan surveyed the trio, contemplated for a moment, and replied, that was a black bear. But fret not, it sustained grave injuries and should not return. A black bear? Lu Yutong furrowed her brow. How could there be a black bear here? How did it come to this place? Last night, I hung some meat in the cabin. It must have caught the scent. You see, black bears have an incredibly keen sense of smell, capable of detecting food from several kilometers away, Lin Fan elucidated. Fortunately, I have severely wounded it. A bear missing a paw will find it challenging to survive in the wild. Did you truly injure it? Lu Yutong asked, her disbelief evident. Having visited a zoo and seen a black bear, she had felt a sense of fear at its imposing size from afar. Lin Fan gestured towards the severed paw on the ground. The 3 gazed in astonishment as they beheld the furry black paw resting on the grass. Wow, is this the black bear's paw? Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, rushing over to squat down and marvel at it. Sister Yutong, look at how large it is. Lu Yutong approached for a closer inspection, confirming that Lin Fan had indeed harmed the bear and severed its paw. Now do you believe me? Lin Fan smiled gently at Lu Yutong. Rest assured, it will not return. However, we must remain vigilant. Lu Yutong nodded, still feeling a twinge of concern. But she realized there was little to be done at this point. Xia Zining kindled a fire in the stove outside the cabin, while Lu Yutong fetched some water from the basin with an iron pot, placing it on the fire. She also retrieved the meat from the cabin, placing it into the pot. Once the yellow-bellied meat was cooked, Zhou Tongtong placed the black bear's paw into the fire to roast it. Tongtong, why are you burning it? Xia Zining asked curiously. To eat. Zhou Tongtong replied with a playful tilt of her head. Eat? Xia Zining paused, shaking her head vigorously. She had no intention of consuming that, as the thought of its fur sent shivers down her spine. After satisfying their hunger, Lin Fan donned his backpack and led the three women towards the seaside. Look, there are rabbits over there. As they stepped onto the grass, Zhou Tongtong pointed excitedly to the left. Lin Fan turned his head to look. He spotted two wild rabbits hopping about in the meadow. But just as Zhou Tongtong's words echoed, the rabbits darted away and quickly vanished, likely retreating into their burrow. Those are indeed rabbits. They must be wild, Xia Zining remarked. Having seen them as well, Lin Fan smiled slightly. In this place, what else could they be? Is someone raising them here? Let's go. With that, he continued towards the shore. An hour later, the four arrived at the seaside, where the three women joyfully removed their shoes and dashed barefoot into the water to frolic. Lin Fan set down his backpack and ventured into the woods alone. After a brief period of time, he emerged with a handful of insects. He then retrieved a fish cage from his backpack, opened the lid, and placed several insects inside before sealing it again. Each of the 6 cages received a few insects. With his backpack secured once more, he descended in search of a suitable spot to place the fish cages. Wow, Yutong Zining, look what I found. Suddenly, Zhou Tongtong felt something beneath her foot. Bending down, she discovered a shell. What is this? It's so hard. Can it be eaten? Lu Yutong took it, examined it, and inquired. Zining, do you recognize it? Xia Zining also took a look, shaking her head in response. Oh well, let's ask Brother Fan later. Zhou Tongtong suggested with a smile. Continuing her search along the beach, Zhou Tongtong collected a dozen shells, placing them in a hole she had dug. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining, having grown weary from play, climbed on the large rocks above to search for sea snails in the crevices. Half an hour later, Lin Fan finished preparing the 6 fish cages, planning to check for catches the following morning. Brother Fan, I found a lot of these. Can they be eaten? Zhou Tongtong rushed over to Lin Fan as he approached. He inspected her find and smiled. Yes, these are clam shells, and they are quite delicious. That's fantastic. I collected so many. Zhou Tongtong exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement before resuming her search. Lin Fan chuckled at her enthusiasm and made his way upwards. After a while, he spotted Xia Zining standing atop a large rock, gazing into the distance. Zining, Lu Yutong called as she climbed up beside her, both of them lifting their heads to look out at the vast sea. Sister Yutong, do you think we can go back? Xia Zining asked softly, squinting against the sea breeze, which gently tousled their hair. Lu Yutong wrapped her arms around her and whispered, Yes, don't worry. We will find a way to leave this place. I hope so, Xia Zining replied, resting her head on Lu Yutong's shoulder. Meanwhile, the depths of the sea roared with tumultuous waves and crashing surf. Hey, you two, be careful. Those rocks are slippery. A fall could break an arm or a leg. Lin Fan called out as he approached. The two turned to glance at him before descending to join Lin Fan in learning how to fish in the shallows. After over an hour, as noon approached, the 4 of them departed the beach and headed back to their campsite. Brother Fan, am I impressive? I collected all these clams by myself. Zhou Tongtong beamed at Lin Fan along the way. He smiled and gave her a thumbs up, replying, You are indeed remarkable, Tongtong. After more than half an hour, they reached a grassy area. Suddenly, Zhou Tongtong darted off to the right, and Lin Fan realized she was chasing a wild rabbit. Let's take a break, he suggested. Lin Fan placed the backpack on the ground and addressed Lu Yutong and Xia Zining. The two nodded in acknowledgement and sat down, taking in the surrounding picturesque scenery. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. Ah, Brother Fan, come quickly. There are people over there. Suddenly, the voice of Zhou Tongtong echoed from the grassy area to the right. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately sprang to his feet and rushed over to a hollowed-out area at the base of the slope, where he saw Zhou Tongtong pointing ahead. Brother Fan, look! Lin Fan lifted his gaze and indeed saw 2 individuals running ahead, with another pair seemingly in pursuit. At this juncture, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining also dashed over to observe the 4 figures. As the distance between them diminished, the silhouettes became increasingly discernible. Lin Fan soon recognized the 2 individuals at the front, a man and a woman. However, when he discerned the identities of those chasing them, his mouth fell open in astonishment. The 2 pursuers were coated in black and white paint, wielding wooden sticks, barefoot, with dark skin, and vociferously shouting. Chapter 40. The Easterners as Lin Fan observed the two figures rushing towards him. A frown creased his brow, contemplating whether he should intervene to save them. Just as he deliberated, the pursued individuals drew closer, within a mere 20 meters. Suddenly, the man stumbled and fell onto the grass, while a native raised a wooden club, preparing to strike him. Lin Fan, Xia Zining exclaimed, her voice urgent. Without hesitation, Lin Fan swiftly drew his bow, knocking an arrow aimed at the native. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, striking the native squarely in the abdomen. Ah! The native cried out in anguish, discarding the club as he clutched his stomach, stepping back in distress. The other native, witnessing his comrade's plight, hesitated momentarily before turning his gaze towards Lin Fan, shouting furiously as he abandoned the pursuit of the woman to charge at him. With a swift stride, Lin Fan unsheathed his long knife, slicing through the air to sever the wooden club from the native's grasp. In one fluid motion, the blade glimmered coldly as it swept across, leaving the native clutching his throat, eyes wide in shock. It took but a moment for crimson to seep forth, and he collapsed onto the grass. Ah! Seeing the native fall, Zhou Tongtong gasped in terror, instinctively clutching Lu Yutong, burying her head in her embrace. It was her first encounter with such violence, and the shock was palpable. Lu Yutong and Xia Zining exchanged glances filled with complexity, both astonished and a hint fearful of Lin Fan's decisive actions. Grateful for her rescue, the woman rushed towards Lin Fan, her expression fervent as she spoke rapidly, shaking his hands in gratitude before darting off to check on the fallen man. Suddenly, the wounded native, gritting his teeth, fiercely pulled the arrow from his abdomen and charged at Lin Fan with a shout. Lin Fan, taken aback by the native's audacity, reacted instinctively, lunging forward to thrust his long knife. Thud! The native raised the arrowhead, glancing at the blade protruding from his belly before lifting his gaze to Lin Fan. In an instant, his head tilted, and he collapsed as Lin Fan withdrew the knife. Kneeling beside the lifeless native, Lin Fan examined him, noting his scant attire of animal hide, which concealed only the most vital areas, while the rest of his body was adorned with paint. Suddenly, Lin Fan's hand brushed against something within the hide. He reached in and extracted a dagger crafted from a black stone, its edges honed to a sharp glint, reflecting a dark sheen. "Do not be afraid. Let us approach," Lu Yutong gently reassured Zhou Tongtong, patting her shoulder before she and Xia Zining made their way over. Suddenly, the woman examining the man began to weep, prompting Lin Fan to stow the stone dagger and stride towards her. "Who are you? What has transpired here?" Lin Fan approached the woman and inquired. The woman turned her head to face him, speaking rapidly in a tongue he could not comprehend. It was an Eastern language. At that moment, Xia Zining stepped forward to elucidate. "She wishes for you to save the man on the ground." "An Easterner?" Lin Fan glanced at the woman before crouching down to examine the man, who was convulsing, his calves darkening. Soon, Lin Fan discerned 2 puncture wounds on the man's lower leg, instantly realizing that he had been bitten by a venomous snake. Given the man's condition, the venom had likely already reached his heart. There was no hope of salvation. Lin Fan shook his head at the woman and stood, stating, "He has been bitten by a snake. The venom has entered his heart. He cannot be saved." As Lin Fan finished speaking, Xia Zining translated his words into the Eastern language for the woman. I can understand his words. I speak the summer language." The woman suddenly responded in slightly imperfect summer dialect. "I studied in summer country for a year and learned it. I was just a bit nervous earlier, so I'm not interested in who you are." Lin Fan addressed the woman, gesturing towards the indigenous man on the ground. "I now only wish to know what happened to them and how you ended up here." Before the Eastern woman could finish her response, Lin Fan interrupted. Observing the fierce expression on his face, the woman instinctively recoiled, speaking softly in fear. I. What do you mean by I? Speak quickly," Lin Fan demanded, fixing his gaze upon her. The woman looked at him, her expression betraying her fear, as she shrank further in on herself, appearing quite delicate. "Why are you shouting?" Xia Zining, noticing the woman's demeanor, approached and gently supported her, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, perhaps we should return and inquire later," suggested Lu Yutong, who had come over holding Zhou Tongtong's hand. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Very well, let's head back. After saying this, he made his way up the slope, while Xia Zining helped the woman to her feet. As they departed, the woman repeatedly glanced back at the man on the ground, who had now breathed his last. Lin Fan, regarding these corpses. Lu Yutong released Zhou Tongtong's hand and hurried to catch up with Lin Fan, inquiring. Lin Fan paused to respond. Do not worry by dawn. They will vanish without a trace. Upon returning to the valley, Xia Zining led the woman to sit in the shelter, while Lu Yutong fetched some water and began to cook the clams they had brought back. Upon their return, Zhou Tongtong's gaze towards Lin Fan had shifted somewhat. Speak. Reveal all that you know. Lin Fan, seated nearby, prompted the woman. After taking a few sips of warm water from Xia Zining's cup, the woman's complexion improved slightly, and she began to speak slowly. After the incident on the cruise, we awoke to find ourselves lying on the beach, 5 of us in total, though 2 had already perished. Subsequently, the 3 of us remained by the sea for 2 days, awaiting rescue, only to encounter another 4 unfortunate souls. In the end, we 7 stayed together. After the woman finished speaking, she lifted her cup and took a couple more sips before continuing. After the 7 of us came together, we survived on coconuts and foraged for small seashells, yet food remained scarce. Thus, we ventured into the woods. To our astonishment, scarcely an hour had passed since we entered the forest when we were encircled by a group of individuals, clad in nothing but their skin, adorned with black and white stripes, armed with bows and spears. We dared not resist and were subsequently captured. At this juncture, a look of terror and fear etched itself upon her face, and her demeanor grew increasingly tense. Chapter 41. Michiko, as the woman spoke, her emotions surged, her hands trembling so violently that the water in her cup nearly spilled. With a quivering voice, she recounted after they captured us and took us back. We were confined in a dark cave. Then, they neglected us until the following afternoon when they came and took one person away. After that, they tied him to a piece of wood and carried him out. About 10 minutes later, we heard the bound man cry out in agony a few times before falling silent. I caught a glimpse through a small hole in the cave. I saw him being placed upon a pyre. Woe is me! The woman's fervor escalated, and she suddenly buried her face in her hands, weeping. Upon hearing her words, Lin Fan's expression shifted, his brow furrowing deeply. If her account was indeed truthful, they were in dire straits. Cannibals. This desolate island harbored cannibals. Lin Fan had only superficially grasped the concept from literature and films. Do you know where you were held? Are there others? Lin Fan pondered and inquired of the woman. He needed to ascertain how far these indigenous people were from their current location. The woman shook her head in response. I only know they reside in a valley within the forest. The other man and I managed to escape because we broke a piece of wood in the cave. However, we did not get far before we were discovered, and 3 others were captured. The other man and I fled into the woods, but 2 wild men pursued us relentlessly. After hearing her tale, Lin Fan stepped outside the shelter, lost in contemplation upon the grass. Not long after she finished speaking, the woman leaned against Xia Zining's shoulder and fell asleep. Seeing this, Xia Zining had no choice but to lift her and carry her back to the wooden house, laying her down among the grass. Fortunately, the Eastern woman was not heavy, being petite and somewhat soiled with dirt and stains on her clothing. Are you worried about something? At that moment, Lu Yutong approached, having overheard the woman's account. The atmosphere on this island was fraught with peril. Lin Fan nodded. It would be disingenuous to say I am not worried. However, for the time being, they are unlikely to discover us here. The longer we remain, though, the less certain that becomes. Lu Yutong lowered her head in contemplation, anxiety etched upon her features. What shall we do? Should we leave this place? She murmured. Lin Fan shook his head. No, it is unsafe to venture anywhere now. Staying here is preferable. Very well, we shall follow your lead, Lu Yutong replied. Gazing at Lin Fan, you decide. Let us go. Those clams are ready for consumption. Returning to the shelter, they feasted on the clams, while Zhou Tongtong occasionally glanced at Lin Fan, maintaining a respectful distance without uttering a word. After satiating his hunger, Lin Fan crafted a new bamboo door from giant dragon bamboo and installed it at the entrance of the wooden house. In the afternoon, Xia Zining laid out the bamboo shoots to dry, while Lin Fan ventured alone into the bamboo grove. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, I descended into the brook and meandered downstream, plucking a few sprigs of mint to savor. A refreshing burst of flavor instantly filled my mouth. Wading through the cool waters, surrounded by towering bamboo, I felt enveloped in tranquility. After a short while, the initially dim stream transformed into a radiant expanse as I discovered that the bamboo had receded, revealing the confluence of the creek and a grand river. The riverbank was strewn with stones of various sizes, and the water flowed gently beneath them. As I gazed ahead, the landscape unfolded into a vast expanse of prairie, undulating mountains, and a verdant forest, all imbued with an air of mystery. Lost in thought, I marveled at the sheer magnitude of this deserted island. After wandering near the river for about 10 minutes, I returned to the bamboo grove, hewing a sturdy dragon bamboo to carry back with me. Upon reaching the wooden cabin, I found that the woman had awakened and was seated in the shelter, where Xia Zining was accompanying her as she enjoyed some clam delicacies. Upon seeing me return, the woman promptly stood and approached with a bow, saying, "Hello. Thank you for saving me. My name is Michiko." Taken aback by her bow, I quickly regained my composure, recognizing that such gestures are customary among Easterners. Although I held little fondness for them, the moment was not one for scrutiny. Observing the somewhat kawaii appearance of the Eastern woman, I smiled gently and introduced myself. "Hello, I am Lin Fan." Upon hearing my name, Michiko's face brightened with a smile. I then split the dragon bamboo and began crafting stools, not wishing to interrupt my work. Michiko returned to the shelter to continue her conversation with Xia Zining. After a while, Xia Zining brought Michiko over to assist me. Despite both being novices, they were able to contribute under my guidance for the simpler tasks. To my surprise, Michiko exhibited remarkable aptitude. After only 2 instructions, she was able to create a stool independently. Just then, Lu Yutong and Zhou Tongtong returned with baskets in hand. "Lin Fan, look what we found," Lu Yutong exclaimed joyfully, presenting a handful of deep purple berries from her basket. I gazed at the berries in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are these blueberries? Where did you find them?" With a proud smile, Lu Yutong replied, "I discovered them near the chili plants. If you venture deeper through the woods, you'll find them in abundance." I tasted one, and it was delicious. I smiled slightly and encouraged, "Excellent. Gather more to enjoy as a snack." We picked 2 baskets full. Lu Yutong responded cheerfully, placing the baskets on the grass for the 3 of us to indulge, as she had already had her fill. After more than an hour of collaborative effort, we successfully crafted 5 stools. Now, there's no need to sit on the ground. To be honest, this stool is rather aesthetically pleasing. Lu Yutong examined the stool from various angles, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. As for Lin Fan, he indulged in some blueberries, their flavor slightly tangy, yet predominantly sweet and delectably fresh. As evening fell, the sky was adorned with fiery clouds. Lin Fan, perched on the stool, gazed at the exquisite spectacle. However, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the cannibal tribe. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he murmured, "Although I am unaware of when danger may strike, it is still possible to prepare adequate defenses." A glimmer of determination shone in Lin Fan's eyes. "That's right. The stones." Chapter 42. Capturing wild boars under the luminous moon that graced the night sky. Dotted with countless stars, the silvery moonlight enveloped the entire island, draping it in a splendid white garment. In the shed, by the flickering campfire, Lin Fan and his 4 companions were enjoying their dinner, which consisted of a sea fish and some crabs and sea snails caught earlier in the day. "Wow, so spicy," exclaimed Zhou Tongtong as she dipped a piece of snail meat into the chili sauce and promptly placed it in her mouth, letting out a loud cry. This chili sauce was crafted by Lin Fan from fresh chilies, with a sprinkle of sea salt crushed in for added flavor. "Are we going to the beach tomorrow?" asked Xia Zining, her belly full, as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the 4 of them and replied, "Tomorrow, I will go to the beach alone. There is no need for you all to accompany me. You have other matters to attend to." "What matters?" Lu Yutong inquired. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, lowering his gaze before responding, As you know, a black bear visited us last night, but fortunately, it was driven away. Now, with the emergence of a cannibal tribe, I find myself devoid of any sense of security. He cast a glance towards the direction of the wooden cabin. Relying solely on this wooden shelter is insufficient. Hence, I intend to construct a sturdy house. A sturdy house? Lu Yutong asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. What constitutes as sturdy? Stones, Lin Fan replied with a faint smile. A house built from stone would certainly be robust enough. Stones? Xia Zining looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. Where we find stones? Moreover, how many stones would be required to build a stone house? Indeed, it seems there are no stones in our vicinity, Lu Yutong echoed. Lin Fan continued to explain, building a stone house is not an endeavor that can be completed in just a day or two. Downstream by the bamboo forest, there are plenty of stones, varying in size. When you have some free time, you can go there and bring back the stones. How do we carry them? Lu Yutong queried. Tomorrow, I will weave a few more backpacks. We will use those to carry them. I will take you to see the site in the morning, Lin Fan assured them. Meiji and Zhou Tongtong remained silent, simply listening. As for them, any instructions would suffice. After conversing for about half an hour, everyone dispersed and returned to the wooden cabin. In the deep of night, Lin Fan lay in a half-sleep, keeping his long knife by his side, wary of any potential bear ambush. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Fan rose early, shouldering his backpack and making his way to the beach. An hour later, he arrived at the shore and hurried to check the fish traps. After a few minutes, he retrieved all 6 traps and opened the lids, emptying the contents, 4 sea fish, 3 crabs, and a rather small lobster, into his backpack. A good haul. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Next, he ventured into the woods to catch some insects, placing them into the fish traps before returning them to the sea. Afterward, he picked a few coconuts and made his way back. Upon returning to the valley, he found Xia Zining and the others already awake, cooking the last remnants of yellow crab meat and bamboo shoots. Back already? Did you manage to catch any fish? Upon seeing Lin Fan returning with a backpack, Xia Zining approached with a smile, while Meiji hurried over as well. Lin Fan placed the backpack down and chuckled. The harvest is quite satisfactory. The two stepped closer to inspect the contents, and Xia Zining exclaimed in surprise, "Indeed, there are coconuts. Let me take a look." At that moment, Zhou Tongtong also dashed over, her mouth agape in delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, there are lobsters too, and this crab is quite large. This fish trap is a bit small. When I have the time, I shall weave a few larger ones and place them in the sea. Surely, we will gather an even greater bounty of fish," Lin Fan remarked with a grin as he observed the excitement of the three. After their inspection, Lin Fan placed the crabs and lobsters into a large bamboo bucket for safekeeping. The few fish he had caught were unfortunately deceased upon his return, so he took them to a nearby stream, extracted their innards, and strung them together with a piece of bamboo, hanging them from the extended bamboo of the shed. Following breakfast, Lin Fan led the 4 to the bamboo grove, descending into the stream and walking downstream until they reached a confluence. "Indeed, there are stones, and so many of them," Lu Yutong exclaimed, gazing at the riverbed strewn with various stones. "Sister Yutong, there are crabs beneath these stones," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed as she bent down, flipping over the stones and discovering 2 crabs, her voice bubbling with joy. "Look, what is that? Is it a wild goat?" Suddenly, Xia Zining pointed toward the distant grassland and shouted. There, on the vast plain, a dozen creatures were grazing with their heads bowed. Those are indeed wild goats. The food here is plentiful, yet capturing them is no trivial task, Lin Fan murmured happily as he observed the herd. After a while, they returned to the bamboo grove, cut down several bamboo stalks, and began weaving backpacks. Xia Zining and the others emulated Lin Fan's actions, picking up bamboo strips to weave as well. By noon, they had crafted 5 backpacks and returned to prepare a seafood feast. In the afternoon, Lin Fan instructed, "You shall carry the backpacks to the river and bring back stones," placing them on a grassy area over there. He gestured toward the vacant space beside the wooden cabin, adding, "But do not overburden yourselves. Take your time." "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" Lu Yutong inquired. Lin Fan smiled slightly. "I shall join you, but who will gather food if I accompany you?" Lu Yutong, hearing this, chuckled awkwardly Then you need not accompany us. Would jest, searching for food. Where would I find it? As a delicate woman, one never knows who might become the prey when encountering carnivorous beasts, she added. After a hearty meal and a brief rest, Lu Yutong took the lead, shouldering her backpack as she ventured into the bamboo grove. Lin Fan watched their retreating figures, unperturbed by their safety, knowing they would remain in the vicinity and, as long as they did not wander too far, would likely encounter no peril. In pursuit of greater sustenance, Lin Fan began to set numerous snares and traps throughout the surrounding woods and weedy areas, even venturing farther. I have yet to check the snares over by the reed field. I shall go see now, Lin Fan suddenly declared while seated on a decaying log in the woods. At that moment, he recalled that on the mountain adjacent to the reed field, he had left 2 snares. Half an hour later, Lin Fan reached the foot of the mountain and began his ascent. Suddenly, a cacophony of wild boar calls seized his attention. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the sounds originated from the very direction of his snares. He hurriedly dashed forward. Upon arriving beside a grand tree, he beheld a wild boar weighing around 50 to 60 pounds, ensnared by its hind leg, its body entwined with vines tightly affixed to the tree trunk. A smile of excitement graced Lin Fan's face as he swiftly drew his long knife and cautiously approached the boar. With a piercing cry, the boar, upon noticing his presence, emitted an ear-splitting shriek. Lin Fan swiftly positioned himself and thrust the blade directly into the boar's neck. The boar let out a few more cries before gradually collapsing to the ground. Lin Fan struck again, delivering a decisive blow to its throat, silencing it completely. As he severed the vines and hoisted the boar onto his back, he noticed several large wild boars emerging from the reed field, charging toward him. Goodness! The earlier cries must have summoned them. Panic surged within Lin Fan as he sprinted to the right, burdened by the weight of the wild boar. Chapter 43. The wild boar. King Lin Fan, burdened by the weight of the wild boar, struggled through the dense thicket. After traversing several dozen meters, he reached a steep slope. With a mighty heave, he cast the boar down the incline, where it tumbled and rolled away. He then veered to the left, arriving beside a grand tree, and swiftly ascended its trunk. Moments after reaching a safe perch, the rustling of foliage caught his attention. A formidable wild boar, colossal in stature and brimming with strength, charged into view. Its robust body was cloaked in coarse black bristles, and its massive tusks gleamed menacingly in the light. This beast weighed at least 300 pounds. Perched high above, Lin Fan wrapped his arms around the tree trunk, peering down thoughtfully. Capturing such a heavyweight boar would prove impossible with a mere lasso. A trap must be dug on the ground to have any chance of success. With a fierce grunt, the wild boar dashed to the right and soon vanished from sight. Lin Fan remained elevated in the tree, vigilant and silent as he scanned the surroundings. As anticipated, the boar returned, halting a few dozen feet from the base of the tree to survey the area before charging away once more. After several quiet minutes, Lin Fan cautiously descended for his arboreal vantage point. Upon surveying the vicinity, he swiftly made his way back to the steep slope, adhering closely to the mountainside as he slid down. Fortunately, the descent was not too daunting, and he soon reached level ground, where the lifeless boar lay not far off. Without hesitation, Lin Fan hoisted the carcass onto his back and proceeded to the right. After 20 minutes of navigating a narrow path, Lin Fan emerged into the camp, heading straight for the grassy area and then towards the brook. Upon reaching the stream, he unceremoniously dropped the boar onto the ground and collapsed beside it, gasping, finally back. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Lin Fan removed his blood-stained and mud-caked clothing, washing them thoroughly in the stream. Once clean, he hung the garments over the fence to dry and returned to the brook to begin processing the wild boar. With a stone dagger in hand, he pressed it firmly against the boar's hide, only to discover that the blade sliced through with surprising sharpness. This stone dagger is quite effective, Lin Fan mused with a smile. At that moment, Lu Yutong and her 3 companions returned, their baskets laden with 3 or 4 stones. I am exhausted, Yutong. Let us take a break, Zhou Tong Tong murmured, her brow furrowed. Is that Lin Fan back? Summer, Zening exclaimed upon spotting the clothes drying on the fence. Let us drop off the stones and check by the stream, Lu Yutong suggested, glancing at the garments. The four of them deposited the stones on the ground beside the wooden cabin and proceeded towards the brook. As they approached the pool, they beheld Lin Fan squatting on the ground, bare-chested, as he diligently cut into something with his knife. Lin Fan! Lu Yutong shouted at Lin Fan and approached him in astonishment. Is this a wild boar? So large? Lin Fan turned his head to glance at the four individuals. Responding with a smile, this isn't even the largest. Some can weigh hundreds of pounds. Ha. Hundreds of pounds of wild boar? Lu Yutong asked curiously. Gazing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Please fetch those baskets over there. We will need them for the pork. I'll go. Zhou Tongtong exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards the wooden cabin, while Meiji also chuckled and followed suit. Shortly after, Lin Fan skinned the wild boar and began to extract its entrails. At that moment, Zhou Tongtong and Meiji arrived, each carrying 2 baskets. Lin Fan placed the entrails directly into the baskets. He then seized a knife and began to slice the boar meat into manageable pieces, arranging them neatly in the baskets. Lu Yutong and the others squatted down, their eyes fixed on Lin Fan as he cut the meat. Lin Fan glanced at them and said, Are you all quite idle? If you have nothing to do, why not help with the entrails? Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong immediately stood up and declared, I'll go gather some stones, before swiftly exiting, for she detested handling entrails due to their uncleanliness. Xia Zening, casting a glance at Lu Yutong, followed her outside, sharing her aversion to the mess and the accompanying odor. Soon after, Zhou Tongtong also departed, leaving only Meiji behind. I'll help you. Meiji smiled at Lin Fan and began to handle the entrails, struggling initially until Lin Fan offered guidance, after which she gradually learned to manage them, all the while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. After half an hour, Lin Fan had finished cutting the meat, and Meiji had already sorted and cleaned the entrails. Let us take the meat back to the cabin, Lin Fan suggested to Meiji. Yes, Meiji replied, bending slightly as she quickly followed Lin Fan with the basket. After placing the meat in the shed, Lin Fan commenced cooking the entrails, planning to prepare some smoked meat for longer preservation, although he lacked sufficient sea salt at the moment. He instructed Meiji to keep an eye on the fire to prevent it from extinguishing, while he fetched several bamboo sticks from the side and constructed 2 racks on the grass. Next, Lin Fan meticulously scraped the boar's hide clean and cut it into strips resembling belts. Before long, the entrails were cooked, and Lu Yutong and the others returned, their backs laden with baskets. Can we eat now? Lu Yutong inquired after setting down the stones. Yes, Meiji replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tongtong hurried into the wooden cabin to retrieve bowls and chopsticks. Lin Fan skewered 2 pieces of meat on sticks and placed them over the bonfire to roast. Why does this taste a bit odd? Lu Yutong remarked after taking a few bites. Yuzhong Jia, try it with some chili sauce, Zhou Tongtong suggested, bringing over the condiment with a smile. After about 10 minutes, the 2 pieces of meat were fully roasted. Since Lu Yutong seldom ate entrails, she took 1 piece, prompting Lin Fan to slice the other in half and offer a portion to Xia Zening. After a hearty meal, Lu Yutong and her companions reclined upon the grassy expanse, their shoulders bearing the strain of an afternoon spent hauling stones. Do you not see that cloud resembling a horse? Xia Zening inquired, gesturing towards a formation in the sky. It resembles a cow more, Lu Yutong replied with a glance. As night fell, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, Lin Fan meticulously arranged the meat within the wooden cabin. In the deep of night, a sound resonated from outside the cabin, prompting Lin Fan to swiftly rise, grasping a long knife before making his way to the entrance. Just then, the noise subsided, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Lin Fan, finding no further disturbance, settled down against the wooden wall, gradually allowing his eyelids to flutter shut. Chapter 44. The cannibal tribe attack as the dawn broke the following morning. Lin Fan set off with a woven basket slung over his shoulder. After an hour's journey, he arrived at the seaside, where he constructed a rudimentary stove from stones at the edge of the forest and gathered some dry firewood. Today, he intended to produce some sea salt and smoke wild boar meat. He retrieved an iron can from the basket, filled it with seawater, and then began to kindle a fire. Once the flames danced to life, Lin Fan went to check on the fish trap. By now, the day had fully brightened. The world awakened. An array of sunlight illuminated the valley, stirring the creatures of the forest into activity. "Oh dear, waking up this early has left my back aching," lamented Lu Yutong as she stepped out of the wooden cabin, stretching her limbs and patting her back. "Sister Yutong, are we still fetching stones? I feel utterly drained," said Zhou Tongtong, emerging with a look of fatigue. "Let us eat first," Lu Yutong replied, making her way to the shed, only to discover that the iron can was missing. Where could the iron can be? She wondered aloud, searching the shed. After a fruitless search, she called out, "Sister Yutong, what are you looking for?" As Xia Zining approached. "I'm searching for the iron can to prepare breakfast, but it seems to have vanished," Lu Yutong explained. Xia Zining pondered for a moment before laughing. "Could it be that Lin Fan took it?" Nodding in agreement, Lu Yutong replied, "That must be it. When I awoke, I noticed his room was already empty. Without the iron can, we'll have to resort to roasting," Xia Zining suggested. Retrieving some charcoal from Lin Fan's room and bringing it to the shed, where she placed some leaves and began to blow gently. Before long, the fire ignited, and Zhou Tongtong hurriedly added branches to the flames. "Meiji, could you fetch some meat from the basket?" Xia Zining called to Meiji, who promptly smiled and headed towards the wooden cabin, returning shortly with 4 pieces of meat. The 4 friends settled on benches, each roasting a piece of meat. After a good 15 minutes, the enticing aroma of slightly charred meat wafted through the air. "It should be done," Lu Yutong declared, picking up a piece, blowing on it gently, and taking a cautious bite. "Yes, it's ready. Let us eat." Zhou Tongtong dashed back to the cabin and emerged with several chili peppers. She savored a piece of meat, biting into a chili in delight, which left Lu Yutong and Xia Zining astonished. "Is she not afraid of the heat?" "Tongtong, isn't it spicy?" Xia Zining inquired. With a grin, Zhou Tongtong replied, "Not too spicy, Sister Zining. Would you like to try?" and offered the chili to her. Xia Zining quickly shook her head. "No, thank you. I can't tolerate any spice at all." After the 4 had their fill, only 1 piece of roasted meat remained, save for Lin Fan. "Sister Yutong, how about we go pick those black fruits?" Zhou Tongtong suggested, glancing at Lu Yutong. "Those are called blueberries." Lu Yutong responded with a smile. "Let us go. We can fetch stones afterward." Xia Zining nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them proceeded toward the thorny bushes with their baskets in hand. At that moment, 2 indigenous individuals appeared in the nearby woods, scanning their surroundings, occasionally squatting to inspect the ground and the surrounding underbrush. Half an hour later, the group returned joyfully, their baskets brimming with blueberries. Once back in the shed, they set the baskets down and took a moment to rest on the stools. "Sister Yutong, why don't we take a proper rest this morning? We can gather stones in the afternoon," Zhou Tongtong suggested with a smile at Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong shot Zhou Tongtong a glare, stating, "It's pointless to discuss this with me. Wait until Lin Fan returns, then speak to him." At her words, Zhou Tongtong fell silent, a sense of trepidation washing over her as she recalled how Lin Fan had swiftly dispatched 2 of the natives on the grass, leaving her feeling unnerved. "I'll go wash my clothes," Xia Zining announced, standing up and heading back into the wooden house to fetch her garments, which she took to the water basin. Meiji sat on the stool, indulging in the blueberries, savoring each one. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically as she fixated on the hillside to her right, where 2 figures were sprinting toward them. "Cannibals! Cannibals!" Meiji abruptly stood, pointing in fear toward the right. "What cannibals?" Lu Yutong questioned, puzzled by Meiji's reaction, before following her gaze. She then spotted the 2 individuals wielding spears, rushing toward them, and her complexion paled instantly. "Zining, come back, quickly!" Lu Yutong shouted frantically, rushing to the fence. Hearing her urgency, Xia Zining turned to look at Lu Yutong, confused by her loud cries, only to glance back and see the 2 cannibals. Terrified, she clutched her clothes and hurried back. "Hurry, get inside the wooden house!" Lu Yutong yelled to show Tong Tong and Meiji. Thud! Xia Zining stumbled on the grass due to her haste, and Lu Yutong quickly rushed over to help her up before they both dashed toward the wooden house. "Woo, woo, woo!" The two cannibals emitted eerie sounds as they charged forward, their spears raised high, effortlessly leaping over the fence. "Quick, brace the door," Lu Yutong exclaimed, swiftly closing the bamboo door and securing it with two nearby wooden planks. Meanwhile, Zhou Tongtong and Meiji clung tightly to each other, their faces betraying sheer terror. "Wu Wu, what do we do?" "Sister Yutong, I'm scared." Zhou Tongtong burst into tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xia Zining paced anxiously in Lin Fan's room, murmuring, "Why hasn't he returned yet?" Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the bamboo door rattled as the two cannibals began striking it with their spears. Moments later, the wooden walls echoed with sound, causing the entire wooden house to shake. One cannibal had grasped the wooden wall and was shaking it violently, shouting wildly. Where had Lin Fan gone? Why hadn't he come back yet? Lu Yutong's heart raced with anxiety as she too felt a wave of fear. "Sister Yutong, please, stop the noise. Does crying even help?" Lu Yutong scolded Zhou Tongtong while pressing her hands against the bamboo door. "Sister Yutong, what should we do now?" Xia Zining approached Lu Yutong, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, revealing her own fear as her body trembled involuntarily. "What shall we do?" Lu Yutong managed a bitter smile. "For now, we can only hold on until Lin Fan returns." However, at that moment, the wooden cabin shook increasingly violently, as though it might collapse at any moment. Terrified, Zhou Tongtong and Might Cizi clung tightly to one another, burying their heads in each other's chests, their sobs echoing in the air. Chapter 45. Arrival and relocation of the camp. At this moment, Lin Fan, with a woven basket on his back, was traversing the grassy expanse towards the valley. His heart brimmed with joy, for the bamboo tubes within his basket were filled to the brim with 3 tubes of sea salt, ample enough to cure the wild boar meat. Additionally, he had discovered a soy sauce bottle among the rocks, which served splendidly to carry water. It could hold a substantial amount. Moreover, he had 2 sea fish and a lobster caught in his fishing net. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the wooden walls of the cabin were forcefully breached by a cannibal, creating a gaping hole. Sister Yutong, he has come in." In a panic, Zhou Tongtong peered out and saw a cannibal attempting to crawl through the opening, causing her to scream in terror. We must fight," Lin Yutong shouted as she rushed forward, seizing a piece of wood from the ground to strike at the cannibal's head with all her might. The cannibal shook his head violently, his mouth agape as he bellowed at Lin Yutong, revealing his yellowed teeth in a menacing grin. Unable to endure the blows from the wood, he withdrew his head momentarily, brandishing his spear and thrusting it towards the opening, prompting Lin Yutong to hastily retreat. "Sister Yutong, the door is about to break," Summer Zining cried out, witnessing the bamboo door being forcibly pried open by the cannibal, who reached out in an attempt to seize her. Fortunately, she dodged and retreated inside. Crack! Suddenly, the bamboo door was ripped apart, and the cannibal let out a maniacal laugh directed at Summer Zining. Overcome with fear, she collapsed to the ground, her face contorted in despair as tears streamed down her cheeks. Just then, as the cannibal lunged towards her, an arrow flew through the air, embedding itself in his back. The cannibal's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, looking at Summer Zining. Meanwhile, another cannibal, who had been stabbing towards the opening, noticed Lin Fan and immediately brandished his spear, rushing towards him with a cry. Lin Fan, wielding a long knife, approached the cannibal with a chilling demeanor, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "Yua! Yua!" The cannibal shouted as he reached Lin Fan, thrusting his spear towards Lin Fan's chest. In a swift move, Lin Fan evaded, maneuvering behind the cannibal, and with a horizontal slash of his knife, he turned away, heading back to the cabin. The cannibal stood frozen for a moment before his head fell to the ground. I'll crush you, I'll crush you." Inside the cabin, Summer Zining, emboldened by some unknown courage, stood up and began to stomp on the fallen cannibal. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the cabin. Summer Zining looked up to find it was Lin Fan, and in an instant, she rushed to his side and embraced him. "Lin Fan, sob, it's so wonderful. You've finally returned," she cried, holding him tightly. It's all right," Lin Fan reassured her with a glance at the fallen cannibal, gently patting her back to comfort her. Just then, Lin Yutong emerged from the room, looking at Lin Fan and calling out to him, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Michiko and Zhou Tongtong supported each other as they approached, their tear-stained faces revealing the distress they had endured. "We must gather our belongings. We cannot remain here," Lin Fan urged Lu Yutong. "Or shall we relocate?" Lu Yutong inquired, wiping her tears. Lin Fan glanced outside, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I am uncertain. However, we cannot linger here. Those two cannibals may be scouts, and it is highly likely that many more will soon arrive. Then we must hurry," Lu Yutong replied urgently. Shortly thereafter, the five began to gather their possessions, preparing to depart. After a brief interval, they exited the valley, heading towards the left. Lu Yutong and the others trailed behind Lin Fan in silence, still reeling from the recent events. Upon reaching a field of wild grass, Lin Fan led them towards the left peak, wary of traversing the grasslands, where wild boars roamed. They walked along the base of the mountain, crossing a stretch of meadow and penetrating the thicket, venturing deeper into the woods. Lin Fan, uncertain of their destination, pressed onward. More than an hour after their departure from the valley, a dozen cannibals descended from the mountaintop, their bodies adorned with black and white markings, clad in animal hides. They wielded bows and spears, with bones piercing their noses. The leader, though diminutive in stature, barely 5 feet tall, was robust, his muscular frame exuding strength, and his gaze keen like that of a leopard surveying its surroundings. Around his neck hung a necklace of various animal teeth. He scurried around the wooden structures, sniffing the air with his nose. Suddenly, he halted, pointing towards the direction Lin Fan had taken, emitting a series of guttural shouts before sprinting towards that path, followed closely by the others. "Lin Fan, shall we pause for a moment?" Lu Yutong whispered as she caught up with him, noticing that Michiko and Zhou Tongtong, trailing behind, appeared utterly exhausted. Lin Fan stopped and surveyed the surrounding thicket, indicating a nearby depression. "Let us rest there," he suggested, leading the way to the low-lying area. After a brief walk, they arrived at the small depression nestled within the forest, ample enough to accommodate the 5 of them. Michiko and Zhou Tongtong immediately sank to the ground, indifferent to its dirtiness. Once seated, Lin Fan looked skyward, catching a glimpse of the sun filtering through the trees, indicating it was midday. Xia Zining retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, filled with fresh water. After taking a sip, she passed it to Zhou Tongtong. Finally, after taking a couple of swigs, Lu Yutong handed it to Lin Fan. "This method of travel is unsustainable," Lu Yutong remarked, gazing at Lin Fan. He tilted his head back to gulp some water and replied softly, "I understand, but finding a safe haven is no simple task." After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, the 5 travelers resumed their journey. After approximately an hour of trekking, they stumbled upon a cave nestled beneath a sheer cliff of a mountain peak. Though modest in size, the cave could comfortably accommodate 6 or 7 individuals. Lin Fan surveyed the interior and resolved to spend the night there, for the long trek had left them weary. He placed the backpack within the cave, while Lu Yutong and the others ventured into the surrounding woods to gather firewood. Just as Lin Fan was preparing to cook the wild boar meat, a series of footsteps echoed from not far outside. Lin Fan's expression shifted, and he swiftly grasped his long knife and stepped out to investigate. To his dismay, he spotted several cannibals sprinting through the nearby forest, brandishing spears and bows, their eyes scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Chapter 46. A night in the cave observing the cannibals searching outside. Lin Fan understood that if they ventured too close, they would undoubtedly discover the cave. He needed to devise a strategy to divert them. "Stay here, remain silent, and remember," he whispered to Lu Yutong and the others before making his way outside. Bending low, Lin Fan swiftly maneuvered through the underbrush, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the cannibals. Soon, he found himself ahead of them. As he noticed them approaching the cave, he hesitated not for a moment. He crouched down, drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed it at one of the tribesmen. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, striking one of the cannibal's eyes. In agony, he dropped his spear, clutching his face and rolling about in the foliage, howling in pain. Voila voila! Seeing his comrade struck, another cannibal pointed towards Lin Fan, shouting loudly as he loosed an arrow in Lin Fan's direction, while the others, brandishing their spears, rushed forward with shrill cries. Lin Fan intentionally stood up to make himself visible, then turned and sprinted deeper into the jungle. Before long, 6 or 7 more cannibals emerged from the thicket to his right, led by a figure adorned with a necklace of animal teeth. "Ooh!" one of the cannibals shouted, gesturing towards the jungle. The necklace-clad leader quickly led the charge, moving with remarkable speed, effortlessly navigating the uneven terrain like a leopard. As Lin Fan ran, he glanced back to gauge the distance of his pursuers, but the increasingly loud footfalls indicated that the cannibals were drawing near. Suddenly, a venomous snake, coiled upon a branch, lunged at him. Startled, Lin Fan instinctively reached out, seizing the snake by its neck. Its fangs were mere centimeters from his shoulder. One more second, and he would have been bitten. With a swift motion, Lin Fan flung the snake aside, releasing it onto a branch before continuing his flight. Soon, he spotted an enormous tree to his right, its sprawling branches heavy with foliage. He swiftly ducked into the underbrush and climbed up into the tree, finding refuge on a thick limb, concealed behind the leaves. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps drew closer, and Lin Fan fixed his gaze below. A cannibal suddenly cried out as a snake latched onto his neck. The necklace-wearing leader halted, approached the fallen man, furrowed his brow, and reached down to grasp the serpent, severing its head with a stone dagger before tossing it into the nearby thicket. The remaining cannibals paused, their expressions stoic, fully aware that their companion was beyond saving. After casting one last glance at him, they resumed their pursuit. The cannibal, bitten, watched his companions depart and collapsed onto the ground, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Slowly, he drew a black stone dagger from his waist and, with a resolute bite of his lip, plunged it into his throat. Soon after, a dozen cannibals rushed past the large tree where Lin Fan had concealed himself, pursuing deeper into the forest. Once they had disappeared from sight, Lin Fan descended from the tree and approached the lifeless body of the fallen cannibal. After a brief glance, he retraced his steps. Upon returning to the cave, he found Xia Zining and the others huddled together at the farthest corner, their faces etched with fear. "Lin Fan," they exclaimed upon seeing him, rushing over to embrace him, while Zhou Tongtong and Meiji sobbed softly. "Be quiet, do not be afraid," Lin Fan whispered, reassuring them. "I have led them away. For now, we are safe." He then guided them to sit against the cave wall, instructing them to remain silent, wary of the possibility that the cannibals might return to search. The speed with which they had pursued him indicated their exceptional tracking skills, honed through hunting. "What shall we do now?" Lu Yutong asked, worry evident in her gaze as she unconsciously clutched Lin Fan's arm. "We wait," Lin Fan replied. "It is unsafe outside. We cannot leave until nightfall." Lu Yutong nodded slightly, resting her head on Xia Zining's shoulder. Indeed, shortly after Lin Fan had departed, the cannibals returned, glancing at their fallen comrade before assessing the sky, and then disappearing into the thicket nearby. 2 hours later, as dusk descended, Lin Fan carefully surveyed the vicinity, confirming that the cannibals had moved away before returning to the cave to kindle a fire. "We must cook the wild boar meat, otherwise it will spoil by morning," he informed Lu Yutong and the others. Promptly, they retrieved the meat from their packs, boiling and roasting it simultaneously. Within minutes, the meat was ready, and the 4 of them eagerly devoured it, having been famished for quite some time. Lin Fan, holding a piece of meat, sat at the cave entrance, gazing outside. Not long after they had satisfied their hunger, Xia Zining, Zhou Tongtong, and Meiji lay on the ground, entwined in slumber, utterly exhausted from their arduous journey and constant fear. Suddenly, a hand rested on Lin Fan's shoulder. Turning around, he discovered it was Lu Yutong approaching. "Why aren't you sleeping? Aren't you tired?" Lin Fan smiled at her. Lu Yutong settled beside him, replying, "I am tired but cannot sleep. What about you?" Lin Fan lowered his gaze and chuckled. "I must keep watch. I cannot afford to sleep." Lu Yutong regarded him and softly insisted, "You should rest for a bit. I will keep watch since I cannot sleep either. Should anything arise, I will call for you." Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then agreed, "Very well, I will rest for a while." With that, he leaned against the cave wall, slowly closing his eyes still gripping the long knife in his hand. Lu Yutong gazed at Lin Fan, her heart heavy with concern that he might collapse from exhaustion. At this moment, their survival depended solely on him. Worrying that he might not find comfort in his slumber, she gently rested his head upon her shoulder. Observing Lin Fan, who had succumbed to sleep, a faint smile graced Lu Yutong's lips as she reached out to caress his face, murmuring, "Indeed, you are a commendable man. No wonder Xening has developed feelings for you." At the very least, during their perilous times, Lin Fan had not abandoned them. Rather, he had braved danger to come to their rescue. 2 hours later, Lin Fan abruptly awoke, realizing he was leaning against Lu Yutong's shoulder. "Iopurudisa, I." "It was my own doing," he began, but Lu Yutong interrupted him before he could finish. "Then you should rest a bit more. We have a journey to continue tomorrow." Lin Fan nodded in agreement and spoke to Lu Yutong. "All right." She responded softly and moved to lie down beside Xia Zhiwei, closing her eyes. In the deep of night, the distant roars of wild beasts echoed from beyond the jungle. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, his long knife resting on his knees. Eyes closed as he listened intently to the sounds of the night. Chapter 47. The Crocodile Marsh as dawn broke after a night of rejuvenating rest. The spirits of Lu Yutong and her companions had significantly lifted. After consuming a modest meal of wild boar meat, the 5 of them departed from their cave dwelling. Lin Fan ventured into the woods, diligently procuring a sturdy branch for each person to use as a walking stick. Leading the way, Lin Fan navigated through the dense jungle, veering leftward. After 2 hours of intermittent walking, they arrived at a low-lying area characterized by stagnant water that had pooled into small ponds, choked with aquatic vegetation. Suddenly, as Xia Xening took a few steps forward, she heard a peculiar sound beneath her feet and felt a slight sinking sensation. "Be careful. This is marshland," Lin Fan exclaimed, swiftly pulling her back. After ensuring her safety, he surveyed the surroundings. This marsh was treacherous, and once ensnared, escape would be arduous. "Follow me," he instructed, glancing around before leading them to the right, cautiously stepping onto the elevated ground. "Take care," he cautioned, turning back to check on Lu Yutong and the others, who followed closely in his footsteps, treading carefully. Suddenly, a startled scream erupted from behind. It was my Zico, who had slipped and fallen into one of the ponds. "Get up quickly," Lin Fan urged, bending down to assist her. In that instant, bubbles began to rise from the pond, and a crocodile lunged toward my Zico with alarming speed. "Quick!" Lin Fan's face paled, and with a forceful tug, he yanked my Zico to her feet just as the crocodile missed its target. "A crocodile!" Zhou Tong Tong shrieked, her voice laced with panic. Without hesitation, Lin Fan thrust his wooden stick towards the creature's eyes. The crocodile thrashed violently. "Hurry! Move forward!" In a state of fright, my Zico hurried past Lin Fan, followed closely by Xia Xening and the others. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, several more crocodiles emerged from the adjacent pond, crawling towards Lin Fan's group. Once they had safely moved ahead, Lin Fan retreated a few steps, pivoting to forge onward. They soon reached a small clearing, and as the number of approaching crocodiles increased, Lin Fan felt the urgency to leave and quickly led Xia Xening and the others deeper into the woods. Approximately an hour after Lin Fan and his companions had left the cave, a tribe of cannibals emerged from within. The leader kicked a piece of charcoal aside in anger as he stormed out of the cave. Upon exiting, he widened his eyes, surveying the surroundings, and with a swift gesture, directed his tribe to split into 3 groups, searching through the jungle. After half an hour of trekking, Lin Fan and the others finally emerged from the marshland, ascending a hill. Upon reaching the summit, they settled on a relatively flat patch of ground to rest, still shaken by the earlier peril. After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, they resumed their journey, descending the opposite side of the hill. "Look, is that a fruit tree?" Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed, pointing to the right. Lin Fan turned to see that indeed, a fruit tree stood before them. "This is a wild orange tree." Lin Fan approached the fruit tree, casting a glance as he spoke. The tree bore a dozen yellow oranges. Lin Fan casually plucked one, peeled it, and took a bite, immediately squinting as the tartness overwhelmed him. "It's too sour. You all can have it." He then extended the orange to Lu Yutong and the others. They all tasted it and remarked on its sourness, yet only Zhou Tongtong managed to enjoy it. This girl, unfazed by spice or sourness, seems to relish everything. Lu Yutong murmured as she observed Zhou Tongtong. Should we pick all the ones on the tree? Xia Zining suggested. Let's do it. It's a rare find. And having one for the palate is worthwhile, Lin Fan replied, pulling down a branch of the orange tree, encouraging them to gather the fruit to take along. As they journeyed halfway, the landscape ahead revealed a stretch devoid of trees, revealing a vast expanse of green meadow, bisected by a flowing river. Not far across the meadow, several towering peaks rose majestically, creating a dramatic skyline. Let us head to the peaks over there and find a spot to establish a new camp. Lin Fan indicated towards the distant mountains. This place is simply stunning, Xia Zining remarked, taking in the scenery. I adore it here, Zhou Tongtong chimed in with a smile, seemingly having forgotten the earlier thrill of adventure. Lin Fan nodded and led them down the hillside, making their way to the meadow, heading towards the river. 10 minutes later, they reached the riverbank. Observing the water, which spanned only 3 to 4 meters in width and allowed a clear view of the riverbed, Lin Fan noted the shallowness of the water. He stepped in first, followed closely by Lu Yutong and the others. The 5 of them held hands and waded across the river, where the water reached merely to their knees and flowed gently. Upon arriving on the opposite bank, they set their sights on the mountain peaks, traversing a path adorned with picturesque scenery and wildflowers. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached the base of the mountain, only to discover that it was a rocky edifice, devoid of any greenery, entirely composed of stone. Let us walk to the right and explore, Lin Fan suggested, gazing up at the peak as he addressed Lu Yutong and the others. He then led them around the right side of the mountain's base, where they soon encountered a grove. Lin Fan stepped into the thicket, startling a flock of birds into flight. Ignoring them, he continued until he emerged back onto the meadow. As he stepped onto the grass, he noticed an entrance at the mountain's base. A cave? Lu Yutong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the opening. Let us go take a look, Lin Fan urged as he approached the cave entrance. Upon arrival, Lin Fan hesitated before entering, wary of potential beasts lurking within. He picked up 2 small stones and tossed them inside. After a moment of silence, he cautiously ventured in. The entrance was about 2 meters high and more than a meter wide, arching gracefully. Once inside, he discovered a cavern, not particularly spacious, but measuring approximately 50 to 60 square meters. Most notably, to the left, there lay a naturally formed stone slab, perfectly flat and smooth, resembling a grand bed. Upon examining the ground, apart from a few bat droppings and some animal bones, there was nothing else to be found. Must we reside here? Lu Yutong inquired as she approached. Lin Fan nodded. For now, we have no choice but to settle here. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the others set down their backpacks. Lin Fan then ventured into the nearby woods to gather some twigs and leaves, instructing Lu Yutong and the others to tidy up the cavern. While they busied themselves with the cleaning, Lin Fan stepped outside to familiarize himself with the surrounding terrain. Chapter 48. A momentary calm after surveying his surroundings. Lin Fan ascended to the midpoint of the mountain, standing atop a protruding boulder and gazing into the distance. The entire meadow lay before him, and in the far-off expanse, he discerned the silhouettes of animals grazing in small groups. After observing for a while, Lin Fan leaped down from the boulder, eager to continue his ascent. However, the pyramid-shaped peak grew steeper with each step, ultimately reaching a sheer 90-degree incline that proved insurmountable, compelling him to descend slowly. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he circumnavigated its foot, and, after 20 minutes of walking, he arrived at the rear of the peak. Venturing inward, he noticed sparse trees beginning to emerge on the grassland, with the density of vegetation increasing as he progressed deeper. Suddenly, a cry echoed from the sky. Looking up, Lin Fan spotted an eagle soaring overhead. After a brief glance at the heavens, he continued into the woods, where the trees grew denser and taller. At this juncture, Lin Fan halted, refraining from delving further into the thicket, instead lowering his gaze to the ground. The earth was strewn with fallen twigs and leaves. and apart from a few small burrows beneath the trees, he found no traces of larger animals. These small holes were likely the work of rodents. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Fan turned back and retraced his steps. After navigating a bend, he returned to the entrance of the cave, where he observed Xia Zining and Meiji collecting dry twigs in a nearby grove to carry back inside. Entering the cave, he noted that they had tidied the floor thoroughly. Lin Fan, I wish to fetch some water from the river for cooking, Lu Yutong said upon seeing him. I will accompany you, Lin Fan replied with a nod. Moving to the wall of the cave to retrieve a soy sauce jar and 5 mineral water bottles, which he placed in a wicker basket before strapping it onto his back. Lu Yutong followed suit, carrying her own basket, while Xia Zining and Meiji continued their task of gathering firewood. The journey from the cave to the river took approximately 10 minutes. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lin Fan crouched down to fill the containers with water, and in that moment, he spotted fish swimming in the stream, eliciting a surge of joy within him. Lin Fan, look, there are fish in the river, Lu Yutong exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the water. I see. Fish in a river. How very ordinary, Lin Fan smiled, placing the filled soy sauce jar and mineral water bottles into his basket. He then removed his shoes, stepped into the water, and bent down to lift several stones, placing them on the shore. Seeing Lin Fan carry the stones to the bank, Lu Yutong inquired, puzzled, what do you intend to do with those stones? Lin Fan chuckled in response, they will surely be useful. I plan to take them back to build a stove. As he spoke, he had already gathered 7 or 8 relatively flat stones, and finally, at the riverbed, he discovered a slab of stone, one side smooth and the other somewhat rough, rectangular in shape, measuring approximately half a meter in length and several centimeters in width. The smooth surface, undoubtedly, has been polished over the years by the relentless caress of sand. Carrying the stone slab ashore, they placed it into their backpack and turned towards the cave. Once back inside the cavern, Lin Fan retrieved the stone and positioned it against the right wall at the entrance, commencing the construction of a hearth. In mere moments, the hearth was assembled, and he placed a metal can atop it, setting it ablaze and pouring in water from the soy sauce container. Brother Fan, the 2 lobsters are still alive, Zhou Tongtong exclaimed joyfully as she approached. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Of course they are alive. Generally, lobsters can survive for 3 to 4 days without water, provided they are not exposed to direct sunlight. Then, let us bring them over and cook them now, Lin Fan suggested, glancing at Zhou Tongtong. After all, we will eat them regardless of when. Elated by his words, Zhou Tongtong dashed off and soon returned with the 2 lobsters, which Lin Fan accepted and promptly placed into the metal can. While the lobsters cooked, Lin Fan took the remaining stones and built another hearth nearby, placing the stone slab atop it so that in the future, should they catch any game, they could grill meat upon it, akin to an iron plate. Shortly thereafter, the lobsters were ready. Lin Fan extracted them, peeled off their shells, and sliced them into pieces with a razor, placing them into bamboo bowls along with some cooked meat. Before long, the 5 of them were gathered around, enjoying their meal, while Zhou Tongtong ran to the box to retrieve a few chilies. After satisfying their hunger and taking a brief respite, they all ventured outside. Lin Fan, our food supplies are dwindling. All that remains are those dried bamboo shoots, Xia Zining remarked, casting a glance at him. Lin Fan nodded gently. I am aware. Xia Zining then extended her hand to grasp his, understanding the difficulty and potential dangers of foraging for food. Lin Fan gazed at Xia Zining's face, tenderly caressing her hair, and slowly leaned in, kissing her softly on the lips. Xia Zining was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such an act from Lin Fan, but soon, she parted her lips, allowing him to explore with his tongue, and a peculiar sensation enveloped her. Suddenly, she felt Lin Fan's hand grasping her ample bosom, squeezing it gently. Lin Fan? Xia Zining blushed furiously, pushing him away and turning to see Lu Yutong standing several meters away, observing them. Casting a disapproving glance at Lin Fan, Xia Zining hurried back towards the cave. Lin Fan watched a retreating figure with a faint smile, licking his lips. Turning around, he encountered Lu Yutong, who he approached with a light smile, saying just now, Zining had sand in her eyes, and I was simply helping her. Lu Yutong regarded Lin Fan with a teasing smile, Is that so? Helping someone with their eyes requires a mouth-to-mouth approach, does it not? Lin Fan quickly retorted, kissing. No way. It must have been a matter of angles. Lu Yutong chuckled mischievously. Do you expect me to believe that? As they spoke, they walked away towards a grassy area where Michiko and Zhou Tongtong were crouched, seemingly searching for something. Lin Fan murmured to himself, why should I explain? In the depths of a damp cave in the forest, Fan Ming was roasting a snake while Zhao Bin and Lu Wei sat nearby, their faces smudged and showing signs of hunger after nearly 2 days without food. Brother Ming, we should return to the seaside. This place is uninhabitable. Zhao Bin whispered to Fan Ming. Just yesterday, they had witnessed a group of indigenous people capture another native, binding him and placing him over a pyre to roast. The brutal scene haunted them, instilling a deep sense of fear and shock. All right, let us eat the snake meat and then leave, Fan Ming nodded vigorously. In this treacherous place, the threat of being captured by those natives loomed large, and he had no desire to end up skewered over a fire himself. Soon, the snake meat was ready, but as Lu Wei took a bite, the horrific image flashed in her mind, causing her to immediately regurgitate it. Damn it! If you're not going to eat, at least don't waste it. Zhao Bin exclaimed at Lu Wei. I just can't eat once I think of it. Lu Wei gasped softly. Stop talking. If you keep it up, I won't be able to eat either, Fan Ming shouted at Lu Wei. After consuming a few bites of the snake meat, the trio departed the cave. Chapter 49. Weaving the vine net as dusk approached, the sun dipped towards the horizon, and in approximately an hour, night would envelop the land. Lin Fan emerged from the depths of the forest, cradling a bundle of vines in his arms. Recalling his earlier sighting of fish in the river, he contemplated weaving a net to catch them. Lin Fan, why have you brought back so many vines? Lu Yutong inquired, observing him with curiosity. Placing the vines on the ground, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Did you not see the fish in the river today? I intend to weave a fishing net. A fishing net? Lu Yutong glanced skeptically at the vines. Will that even work? Who knows? We'll find out by trying. Lin Fan chuckled as he settled onto the ground. Let's start a bonfire nearby. It's getting dark. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong nodded and gathered firewood from the corner, retrieving a lit stick from a stove. At that moment, Meiji was tending to the flames, boiling bamboo shoots in an iron pot. Using a razor, Lin Fan meticulously peeled the tough outer skin from the vines, recognizing their resilience as ideal material for crafting a fishing net. Tong Tong, after eating your oranges, save the peels. They could be used for tea. Lin Fan called out when he noticed Zhou Tongtong enjoying her fruit. Startled, she paused, glancing at the orange peels in her hand. Just as she was about to discard them, she placed them atop an odd stone pillar upon Lin Fan's suggestion. Before long, Lin Fan had stripped away a considerable length of vine skin, arranging them neatly on the ground. Curious about his endeavor, Xia Zining approached and sat beside him. Her interest piqued. Lin Fan cast a glance her way, a slight smile playing on his lips. The sight of his smile reminded her of their earlier kiss that afternoon, causing her cheeks to flush as she lowered her gaze. Not wishing to linger on her, Lin Fan focused on the vine skins, beginning the intricate process of weaving. Crafting the fishing net proved to be a challenge, as it required connecting the strands while leaving small openings. As twilight deepened into night, the group gathered their bowls to enjoy the bamboo shoots. Once satiated, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, the stars obscured by thick clouds. Beside the bonfire, Lin Fan continued his weaving, while Meiji watched intently. Lu Yutong, Xia Zining, and Zhou Tongtong engaged in light-hearted conversation nearby. As the night wore on, the four of them lay down on the ground, huddled together in slumber, and Lin Fan finally completed the net. Measuring nearly 3 meters in length and over a meter in width, it was ample enough for fishing in the river. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, causing the flames of the bonfire to flicker. Lin Fan glanced at the entrance, realizing he had neglected to make a door. What if a bear or tiger wandered in? Fortunately, they passed the night without incident. At the break of dawn, Lin Fan boiled water and added the orange peels. As the water reached a boil, the four of them began to awaken one by one. Brother Fan, what are you cooking? Meiji asked, rubbing her eyes as she approached. After boiling some water and finishing it, we ventured to the river to fish. Lin Fan responded with a smile, mentioning that he had checked the dried bamboo shoots, and there wasn't much left, enough for only 3 meals, so he decided to simply drink water in the morning. Why does this water taste a bit sour? Lu Yutong inquired after taking a sip. Lin Fan smiled slightly. I added some orange peels to the water. Oh, no wonder it tastes peculiar. Lu Yutong nodded in understanding. After finishing the water, Lin Fan placed the fishing net into his backpack and led them toward the river. Upon reaching the riverbank, he set down the backpack and retrieved the fishing net. Look, look, there's a school of fish. Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the water. Why shout so loudly? We all see it. Do you want to attract those wild men? Lu Yutong scolded Zhou Tong Tong lightly. Soon, Lin Fan spread out the fishing net, took off his shoes, and called to Lu Yutong and the others. You all need to get into the water. Hurry and take off your shoes. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong and the others immediately bent down to remove their shoes and set them aside, then slowly walked into the water. It's so cold, Xia Zining exclaimed as she stepped in, feeling the icy river water. Yutong, come over here, Lin Fan beckoned. In no time, Lu Yutong joined Lin Fan, who instructed her to hold the fishing net up and down as they waded further into the river. You must place the net at the riverbed. Otherwise, the fish will escape underneath, Lin Fan advised. Just do as I do. You all drive the fish towards me. The two bent over, positioning the net across the river, as Lin Fan shouted to Xia Zining and the others. Let's herd the fish. Zhou Tong Tong cheerfully exclaimed, energetically stirring the water with her arms and legs, guiding the fish downstream, with Xia Zining and Meiji following suit. The trio gradually moved downstream towards Lin Fan, startling the fish, which swiftly darted away. Watching the approaching school of fish, Lin Fan whispered excitedly to Lu Yutong. When I say so, quickly lift the net. Understand? Lu Yutong nodded, feeling a thrill of anticipation, hoping to catch a good number of fish. Before long, the fish rushed towards the net, colliding with it, some even leaping about. Now, Lin Fan shouted, and simultaneously, he and Lu Yutong pulled up the net, revealing several fish flopping about, though many managed to escape. Quick, get to the shore, Lin Fan urged, and the two hurriedly dragged the net to the bank. Wow, we caught fish, Zhou Tong Tong joyfully exclaimed as she ran over to inspect the catch in the net. Lin Fan observed that some fish had even jumped onto the grass, but were swiftly captured by Zhou Tong Tong and placed in the backpack. The fish were mostly small, some no bigger than a toe, while others weighed a few ounces, but none exceeded a pound. They were all modest-sized fish. And there are shrimp too. Zhou Tong Tong crouched down and caught a river shrimp, exclaiming with delight. Soon after, Meiji and Xia Zining approached to assist in gathering the fish into their basket. Aren't these fish a tad too small? Lu Yutong remarked. Lin Fan smiled gently, replying, size matters not. What is important is the abundance. After collecting the fish, Zhou Tong Tong and her companions continued their ascent, while Lin Fan and Lu Yutong ventured into the river with their nets. After 3 consecutive casts, Lu Yutong had also mastered the technique, effectively coordinating with Lin Fan. An hour later, their basket brimmed with over 100 fish, including a few weighing more than a pound. This should suffice for today. Let us return, Lin Fan declared as he guided them towards the cave after the final catch. Chapter 50. The young golden eagle. Upon returning to the cavern, Lin Fan instructed them on how to extract the fish's entrails. Given the fish's diminutive size, there was no need to open the belly. Remember, use 2 fingers like this and gently squeeze. The entrails will emerge, he demonstrated with a fish in hand. After imparting this knowledge, Lin Fan ventured into the adjacent woods to fell some trees. Today, he intended to craft a wooden door, which would provide greater peace of mind for their nighttime rest. After chopping down a dozen trees about the thickness of his wrist and stripping away the branches, he aligned the logs in a row and began to cut some vines to wrap around them. In less than an hour, the door was complete. When Lin Fan dragged it back to the cavern, Lu Yutong was already preparing to cook the fish. Yutong, just boil 5 or 6 fish, Lin Fan advised her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong replied, 5 or 6 fish aren't enough for me to eat. Why cook so few? Lin Fan chuckled, these fish are too small. They should be roasted. I suggested boiling a few to make fish soup. If they are boiled for too long, the meat will disintegrate. So roasting is the way to go. Oh, I see. Lu Yutong nodded in understanding. Lin Fan then carved a number of slender twigs, instructing Zhou Tong Tong and the others to skewer the fish and place them over the bonfire to roast. Having not eaten since morning, Zhou Tong Tong eagerly devoured a fish as soon as it was ready, while Lin Fan savored several himself. The fish, perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, boasted a delightful sweetness, offering a distinct flavor entirely unlike that of grilled sea fish. The five of them nearly consumed the entire bounty of over 100 fish, leaving behind only a few larger ones. Ah, delicious! This is wonderful, Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed, sipping the fish soup with joy. Her eyes slightly squinted in bliss as she patted her belly. After satisfying their hunger and taking a brief respite, Lu Yutong and the others took baskets and ventured into the woods. Don't wander too far. Be careful not to get lost, Lin Fan called out, knowing that if they lost their way in the jungle, it could spell disaster for them. Understood. We'll stick close, Lu Yutong shouted back before the four girls disappeared into the foliage. Lin Fan shook his head and made his way towards the foot of the mountain. After climbing for several minutes, he ascended a large boulder to survey the distant meadow. This spot served as his observation point. Should anyone appear on the grassland, he would be alerted and could respond accordingly. After a while of scanning the area and finding nothing amiss, he prepared to descend. Suddenly, a series of faint chirps emanated from a crevice to his right, catching Lin Fan's attention. He cautiously approached the sound, bending down to peer into the gap, where he discovered a small grayish-white bird huddled on the ground. The downy feathers indicated that it was a fledgling. How'd a young bird end up here? Lin Fan wondered, glancing around, but there were no nests in sight nearby. Soon, Lin Fan lifted his head and noticed a colossal stone pillar beside him, slightly tilted and towering at least 10 meters high, round in shape. Could it have fallen from above? Lin Fan murmured to himself. Impossible at such a height. One would surely be fatally injured upon descent. He was aware that some eagles prefer to build their nests atop towering trees or steep cliffs to evade predators and safeguard their young. Suddenly, the chick emitted a couple of cries, seemingly calling for its mother. However, having fallen here, it was evident that its mother could not rescue it. Unexpectedly, the chick stood up and staggered toward Lin Fan's feet. Observing the vulnerable creature, Lin Fan realized that if he did not save it, it would not survive the night. The heavens bestow mercy upon living beings. Having encountered this fragile life, how could he refrain from offering aid? He bent down and gently cradled the chick in his hands. Its plumage was a soft grayish-white, its beak curved and sharp, and its talons were formidable and hooked, with large, powerful wings and sturdy legs. It was evidently a golden eagle chick, distinct from other wild birds. Golden eagle chick? Lin Fan mused, observing it closely, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gulme, let me take you home. Upon returning to the cavern, Lin Fan gathered some slender twigs and crafted a nest in the corner for the golden eagle chick, placing it delicately within. He then procured a fish, slicing it into pieces with a stone dagger, and began to feed the chick. After consuming a piece of fish, the golden eagle chick chirped and settled into its nest, gazing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and exited the cavern, closing the wooden door behind him. Stepping onto the grassy expanse, he spotted a wild rabbit and swiftly drew his bow, crouching low as he approached. However, the flat terrain allowed the rabbit to notice him almost immediately, prompting it to leap away. Lin Fan had no choice but to move to a more uneven patch of grass, positioning himself within a dip to remain undetected. At that moment, Lu Yutong and her companions joyfully returned to the cavern, opening the wooden door and stepping inside. Oh, look, there's a little bird here. Suddenly, Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed upon sighting the golden eagle chick nestled in the corner, rushing over in delight. It's so adorable. Xia Zining approached, crouching down to reach out her hand to stroke its head, but the golden eagle chick pecked at her hand a few times, refusing to let her come closer. It doesn't want to be touched, Xia Zining remarked, withdrawing her hand. This must have been brought back by Lin Fan, Lu Yutong observed. Brought back? Xia Zining responded. Then its parents must be heartbroken. Zhou Tong Tong and Meiji both attempted to pet the golden eagle chick, only to be met with a few pecks. Meanwhile, in the grass, a wild rabbit cautiously peeked out of its burrow, scanning for danger before slowly hopping out to graze. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking the rabbit's body. "I've waited so long for you to appear," Lin Fan remarked with a faint smile as he approached, retrieving the rabbit and extracting the arrow, returning it to his quiver. As Lin Fan was about to return with the wild rabbit in hand, his peripheral vision caught sight of two figures at the edge of the nearby woods, hastily making their way into the thicket. Shortly thereafter, 4 individuals emerged from the forest, pursuing the 2 ahead of them. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation, yet ultimately resolved to investigate further. Grasping the wild rabbit, he hastened towards the group, but they swiftly vanished into the dense foliage. After a brisk 10 minutes of running, Lin Fan plunged into the heart of the woods. Chapter 51. Clash of Tribes. As Lin Fan ventured into the woods, he soon discerned sounds emanating from above the slope. Stealthily, he ascended the incline, utilizing the underbrush for cover as he approached the source of the noise. Before long, he reached the summit, where he crouched low, concealing himself from view. Ahead, approximately 20 meters away, he observed a small clearing where 4 tribesmen brandished their spears, encircling 2 individuals. One of the tribesmen was vociferously addressing the captives. The tribesmen were easily identifiable, adorned with black and white paint and sporting bone piercings through their noses. In stark contrast, the 2 encircled individuals, a man and a woman clad in animal skins, bore no such markings, merely a few yellow lines painted across their faces. Could it be that these 2 were not of the same tribe? Lin Fan pondered silently. The 4 tribesmen chattered incessantly, occasionally shoving the man, whose face was etched with terror, while the woman clutched his hand tightly in fear. Lin Fan set down the wild rabbit he had caught, retrieving his bow and arrows. Given a threat posed by the tribesmen, he resolved to eliminate them one by one, for they had driven him to a life of constant flight. With resolve surging within him, Lin Fan knocked an arrow, sprang to his feet, and aimed at one of the tribesmen. The arrow whistled through the air, striking one of the tribesmen squarely in the neck. A piercing scream erupted from the wounded man as he clutched his neck with one hand, his mouth agape, collapsing to the ground. The scene momentarily stunned the remaining tribesmen, who were slow to comprehend the unfolding chaos. But as they witnessed the crimson flow from their fallen comrade's neck, realization dawned upon them. In that instant, Lin Fan lowered his bow and unsheathed his long knife. A fierce determination etched across his face as he charged towards the remaining 3 tribesmen. With a shout, one of the tribesmen raised a spear, thrusting it menacingly at Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the man and woman retreated a few steps, seeking refuge against a nearby tree. In a dazzling display of skill, Lin Fan wielded his knife with precision. Within a minute, all 3 tribesmen lay lifeless at his feet. He wiped the blood from his blade upon the bodies of the fallen, then turned his gaze toward the 2 indigenous individuals, instilled with a mix of awe and trepidation. The couple watched as Lin Fan's formidable presence had swiftly dispatched 4 tribesmen. As he approached, their legs trembled, fearing he might turn his wrath upon them as well. Upon reaching their side, the 2 fell to their knees with a thud, uttering words in their native tongue, which Lin Fan could not comprehend. The man gestured towards the corpses of the tribesmen, fervently shaking his head as if to convey, "We are not of the same tribe." The woman, gripped by fear, stared at Lin Fan with wide, terrified eyes. Lin Fan observed them, recognizing they were not from his tribe, and being no man of bloodlust. He pondered for a moment before turning away. He sheathed his long knife, took up the 4 spears, and returned to the thicket to collect the wild rabbit in his bow, making his way down the slope. Once he departed, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief, quickly rising to venture into the woods. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Fan placed the 4 spears in the corner and noticed Lu Yutong and her companions returning with a bundle of dry firewood. "Lin Fan, did you capture that fledgling bird?" As soon as she set down the wood, Xia Zening approached him with a question. Lin Fan shook his head, replying, "I didn't capture it. It fell to the ground, and I merely picked it up. Are you not going to return it?" Lu Yutong interjected. Lin Fan chuckled softly. "Returning it? That is easier said than done. Its nest is perched atop a stone pillar several meters high. I can't possibly climb up there. If I hadn't retrieved it, it would either freeze to death tonight or be devoured by other creatures. With this explanation, the two lapsed into silence and exited the cave. Brother Fan, we found some mushrooms. Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed joyfully as she approached with a basket. Pine mushrooms? Lin Fan inquired upon seeing the basket filled with an ample amount of them. Let us store them properly and cook them for breakfast tomorrow, he suggested. After that, Lin Fan took the wild rabbit and headed towards the riverbank to prepare it. Halfway there, he spotted Lu Yutong and Xia Zining bathing in the river, both clad only in their undergarments, their garments left on the shore. Lin Fan paused for a moment, gradually approaching, captivated by their fair skin, glistening and youthful, and the alluring curves of their bodies, which made his heart race. Ah, Lin Fan, what are you staring at? Suddenly, Lu Yutong turned to see him standing there, prompting both to crouch in the water to conceal themselves. Lin Fan smiled gently, raising the wild rabbit in his hand. He called out, I'm merely here to process the rabbit. You may take your time washing. He then walked downstream, squatting by the riverbank to begin preparing the rabbit while occasionally glancing in their direction. Minutes later, the two emerged from the water, dressed, and approached Lin Fan. Caught peeking at us bathing, was it a delightful sight? Lu Yutong teased. Lin Fan, taken aback, replied, Peeking? Not at all. I merely caught a wild rabbit and brought it to the river to prepare. Besides, you weren't completely undressed. I've seen much more at the beach. Oomph. I can't be bothered to argue with you, Lu Yutong retorted with a roll of her eyes, taking Xia Zining by the hand as they made their way back to the cave. Xia Zining cast a glance at Lin Fan before following Lu Yutong. After processing the wild rabbit, Lin Fan returned to the cave. Noticing it was still early, he decided against cooking dinner just yet. Instead, he ventured into the woods to gather some vines, teaching Lu Yutong and the others how to set traps. Here, one must ensure that the trap is securely set, yet not so tightly that it fails to spring. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, elucidating to the four individuals. In the future, you may also venture into the woods to set traps. Why must we learn this? Is it not your expertise? Lu Yutong inquired. With a sigh, Lin Fan responded, Should there come a day when I am no longer present, how will you survive? Relying on others is not a sustainable strategy. It is imperative that you acquire skills on your own. The more abilities you possess, the longer you can endure in this environment. Subsequently, the four attentively followed Lin Fan's instruction, who, in turn, dedicated himself to teaching them. After half an hour, they began to set traps nearby on their own. Whenever they encountered uncertainties, they would hasten to seek Lin Fan's guidance. It was only as dusk descended that Lin Fan led them back to the cave. Chapter 52. Crocodile Eggs. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Fan propped up a wild rabbit with several branches and placed it beside the campfire to roast. Lu Yutong took 3 fish to prepare a fish soup, while the remaining fish were set aside for grilling. Chirp, chirp, the fledgling golden eagle called from its nest. Lin Fan cast a glance at it before handing the wild rabbit to Lu Xia Zining for roasting. He then approached nearby, retrieved a basket, and extracted the rabbit's liver to feed the young eagle. In no time, the entire innards of the rabbit were devoured by the eagle, astonishing Lin Fan with its hearty appetite. After satisfying its hunger, the fledgling settled down in the nest for a nap. Lin Fan returned to the campfire, took the wild rabbit, and made a few incisions with a skinning knife. Brother Fan, is the fish done? Maiziko inquired, presenting the grilled fish to Lin Fan. He glanced at the fish, which had begun to emit a delectable aroma, and nodded. It's ready. Go ahead and eat. Upon hearing this, Maiziko joyfully took the fish and began to nibble at it. After a brief interval, the wild rabbit was also well roasted. Lin Fan divided it into 5 portions, 1 for each person. Brother Fan, I can't eat any more, Maiziko said, holding a half-eaten piece of rabbit meat, having already filled herself with 2 grilled fish. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Let's not waste food. He then took the rabbit meat from her and started eating. Xia Zining cast an annoyed glance at Lin Fan as she observed him consuming the food Maiziko had given him. After they had satisfied their hunger, Lin Fan noticed that there was still fish soup left in the bamboo bowl. He retrieved a large piece of dragon bamboo from his backpack and carefully cut several strips to craft arrowheads. "Brother Fan, could you also make me a bow?" Zhou Tongtong asked, lowering her head after sipping some fish soup. Lin Fan raised his gaze slightly to look at her. "Do you know how to shoot arrows?" Zhou Tongtong quickly replied with a smile. "No, but you can teach me." "Hee hee. All right," Lin Fan responded. "I'll make you one when I have some free time in the next couple of days." Zhou Tongtong nodded happily and walked away. After crafting 5 arrowheads, he placed them into the quiver. He then sat beside Xia Zining and handed her the stone dagger. Though this dagger is made of stone, it is quite sharp. "Here, take it." Xia Zining examined the dagger and asked, "What do you want to do with this? Don't you need it?" Lin Fan chuckled. "I give it to you for self-defense, and for cutting other things, I have my longsword." Xia Zining accepted the dagger, examining it with a pleased nod. As night fell, the rumbling of thunder echoed from outside, signaling an impending downpour. Indeed, within minutes, heavy rain began to fall. Lin Fan added a few more logs to the fire, listening to the rain's patter as he leaned against the wall and slowly closed his eyes. The following morning, a beam of sunlight streamed into the cave. After waking, Lin Fan cleaned the pine mushrooms and placed them in a metal pot to cook. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted from pot. "How fragrant! What is that smell?" murmured Xia Zining, rubbing her eyes as she awoke. As the 3 individuals nearby rose, drawn by the enticing aroma, their gazes shifted towards Lin Fan. "The sun is already high. It's time to awaken," Lin Fan remarked with a glance at them, before pouring the matsutake mushrooms from the iron can into 5 bamboo bowls. He opened the wooden door and ventured outside with the bowls, stepping into the radiant sunlight that enveloped him, accompanied by the refreshing air. Sunlight danced upon the grass, causing the dew droplets to glimmer like tiny jewels. "Lin Fan, we are heading to the woods to check the snares," announced Lu Yutong as she and the others emerged. Lin Fan smiled faintly and replied, "Go ahead, but do exercise caution." The quartet nodded in agreement and proceeded into the forest, with Zhou Tongtong and Meiji holding a long spear. Lin Fan tilted his head back and finished the mushroom soup in his bamboo bowl in one swift gulp before returning it to the cave. Suddenly, the golden eagle chick began to squawk, but the fish and rabbit meat from the previous night had been consumed. "I'll bring you something to eat when I return," Lin Fan assured the chick, stowing his bow and quiver into his backpack before departing the cave, ensuring to close the wooden door behind him. Upon reaching the grassy area, Lin Fan lifted his gaze and, to his surprise, spotted a few wild goats grazing on the opposite side. "If I could capture one, I wouldn't have to worry about food for days," he murmured to himself with a smile. With that thought, he made his way towards the river, crossed it, and observed the herd of wild goats as they ascended a slope, prompting him to follow closely. He ascended the slope, carefully watching the direction of the goats, which seemed to be heading towards the edge of the forest. As Lin Fan reached the summit, he realized the goats had already disappeared into the woods. Observing the narrow path within the forest, he deduced that this was a trail frequently used by the goats, likely created by their passage. Venturing down the path, he found no trace of the goats. Had they traveled this far? Lin Fan pondered silently. After walking for over 10 minutes, he arrived at another slope and descended. At this point, the goats had vanished from sight. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. The terrain was low and waterlogged, compelling him to move forward. Half an hour later, upon spotting a pond ahead, he suddenly recognized he had returned to the crocodile-infested area known as Crocodile Pond. Just as he contemplated turning back, he noticed a mound of branches to his right. Curiosity piqued, he approached it cautiously. Moments later, a massive crocodile emerged from the pile of branches, making its slow way towards the pond. Lin Fan concealed himself behind a large tree, observing intently. Once the crocodile had entered the pond, Lin Fan deliberated before heading towards the branch mound. Bending down to peer inside, he discovered a cluster of white crocodile eggs nestled within. Glancing around to ensure no crocodiles were present, he felt a surge of excitement and cautiously stepped inside. Gazing upon the multitude of crocodile eggs scattered on the ground, Lin Fan hastily set down his backpack and swiftly began to collect the eggs, placing them into his sack. Fearing a sudden return of the crocodile, he gathered only about 20 eggs before hurriedly departing from the thicket of trees. Once he emerged from the underbrush, Lin Fan dashed towards the forest, anxious that the crocodile might return to discover its precious eggs had been pilfered. Upon reaching the woods, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, setting down his sack. He then gathered some branches and leaves, cushioning the crocodile eggs beneath them to prevent any potential breakage. As he walked along the narrow path within the forest, Lin Fan harvested several thick vines, skillfully laying down 3 or 4 snares along the trail, hoping to ensnare a wild goat. With the snares set, he proceeded towards the cave, feeling pleased with his fruitful day, now blessed with crocodile eggs to feast upon. Chapter 53. Capturing the wild goat, why isn't it eating? Is it not hungry? Zhou Tongtong pondered aloud, holding a large rat in front of the golden eagle chick with a puzzled expression. Perhaps it does not fancy rats? Meiji remarked, observing Zhou Tongtong. Wait a moment, Zhou Tongtong replied, proceeding to fetch a shaving knife to chop the rat into 3 pieces, which she then placed in the nest. Upon seeing the food, the golden eagle chick eagerly began to eat, swallowing a piece of rat meat in just a few bites. See, it's eating. It must have been too large for it to consume whole. Zhou Tongtong chuckled as she watched the chick. Before long, the entire rat had been devoured by the golden eagle chick. Yutong, how should we handle this wild chicken? Xia Zining inquired, glancing at the wild chicken in the corner. This chicken had been ensnared by their trap the previous day and was still alive, albeit restrained by tree vines binding its legs. Lu Yutong inspected the wild chicken and suggested, "Let us wait for Lin Fan to return before deciding." At that moment, the sun outside was blazing, and Zhou Tongtong took the opportunity to bring the peppers from the box out to dry in the sun. Half an hour later, Lin Fan returned to the cave, greeted by the sight of Xia Zining and the others. "Fangu, I managed to crush a rat with a stone trap and fed it to the bird." Zhou Tongtong exclaimed joyfully as she ran over to him. "Oh, you crushed a rat?" Lin Fan responded with a smile, impressed. He glanced at the golden eagle chick, which was now nestled in the nest, eyes closed. "And we also caught a wild chicken, waiting for your expertise to handle it." Xia Zining added with a grin as she joined them. "A wild chicken? Excellent. We shall deal with it tonight. For now, let us have this for lunch." Lin Fan replied with a smile, setting down his backpack to retrieve the crocodile eggs. The crocodile eggs were roughly the same size as chicken eggs, but their nutritional value surpassed that of the latter. "What kind of eggs are these?" Xia Zining asked in astonishment, gazing at the crocodile eggs in Lin Fan's hands. Lu Yutong approached for a closer look, remarking, "They look like chicken eggs." Lin Fan chuckled. "These are crocodile eggs, not chicken eggs. They are far more nutritious." "Crocodile eggs?" Lu Yutong exclaimed in surprise. "Are they edible?" "Of course. You jest if you think they aren't," Lin Fan replied, casting a glance at Lu Yutong. "In the city, you would find it difficult to even acquire these. If you did, they would likely be farmed." "Did you not face the crocodile while stealing the eggs?" Lu Yutong asked inquisitively. Lin Fan chuckled. "I waited for the crocodile to leave before collecting the eggs. I did not steal them." He then produced 10 crocodile eggs, placing them in a metal can and adding some water. Meiji hurried over to start a fire. After counting, there remained 15 crocodile eggs, reserved for future cooking. After simmering for several minutes, the crocodile eggs were ready, 2 for each person. "Delicious!" Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, eagerly peeling open the shell and happily murmuring as she savored the crocodile egg. "I don't find them quite as tasty," Lu Yutong remarked after taking a bite. "They are not as good as chicken eggs." Lin Fan responded with a smile. Everyone's palate is different. After consuming 2 alligator eggs, although not fully satiated, they provided sufficient sustenance to stave off hunger. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Lu Yutong and her companions began to feel a sense of ennui, prompting them to venture to the river with their vine nets in pursuit of fish. The previous night's rainfall had caused the river to swell slightly. It did not hinder their fishing endeavors. As before, Lin Fan and Lu Yutong took to the water with the nets while Xia Zining and her companions drove the fish towards them. Despite the sun's intensity, they remained undeterred, enjoying their aquatic activities under the blazing sky. After more than half an hour, Lin Fan led them back to the cave. The 4 of them commenced the task of extracting the fish entrails, while Lin Fan ventured into the woods to gather some vines. Stripping off the bark and tearing it into strips, constructing a wooden frame on the grassy expanse outside. He then threaded the cleaned fish onto the strips and hung them on the frame to dry. "What are you doing, Lin Fan?" Lu Yutong inquired, observing his actions with curiosity. Lin Fan explained, "I intend to dry these fish to preserve them as a food reserve, so that we may have sustenance when supplies run low." "Oh, I see." Lu Yutong nodded, realizing the purpose behind Lin Fan's efforts. He managed to string together 7 vines before successfully preparing the fish for drying. "Brother Fan, with all these fish drying, what will we eat tonight?" Zhou Tongtong queried. "Fool!" Lin Fan gently tapped Zhou Tongtong on the head. "There will be no more fishing." In the afternoon, when the sun was less oppressive, Lin Fan took them back to the river to catch some small fish. After they had removed the entrails, Lin Fan also prepared a wild chicken, chopping it and placing it in a metal can to cook. The fish were skewered on branches and roasted over the bonfire. After feeding a few fish to the golden eagle chicks, the wild chicken was also cooked to perfection. That evening, Lin Fan and the others sat on the grass outside, savoring bowls of wild chicken and roasted fish while admiring the sunset. "I wonder how Fan Ming and the others are faring?" Lu Yutong mused, gazing at the sky. Xia Zining tugged at Lu Yutong's hand and smiled. "Don't worry, they'll be fine." After the sun dipped below the horizon, they returned to the cave. Lin Fan secured the wooden door and propped it shut with a log. In the dead of night, Lin Fan was jolted awake by a sudden sound. A long, resonant howl echoed through the night. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. A wolf's howl. Instantly recognizing the sound, Lin Fan felt a wave of concern wash over him. The distant howls indicated the presence of a wolf pack nearby. After a while, when the sound subsided, he slowly closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. The following morning, Lu Yutong and her companions rose early, claiming they were heading to the woods to check the snares. Upon waking, Lin Fan chose not to cook, but instead made his way toward the river to inspect the snares he had set the day before. Traversing the grassy meadow and wading through the stream, he made his way directly towards the woods atop the slope. As he approached the edge of the forest, the sound of a wild goat bleating reached his ears, emanating from within the thicket. A surge of joy filled Lin Fan's heart as he hurried along the narrow path. After a brief run, he discovered a wild goat ensnared by thick vines, trapped upon the trail. "Aha! Caught it!" Lin Fan exclaimed with delight as he approached. Reaching the side of the wild goat, he unsheathed his long knife and, in a bid to alleviate the creature's suffering, swiftly ended its plight with a single decisive stroke. Chapter 54. Rendering sheep fat. Lu Yutong and her companions returned from the forest, their hands empty. Today, despite casting numerous snares, none had ensnared any prey. It was indeed an unfortunate day. Lu Yutong, holding a branch, absently struck at the surrounding underbrush, murmuring to herself, "Could it be that our methods are flawed?" Xia Zining responded with a hint of confusion. "I am uncertain," Lu Yutong replied, and the 4 of them made their way back to the cavern. Xia Zining laid out the fish from the cavern onto a wooden rack to dry, while Zhou Tongtong carried the peppers outside. "Sister Yutong, why don't we try fishing instead?" Zhou Tongtong suggested as soon as the peppers were ready. "Let us go catch some fish to cook. I'm quite famished," Lu Yutong replied, stepping out of the cavern and retrieving the vine net they had stored inside. Together, they headed towards the river. As they reached the riverbank and prepared to enter the water, they spotted Lin Fan returning from the opposite side, burdened with something on his back. "What is he carrying?" Lu Yutong squinted, unable to discern the object due to the distance. "Fanga! Fanga!" Zhou Tongtong called out loudly. Lin Fan noticed them as well, but with a wild goat slung over his shoulders, he found it difficult to greet them. Moments later, Lin Fan forded the river, arriving at their side and setting the goat down. "A goat?" The group exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that Lin Fan had managed to bring one back. "Stop staring. Go fetch baskets and backpacks to carry the meat," he instructed them. Zhou Tongtong and Meiji immediately dashed back to the cavern, while Lu Yutong and Xia Zining stayed behind. "How did you capture the goat?" Lu Yutong inquired, crouching to touch the goat's body. "It was caught in a snare," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, drawing out a long knife to begin skinning the goat. "Caught in a snare?" Lu Yutong exclaimed, astonished. "But we set many snares in the woods. Why didn't we catch anything?" "I don't know. I'll check this afternoon," Lin Fan said, continuing to work on the goat. Before long, he had completely skinned the animal and commenced the disemboweling process. At that moment, Meiji and Zhou Tongtong returned, carrying baskets and backpacks. Once the innards were removed, Lu Yutong and her companions took charge of sorting through them, no longer concerned about getting dirty, and began washing them in the river, which attracted some fish. Lin Fan placed the rendered fat into a basket, intending to prepare some sheep fat. He then sliced the meat into manageable strips for marinating, while the bones and ribs were placed into the backpack. An hour later, the entire wild goat had been processed thoroughly. Upon returning to the cavern, Lin Fan spread the goat's hide on branches to dry in the sun. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong boiled the bones, cooking them in batches, and set the cooked bones aside on a stone slab. Zhou Tongtong took some of the innards to feed the young golden eagle. Lin Fan retrieved the bamboo tubes, poured sea salt into the backpack, and placed the strips of lamb meat inside to marinate throughout the afternoon, preparing for a smoke in the evening. After completing these tasks, everyone indulged in the meat clinging to the bones, with Lin Fan not neglecting even the marrow. Zhou Tongtong brought forth chili peppers, relishing a piece of meat alongside a pepper, exclaiming in delight. "If only we had some seasoning," muttered Lu Yutong, tearing off a piece of meat with her teeth. "Indeed, Sister Yutong, we have chili," Zhou Tongtong quickly interjected. "I do not eat spicy food," Lu Yutong replied, glancing at Zhou Tongtong and shaking her head. Once sated, some bones remained for later, and Lin Fan began rendering lamb fat in an iron pot. After the fat was sufficiently melted, it needed to cool before being stored in the bamboo tubes. Otherwise, Lin Fan feared the tubes might burst. After a few minutes, he filled 2 bamboo tubes with the rendered fat, leaving a little in the pot for later use. "Let us go. Take me to see the snares you set," Lin Fan said to Lu Yutong after finishing his tasks. The 5 then ventured into the woods, where Lin Fan chuckled at the snares the others had set. Snares are not placed haphazardly. One must locate a game trail, he explained as they walked. What is a game trail? He elaborated. It is a path frequently traversed by animals. Soon, Lin Fan pointed to a narrow path in the woods, saying, "Observe this path. You can see the footprints of animals on the ground." The 4 nodded in understanding. No wonder they had failed to catch any prey. Their snares had been placed at random locations. If they had managed to catch something, it would have been sheer luck. Before long, they arrived at the base of a hill, where sparse pine trees and other foliage grew. "Brother Fan, we found those pine mushrooms on the hill," Zhou Tongtong remarked, pointing at the summit with a smile. Lin Fan glanced around and noticed a hollow on the right, overgrown with reeds, easily visible. He walked toward the hollow, and the others followed, curious about his intentions. Moments later, they reached the reeds, which towered over a meter in height, lush and abundant. "What are we doing here?" "It's just weeds," Lu Yutong asked, puzzled. Lin Fan smiled and drew a long knife, declaring, "Weeds? Not all. These are treasures." He bent down, skillfully cutting the reeds, bundling them together. "Treasures?" Lu Yutong murmured. "What could possibly be valuable about this?" "It's merely weeds." Before long, Lin Fan had harvested a substantial amount of reeds, bundling them for the others to carry back to the cave. Although Lu Yutong was uncertain of Lin Fan's purpose for the reeds, she still clutched a bundle and followed behind. Upon returning to the cave's entrance, they spread the reeds out on the grass to dry in the sun. Lin Fan then led them back to the hill, where they collected some pine branches for smoking the lamb later that evening. "This back and forth is exhausting," he sighed. After several trips back and forth, Zhou Tongtong sat upon the grass, gently patting her legs. "The fatigue was indeed worthwhile," remarked Lin Fan with a faint smile as he sat beside her. At this moment, "I wish to go nowhere but to lie down for a while," murmured Lu Yutong, reclining on the verdant ground. Lin Fan glanced at the 4 of them before making his way to the outer expanse of grass, where he settled upon a small mound, observing the surroundings. He reached out to pluck a nearby purple wildflower, bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance. His gaze then drifted to a pair of wild rabbits playfully tussling in the distance, eliciting a joyful smile from him. At that moment, a golden eagle appeared in the sky, soaring gracefully. Lin Fan looked up, pondering whether the golden eaglet he had encountered in the cave was perhaps its offspring. Chapter 55. Following the monkeys, Lin Fan remained seated on the grass until the evening glow painted the sky before returning to the cave. Outside the cavern, he summoned Xia Zining, Zhou Tongtong, and Meiji to assist him in erecting a small shelter. Once the structure was completed, darkness enveloped the surroundings as he made his way back into the cave, where he began to sear lamb chops on a stone slab. The sizzling meat, releasing fragrant oils, filled the cave with an enticing aroma. "Smells wonderful, Brother Fan. Can we eat now?" Zhou Tongtong inquired, her mouth watering as she gazed at the lamb chops. Lin Fan, wielding chopsticks, turned the meat and replied, "Just a moment longer." 10 minutes later, the lamb chops were finally ready, 2 for each person. Zhou Tongtong and Meiji devoured them eagerly, their faces slick with oil, nodding in delight. Lin Fan stepped outside, gathered some reeds, and fashioned them into ropes by binding several together, ensuring they would not scatter. He returned to the cave and placed the makeshift bedding in their sleeping area, providing them a more comfortable resting place instead of lying directly on the ground. The remaining bundles of reeds were set aside on the stone bed. "Wow, this is so comfortable," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed joyfully, rolling on the reeds after a meal. Lu Yutong, seated atop, nodded in agreement. Indeed, who would have thought reeds could serve as a mat? As night fell, Lin Fan brought the marinated lamb from the backpack to the shelter, threading it onto vines for hanging. He moved the fire from the cave, placing pine branches atop, which ignited swiftly. The dark night was illuminated by the flickering flames, which infused the air with a smoky essence as the lamb cooked. Lin Fan realized he would not be getting much sleep tonight. The serene night was punctuated by the sounds of insects, while distant howls of wolves echoed through the forest. Lin Fan sat on the ground, contemplating the sparse stars dotting the sky. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the cave, and upon lifting his gaze, he recognized it was Xia Zining. "Why are you still awake?" Lin Fan asked softly. Xia Zining settled beside him, shaking her head. "I couldn't sleep. I saw the firelight outside and came out. I'm smoking the lamb." Lin Fan chuckled quietly. "I know," she replied, leaning her head gently against his shoulder. "Lin Fan, do you think we can leave this place and return home?" Lin Fan extended his arm, enveloping Xia Zining in a tender embrace. "I don't know, but I will do everything in my power to help you all escape from here. The foremost priority is to survive." At his words, Xia Zining shuddered slightly, reflecting, "Yes, survival is the first step before we can seek an opportunity to leave. Yet, the path to survival is fraught with peril. Cannibals, crocodiles, venomous serpents, and myriad unknown dangers lurk. And one misstep could cost us our lives. Were it not for Lin Fan, they may not have made it this far, and even if they had, their current sense of security would be unattainable." With this thought, Xia Zining gripped Lin Fan's arm tightly. Half an hour later, she fell asleep in his embrace. Lin Fan lifted her gently, planting a soft kiss on her delicate face, and carried her back into the cave. The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Fan awoke with a start, rising to inspect the smoked meat. Satisfied with the quality of the smoke, he felt a sense of relief. Returning to the cave, he placed a dozen crocodile eggs into an iron pot to boil. While the fire burned, he retrieved some offal from his basket and ventured to feed the young golden eagle. Before long, the little birds outside began to chirp, heralding the gradual illumination of the morning. Once the sun ascended and its rays illuminated the cave entrance, Lin Fan took the opportunity to hang the chili peppers and dried fish on a nearby wooden rack to sun-dry, leaving the smoked meat to dangle in the shelter. Having completed his tasks, Lin Fan slung his backpack over his shoulders and made his way into the woods. Upon arriving, he surveyed the snares set by Lu Yutong and her companions, finding none had been triggered, and continued deeper into the forest. After walking for several minutes, he discerned some commotion ahead and cautiously approached. Chirp, chirp. Looking up, he discovered a group of monkeys frolicking among the branches, with 2 of them playfully pursuing another. Just as Lin Fan intended to leave, he noticed a banana peel on the ground, which filled him with astonishment. Where could such a peel have come from in this forest? Bending down to examine it, he confirmed it was indeed a banana peel. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced back at the monkeys. He observed that the monkey being chased clutched a banana, revealing that the other 2 were intent on seizing it. In a swift turn of events, The banana was snatched from the monkey's grasp by one of the pursuers, prompting the other to join in the chase for the stolen fruit. The aggrieved monkey merely glanced at its rivals, uttered a few calls, and then leaped away into the branches. Lin Fan, contemplating the scene, hurriedly pursued the fleeing monkey. Following it through the woods, he descended a slope, and the monkey bounded toward a mountain peak, with Lin Fan in hot pursuit. After several minutes, the monkey reached a rocky outcrop halfway up the mountain, leaping onto a stone, surveying the surroundings, and then jumped down, vanishing from sight. Seeing the monkey disappear, Lin Fan hastened to the rocky area. Soon, he discovered an entrance to a cave. Upon inspection, he found it small yet accessible by bending down. After a moment's consideration, he crouched and carefully made his way inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness, but a glimmer of light beckoned him forward. Before long, he emerged into a radiant clearing. The scene before him was enchanting. Lush green grass carpeted the ground, wildflowers adorned the landscape, and a multitude of colorful butterflies danced in the air. Scattered among the verdant expanse were straight trees growing in a harmonious arrangement. To the left, a cliffside cascaded with water, forming a small pond below, where the water flowed into a diminutive opening. In no time, he spotted the monkey again and approached it slowly. The little creature was perched atop a banana tree, feasting on the ripe bananas above. Suddenly, the monkey turned its head and spotted Lin Fan. It let out a couple of shrill cries before leaping down from the banana tree, circling around Lin Fan and darting out of the cave. A number of exquisite birds flitted between the trees, entirely unperturbed by Lin Fan's presence. Observing the banana trees, there were dozens of them, some adorned with ripe bananas. Nearby stood 2 more trees, and upon closer inspection, Lin Fan realized they were mango trees, bearing small fruits. Raising his gaze, he took in the surroundings. The cave was circular, encircled by sheer cliffs soaring several dozen meters high, with an area spanning several hundred square meters. Approaching the edge of the cliff, Lin Fan walked along its perimeter, discovering protruding rock layers beneath, which appeared to be a corridor. After exploring for a while, Lin Fan harvested 2 bunches of bananas, placing them into his backpack before departing the cave. Chapter 56. Has Lu Wei lost her mind? Upon returning to the cave, Lin Fan encountered Zhou, Tong Tong, and Meiji, who were fervently swatting away flies that had settled on the smoked meat with branches. "Fanga, you're back," Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed, waving from a distance as soon as she spotted Lin Fan emerging from the woods. Meiji cast a gentle gaze upon him. Upon his return, Lin Fan noticed that Lu Yutong and Xia Zining were absent, prompting him to inquire, "Where are they?" Zhou Tong Tong promptly replied, "Sister Yutong and Sister Zining went to the meadow to forage for wild vegetables." "Wild vegetables? What do they know about them?" "They only recognize plantain," Lin Fan mused, slightly shaking his head as he set down his backpack. "Wow, bananas!" Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the fruit Lin Fan produced. "Where did you find these?" "Fanga? 2 for each person. We mustn't overindulge," Lin Fan said, breaking off 4 bananas and handing them to Zhou Tong Tong. She happily accepted them, nodding, and took Meiji's hand, leading her to a nearby patch of grass to sit down. Lin Fan then placed his backpack inside the cave and emerged with 2 bananas of his own. He climbed back up the mountain, reached a large rock, and perched himself atop it, enjoying his bananas while observing the activities on the grass below. In the coastal woods, Lu Wei suddenly burst forth, shouting, I want to go home. I want to go home." She frantically raced towards the sea, prompting Fan Ming to sprint after her, calling Lu Wei. "Lu Wei." Fan Ming quickly caught up to Lu Wei, tightly embracing her to prevent her from running further into the water. For a little more, and she would be swept away by the waves, leaving no one able to rescue her. Let go of me. I want to go home," Lu Wei cried out, struggling desperately in Fan Ming's embrace. "Lu Wei." Fan Ming gritted his teeth, holding her firmly as he urged, "Stay calm. Woo woo woo. I can't take it anymore here. I want to go home." Lu Wei sobbed, her spirit having reached its breaking point. After uttering those words, she immediately collapsed in Fan Ming's arms. Understanding that Lu Wei's mental state had deteriorated, Fan Ming realized that if this continued, a disaster was inevitable. Suddenly, when he momentarily relaxed his grip, Lu Wei violently wriggled free, pushing Fan Ming into the water and darting towards the woods. Lu Wei, Fan Ming shouted from the water, and at that moment, Zhao Bin emerged from the trees, exclaiming, "Brother Ming, what happened?" Quickly, chase after Lu Wei. She's lost her mind. Pointing at Lu Wei, who had dashed into the forest, Fan Ming shouted, rising to pursue her immediately. Lost her mind? She seemed fine just a moment ago. How could this happen? Zhao Bin exclaimed in astonishment, but he too quickly followed suit. Lu Wei sprinted wildly into the woods, repeatedly shouting, "I want to go home." Fan Ming and Zhao Bin chased after her, but it seemed Lu Wei was oblivious to fatigue, pressing deeper into the forest. As they emerged onto the meadow, Zhao Bin halted, panting heavily, and asked Brother Ming, "What should we do?" She dashed about like a frenzied bull, moving with such swiftness that we could scarcely keep up. Yet, even if we couldn't catch her, we had to pursue. "Let us go," Fan Ming exclaimed, immediately taking off. Zhao Bin glanced at him, shook his head, and joined the chase. Lu Wei ran on, the duration of her sprint unknown, until she entered a secluded valley, closely followed by Fan Ming and Zhao Bin. Moments later, Lu Wei finally came to a halt, her vision darkening before she collapsed onto the grass, unconscious. Shortly after, Fan Ming approached, placing his hand on her nose to check for breath, relieved to find she was still alive. "Brother Ming, what is wrong with her?" Zhao Bin, panting hiavili, inquired as he arrived. Fan Ming shook his head. "It's nothing serious. She simply overexerted herself. Perhaps a lack of cerebral blood flow caused her to faint." Sighing, Zhao Bin slumped onto the grass, expressing, "In this wretched place, I'm on the verge of losing my sanity." Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of some fallen timber to the left. Instantly alert, he exclaimed, "Brother Ming, look, someone has lived here." Turning his gaze, Fan Ming indeed saw a wooden cabin constructed from trees. Casting a glance back at the unconscious Lu Wei, he immediately stood and approached the structure. The two began to investigate the cabin, noting its dilapidated state, clearly abandoned for many days, with surrounding fences and scattered bamboo. "Brother Ming, do you think this was where Lu Yutong and her companion stayed?" Zhao Bin pondered alut. Fan Ming nodded. "It seems likely, but why did they leave? Judging by these fences, they must have intended to stay long-term. So what drove them away?" Zhao Bin then recalled the brutal indigenous people and voiced, "Brother Ming, could this be connected to those natives?" Upon hearing the mention of the natives, Fan Ming surveyed the area, his brow furrowing as he replied, "It's quite possible." Suddenly, Lu Wei stirred, shaking her head before sitting up on the grass, her gaze vacant. Seeing her awaken, the two rushed over, fearing she might once again take off in a frenzy. "Zhao Bin, bring that bamboo bucket and give her some water," Fan Ming instructed. Zhao Bin hurried to the nearby shed, returning with a large bamboo container, which held half a bucket of water. He offered Lu Wei a few sips, but she drank mechanically. "Brother Ming, do you think she has lost her mind?" Zhao Bin murmured, observing Lu Wei's state. Fan Ming shook his head. "I can't say before long." They assisted Lu Wei into the wooden cabin. Though the structure leaned precariously, it was still accessible. "It won't suddenly collapse, will it?" Zhao Bin asked, eyeing the cabin. "No, the posts are anchored deep," Fan Ming reassured him. He then explored the vicinity, discovering a water source. After examining the pool, he crouched down to drink a few sips and wash his face. This place is indeed splendid, with a source of water. No wonder Lu Yutong and the others chose to settle here. Zhao Bin approached, bent down, and took a few sips of water. After running for so long, he was parched. After quenching his thirst, he stood up and glanced around, discovering the surrounding scenery to be quite beautiful. Suddenly, Zhao Bin's expression changed as he spotted 7 or 8 individuals on the nearby hillside racing towards them. "Mingo, it's those indigenous people. We must flee." Zhao Bin shouted as he turned and ran. Fan Ming quickly stood up and looked. Indeed, 7 or 8 natives were approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, Fan Ming dashed back to the wooden cabin, grabbing Lu Wei as they fled. "Mingo, where shall we go?" Zhao Bin asked, his face darkening. Fan Ming surveyed the surroundings and replied, "We cannot head towards the seaside. We must retreat deeper into the mountains. There may still be a chance for survival. Run." With that, he sprinted to the left, heading towards the grassland. Chapter 57. perilous crisis, the three of them fled into the tall grass, with the pursuing cannibals crouching down to inspect the area. One of them pointed to the left and immediately gave chase. "Be careful," Fan Ming suddenly shouted, shoving Zhao Bin aside while pulling Lu Wei to the left just in time to avoid a wild boar that charged out of the grass, nearly colliding with them. Soon, the rustling of many footsteps echoed through the grassland. Realizing they had stumbled into a boar's nest, Fan Ming shouted to Zhao Bin, "Quick, run up the mountain." Without hesitation, he tugged Lu Wei towards the left slope, with a startled Zhao Bin trailing behind. "Woo woo woo," the cannibals shouted, quickly closing in. As they entered the tall grass, they were scattered by several wild boars. "Catch them! Catch them!" one cannibal yelled, pointing towards the left slope, having spotted the trio fleeing upwards. The others promptly adjusted their course, abandoning the wild boars in pursuit. "Brother Ming, they're coming after us. What should we do?" Zhao Bin exclaimed in terror, not wishing to be captured and roasted by the natives. Glancing back at the approaching tribesmen, Fan Ming retorted, "What do you want me to say? I have no idea. Just run." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Lu Wei onward, though she appeared dazed and oblivious. Fan Ming understood that if he continued to drag Lu Wei along, they would inevitably be overtaken by the tribesmen. However, abandoning her would likely seal her fate. "Brother Ming, we can't keep running like this. They're getting closer," Zhao Bin lamented, eyeing Lu Wei as a burden. Fan Ming quickly replied, "Stop talking and let's focus on escaping." As they dashed onward, frequently glancing back, they noticed the cannibals were now less than 100 meters away. "Brother Ming, let's split up," Zhao Bin suddenly suggested, veering right while pulling Lu Wei to the left. Fan Ming shot a look at Zhao Bin, who had suddenly accelerated with surprising speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several arrows whizzed past, embedding themselves in nearby tree trunks, startling Fan Ming into quickening his pace. After running for about 10 minutes, they reached the edge of a cliff. Overlooking a raging river with a drop of merely a few meters, not far ahead was a waterfall. Looking at Lu Wei, Fan Ming said, "There is no turning back now. It's a matter of life and death. We shall see how resilient you are." With that, he pushed Lu Wei off the cliff. In that instant, Lu Wei jolted awake, letting out a terrified scream. Fan Ming, offering a wry smile, cast a glance at her before sprinting to the left. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he ran, arrows continued to rain down behind him. Fortunately, Fan Ming managed to duck behind a tree just in time to evade them. "Woo woo woo," the cannibals shouted as they chased after him, and with gritted teeth, Fan Ming took off at full speed. Suddenly, an arrow struck Fan Ming in the back, causing him to stagger and emit a sound, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, he summoned his strength and immediately rose to sprint forward. Whoosh! Arrows flew past him incessantly. But Fan Ming paid no heed, focusing solely on his escape. Suddenly, he found himself at the edge of a precipice, high and unfathomable below. "Ha ha!" He burst into laughter, turning to face the pursuing cannibals. "Even in death, I shall not allow you to feast upon me." Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and leaped off the cliff. The 5 cannibals, witnessing this, rushed to the cliff's edge, peering down. "Bala bala," one of them chattered to his companions before retreating into the woods. Meanwhile, Zhao Bin had dashed into the crocodile pond, hiding behind a large tree, observing the 3 pursuing cannibals. "Damn it, 3 remain on my trail," he thought as he watched them scour the vicinity, aware they would soon descend upon his hiding spot. Running now would surely draw attention, but remaining still would yield the same fate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and fled. Ula ula. Suddenly, one of the cannibals spotted Zhao Bin's escape and shouted, prompting another to raise a bone whistle and blow into it. The sound echoed through the woods, quickly summoning their kin. Zhao Bin sprinted up a hillside, and upon surveying the river ahead, he spotted several figures, his spirits lifting as he yearned to reach them. Whoosh! An arrow struck his calf. Help! Help! Zhao Bin collapsed onto the grass, calling out towards the river, hoping the figures could hear him, though the distance was still significant. Turning, he saw the approaching cannibals and realized his dire predicament. In a desperate act, he hurled his machete onto the grass ahead. Thud! A cannibal charged forth, bringing his bone axe crashing down upon Zhao Bin's head, rendering him unconscious as blood streamed down his face, obscuring his vision. The pursuing cannibals seized his legs and dragged him into the woods. Before long, the three cannibals encountered another group of 5. The one wielding the bone axe murmured to another and gestured towards the grassy area. One cannibal glanced in that direction before leading the others into the forest. Meanwhile, in the river, Lin Fan and Lu Yutong were fishing. "Did you hear someone calling just now?" Lu Yutong pondered aloud. Lin Fan surveyed the area, finding no one, then glanced towards a crocodile pond. "I thought I heard something too. I assumed it was just my imagination." At that moment, Xia Zining and the others had driven the fish into shallower waters, 2 of them swiftly pulling the vines to the shore. "Wow, look at all these large shrimp." Zhou Tongtong immediately rushed ashore, crouching down to collect the lively river shrimp, exclaiming in delight. At that moment, Lin Fan cast a glance across the river, sensing a flicker of unease. "You all continue to fish. I shall go take a look," he remarked to Lu Yutong and the others before crossing the river, heading in the direction of Crocodile Pool. "Where is Lin Fan going?" Xia Zining murmured, observing his retreating figure. "I do not know. We will manage on our own." Lu Yutong replied with a smile. As Lin Fan walked for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the base of the hillside and began to ascend the slope. Upon reaching the top, he soon discovered a machete embedded in the grass. He quickly approached and pulled it out, remaining vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Before long, he noticed bloodstains on the grass, still fresh, confirming that someone had indeed cried for help moments earlier. Lin Fan promptly followed the trail of blood, eventually entering the woods where the traces continued. Glancing around, he heard only the calls of birds, with no other sounds or signs of life. "It seems this place is not safe either," Lin Fan murmured, frowning in concern. Chapter 58. Relocation of the camp after taking a stroll through the woods. Lin Fan made his way toward the river. Upon returning to the water's edge, he noticed Lu Yutong and the others huddled together. "What is happening?" Lin Fan hurriedly waded across the river and inquired. "Lin Fan, come quickly. Just now, a person floated down the river. We rescued her and discovered it was Lu Wei." Xia Zining exclaimed, turning to Lin Fan with urgency. "Lu Wei." Upon hearing her name, Lin Fan rushed over to take a look, and indeed, it was Lu Wei, her face pale and devoid of color. Lin Fan immediately knelt beside her and performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a while, Lu Wei coughed up river water and awakened, only to find Lu Yutong and the others, at which point she clung to Lu Yutong and wept bitterly. "Lu Wei, what on earth has happened? Where are Fan Ming and Zhao Bin?" Lu Yutong asked Lu Wei anxiously. However, Lu Wei was too consumed by her tears to respond. "Do you recognize this machete?" Lin Fan presented the weapon to Lu Yutong and the others. Upon seeing it, Lu Yutong instantly recognized it and exclaimed, "This is Zhao Bin's machete. How did it come to be in your possession?" "I found it a little while ago. It was stuck in the grass with blood nearby." "It seems something has happened to Zhao Bin," Lin Fan replied grimly. "What about Fan Ming?" Lu Yutong pressed urgently. Lin Fan shook his head. "I did not see him." Suddenly, Lu Wei, summoning strength from an unknown source, stood up and ran away. "Lin Fan, quickly pursue her," Lu Yutong shouted at Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the fleeing Lu Wei. "It would be wise for us to leave this place immediately. I cannot jeopardize everyone's safety for one person." With that, he turned, shouldering his pack, and swiftly made his way toward the cave, with Meiji and Xia Tongtong following closely behind. Lu Yutong cast a look at Lin Fan before chasing after Lu Wei, while Xia Zining remained momentarily, contemplating before deciding to follow Lin Fan as well. "Lu Wei, what do you intend to do?" Lu Yutong caught up with Lu Wei and confronted her loudly. "Yutong, I want to go home." "Sob, sob, sob." Lu Wei cried out, prompting Lu Yutong to soften her approach. "Lu Wei, in order to return home, we must first survive. Do you believe running around aimlessly will lead you back? Come, let us return," Lu Yutong gently urged. "I won't go with you. I want to go home," Lu Wei stubbornly repeated. With a sharp slap, Lu Yutong struck Lu Wei's face, exclaiming, "Home! Home! If you remain here, those cannibals will ensure you never return. I will not concern myself with you any longer." With that, She angrily turned and headed toward the cave. Lu Wei stood frozen in shock from the blow. Her tears momentarily halted as she touched her face, marked by 5 finger impressions. When Lu Yutong returned to the cave, Lin Fan and the others were already packing their belongings, preparing to leave. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Lu Yutong asked in confusion. Lin Fan glanced at her and replied, "We have been discovered. This place is no longer safe. We must relocate." Discovered? Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong exclaimed in astonishment. "How is that possible?" Lin Fan responded with a cold smirk. "From that hillside, one can observe us fishing." Without further inquiry, Lu Yutong promptly assisted in gathering their belongings, ensuring that even the thatch was included. The smoked meats, dried fish, and dried chilies were carefully placed into their baskets. However, after filling 5 baskets, there remained a considerable amount of items, prompting Lin Fan to decide to first relocate what they could and return later for the rest. As they emerged from the cave entrance, they spotted Lu Wei standing nearby, watching them. Lin Fan merely glanced at her before proceeding toward the woods, harboring no sympathy for those who sought death. Tong Tong carried a basket on her back and held another in her hands, which contained a young golden eagle. "If you wish to live, then follow us," Lu Yutong remarked coolly after a brief glance at Lu Wei, and then she continued onward. The group followed Lin Fan without questioning their destination, simply trailing behind him. After more than half an hour of climbing, they finally reached a cave entrance halfway up the mountain. "Bend down and follow me," Lin Fan instructed the others before stooping and entering the cave. Soon, they all found themselves within, marveling at the stunning scenery before them. "Lin Fan, did you really pick those bananas from here?" Xia Zining inquired as she surveyed their surroundings. "Indeed," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "I stumbled upon this place by chance." "Wow, it's truly beautiful here. Look at those lovely birds," Tong Tong exclaimed, pointing at the small birds perched on the trees. Lu Wei remained closely beside Lu Yutong, fearful of being scolded or driven away by Lin Fan. Lin Fan found a spot beneath the sheer cliff on the right, cleared the area of branches and leaves, and set down the basket. After resting for a brief period, Lin Fan handed a machete to Lu Yutong. "In a moment, you all go outside to chop some trees and gather dry firewood to bring back here. Xia Zining and I will retrieve the remaining items from the cave." Lu Yutong accepted the machete with a nod, and Lin Fan, alongside Xia Zining, donned their baskets and exited. After consuming 7 or 8 bananas, Lu Wei felt her stomach and realized the joy of being satiated. Lu Yutong stood up, spread out the thatch, and led several others out of the cave, moving to the right until they arrived at a grove, where they began to collect dry firewood from the ground. "Here, you must behave. Do not act recklessly as you did by the sea. If Lin Fan decides to expel you, I will be powerless to intervene," Lu Yutong warned Lu Wei. "Understood," Lu Wei responded softly, bending down to gather wood. Lin Fan returned to the cave with Xia Zining, taking away stones and slate, along with the black suitcase. Upon reaching the woods, they concealed the vine net within the thicket and ventured deeper into the forest. "Lin Fan, have those cannibals truly discovered us?" Xia Zining inquired, looking up at him. Lin Fan slightly nodded. "From the hillside, they could clearly see us fishing. Even if they hadn't noticed, the cave is no longer safe." Lin Fan would not wait until danger was imminent to evacuate. If the cannibals were to launch a nocturnal raid, escape would become a futile endeavor. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Yutong and the others had gathered a substantial amount of firewood and felled several trees of considerable girth. "Here, have a sip of the freshly boiled water," Lu Yutong said, approaching Lin Fan with a bamboo cup and a smile. Lin Fan accepted the cup, took a sip, and remarked, "Though the ingress and egress here are somewhat cumbersome, everything else is quite satisfactory. That minor inconvenience hardly qualifies as a hassle." Lu Yutong responded with a slight smile. Nodding in agreement, Lin Fan commenced constructing a shelter on the adjacent grassy area, with the assistance of his companions. A simple wooden shelter was erected in under half an hour. Subsequently, several wooden racks were assembled within the shelter, upon which the smoked meats were hung. "I will step outside to take a look. Please take care of the fish and prepare them," Lin Fan instructed before departing. Lu Yutong, along with Xia Zining and the others, began to extract the entrails from the fish. Chapter 59. Not a single one left. Lin Fan ventured outside, making his way to the woods beside the cave. He felled several miscellaneous trees, subsequently chopping them into segments and sharpening them into exceedingly pointed stakes. These sharpened stakes were then bound together with vines onto a sturdy piece of wood, spaced meticulously every few inches. He secured this contraption to the trunk of a large tree, bending the wood and fastening it with another vine, which he then laid upon the ground. The wooden apparatus possessed remarkable elasticity. Upon contact with the vine, the spikes affixed to the tree trunk would spring forth, piercing through any unsuspecting target. The ground was overgrown with weeds, making the vine difficult to detect without careful scrutiny. After crafting several such traps, Lin Fan exited the woods and proceeded towards the nearby mountain peak. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he began his ascent, quickly climbing to the side of a massive boulder. Once atop the boulder, Lin Fan remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings, which were enveloped in tranquility. 2 hours later, as dusk descended, boredom nudged him to descend the mountain and return. As he lowered himself by 7 or 8 meters, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the crocodile pool as a group of over 10 individuals dashed towards the river. Lin Fan hastily scrambled up, concealing himself behind the boulder to observe them. Indeed, they had arrived. Lin Fan murmured to himself as he watched the group approach the riverbank. Leaping into the water and advancing swiftly, armed with spears and bows, they soon divided into 3 groups, with 5 members each, systematically searching the area. Within 10 minutes, a piercing whistle rang out, prompting the searching parties to converge rapidly. Clearly, they had located the cave, Lin Fan surmised. As darkness blanketed the sky, he cautiously descended the mountain, veering to the right. Shortly thereafter, he spotted 2 members of the cannibal tribe carrying a bundle of firewood towards the cave. Were they planning to spend the night within? Lin Fan lay concealed in the grass, contemplating their intentions. Soon, the night enveloped the landscape, stars twinkled overhead, and a crescent moon emerged on the horizon. Hidden amidst the underbrush, Lin Fan could faintly hear the laughter of the cannibals, who appeared to be engaged in conversation. Minutes later, as the moon ascended, its gentle light illuminated the woods. Lin Fan rose, utilizing the moonlight to stealthily approach the cave entrance. He cautiously extended his head to peer inside, where he beheld 2 campfires flickering, encircled by 6 or 7 individuals, jovially conversing and consuming from their beast bags, gnawing on chunks of dark, unidentifiable jerky. At this juncture, the temperature had dipped to around 10 degrees, yet Lin Fan felt no chill. These rascals have caused me endless trouble. Tonight, they shall face my wrath. Lin Fan cast a cold glare at them before retreating to the mouth of the cave. An hour later, silence enveloped the interior, and Lin Fan rose to investigate, discovering that they had all sprawled on the ground, seemingly succumbing to slumber. Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance before returning to his original position. It was not yet the time to act. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the cavern, prompting Lin Fan to rise swiftly and press himself against the stone wall, observing the individual as they stepped out. The figure approached the edge of the forest, seemingly seeking convenience. After a brief interval, they re-entered the cave. A chilling howl suddenly echoed from outside, reverberating through the air, seemingly not far from his location, as if it originated from the woods downstream of the river. As midnight approached, Lin Fan gazed at the moon hanging in the sky and slowly unsheathed the long blade from his waist. The weapon gleamed with a cold light. As if thirsting for blood, Lin Fan's heart raced with excitement. "I have arrived," he declared with a wicked smile before stepping into the cavern. Venturing deeper inside, he discovered a dozen individuals sprawled on the ground in deep slumber. In a flash, the blade glinted as it sliced through the throat of a cannibal, extinguishing their life in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan swiftly dispatched 2 more with the same fatal precision. To the afterlife, he taunted as a cannibal. Startled by the commotion, sprang to his feet near the campfire, shouting in alarm that roused the others. "To the afterlife?" Lin Fan sneered. "I shall escort you there." Before the words had barely left his lips, he charged forward, blade in hand. To the afterlife. The cannibals attempted to retrieve their spears from the wall, but Lin Fan's blade moved with deadly grace, severing an arm as he advanced like a wolf among sheep, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Within mere moments, the cacophony of screams subsided, leaving Lin Fan drenched in blood, gripping his blade as he faced the last of the cannibals, who adorned themselves with animal teeth. Armed with a bone axe, the cannibal muttered incoherently. Lin Fan, his blade still dripping with crimson, approached slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Fear not, it will be over soon." Suddenly, the cannibal raised the bone axe, aiming for Lin Fan's head. A strike from it would surely spell doom. "Huh!" Lin Fan roared, swinging his long blade upward to clash against the bone axe with a resounding impact. In a swift motion, he spun around, positioning himself behind the cannibal, and brought his blade crashing down upon their head. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Fan exited the cavern and, guided by the pale moonlight, made his way to the riverbank to cleanse himself of the blood. "It is indeed cold," he murmured, rising to stride into the woods. At that moment, from the direction of the downstream woods, a pack of over 20 wolves surged forth, racing towards the cavern, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood. A woo! The howls soon filled the air. Lin Fan perched upon the branch of a large tree, gazing toward the cavern, murmuring to himself, "It appears tonight's wolves shall feast well." It is uncertain how much time has passed, but at last the horizon began to brighten. Lin Fan glanced around, noticing a few small birds appearing in the woods, chirping merrily. Yawning, he muttered, "Goodness, I hope I'm not coming down with a cold." With that, Lin Fan descended from the great tree. Gradually, the sky lightened, and without looking back, he made his way toward the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he bent low to enter, and, as he turned right, he spotted Xia Zining already preparing something on the fire. "Lin Fan, you're back. How wonderful!" Xia Zining exclaimed, turning to see him enter. She immediately stood up, rushed over, and enveloped him in an embrace, whispering softly. Lin Fan had been absent the entire night, and she had worried incessantly. Now, seeing him return, her heart finally felt at ease. "It's nothing. I merely went out to assess the situation. I'm back now, aren't I?" Lin Fan gently patted Xia Zining's back with a smile. Chapter 60. Constructing a grand wooden cabin in the early morning, the sun shone brightly, and in the nearby woodland to the right, pairs of paradise birds flitted gracefully among the trees. The meadow, adorned with vibrant wildflowers, attracted numerous butterflies and bees. Lin Fan, holding a bamboo bowl, savored the smoked mutton as he strolled about, enjoying the scenery. After satisfying his hunger, he made his way to the cliff's edge, where he picked up some leftover fish to feed the golden eagle chicks. At that moment, the chicks' plumage had gradually darkened. Their feathers transitioned from a rich brown to a russet hue, with their tails now white and their tail feathers a soft brown, while the white markings on their wings began to diminish. Soon, Lu Yutong and the other four approached, inquiring about the day's activities. Lin Fan led them into the left woodland. This area spanned nearly 100 square meters, where the trees stood tall and straight, each as thick as a thigh, with a spacing of over 2 meters between them. Lin Fan expressed his desire to construct a wooden cabin in this grove, suggesting that they need not dig a foundation, as the trees could serve that purpose. He remarked, "Thus, we simply need to fell a few trees." "Are we planning to settle here?" asked Xia Zining. Lin Fan, with a gentle smile, replied, "Surely, you do not wish to sleep on the ground indefinitely? You would prefer a more comfortable resting place, would you not?" Stepping forward, Lu Yutong hesitated, but if we do that then, Lin Fan glanced at her and elucidated, "I understand your concerns. Yet you must recognize that leaving this island, without assistance, will be quite challenging for us. First, we must familiarize ourselves with this place before devising a plan to depart. This is not a matter to be resolved in a day or two. Let us proceed as you suggest." Lu Yutong finally conceded, with Xia Zining and Xia Tongtong nodding in agreement. Lin Fan drew his long knife and ventured into the forest to mark the trees designated for felling. He opted not to use the long knife for the actual cutting, fearing it might be damaged. After assigning tasks, Lu Yutong, Xia Zining, and Lu Wei took turns chopping down trees, while Zhou Tongtong and Meiji were responsible for dragging the fallen branches to the meadow outside. Lin Fan occasionally assisted with the chopping, but his primary role was to strip the branches from the cut trees and carry the wood out. Fortunately, The trees appeared robust, yet were not overly heavy, making them relatively easy to fell. Throughout the morning, the sound of lumberjacking echoed in the cave. When fatigue set in, they would take breaks to hydrate and rest. By midday, Lu Yutong and her companions had felled over 20 trees, with a sizable heap of branches and leaves accumulating outside on the grass. At noon, Lin Fan prepared a substantial amount of smoked mutton and brewed a pot of fish soup. The dried fish soup lacked the richness of freshly made broth. "How does it taste?" Lin Fan inquired, approaching Lu Yutong and her companions with a bamboo bowl in hand. Lu Yutong smiled faintly. "It's quite decent, although our hands are blistered now. Look." She extended her hand toward Lin Fan for him to see. Lin Fan glanced at her hand and smiled. "You city ladies, engaging in such labor for the first time, are bound to develop blisters. Not just you, I have also acquired a few." "By the way, Lin Fan," Lu Yutong inquired, gazing at him, "is it possible for us to construct a wooden boat and leave this place?" Her suggestion immediately attracted the attention of Xia Zining and the others. All eyes fixed on Lin Fan. He looked at them and chuckled. "Do you think I haven't considered this option?" Beyond the deep sea, the waves roared and tumultuous swells threatened to capsize any ordinary vessel, let alone a wooden one. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong and the others pondered for a moment. Indeed, a wooden boat could easily fall apart, and they would all end up feeding the sharks in the ocean. After satisfying their hunger and resting for about an hour, Lin Fan led them back to the task of cutting down trees. By around 3 in the afternoon, the sky darkened ominously, hinting at impending rain. Lin Fan arranged the felled timber in various locations, so that when it came time to build, they would not need to move the wood from a single spot. Half an hour later, light rain began to fall, compelling Lin Fan and the others to seek refuge in a recessed cliff to escape the downpour. "Lin Fan, how much longer must we chop? The blisters on my hands are nearly bursting," Xia Zining lamented, staring at the blisters on her palm. Lin Fan shook his head. "If you cannot even manage this task, what else can you accomplish? I had hoped you could assist me in some capacity." "We have done this before," Lu Wei murmured softly. Lin Fan smiled gently. "Having not done it before is not an excuse. I am here to teach you. After all, if I must do everything myself, what use are you to me? Merely eating and playing every day? You needn't be so harsh. After all, we are all girls." Lu Yutong interjected, feeling Lin Fan's words were a bit excessive. "Girls? Does that mean you are exempt from work?" Lin Fan replied with a laugh. 2 hours later, the rain gradually subsided, and Lu Yutong and the others began preparing dinner. Lin Fan stepped outside the cave and sat on a stone, gazing down at the foot of the mountain. For some reason, he felt his temper had been increasingly volatile of late. After sitting for a while, Lin Fan stood up and began to walk left around the mountainside. After several minutes, he arrived at the side of the peak and, looking down, discovered a small lake. This lake was not large, shaped like an oval, surrounded by dense trees, and he spotted several animals approaching to drink from it. Initially intending to descend for a closer look, he reconsidered upon noticing the dimming light and opted to continue forward instead. After walking for a while, the path ahead vanished, revealing a precipice. Looking down, he could see a mass of accumulated mud and sand. It seemed that a heavy rain here would trigger a mudslide. With no path remaining, Lin Fan had no choice but to turn back, returning to the cave entrance. He glanced to the right, where a slightly recessed grove of trees lay, and he observed several beautiful wild chickens flitting into the thicket. As dusk rapidly descended, Lin Fan ventured into the cave where Lu Yutong and the others had already prepared dinner. The evening repast consisted of fish soup accompanied by smoked mutton, enhanced with a touch of dried bamboo shoots. After satiating their appetites, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation by the campfire, reminiscing about trivial matters from their lives in the city. Meanwhile, Lin Fan contemplated the task that awaited him the following day, for he was reluctant to subsist solely on their provisions. He resolved to devise a plan to set several snares in the surrounding woods. Half an hour later, Zhou, Tong Tong, and Meiji, entwined, succumbed to slumber upon the thatch. Lin Fan draped a piece of sheepskin over them for warmth. "Aren't you going to sleep?" At that moment, Xia Zining approached and settled beside Lin Fan, while Lu Yutong and Lu Wei had already reclined, likely fatigued from their day's labor of chopping wood. "I can't sleep yet. I'll rest later." "You should go ahead," Lin Fan replied softly, gazing at Xia Zining. Xia Zining shook her head and lay down, resting her head between Lin Fan's legs. He reached out to caress her smooth, delicate arm, an electric sensation coursing through him, eliciting a swift reaction. Lin Fan, do you have a stick hidden on you? Xia Zining suddenly tilted her head to look at him and inquired. Taken aback by her question, Lin Fan hesitated momentarily. A stick? What stick? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled awkwardly. Ah, yes, for self-defense. Haha. Chapter 61. The Great Battle with the Crocodile the following morning upon rising. The group opted not to prepare breakfast. Instead, they consumed a few bananas as their meal. Venturing into the forest, Lin Fan instructed on how to fell the trees before shouldering his backpack and departing the cave. Upon exiting, he first approached the grove to the right, setting several snares before turning to the left. After a brief passage of minutes, he arrived at the lakeshore. Descending the slope, he quickly reached the edge of the woods, making his way towards the water. As he navigated through the dense foliage, he emerged at the lake's edge, where he observed lush aquatic plants lining the shore. The surface of the water shimmering with ripples, evidence of fish swimming toward the greenery. Lin Fan placed his backpack down by the bank and strolled to the right, soon discovering numerous animal footprints imprinted upon the grass. After observing for a moment, a sense of unease washed over him, though he could not articulate why. Suddenly, with a splash, a colossal crocodile lunged from the depths of the lake, heading straight for Lin Fan. Startled, he instinctively leaped, twisting in midair and retreating several meters, narrowly evading the creature's strike. The crocodile, undeterred, opened its massive jaws, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth, and lunged again. Alarmed, Lin Fan turned and fled, quickly darting into the woods as the crocodile pursued relentlessly, unwilling to relinquish its prey. Within the forest, the trees formed a chaotic labyrinth, making it difficult for the crocodile to navigate its bulky frame. Lin Fan deftly circled behind the reptile. With a resounding crack, he struck down with his blade, only to be astonished by the thickness of the creature's scales. The knife barely penetrated. Undeterred, he continued to slash. But the crocodile retaliated with a powerful sweep of its tail, forcing Lin Fan to retreat. The crocodile repositioned itself, turning its head. But Lin Fan swiftly maneuvered behind a tree and targeted its legs with a series of strikes. The scales on its limbs were not as formidable, and he drew blood with his assaults. In a fit of fury, the crocodile collided with nearby trees, causing them to tremble. Lin Fan, realizing the urgency, dashed around the trunks as the crocodile pursued with fervor. However, it became ensnared among the trees, its speed hampered, allowing Lin Fan to gain distance. He recalled that the creature's vulnerability lay beneath its belly. Soon, he spotted a sturdy log, approximately 2 meters long and as thick as his calf, lying on the ground. He hurriedly seized it just as the crocodile lunged at him with its jaws agape, moving with astounding speed. Lin Fan shouted, seizing the opportunity to dash forward and thrust the log directly into the crocodile's gaping maw. The reptile thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge the obstruction. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan leaped to the crocodile's right side, plunging his long knife toward its vulnerable neck. With a decisive thrust, the blade penetrated deeply, sliding effortlessly into the crocodile's throat. As the crocodile writhed in pain, it lashed out with its formidable tail, sweeping fiercely at Lin Fan. Swiftly drawing his long knife, Lin Fan executed a somersault to evade the blow, hastily distancing himself from the creature and seeking refuge behind a sturdy tree. Blood streamed from the crocodile's neck, and in its agony, it thrashed its tail violently, soon discarding a piece of wood it had clamped in its jaws. After expelling the wood, it turned and crawled towards the lake, its speed noticeably diminished due to its injuries. Lin Fan seized this opportunity, rushing forward to retrieve the discarded wood in pursuit of the crocodile. Thwack! 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 Upon catching up, Lin Fan struck the crocodile's head with the wood, each blow resulting in a greater flow of blood from its neck. Suddenly, the crocodile whipped around and lunged at Lin Fan, catching him off guard. He instinctively raised the wood before him in defense. The crocodile clamped down on the wood and surged forward, sending Lin Fan tumbling to the ground. Propelled by the creature's momentum. Crack! The sound of splintering wood echoed as the crocodile's powerful jaws threatened to sever it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan shouted fiercely, attempting to break free, yet he found no opportunity to do so. Abruptly, he felt the ground drop beneath him. He had been pushed onto a small incline. Without hesitation, Lin Fan relinquished the wood and rolled down the slope. Crack! The wood was snapped in two by the crocodile's relentless jaws, perhaps due to its excessive blood loss. The crocodile's ferocity had waned significantly. Lin Fan crouched before a tree, panting heavily. The crocodile, undeterred, hastened down the slope once more, as if harboring a deep vendetta against him. Lin Fan deliberately awaited the crocodile's bite, then leapt into the air. The crocodile's jaws clamped down on the tree. In that instant, as Lin Fan landed, he plunged his long knife into the crocodile's neck, pulling upwards with all his might. With a gush, blood erupted from the crocodile's neck like a fountain, and it collapsed, thrashing its tail a few times before falling still. At that moment, Lin Fan hesitated to approach, wary of the creature feigning death, and instead retreated up the slope to rest. After half an hour of stillness, Lin Fan deduced the crocodile was indeed lifeless. Rising, he descended the slope to stand beside the creature, observing the blood-soaked grass and giving it a few tentative kicks. This crocodile had been the tyrant of the lake. Having vanquished it, the waters should now be safe, he murmured while rubbing his sore backside. Eventually, Lin Fan grasped his long knife and began to skin the crocodile. He then fetched his backpack from the lakeside and commenced slicing the meat into chunks, placing them within. Crocodile meat, rich in protein and collagen, possessed a delightful flavor. And of course, the wild variety differed greatly from the farmed. Before long, Lin Fan had filled his backpack to the brim with meat. Yet ample portions remained scattered on the ground. I shall carry this back first, then summon Yutong and Xening to assist, he thought with a faint smile. Shouldering the backpack and retracing his steps. Struggling up the slope, Lin Fan made his way towards the cave, his basket laden with approximately 100 pounds of meat, a fact that filled him with immense joy. Soon, he returned to the cave, set down the crocodile meat, and went into the woods to summon Lu Yutong and the others. Is this crocodile meat? Lu Yutong and her companions exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the contents of the basket. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this was earned through my relentless efforts. You are truly impressive. Being able to take down a crocodile, Lu Yutong said, giving Lin Fan a thumbs up in admiration. Of course, I possess even greater skills. Lin Fan replied with a mischievous grin, casting a glance at Lu Yutong and the others. Enough talk, grab a basket and follow me. There is plenty more meat in the woods, he urged. Before long, the five of them, each carrying a basket, followed Lin Fan out of the cave and turned left. After descending the slope for several minutes, they arrived in the woods. Suddenly, Lin Fan's expression shifted as he halted the group behind him. Before them lay a massive brown bear, feasting on the crocodile meat strewn across the ground. Back away, quickly. Don't ask too many questions. Lin Fan whispered urgently to Lu Wei and the others. Obeying his command, they swiftly turned and ascended the slope. Lin Fan, what is happening? Lu Yutong inquired in a hushed tone. We'll discuss it when we return, Lin Fan replied seriously, and the group immediately headed back towards the cave. Chapter 62. Honey. Upon returning to the cave and setting down the backpack, Lin Fan recounted the encounter with the grizzly bear. It was undoubtedly the scent of blood that had lured the bear, for they are omnivorous creatures. Lin Fan cautioned, you must refrain from venturing into the left side of the forest. Should you encounter it, there would be no escape. The five women, including Lu Yutong, nodded in agreement. Lin Fan then instructed Zhou Tong Tong and Meiji on how to skewer the crocodile meat with vines. Meanwhile, he constructed several wooden racks on the grass nearby, facilitating the hanging of the crocodile meat for drying. Given the considerable quantity of crocodile meat, it was impossible to consume it all at once. So Lin Fan planned to prepare some jerky. Unable to venture into the woods, fishing in the lakes was also off the table, causing Lin Fan a sense of discomfort. Having just slain a crocodile, The emergence of a grizzly bear was disheartening. It was likely prowling near the forest, as bears are territorial creatures. He mused that eliminating it would ensure safety in the vicinity. With ample food at hand, Lin Fan could refrain from hunting for the next 2 to 3 days. In the forest, he deliberately left a 1-meter-high stump uncut, allowing for the construction of the wooden house at a height above the ground. By midday, Lin Fan sliced some crocodile meat thinly with a knife and placed it on a stone slab to fry. Lu Yutong and the others skewered pieces of crocodile meat onto sticks to roast over the campfire. Zining, have you ever tasted crocodile meat? Lu Yutong inquired, glancing at Xia Zining. Xia Zining nodded with a smile. I've had it twice, both times with my parents, and it was braised. Braised crocodile meat? Lu Yutong exclaimed. What does it taste like? Very tender, Xia Zining replied succinctly. I've also eaten crocodile meat. My sister took me. Zhou Tong Tong chimed in enthusiastically. Impressive, Lu Yutong remarked, casting a glance at Zhou Tong Tong. I used to be afraid to eat it. Are you bold enough to try it now? Lu Wei turned to ask with a smile. Lu Yutong offered a slight, wry smile. Here, having something to eat is a blessing. Who am I to be choosy? Meiji sat nearby, watching the lively conversation with a gentle smile. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan placed the fried crocodile meat into a bamboo bowl. Once the roasted crocodile meat was ready, Lu Yutong took a delicate bite and exclaimed, This is surprisingly good, succulent and tender, with a delightful chewiness. It's not greasy at all. Lu Wei nodded in agreement. Previously, I wouldn't have dared to eat it. Lu Yutong smiled gently. Now, I've developed a fondness for it. Zhou Tong Tong was enjoying the meal, her mouth smeared with grease, clearly relishing the moment. After satisfying their hunger, everyone lay on the ground to rest. Lu Wei ventured outside the cave, sitting on a stone at the entrance, gazing into the distance with a pained expression. What troubles you? You appear quite distressed. Lin Fan inquired as he stepped outside to check on Lu Wei. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei turned her head to glance at Lin Fan, then gazed skyward, exhaling a sigh as she spoke. It was I who caused harm to Ming Gu and Zhao Bin. Now, I seem to be burdened with a profound sense of guilt. Lin Fan cast a look at Lu Wei and comforted her, saying, What has transpired has already occurred. It serves no purpose to dwell in sorrow. Moreover, until we see their bodies, there remains the possibility that they are unharmed. Let us hope, Lu Wei replied with a bitter smile, then turned to Lin Fan, asking, Lin Fan, if one day they're indeed alive but captured by the natives, would you rescue them? Without hesitation, Lin Fan responded, absolutely. While he was not particularly close to Fan Ming and Zhao Bin, they were all compatriots of Huaxia, and he would certainly extend a helping hand if he could. Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, Lu Wei nodded with a smile and placed her hand gently on Lin Fan's chest, saying, Thank you, Lin Fan. In the past, we looked down upon you. Lin Fan shook his head and replied with a smile, Let us not dwell on the past. Suddenly, Meiji emerged from the cave entrance, shouting, Brother Fan, trouble. Tong Tong has been stung by a bee. Stung by a bee? Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. Where did the bees come from? Take me to her at once. He followed Meiji into the cave, with Lu Wei hastily trailing behind. What happened? As they entered the cave, they saw Lu Yutong and Xia Zining standing beside Zhou Tong Tong. Lu Yutong turned and smiled, saying, She went up to play and accidentally got stung by a few bees, but fortunately, it's not a serious matter. Lin Fan approached to take a look. Zhou Tong Tong was still in tears. It's merely a sting on her head and arm. In a while, it will no longer hurt. She will be fine. Lin Fan reassured Zhou Tong Tong. By the way, where were you stung? Lin Fan inquired. Zhou Tong Tong raised her hand and pointed behind her, saying just up there, near those 3 large trees. Nodding and understanding, Lin Fan made his way upwards, while Lu Yutong and the others hesitated to follow, fearing they might also get stung. As Lin Fan ascended the small slope, he soon arrived at the 3 towering trees. These trees were immense, requiring at least 2 people to encircle their trunks, and they soared to a height of dozens of meters, nearly reaching the cave entrance above, forming a triangular formation against the cliff. Lin Fan noticed a hollow in the trunk of one of the trees, from which several bees emerged, and others buzzed around. Could there be honey? Lin Fan pondered, then turned back down. Upon returning to their dwelling, Lin Fan gathered some dry leaves and branches into a basket. then ventured into the woods to collect some damp grass before heading back to the large trees. Arriving at the base of the three great trees, Lin Fan took out a piece of red-hot charcoal, placed it among the dry leaves, and blew gently until flames ignited. Slightly bending his back, he positioned himself beneath the tree hollow, placing the fire on the ground and adding branches to stoke the flames. He then placed some damp weeds atop the fire, and soon, white smoke began to rise, wafting upwards and entering the hollow of a tree. Inside, the bees instantly fell silent. As the moment approached, Lin Fan hurried to the tree hollow, peering inside, and was immediately filled with joy. He beheld 6 or 7 layers of golden honey within the hollow, the bees rendered docile by the smoke. Without hesitation, Lin Fan reached in, gently extracting a piece of honeycomb and placing it in his basket before extinguishing the fire and departing. "Here, enjoy some honey," he said, returning to the cliff's base, where he broke off a small piece of honeycomb and handed it to Zhou Tongtong with a smile. "What is this?" Zhou Tongtong inquired, gazing at the honey Lin Fan offered. "Honey, it's quite sweet," Lin Fan explained. "Honey? Really sweet?" Zhou Tongtong immediately took the honey, bringing it to her lips for a taste. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she began to eat eagerly, murmuring, "So sweet, so delicious. I want some too. Lin Fan, share a bit with me." The others clamored, extending their hands towards Lin Fan, who chuckled and distributed a portion to each of them. Chapter 63. A stroll to the seaside at noon. The sun beamed down from above. After lunch, Lin Fan led Lu Yutong and the other 4 to the woods to commence the construction of a wooden cabin. To elevate the structure above the ground, Lin Fan skillfully carved a notch into a tree trunk 1 meter high with a machete. He then fashioned similar notches at both ends of the wood, ensuring that the notches aligned perfectly with the tree, thus creating a mortise and tenon joint that would not easily detach. Subsequently, Lin Fan continued to refine the wood by flattening its surfaces and carving additional notches at both ends, allowing the logs to be stacked directly. The wood was quite light, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, so Lu Yutong and her companions formed pairs to place the logs atop the designated stumps as per Lin Fan's instructions. Under his guidance, they quickly grasped the art of stacking the logs, as it was merely a matter of observation, with Lin Fan periodically checking their progress. Indeed, they must fit tightly together. If they don't align, use this short log to hammer them down, Lin Fan explained to Lu Yutong and the others. Xia Zining and the group nodded in agreement, finding the process of building the wooden cabin to be quite enjoyable. Time flew by, and 3 days passed swiftly. During this period, aside from occasionally inspecting the snares in the nearby woods, Lin Fan dedicated himself to constructing the cabin. With the assistance of Lu Yutong and her companions, they managed to erect a wooden house spanning about 60 to 70 square meters. Lin Fan divided the cabin into a living area and 2 bedrooms, and he even built 2 stoves under the eaves. To celebrate their new abode, Lin Fan prepared a pot of wild chicken soup, the chicken having been caught in a snare in the woods. "Tong Tong, my Zico, bring up the thatch," Xia Zining shouted to the 2 below the cliff. The prospect of moving into their new quarters filled Xia Zining and her companions with joy, prompting them to begin decorating the interior enthusiastically. Lin Fan's room was rather simple, consisting only of 3 bundles of thatch. Observing the emptiness of the space, he resolved to create a bed, as sleeping on the ground was quite uncomfortable. As for the golden eagle chick, Lin Fan relocated it to his room, crafting a nest beside the wall. "Lin Fan, is it far from here to the seaside?" Xia Zining inquired from her perch on a stool beneath the eaves, her curiosity piqued by the thought of visiting the ocean. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. "If we take the route through Crocodile Pool, it would take at least 3 hours to reach the seaside. I'm not familiar with other paths. However, I worry about encountering the cannibalistic tribe along that route. It's somewhat distant from the seaside. If you wish to go, we can spend a couple of days there before returning," Lin Fan replied with a smile. In truth, he too yearned to venture outside. Remaining in the cave all day was not a viable option, and their food reserves had dwindled considerably, making it time to replenish their supplies. "Lin Fan, you are so wonderful," Xia Zining exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before dashing into the room to share the news with Lu Yutong and the others. Shortly thereafter, the group emerged, brimming with excitement. Lin Fan returned to his room to make some preparations before instructing them to pack their baskets and follow him. Emerging from the cave, Lin Fan deftly maneuvered a sizable boulder to seal the entrance, wary of the potential intrusion of wild creatures. Descending the mountain peak, he swiftly arrived at the forest. For precautions, Lin Fan activated the traps hidden within the woods, intending to reset them only when necessary. After half an hour, he found himself in the cavern, making his way directly towards the river. Crossing the water, traversing grassy fields, and scaling the hillside, Lin Fan remained vigilant, constantly surveying his surroundings. At the slightest hint of danger, he would hasten the group back to the cave. Fortunately, their journey was only interrupted by minor wildlife encounters, with no signs of the cannibalistic tribes. Upon reaching Crocodile Pond, Lin Fan opted to veer right, circumventing the perilous waters, a detour that would extend their journey by over half an hour. Yet, for the sake of safety, he deemed it necessary to take the longer path. After 3 arduous hours of climbing and fording, they finally reached the seashore, though twilight had begun to set in. Rutong, please help Xin Ning and the others construct a shelter in the woods. I shall scout the area below. Lin Fan called out to Lu Yutong as he wandered along the beach. Tong Tong, you and Mei Jizi gather firewood quickly. Nightfall approaches, Lu Yutong instructed, wielding a machete as she began to fell slender trees. Lu Wei and Xia Zining helped drag the cut branches to a clear space. Minutes later, Lin Fan returned, bringing 3 coconuts with him. With his assistance, the trio of rudimentary shelters was swiftly assembled, though darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. A bonfire was ignited, and they simmered some smoked lamb in an iron pot, the 6 of them seated around the fire, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The rustling sound of waves echoed from the forest's edge, the night adorned with a sparse moon and twinkling stars. After feasting, they savored coconut juice, sharing joyful anecdotes beside the crackling fire. As midnight approached, they retreated to their shelters, weary from the day's endeavors. Lin Fan remained seated alone on the ground, poking at the flames with a stick. The following morning, Lu Yutong and the others awoke promptly, rushing to the shore. Rolling up their pant legs and baring their dainty, snowy feet, they frolicked in the surf. Lin Fan emerged from the right side thicket, a coconut in hand, and settled beneath a coconut tree, smiling gently at the girls at play. After observing them for a while, he ventured back into the woods to fashion several fish spears. Half an hour later, having exhausted themselves with play, the girls returned to sit beside Lin Fan. Why aren't you joining us? Lu Yutong inquired, glancing at him. Lin Fan replied with a soft smile, we have ample time for play, but first, we must fill our bellies. Come, let us go fishing. Soon, Lin Fan led them into the deeper waters. With the experience from their previous fishing endeavor, Xia Zining and the others had also learned the art of spearing fish. Mei Jizi, watch your feet. Where's the fish? I've caught one. Suddenly, Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed with joy, brandishing a harpoon as she dashed ashore, the weapon spearing a magnificent fish. Upon witnessing Zhou Tong Tong's success, Lu Yutong and the others were inspired to immerse themselves in the pursuit as well. At that moment, Lin Fan, wielding his harpoon, plunged into the depths of the sea. Shortly thereafter, he emerged triumphantly, having speared a fish and grasping 2 large sea snails in his hand. I caught a fish too, Lin Fan exclaimed as he approached the shallows, only to be met with the enthusiastic call of Xia Zining. As he stepped onto the sandy beach, he felt a sudden slip beneath his feet, and upon bending down to investigate, he discovered a glass bottle. Chapter 64. Tong Tong catches a snake with her bare hands. Lin Fan picked up the glass bottle and noticed that its mouth was sealed with a wooden cork. Inside lay a tattered piece of paper. Is this a message in a bottle? Lin Fan chuckled at the sight of the note and decided to take the bottle with him. Let us head back, Lin Fan suggested. As Lu Yutong saw him walking towards the woods, she called out to the others and made her way to the beach with her spear in hand. Upon returning to the woodland campsite, Lin Fan released the young golden eagle from his backpack, allowing it to roam freely on the ground. He then proceeded to clean the entrails of the fish, skewering them with branches to roast over the bonfire, while the two large sea snails were tossed directly into the embers. A sound of footsteps echoed as Lu Yutong and her companions entered the area. Lin Fan turned to face them with a smile. "How'd it go? Did you catch any fish?" "3," Lu Yutong replied, raising her hand and extending 3 fingers. "Quite impressive." Lin Fan nodded slightly, while Meiji took the 3 fish to the side, removed their entrails, and discarded them. The young golden eagle eagerly hopped over to feast on the discarded innards. After a brief interval, the roasted fish was ready, and everyone savored the delicious meal. Although Zhou Tongtong declared herself full after consuming just 1 large sea snail, Lin Fan retrieved the glass bottle, forcefully extracted the cork, and examined the paper inside. "What is it?" Xia Zining inquired with curiosity, leaning closer. Lin Fan smiled gently. "It appears to be a message in a bottle." "A message in a bottle? Do people still engage in such things?" Xia Zining expressed her surprise. As Lin Fan gradually unfolded the paper, he discovered that the writing had faded to the point of being illegible. "This must be quite old. The letters are indistinguishable," he remarked, before tossing the paper into the fire and sealing the bottle again, placing it back into his backpack. After resting for a while, Lin Fan made his way towards the shoreline, followed closely by Lu Yutong and the others. Along the way, they encountered a considerable amount of marine debris, much of which was unusable and decayed. Lu Yutong and Meiji collected a few plastic water bottles. "Brother Fan, Sister Yutong, come quickly," Zhou Tongtong shouted from the water, dragging something behind her. The group approached to find that she was pulling a fishing net. "Tongtong, why are you dragging that old net?" Lu Yutong asked, puzzled. "It has hooks on it," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, pointing at the net with a smile. Lin Fan stepped closer and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it contained large fishing hooks embedded within the mesh. "Come help me pull the net ashore," he called out to the group. Together, they worked to haul the net from the sea onto the sand. Once the net was on the beach, Lin Fan examined it closely and noted that it had 3 hooks capable of easily catching fish weighing dozens of pounds. He extracted the hooks from the net and observed that this segment of the net retained significant strength, showing no signs of being eroded by the salt water. Its durability made it ideal for use as fishing line. "Zining, go find a piece of wood," Lin Fan instructed Xia Zining, who complied without question and turned to search for wood. Lin Fan unsheathed his long knife and created an opening in the fishing net, meticulously dismantling it. Shortly thereafter, Xia Zining approached with a half-meter-long wooden stick, offering it to Lin Fan. "You keep it and slowly wind the line around," Lin Fan instructed, handing her the end of the line. Xia Zining tied the line to the stick and began to turn it slowly. Lu Yutong and the others quietly observed the two, and after several minutes, over 100 meters of fishing line was wound around the stick. Lin Fan only ceased his efforts when he reached a point where the line would snap with a tug. "All right, this portion is no longer usable," he remarked, discarding the tattered net into the sea. He then examined the piece of wood in Xia Zining's hand before placing on the shore to retrieve later. Continuing along the path, they soon arrived at a familiar locale. In the deep sea, 2 small islands emerged, lush and green, with numerous seabirds flitting about nearby. The group ventured into the shallows and gradually approached the deeper waters, hesitant to proceed further. "What do you think is on those islands?" Lu Yutong inquired, gazing at the 2 isles. "What could there possibly be?" "Venomous insects and rodents, perhaps," Lin Fan replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Zhou Tongtong and Meiji were frolicking in the shallow waters. "Meiji, come here. What is this?" Zhou Tongtong pointed at a colorful object. Meiji shook her head. "I don't know, it looks like a snake. We should move on." "A snake?" Zhou Tongtong responded, skeptical. "Aren't snakes found in the woods? How could one be here in the sea?" Driven by curiosity, she bent down and carefully extracted the sea snake from a crevice in the rocks. It's a snake." "Tongtong, throw it away," Meiji exclaimed, stepping back in alarm at the writhing snake head. Hearing Meiji's cry, Lin Fan and the others turned to see Zhou Tongtong holding a sea snake. Lin Fan's expression changed dramatically. "Tongtong, let go of it." Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhou Tongtong promptly tossed the sea snake onto the sand. Lin Fan reached the beach, unsheathed his long knife, and swiftly severed the head of the fleeing sea snake. What happened? Lu Yutong and the others approached, inquiring. Lin Fan exhaled deeply. This is a sea snake. Its venom is highly potent. If bitten, one can only await their demise. This incident was but a brief interlude. Lin Fan exchanged a few words with Zhou Tongtong before collecting the remnants of the sea snake's body to leave for the juvenile golden eagle. As they pressed onward, they arrived at the cluster of rocks where Lin Fan climbed onto a nearby boulder. After observing for a while, he descended to check on the fish trap he had set previously. To his astonishment, after so many days, he found the trap had merely shifted 2 meters. Upon lifting it, Lin Fan was delighted to discover it contained a large lobster and 3 or 4 sizable crabs. Wow, Lin Fan, how did you manage to catch a lobster and crabs in the trap? Lu Yutong exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the contents. Lin Fan smiled gently as he explained, "These are the fish traps I set during our stay in the valley. I had a total of 6, though I am unsure if the remaining 5 are still intact." After speaking, Lin Fan made his way towards the sea. A little over 10 minutes later, he returned with 4 fish traps in hand, noting that one had gone missing, likely swept away into the depths by the tide. Upon opening the traps, he peered inside and was pleased to find a bountiful catch: octopuses, sea fish, and crabs. The sight of such an abundance of seafood brought joy to the women, who eagerly embraced the traps and made their way back to the camp, their laughter echoing along the path. Chapter 65, Dreaming Noon. The forest was somewhat stifling, with mosquitoes buzzing about. Lin Fan had no choice but to venture deeper into the woods to find a termite mound, which he placed on the campfire to drive away the pesky insects. A young golden eagle had carried a sea snake into the woods. Under the blazing sun, after feasting on grilled fish, Lu Yutong and her companions retreated into their shelter. Lin Fan, however, made his way to a coconut tree outside, where he settled down beneath its shade, shielded from the sun's harsh rays. A gentle sea breeze wafted by, bringing with it a hint of coolness, prompting Lin Fan to lie back. At that moment, the tide began to rise slowly, submerging many of the rocks in the sea. Before long, Lin Fan felt something moving beneath him. Curious, he reached down and grasped it, discovering it to be a hermit crab. "Are you afraid of the sun as well? Allow me to assist you," Lin Fan said with a slight smile as he tossed the crab into the sea. As he lay there, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he gradually closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber and soon entered the realm of dreams. In his dream, Lin Fan found himself encircled by dozens of indigenous people wielding bows and spears, while Lu Yutong and her companions were suspended from a nearby tree, where a pile of firewood lay beneath. Suddenly, several of the natives lunged at Lin Fan with their spears, to which he responded with a long knife in hand. In a fierce struggle, many of the assailants fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. However, Lin Fan himself was struck by arrows in his arm and back, and spears pierced his waist and thigh. "Bala!" A chief-like figure among the natives shouted, prompting 2 others to approach the tree with torches to ignite the wood beneath. "No!" Lin Fan cried out in anguish, brandishing his knife in a desperate attempt to rescue them, only to be blocked by the natives in his path. Driven by instinct to save his companions, he fought fiercely, dispatching those who stood in his way like a warrior. Yet, just as he reached the tree and aimed to scatter the burning wood, a bone dagger suddenly plunged into his back. "Ah!" Lin Fan screamed, jolting awake. Drenched in sweat, he opened his eyes to find Lu Wei sitting beside him, hunched over and gazing at him intently. "What happened? Did you have a nightmare?" Lu Wei inquired, her concern evident. Lin Fan, noticing the low neckline of her blouse revealing her fair skin, sat up abruptly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's nothing, merely a dream. What brings you here?" he replied, shaking his head as he looked at Lu Wei. She straightened her posture and casually replied, "It was a bit warm inside, so I stepped out for some fresh air. I saw you sleeping on the ground and came over." Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze drifting toward the sea, where waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. "Why are you so quiet?" After a moment of stillness, Lu Wei could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Lin Fan offered a faint smile, glanced at her, then turned away and said, "I'm not quite sure what to say." Unsure of what to say, Lu Wei decided that silence was preferable, choosing instead to gaze at the sea. She smiled at Lin Fan before turning her attention to the vast ocean before them. After a moment, she slightly turned her head to glance at Lin Fan. In the days they had spent together, she had come to know him to some extent. Lin Fan? She suddenly called out. Upon hearing his name, Lin Fan turned to respond. As their eyes met, Lu Wei leaned in and pressed her lips against his. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the softness of her kiss. Soon, Lu Wei's tongue found its way into his mouth, igniting a fire within him, causing his heart to race. Before long, Lin Fan embraced Lu Wei's delicate form, taking the initiative. His hands roamed over her body until one hand brushed against a soft area. Lu Wei let out a muffled moan, her eyes closed. The sound akin to an aphrodisiac, prompting Lin Fan to kiss her with increasing fervor, his hands exploring further. Lin Fan. No, suddenly, Lu Wei opened her eyes, pushed him away, and stood up, dashing into the woods, leaving Lin Fan bewildered beneath the coconut tree. What just happened? He muttered in confusion. To quell the rising heat within him, Lin Fan stood and walked along the shoreline. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at a sheer cliff that blocked his path, compelling him to detour through the woods. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining emerged from their shelter. The sun isn't too harsh now. Let us go spear some fish, Lu Yutong suggested, glancing at the sky. The group picked up their spears and made their way to the beach, entering the shallow waters to search for fish. While they claimed to be fishing, it was more of a playful outing. Zhou Tongtong and Meiji chased after a fish, attempting to spear it with enthusiasm. Lu Yutong and Xia Zining joined in the merriment, splashing about in the water, while Lu Wei was bent over alone, seemingly searching for something. Lu Wei, what are you looking for? Lu Yutong inquired, noticing Lu Wei's persistent posture. Turning her head, Lu Wei smiled and replied, I'm looking for beautiful seashells. In her hands were 2 vibrant, colorful shells. What use are those? Lu Yutong asked, puzzled. Lu Wei smiled softly. I'll decorate my room with them. Won't they look lovely? Lu Yutong nodded understanding and promptly bent down to search for shells as well. Yutong Zining, we found some clams. Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, rushing over with several large clams in her grasp. Impressive. Let us find more so we can cook them tonight. Lu Yutong praised Zhou Tongtong casually. An hour later, the beach was adorned with numerous exquisite shells, while Zhou Tongtong and Meiji had gathered a bounty of clams, along with a few pearl oysters. At that moment, the sunset over the sea was breathtaking, the sky ablaze with vibrant hues as the 5 friends sat on the shore, reveling in the splendid view. It was then that Lin Fan descended from the coastal path and noticed the group seated on the sand, prompting him to approach. Upon hearing his footsteps, the 5 turned their heads, and to their delight, it was Lin Fan returning. Where have you been? We haven't seen you all afternoon. Lu Yutong inquired first. Lin Fan smiled and replied, I was in the thicket of the woods where I discovered several ginger plants, and I brought them back. With that, he settled down to join them in admiring the enchanting sunset. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan and the others returned to their campsite to start a fire and prepare the clams. Chapter 66. Return to the cave during the night. The sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. The sea breeze whispered through the trees, creating a gentle rustling sound. 6 individuals sat side by side beneath the coconut trees on the beach, gazing at the vast ocean and the starlit sky. It had been a long time since they had beheld such a breathtaking expanse of stars. Xia Zining tilted her head upwards, grinning at the star-filled heavens. Indeed, it's truly beautiful. This is the first time I've seen so many stars, Lu Wei exclaimed with a smile. Lin Fan added with a faint smile, in the countryside. On clear nights, one could also witness a sky full of stars, but now, as the deep night settled in, the world outside was silent, save for the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Inside the shelter, the others had already succumbed to slumber, while the campfire outside continued to flicker. The following morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the trees. Lin Fan gathered several large crabs and placed them into a metal can. I haven't slept so soundly in ages. I could have slept until noon, Lu Yutong said as she emerged from the shelter, stretching and muttering. Though my back seems to ache a bit. Soon after, Xia Zining and Lu Wei awakened, and after devouring a crab each, Lin Fan led them to the rocky outcrops above. At that moment, the tide had just receded, revealing numerous puddles and crevices teeming with fish and sea snails that had not yet retreated. Meiji, look, this sea snail is even larger than the one I ate yesterday, Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, raising her find for Meiji to see. The group had grown adept at foraging for seafood. An hour later, their baskets were brimming with treasures from the sea. Upon returning to the camp and tidying up, Lin Fan guided them away from the shore and into the woods. After more than 3 hours of trekking, the six finally arrived back at the cave, encountering no dangers along the way. They returned just in time for noon. Lu Wei and Zhou Tongtong carried the shells from their baskets into the wooden cabin, carefully arranging them. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining proceeded to wash some of the seafood in the pool. Meiji began to kindle a fire under the eaves, placing water in the metal can atop the stove. Before long, Xia Zining filled the can with a selection of sea snails, octopuses, and cat's eye snails. After boiling them over a vigorous flame for approximately 15 minutes, the seafood was ready. Lin Fan, can we keep the remaining seafood alive? We've been eating seafood for days, and I'm starting to get tired of it, Lu Yutong inquired, biting into a piece of snail meat. Lin Fan nodded. They can be kept for a day or two, but they shouldn't remain in fresh water for too long. Wow, Brother Fan, look. Xiao Hui has caught a mouse all by itself, Zhou Tongtong suddenly shouted, pointing at a young golden eagle on grass. Xiao Hui was the name Zhou Tongtong had given to the young eagle. Lin Fan glanced at the ground, and indeed, the young golden eagle had grasped a small mouse in its sharp talons and was feasting upon it with delight. The coloration of the young eagle was now quite similar to that of its parents, albeit a tad lighter. In due time, it would likely learn to fly. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, weary from the long journey they had undertaken that morning. After an hour of slumber, Lin Fan awoke and ventured out of the cave, heading towards the woods on his right to check on the snares. Bending low to navigate through the thicket, he soon arrived at the snare, where he discovered a wild chicken ensnared by its foot, motionless and dangling above the ground. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan realized the creature was lifeless, though its body remained pliable, suggesting it had been caught earlier that morning and had succumbed after hanging for hours. Still edible, Lin Fan muttered as he dismantled the snare and retrieved the wild chicken, proceeding to inspect the other traps. After checking several more snares without success, he returned to the cave with the chicken in hand. Back in the cave, he plucked the feathers from the chicken and, after cleaning it, offered the innards to the golden eagle. The meat was chopped into pieces and placed in a metal pot to cook, with a hint of sand ginger added for flavor. What are you cooking, Lin Fan? At that moment, Xia Zining emerged from her room, noticing Lin Fan sitting beneath the eaves, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. With a gentle smile, Lin Fan turned slightly and replied, I want to check the snares in the woods and found a wild chicken, so I decided to cook it. A wild chicken? Why cook it now? Want to you save it for dinner? Xia Zining inquired as she approached and sat beside him. It can be saved for dinner once it's cooked, Lin Fan chuckled in response. When the chicken was fully cooked, he removed the pot and placed it inside the wooden cabin, planning to reheat it for dinner later. After securing the pot, the two descended the steps of the cabin and stepped onto the grassy expanse. Suddenly, the golden eagle hopped over, tilting its head to regard Lin Fan with an endearing expression. Go play, Lin Fan said to the eagle, and surprisingly, it seemed to understand, turning away and flapping its wings as it hopped off. I never expected the golden eagle could comprehend your words, Xia Zining remarked, watching the bird's retreating figure with a smile. Lin Fan replied with a soft grin, the golden eagle is a formidable raptor, the king of the skies. If you manage to tame it, it will recognize you as its master, and you won't need to hunt for your own prey anymore. It will bring it back for you. Such prowess, Xia Zining exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Fan nodded. It is far more impressive than you might imagine. As they continued their leisurely walk, engaging in conversation and laughter reminiscent of a couple in love, Lin Fan glanced at Xia Zining and gradually reached for her hand, intertwining his fingers with hers. She did not resist, but lowered her gaze slightly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yutong stood at the small window of her room, observing them. Seeing their intertwined hands, a pang of jealousy stirred within Lu Yutong, leaving her feeling somewhat sour. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? No, that's impossible, she murmured to herself, shaking her head in disbelief. The pair found a slope and settled down. Xia Zining glanced at Lin Fan, resting her head upon his shoulder. Lin Fan, do you think we will always be together? She asked softly. Lin Fan reached out and gently caressed her delicate face, smiling as he said, I fear I am unworthy of you. After all, I am merely a security guard, a simple countryman. I do not care about your status, Xia Zining quickly replied. Lin Fan let out a bitter smile, remaining silent. Her indifference did not imply that her family would share the same sentiment. In this day and age, the notion of matching social standings is a prevalent practice in marriages, and Xia Zining's family background was undoubtedly substantial. Moreover, whether he could return home remained a different matter altogether. What are you two discussing? You seem quite joyful. At that moment, a voice interrupted, prompting Xia Zining to swiftly release Lin Fan's hand and shift slightly to the right, maintaining a distance between them. She then observed Lu Yutong approaching slowly from the grassy area. Chapter 67. The Ambush. As Lin Fan observed Lu Yutong approaching, he absent-mindedly rubbed his nose and offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. We were merely engaged in conversation, Summer Ziching hastily clarified. Lu Yutong, displaying a curious expression, leaned in and inquired with a playful tone, Oh, what were you discussing? You both seem quite jovial. Why are you prying so much? It's none of your concern, Lin Fan retorted, rising to his feet, brushing off his pants, and heading towards the wooden cabin. Noticing Lin Fan's departure, Summer Ziching glanced at Lu Yutong before promptly standing and dashing towards the sheer cliff to the right. I was merely asking, why is everyone leaving? Lu Yutong chuckled lightly, her heart feeling considerably lighter. Lin Fan remained in his room, staying inside until nearly dusk without emerging. Fan Ye, there's a snake outside. Suddenly Lin Fan, who had been resting on the straw, was jolted awake by Zhou Tongtong's voice. What snake? Lin Fan sat up, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Zhou Tongtong rushed in, her voice brimming with excitement. There's a huge snake by the big tree. Xiao Hui is fighting it. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan sprang to his feet and dashed out of the room, racing upwards. A short while later, he arrived at the site of the 3 large trees, where he found Lu Yutong and the others standing nearby, watching. A golden eagle spread its wings, facing a formidable king cobra, which had reared half its body. Fixating its gaze on the eagle, the king cobra was immense, easily several meters long, and a single hand would struggle to encompass it. Quickly leave this place. Return to the cabin. Lin Fan urgently instructed Lu Yutong and the others in a hushed tone. The size of the king cobra indicated its potent venom. A single bite could be fatal. The girls, heeding Lin Fan's warning, hurried back towards the cabin. Lin Fan assessed the king cobra before scurrying to the base of the cliff to retrieve a long spear. Cautiously, he approached the king cobra, extending his hand to grasp the golden eagle, which he then tossed onto the grassy ground outside, aware that the eagle was still too young to contend with such a formidable serpent. Without the golden eagle, the king cobra instantly turned its attention to Lin Fan, flicking its tongue as if poised to strike. Lin Fan began to circle the king cobra, and as he moved, the snake mirrored his actions. After approximately 10 minutes of this standoff, the king cobra ceased its movements, rising upright. Lin Fan cautiously advanced towards it, but suddenly, the king cobra lunged at him. He swiftly retreated a few steps. Seeing Lin Fan evade its attack, the king cobra resumed its upright stance. Lin Fan approached once more, extending his hand towards the serpent's head. As the king cobra lashed out again, Lin Fan quickly backed away, fully aware that patience was key in this encounter. He could not afford to be careless. A bite would seal his fate. Once more, he circled behind the king cobra, extending his hand above its head. Just as the king cobra prepared to strike again, Lin Fan's hand shot down swiftly, seizing the serpent from the rear. Catching a snake requires a delicate balance. Too much force will incite fierce resistance. Yet if one is overly gentle, they risk being bitten. Zining, please fetch the glass bottle from the backpack, Lin Fan commanded. Having secured the king cobra, the serpent writhed in his grasp, attempting to coil around his arm, but Lin Fan deftly countered with his other hand. Due to his gentle hold, the cobra did not experience pain and thus did not struggle vigorously. Moments later, Xia Zining approached, clutching the glass bottle, though she hesitated. Daunted by the sight of the snake, Lin Fan was restraining. "Uncork the bottle and cover the opening with a cloth," Lin Fan instructed. Startled, Xia Zining hurriedly removed the cork, pondering where to find a cloth. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She tore a piece from her clothing pocket. Binding the cloth securely to the bottle's opening with a vine, she was ready for the next step. Rushing to a sheer cliff, she retrieved a vine adorned with crocodile meat, which she placed upon a rock before tying the cloth around the bottle's mouth. After handing the glass bottle to Lin Fan, Xia Zining quickly retreated. Lin Fan positioned his hand behind the snake's head and lifted the bottle, guiding the snake's head toward the opening. As he pried the jaws apart, the elongated fangs became visible. He pressed the snake's head against the bottle's mouth, and the fangs pierced the cloth, releasing the yellow venom into the glass vessel. Once the flow ceased, he carefully set the bottle down, drew a long knife, and swiftly severed the snake's head. With precision, he extracted the skin and entrails, preserving the gallbladder while offering the remaining innards to the golden eagle. "How are you doing?" Lu Yutong called from the eaves. "All is well. You can come out now," Lin Fan replied. After concluding his task, he returned to the wooden cabin, carrying the snake meat and the glass bottle. "What is this?" Lu Yutong inquired, eyeing the yellow liquid within the bottle. "This is an extraordinary find," Lin Fan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he carefully placed the bottle in his room. Upon emerging, he wrapped the snake meat around a wooden stick and placed it over the campfire to roast. Due to its length, he offered the tail to the golden eagle and chopped the remaining parts into 5 segments. "Is that snake meat? I can't bring myself to eat it," Lu Yutong remarked, her skin prickling at the sight of the roasting flesh. "Oh, it's delicious, crispy and reminiscent of chicken," Lin Fan teased, eliciting a skeptical response from her. "I don't believe you," she retorted before retreating indoors. After a quarter of an hour, the snake meat was ready, yet Lu Yutong and Xia Zining could not muster the courage to try it, opting instead for wild chicken. However, Zhou Tongtong, Meiji, and Lu Wei relished the dish, savoring every bite. As night descended, the day came to a close. The following morning, after rising, Lu Yutong and the others prepared some smoked mutton, slicing it with a cleaver and placing it into a tin for cooking. After satisfying their hunger, the 5 individuals emerged from the cave and made their way towards the base of the mountain. By the time Lin Fan stepped out of his room, he realized that Lu Yutong and the others had already departed. Having consumed a modest portion of smoked mutton, he returned to his quarters, equipped himself with a glass bottle, took up his bow and arrows, and strapped a long knife to his waist before descending from the wooden cabin. "Catch them, and you shall feast," he declared. Upon reaching the pool, he noticed a golden eagle attempting to capture the fish within. Lin Fan chuckled lightly at the sight before departing. Exiting the cave, he sealed the stone entrance and glanced around, spotting Lu Yutong and her companions at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, shadows flitted through the trees on the left side of the mountain base, and Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he noticed the cannibals rushing towards Lu Yutong and her group. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted down the slope. "Yutong, Zining, run! The cannibals are coming!" Lin Fan shouted as he slid down the incline. Lin Fan, Lu Yutong, crouching in the grass, turned to see him racing towards them, her brow furrowed in confusion. What was he shouting about? "It sounds like he's warning us about the cannibals," Zhou Tongtong interjected. "Cannibals?" Lu Yutong's expression shifted as she suddenly spotted a dozen cannibals bursting forth from the left side trees. "Run," she urged, springing to her feet and grabbing Zhou Tongtong, while shouting to the nearby Xia Zining and the others. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flurry of arrows whizzed through the air, prompting the 5 to hastily veer to the right. "Lu Wei, be careful!" Xia Zining cried out, just as she tackled Lu Wei to the ground, an arrow striking her back. "Zining, Zining!" Lu Wei exclaimed, quickly helping Xia Zining up, gritting her teeth as she hoisted her friend onto her back and fled. Wails echoed from the four cannibals pursuing them. Whoosh! An arrow struck one of the cannibals squarely on the head, causing him to collapse instantly. After releasing an arrow, Lin Fan slung his bow across his back and drew his long knife, charging directly towards the cannibals. Chapter 68. Rescue and poisoning. Upon witnessing their companion fall victim to an arrow, the three cannibals paused momentarily before drawing their bows to shoot at Lin Fan. With deft movements, Lin Fan brandished his long knife, successfully deflecting the incoming arrows. What has happened to Zining? At that moment, Lu Yutong, who had been leading the charge, turned to see Lu Wei carrying Xia Zining and hastily approached with concern. Zining was struck by an arrow while trying to save me, Lu Wei replied, her gaze cast downward. Quick, support her into the woods, Lu Yutong shouted, noticing Lin Fan holding off the cannibals. Just then, Zhou Tongtong and Meiji rushed back, assisting in guiding Xia Zining towards the sheltering trees. Kill! Lin Fan exclaimed with an icy demeanor, as the three cannibals, seeing him approach, brandished stone axes in response. As Lin Fan closed in on them, he suddenly accelerated, plunging his knife into one of the cannibals before swiftly withdrawing and slicing at another to his left. In less than a minute, Lin Fan had dispatched all three. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the woods, causing Lin Fan's brow to furrow. He understood that more cannibals were coming to reinforce their comrades, and a direct confrontation would be unwise. He turned and fled in the direction of Lu Yutong. Upon entering the woods, he found Xia Zining lying on the ground, her companions' faces etched with worry. Lin Fan, Zining is injured, Lu Yutong exclaimed upon hearing his footsteps and turning to see him. Lin Fan hurried over, only to find that Xia Zining had slipped into unconsciousness. A host of cannibals are pursuing us. You must take Zining deeper into the woods at once. I will hold them off for a moment, Lin Fan commanded urgently. Without hesitation, Lu Yutong hoisted Xia Zining onto her back and moved into the depths of the forest. Once they had departed, Lin Fan sheathed his long knife, retrieved his bow and arrows, and positioned himself at the forest's edge. He spotted a throng of cannibals advancing, numbering at least 20. With swift precision, he loosed 3 arrows, and 3 cannibals fell lifelessly to the ground. A figure resembling a cannibal chief raised a bone axe and shouted, rallying the others to charge recklessly at Lin Fan. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows and spears flew towards him, prompting Lin Fan to turn and dash into the woods. Moments later, a horde of cannibals surged into the trees. Hot on his heels, taking cover, Lin Fan released another arrow, striking a pursuer in the forehead, sending him crashing to the earth. Soon, his quiver was emptied, leaving him without arrows. He could only retreat further into the forest, quickly catching up with Lu Yutong and the others. I'll carry her, Lin Fan declared to Lu Yutong, lifting Xia Zining onto his back as they pressed deeper into the woods. After approximately 10 minutes of running, they reached a clearing, where mournful sounds echoed from all directions. Realizing their escape was no longer feasible, Lin Fan gently laid Xia Zining on the ground, unsheathed his long knife, and prepared to fight to the bitter end. Are you afraid of death? Lin Fan gazed at Lu Yutong and the other women, inquiring with concern. Just then, Zhou Tongtong and Meiji, overwhelmed with fear, began to weep and huddle together. We are terrified, Lu Yutong exclaimed, but even in death, we must take 1 or 2 with us. As she spoke, she unsheathed her machete. Yet, despite her brave words, her body trembled with trepidation. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted as a horde of cannibals surged forward, encircling Lin Fan and his companions, their spears and arrows poised menacingly. Ha ha ha! Balabosi, a burly figure, adorned with an animal necklace and towering around 6 feet 2 inches, approached wielding a bone axe, his laughter booming as he intended to capture Lin Fan and his group. In an instant, a flurry of arrows shot forth from the dense foliage behind, striking the surrounding cannibals, who began to scream in alarm. The forest soon erupted with shouts, and Lin Fan turned to see a throng of indigenous warriors, brandishing spears and bows, racing from the woods to their aid. Upon witnessing this, the rotund leader's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Fall back!" The indigenous warriors clashed with the cannibals, and Lin Fan, sensing their intent to assist, felt a surge of excitement. "Charge!" he cried, plunging into the fray, wielding his long sword with lethal precision, cutting through the cannibals as easily as slicing through vegetables. The cannibals attempted to defend themselves with their spears, but Lin Fan's strikes shattered their weapons and took down their wielders in swift succession. Suddenly, the portly leader appeared to Lin Fan's left, swinging his bone axe down upon him. Lin Fan raised his sword in defense, stepping back with his right foot. Yet he was still pushed back by the leader's might. In a flash, Lin Fan executed a roll, positioning himself behind the bulky adversary, and swung his blade towards the leader's head. However, the leader reacted quickly, pivoting to block the blow with his axe. Clang! 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 Lin Fan struck the bone axe 3 times, the sound reverberating through the chaos. Soon, the indigenous warriors had decimated the cannibals, many fleeing in disarray. Balala! Suddenly, the leader bellowed, charging at Lin Fan with the ferocity of a wild bull, knocking him aside. As Lin Fan fell, he managed to slash the leader's arm with his longsword. The moment the leader saw Lin Fan on the ground, he dashed towards the forest, quickly vanishing from sight. Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Despite his bulk, the leader was remarkably swift. After the battle, the indigenous warriors began to scavenge the battlefield, collecting the weapons of the fallen cannibals. At that moment, one of them approached Lin Fan, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Fan squinted, recognizing the man as one of the 2 he had spared during a previous encounter. He sighed, realizing that his moment of mercy had saved their lives. "Lin Fan, quick! Xening is in trouble!" Lu Yutong suddenly shouted, prompting Lin Fan to rush over without hesitation. Only the pallor of Xia Xening's face and the dark hue of her lips were visible. Upon glancing at the arrow-stricken area, it too had taken on a sinister shade. "Poison? Xening has been poisoned." Lin Fan spoke with a grim expression. "Poisoned? How could Xening be poisoned?" Lu Yutong inquired anxiously. "Lin Fan, you must think of a way. Xening cannot die." Moments later, the indigenous man approached, cast a glance at Xia Xening, and began to babble a torrent of words at Lin Fan. Yet Lin Fan could not comprehend a single utterance. Could it be he knows what poison has afflicted Xening? Lin Fan pondered as he observed the native. Soon, the indigenous man spoke briefly to a few others, then gestured for Lin Fan to follow him. "Lin Fan, what should we do?" Lu Yutong asked with a furrowed brow. "I am uncertain of the poison that has afflicted Xening. Perhaps this native knows." "To save Xening, we have no choice but to accompany them," Lin Fan replied, hoisting Xia Xening onto his back and trailing behind the indigenous man. Lu Yutong and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 69. Tears of Blue. Lin Fan, carrying Xia Xening on his back, was closely followed by Lu Yutong and the others, trailing behind the indigenous people. They traversed through dense jungles, crossed uneven meadows, and waded through rushing rivers. "Lin Fan, let me carry Xening for a while," Lu Yutong suggested, glancing at him. Lin Fan, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, had been bearing Xia Xening for nearly an hour. He shook his head, replying, "It's fine. Let us continue for a bit longer." Before long, they arrived at the edge of a grand canyon. Gazing down at the intricate paths below and the meandering river, surrounded by towering stone pillars and bizarre rock formations, they couldn't help but marvel at the sheer artistry of nature. Suddenly, the indigenous man approached Lin Fan and uttered a brief statement before heading down a narrow path to the right that led to the canyon floor. "Let us go," Lin Fan said, looking back at the women before following the indigenous man. Descending a sloped path, they reached the canyon's base. Walking along the riverbank for about 100 meters, a few indigenous individuals emerged from a patch of underbrush, carrying several long wooden logs, and laid them across the river to cross. Once the indigenous people had crossed, Lin Fan and his companions followed suit. Upon reaching the opposite side, they continued down a while longer until they stumbled upon a narrow path that twisted and turned, with several other paths branching off. A moment's inattention could lead to becoming lost. Lin Fan noticed a few indigenous individuals along the path, armed with bows and arrows, who curiously observed the newcomers. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, the path began to widen, and they encountered several indigenous women dressed in garments made from animal hides. Soon, they arrived at a spacious clearing adorned with thatched huts, encircled by towering cliffs reaching dozens of meters high. As Lin Fan and his group entered the clearing, they paused, and several women and children approached, their eyes filled with curiosity yet hesitant to draw closer, standing a respectful distance of 10 meters away. After a moment, the indigenous man returned accompanied by a woman adorned with beautiful feathers in her hair, her face painted with intricate designs, and holding a dark wooden staff. Her figure was strikingly perfect. Lin Fan observed that she stood at least 7 meters tall, with sun-kissed skin and a voluptuous form, appearing to be no older than 30. As Lin Fan appraised her, the two approached his side. The surrounding indigenous people bowed slightly in respect upon seeing her. The man whispered a few words in her ear, prompting her to come closer to Lin Fan and examine Xia Zining. She then gestured for Lin Fan to follow her and turned to walk deeper into the clearing. Seeing this, Lin Fan hastily followed, still carrying Xia Zining, with Lu Yutong and the others quickly trailing behind. They soon arrived at a cave nestled to the left beneath the cliffs, and upon entering, the woman signaled for Lin Fan to place Xia Zining on the thatched bed inside. Lin Fan gently laid Xia Zining down, and the woman quickly crouched to examine her once more. A few minutes later, she stood up and spoke a stream of indigenous language to Lin Fan, who furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend her words. The high priest explained that his friend had been poisoned by a plant known as the sun-breaking grass, for which there was no antidote. Only the blue tear could provide salvation. At that moment, a voice emerged from outside, prompting Lin Fan and the others to turn and see a man leaning on a cane enter the room. He was a foreigner with long hair, a full beard, and dressed in tattered clothing. Lin Fan, upon hearing him, was equally baffled by his speech, as it was in English, a language he did not understand. It piqued his curiosity. How could a foreigner appear in such a place? Lu Yutong looked at Lin Fan and promptly translated. "I am Jamie, an American explorer." The foreigner surveyed the group and continued, "5 years ago, my ship struck a reef nearby and sank. I managed to swim to this island, only to be pursued by cannibals who capture my wife and assistant." "Stop!" Lin Fan interjected, raising his hand to halt the man's narrative. "I only wish to know how I can save my friend." After Lin Fan spoke, Lu Yutong translated his words into English for Jamie. At that moment, the high priest spoke a few phrases. Jamie nodded respectfully at the high priest and then addressed Lu Yutong. "To save your friend, you must acquire the blue tear. The blue tear is a rare blue flower that does not bloom during the day. It only opens at night, withering away by dawn. It possesses the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead, cure all ailments, and neutralize all poisons." Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong excitedly translated for Lin Fan. "Is there truly such a wondrous flower? Where can it be found?" Lin Fan immediately inquired of Jamie, with Lu Yutong acting as the intermediary. At that moment, the high priest uttered several more words. Jamie responded, "It grows on an ancient tree, which is located in the Cursed Land. The Cursed Land lies at the heart of the island, a day's journey from here, fraught with peril, inhabited by venomous snakes and ferocious beasts." The high priest added that Lin Fan's friend had only 5 days left to live. Once that time passed, even if he were to find the blue tear, it would be of no use. Lin Fan nodded solemnly, bowing respectfully to both the high priest and Jamie. He resolved that, regardless of the dangers, he would venture into the depths of the dragon's lair to save Xia Zining. The high priest acknowledged him with a nod. Uttering a few more words in the indigenous tongue, he conveyed that Lin Fan had previously rescued the high priest's kin from the cannibals. Thus he need not stand on ceremony. Jamie smiled slightly, saying, "I have lived here for 5 years. It brings me joy to have someone to converse with. I hope you find the blue tear to save your friend." With that, Jamie gently patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Shortly thereafter, the high priest exited, returning about 10 minutes later, holding a ceramic jar and a parchment map, which he handed to Lin Fan while uttering a few words. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for understanding and turned to Jamie, who smiled gently and explained. The high priest stated that the blue tears will wither away into water by dawn, vanishing upon contact with the ground. Hence, It is imperative to preserve them in this vial. The map, marked with a circle, indicates the location where the ancient tree flourishes. Lin Fan accepted the ceramic vial and the map, nodding respectfully at the high priest. The high priest returned the gesture with a slight smile and gestured toward the entrance, whereupon an indigenous woman entered, gracefully holding a bow and arrow. Upon seeing her, Lin Fan recognized her as the girl he had rescued previously. She smiled and bowed slightly in his direction. This bow and arrow were gifted to you by the high priest. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, and they shall aid you, Jamie remarked with a soft smile. Lin Fan took the bow and quiver, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship and formidable draw of the weapon, which filled him with satisfaction. Lin Fan, Brother Fan. The girls gazed at him, their faces etched with concern. Turning to Lu Yutong and the others, Lin Fan smiled gently and said, "There is no time to lose. I shall set off at once. You must remain here and take good care of Xening until my return." With that, he stepped out of the cave, while Lu Yutong and the others hurried to the entrance, watching his figure recede into the distance. As Lin Fan exited the clearing, an indigenous man, whom he had previously saved, approached him, running and offering a pouch made of animal hide. Upon opening it, Lin Fan discovered it contained various fruits and dried meat. "Thank you," he said, lightly patting the man's shoulder before turning away to continue on his journey. Chapter 70. The Search of the Blue Tear. Exiting the Great Canyon. Traversing a wooden bridge and ascending a steep slope, Lin Fan finally arrived at a grassy expanse. After consulting his map briefly, he tucked it away and lifted his gaze to the sun, continuing westward. Approximately half an hour later, he reached a sloping meadow which stretched downward, revealing a dense forest at its end. Letting out a deep breath, Lin Fan quickened his pace towards the thicket. The scenery was enchanting, with animals grazing peacefully on the grass, and in the distance to his left, several towering peaks stood proudly, surrounded by a riot of wildflowers. However, Lin Fan was in no mood to appreciate the beauty around him. He was determined to find the blue tear to cure the poison afflicting Xia Xening. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Lin Fan stepped into the underbrush. Immediately, a wave of stifling warmth enveloped him. The vegetation was thick, with towering trees blocking out the sunlight, allowing only a few rays to filter through the leaves, casting a dim glow. As he walked over the decaying foliage, the buzzing of mosquitoes intensified as they pursued him, prompting him to hasten deeper into the woods. For his safety, he drew his long knife, slashing through the branches and leaves that obstructed his path. After several minutes of strenuous trekking, Lin Fan was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Spotting a water vine nearby, he chopped off a segment and tilted his head back to drink the refreshing liquid flowing from it. It was then that he noticed an abundance of spider webs, some impressively large. Ignoring them, he quenched his thirst and continued, cutting through the webs with his knife as he pressed on. Half an hour later, Lin Fan found himself beneath a colossal tree, sitting on its exposed roots. He produced a leather pouch and took out 2 bananas to snack on. It had been nearly an hour, yet he had not emerged from the forest. How expansive could this wilderness be? After finishing his bananas, he gazed at the primal woods, murmuring to himself. As Lin Fan raised his head to survey the towering trees, he suddenly noticed a dark object descending slowly from above. What could it be? Startled, he rolled away swiftly, tumbling several meters. The black figure landed precisely where he had been seated moments before, revealing itself to be a creature with 8 legs. A spider. But how enormous! Upon realizing it was a spider, Lin Fan was taken aback. The creature was entirely black, adorned with 3 striking red stripes on its back, and when standing, it was nearly a meter tall. Just as Lin Fan was processing this, the monstrous spider emitted a sound and lunged toward him. Without hesitation, Lin Fan turned and fled, but how could he outrun a creature with 8 legs? It was not long before he was caught. The spider extended its razor-sharp legs to attack, and Lin Fan propelled himself away, narrowly evading the strike. However, the spider was relentless, its front legs thrusting toward him. With a swift motion, Lin Fan swung his knife, severing the 2 legs that threatened him. After the monstrous spider had its long legs severed, it let out an enraged shriek, baring its sharp, massive mandibles as it lunged towards Lin Fan. Startled, Lin Fan immediately rolled to the left and then sprang to his feet to dash toward a large tree. Suddenly, the spider executed a swift turn and pursued him. Despite having lost 2 of its legs, it still possessed 6. In an instant, the creature accelerated and rammed its head into Lin Fan's back, sending him flying forward to land at the base of a tree. "Damn it," Lin Fan cursed, quickly flipping over. At that moment, the spider leaped and pounced directly on top of him. Lin Fan, enduring the pain in his back, thrust his long blade forward. As the spider descended, attempting to clamp Lin Fan with its mandibles, he pierced its mouth with his sword. Withdrawing the blade swiftly, he rolled to the left, stood up, and plunged the sword into the spider's head. The creature emitted a sound and collapsed, oozing green blood from its head, twitching a few times before falling lifeless. That nearly terrified me. How could such a gigantic spider exist? Lin Fan muttered, kicking the creature before finally feeling relieved as it lay still. Eager to escape this perilous locale, he hurried deeper into the wilderness without pausing for rest. Hiss! Not long after, a venomous snake, several meters long, surged from the right side thicket, hissing as it lunged toward Lin Fan. He swiftly dodged and swung his blade, decapitating the snake in an instant. Seeing the snake lifeless, he pressed onward, remaining ever vigilant with each step. After several minutes, he finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead and dashed towards it. Moments later, he emerged from the foreboding, dark forest, arriving at the bank of a river. Noticing the water was shallow, he leaped in to cleanse himself of grime and sweat, even taking a few sips of the crystalline water. After crossing to the opposite side, he glanced at his map and proceeded towards the thicket ahead. After walking for several minutes, he reached a small mound of earth and sat down to rest. Shortly after, he spotted several wild rabbits grazing nearby, occasionally lifting their long ears to listen. Suddenly, a chorus of wolf howls erupted from the right. Lin Fan turned to see a pack of wolves pursuing a moose, which was desperately sprinting across the grassland, bleating in alarm while the wolves spread out to encircle it. Observing this, Lin Fan immediately stood and ran to the left. Failure to escape would mean becoming their meal. After about 10 minutes, he entered the woods, quickly traversing through until he reached the summit of a hill. Halting midway, he found himself on a slightly sloped patch of grass, the blades towering over a meter high. Turning to gaze at the grassland, he beheld the wolves having successfully captured the moose, feasting ravenously on their prey. Lin Fan glanced briefly before proceeding to the right, navigating around the mountain's peak. After an hour of walking, he arrived at the edge on the right side of the summit, where a sheer cliff loomed before him, its drop measuring a staggering 20 to 30 meters. The cliff was adorned with numerous vines that cascaded downward. Lin Fan took out his map, once more, studying it intently before stowing it away and surveying his surroundings. The map indicated that returning to the thicket and advancing further would require several more hours of arduous trekking, whereas descending the cliff would provide a more direct route. He lifted his gaze to the sky, noting that the sun was nearing the horizon, with twilight fast approaching. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan approached the precipice, turned around, grasped the vines, and began to slide downwards with caution. Chapter 71. A night encounter with a black bear grasping the vines. Lin Fan descended slowly, his feet finding purchase on the smooth stone wall. Suddenly, with a resounding snap, the vine broke and Lin Fan slipped, plummeting downward. In a moment of panic, he swiftly seized another vine, stabilizing his descent, and exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting on how perilously close he had come to falling. At that moment, Lin Fan clutched several vines and continued his descent at a measured pace. When he was merely 2 or 3 meters from the ground, the vines reached their limit. He cast a glance downward, released his grip, and leapt. With a splash, he landed on the ground, executing a roll to absorb the impact. Rising to his feet, he brushed off his reddened hands and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a low-lying meadow, sparsely dotted with trees, and in the distance stood the twin peaks marked on his map. The 2 towering summits stood side by side, resembling pyramids. Traversing through them would lead him to the cursed land spoken of by Jamie. As darkness enveloped the land, Lin Fan followed the stone wall until he stumbled upon a cave. The entrance was just wide enough to squeeze through, and though the interior was not spacious, it could accommodate 2 or 3 people comfortably. The ground was littered with remnants of animal bones. "This shall be my refuge for the night," Lin Fan muttered to himself as he peered inside. He then ventured to the nearby trees, chopping down several branches to tidy the cave, sweeping the bones against the walls. To deter any nocturnal visitors, he cut a few logs, thick as a calf's leg, and wedged them at the entrance. After removing his bow and quiver and setting them aside, Lin Fan perched himself atop a branch. Without a lighter, left in the luggage at the cabin, he could not kindle a fire. He contemplated attempting to start one by friction, but with the onset of nightfall, he had no time to search for tinder or dry wood. As darkness deepened and temperatures dropped, Lin Fan curled up against the cave wall, wrapping his arms around himself and closing his eyes, yearning for slumber. Just as he began to drift into a drowsy state, a noise from outside jolted him awake. Peering at the cave entrance, he was struck with terror, instantly shaking off his sleepiness. In the faint light of the moon, he glimpsed a colossal shadow at the entrance, its hands propping against the wood as it sniffed the air inside the cave. With a growl, the massive figure shook the logs with ferocity. A black bear. Lin Fan's heart raced as he grasped his long knife, rushing forward to stab at the bear, fully aware that should it breach the cave, his life would be forfeit. The blade struck the bear's paw, eliciting a pained roar as it withdrew its paw, rolling on the ground in agony. Suddenly, the bear pivoted, its furious eyes locking onto Lin Fan within the cave, its mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs glistening with drool. With a thunderous roar, the bear charged, its massive body colliding with the wooden barrier. Crack! The sound of splintering wood echoed as 5 logs shattered under the force of the impact. Lin Fan felt a tightness in his chest and hurried back to the wall, seizing his bow and arrow. Just as he was about to shoot, a thought struck him. He swiftly retrieved a glass vial from his waist, uncorked it, and poured the venom onto the arrowhead. With steady aim, he targeted the black bear's head and released the arrow. Whoosh! Roar! The arrow struck the bear's eye, causing it to abandon its attempt to ram the wood. Another collision would shatter it. Roar! Roar! The black bear thrashed violently on the ground, its roars echoing loudly, deterring nearby creatures from approaching. Lin Fan, cautious and resolute, coated another arrow with snake venom, moving to the cave entrance to take aim once more. Beneath the faint moonlight, the bear continued to roll on the grass. Lin Fan quickly wedged 2 pieces of wood at the cave's mouth, as the 5 other pieces had become useless, broken in half. Suddenly, the bear sprang to its feet and lunged at Lin Fan, who retreated swiftly, gripping his long knife firmly against the beast. Bam! Crack! The bear's massive body collided with the wood, splintering it instantly. Ah! Lin Fan shouted, charging forward to drive his blade into the bear's thigh, twisting it swiftly before pulling it out. Roar! The pain in its thigh rendered the bear unstable, causing it to collapse onto the grass. At that moment, the bear's roars took on a tragic note, as the venom from the king cobra seemed to take effect, the creature rolling on the ground in agony. Lin Fan stood at the cave entrance, watching the writhing bear, hesitant to step outside. Minutes passed, and the bear's roars grew louder, white foam dripping from its mouth. Is the cobra's venom truly this potent? Lin Fan murmured to himself, reflecting that he might have succumbed by now. It was the bear's immense size that allowed it to endure thus far. After another several minutes, the bear lay on the grass, its body still writhing. Lin Fan promptly removed the wood and stepped outside, approaching the bear. The creature glanced at him, letting out a low growl. Thrust! Lin Fan plunged his knife into the bear's neck and swiftly withdrew it, blood pouring forth, and soon the bear lay still. After dispatching the bear, Lin Fan returned to the cave, seated himself, and felt no chill. He pulled out some jerky from his leather pouch and began to eat. He remained there until the first light of dawn broke, then emerged from the cave to stand before the bear's carcass. After a moment's contemplation, he used his long knife to skin the bear and carried the pelt away. After walking for several minutes, he entered a thicket of thorny bushes and discovered some black berries growing on the shrubs, alongside fresh bear droppings. Clearly, This was the bear's territory, and he had intruded upon it. Seeing the berries, Lin Fan quickly picked some to eat. They were sweet with a hint of tartness. After satisfying his hunger, he gathered a few more to place in his pouch before departing the thorny thicket and stepping onto the grassy expanse. As he traversed the verdant meadow, a beam of sunlight cascaded down, heralding the sun's emergence. Lin Fan was astonished to discover a flock of wild goats grazing upon the grass, numbering over 20. Antelopes. Suddenly, to his right, a group of antelopes appeared, their heads bowed as they grazed. After observing for a moment, Lin Fan set his course towards the Twin Peaks. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have devised a plan to capture one of the antelopes. However, at this juncture, survival took precedence. After more than an hour of arduous trekking, he finally arrived at the base of the Twin Peaks. Gazing upon the majestic and awe-inspiring summits that soared into the clouds, they stood as a symbol of this desolate island. Between the two peaks lay a path leading to the Cursed Land. Chapter 72. The Cursed Land. Lin Fan cast a glance at the narrow path and stepped in, gripping his long knife with heightened vigilance. On either side of the path lay dense underbrush, and the ground was imprinted with numerous animal tracks. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the mountainside. Lin Fan looked up to find several monkeys perched atop a protruding rock, chattering away. The straight path seemed to lead to another realm, delving deeper into the wilderness. Lin Fan stumbled upon a variety of rare herbs and some strangely captivating wildflowers. After walking for several minutes, he heard another call, this time not from monkeys, but from the howls of apes. As he ventured further, the sounds of the apes faded into an eerie silence, devoid of even the chirping of birds. Time passed unmeasured as Lin Fan continued until he finally emerged from the path into a meadow overgrown with grass. Not far ahead stood a towering dead tree, its trunk split and charred as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, a crow atop the tree spotted Lin Fan and let out a shriek. Lin Fan glanced at the crow, retrieved his map, and looked ahead. At the end of the meadow lay a vast, dense forest. If he could traverse the forest, he would reach the Cursed Land. With no hesitation, Lin Fan secured his map and strode towards the thicket. Upon entering, he advanced through the towering trees, gradually encountering giant taro and ferns carpeting the ground. A serpent, as thick as an arm, coiled around a tree branch, flicking its tongue at Lin Fan, its body shifting slightly. The air filled with the sounds of birds and monkeys that emitted warnings upon spotting this unfamiliar intruder. Lin Fan also noticed some enormous bats hanging from the dark branches above. To hasten his escape from the forest, he quickened his pace. The slippery terrain proved challenging, with decaying leaves littering the ground, causing him to nearly lose his footing several times. After an hour, Lin Fan burst forth from the forest into a vast grassland. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted, he gasped, finally emerging from the confines of the woodland. As he surveyed the sprawling meadow, he collapsed onto the grass to catch his breath. He retrieved a pouch, plucking some berries to snack on while scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Fan sensed something amiss. He stood up, taking a few steps forward to peer ahead. In the distance, he spotted a deep ravine that cleaved the grassland in two, resembling a colossal fissure. Just beyond the ravine, a grove of trees marked the Cursed Land. Strangely, despite the vastness of the grassland, he had not encountered a single herbivore. After resting for several minutes, Lin Fan set out again towards the ravine. When he reached its edge and looked down, he noted a drop of only about 10 meters, and the slope was not overly steep. Assessing his surroundings, Lin Fan leapt down, his body gliding along the wall as he slid to the bottom. Soon, he slipped into a deep ravine and descended for several minutes before climbing up the slope, eventually arriving at a grassy expanse on the opposite side. Standing on the meadow, he cast a glance at the forest ahead, and Lin Fan, without much thought, proceeded forward, aware that a place known as the Cursed Land would undoubtedly harbor dangers. He had nonetheless prepared himself mentally for the journey. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, he reached the edge of the woods and, upon inspection, he found nothing amiss, just an ordinary cluster of trees. Perplexed, Lin Fan cautiously ventured inside. As he progressed deeper, an unsettling silence enveloped him, devoid of any sound. Moments later, He observed that the trees here were vastly different from those he had encountered at the entrance. These woods were towering and dense, far too immense for a single person to embrace. The further he ventured, the more damp and shadowy it became, and an overpowering stench of decay assaulted his senses, prompting Lin Fan to quickly cover his nose and mouth. As he delved deeper, he stumbled upon numerous animal skeletons scattered about. The odor of rot intensified, making it increasingly difficult for Lin Fan to breathe. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he murmured to himself. The miasma, a toxic gas released from decaying flora and fauna, could lead to illness and infection if inhaled excessively. In a moment of urgency, Lin Fan tore a piece of cloth from his clothing, dampened it with urine, and bound it around his mouth and nose, hastily moving forward to escape this poisonous realm. Without warning, gigantic centipedes emerged from the skeletal remains on the ground, some measuring a meter in length while others were over half a meter long. One particularly large centipede descended rapidly from a tree, lunging towards Lin Fan. With a swift motion, he slashed it in half with his blade. Turning his head, he was struck with horror as he beheld countless giant centipedes crawling down from the bones and trees, advancing toward him with alarming speed. Realizing the imminent threat, Lin Fan retreated hastily as several giant centipedes lunged at him. He brandished his long knife, slicing and retreating, soon leaving behind 5 or 6 slain centipedes on the ground. Understanding the urgency of his situation, he knew he had to escape quickly, lest he be trapped here forever. Lin Fan swiftly dispatched several more centipedes in front of him before turning to flee deeper into the woods. After a pursuit of 100 meters, the relentless centipedes eventually turned back. After running for half an hour, Lin Fan removed the cloth. He had distanced himself from the miasma and entered a dense, shadowy forest. This thicket appeared eerie and foreboding, with trees draped in moss and stones similarly adorned, their roots protruding in bizarre shapes. Lin Fan sensed a primordial essence in the air. He settled upon a moss-covered rock, retrieving a mango from his pouch. After peeling it, he savored its flesh. Upon inspecting his bag-post feast, he discovered a banana, 2 unfamiliar yellow fruits, and a handful of berries remaining. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a chill descending from above. He raised his head and beheld a monstrous spider, suspended by a silken thread, gracefully descending from the great tree. In an instant, he sprang to his feet and fled, covering a distance of several meters before halting. Before him, another ghastly spider had also begun its descent from the tree. Again, a spider. With his long knife firmly grasped in hand, Lin Fan spoke coldly. Still 3 of them. He observed as another spider emerged from behind the tree to his right, fixated upon him, yet it did not launch an immediate attack. The trio of monstrous spiders was slightly smaller than the one he had encountered previously, yet bore an uncanny resemblance. Their bodies cloaked in darkness with 3 crimson stripes adorning their backs. Damn it! It appears fortune has abandoned me this time, Lin Fan muttered under his breath, casting a wary glance at the 3 spiders. With a fierce determination, he brandished his long knife and declared, "Come forth. Let us settle this." Chapter 73. The Temple of Skulls. 3 man-eating spiders advanced in a triangular formation towards Lin Fan, launching a coordinated assault. Observing the situation, Lin Fan targeted the one on the right and dashed towards it. The spider, noticing Lin Fan's approach, leaped into the air, attempting to knock him down. "Ha!" Lin Fan shouted, suddenly quickening his pace. Grasping his long knife with both hands, he swung it at the oncoming spider. With a swift motion, he cleaved the half-meter-tall creature into mid-air. The other 2 spiders, reacting quickly, screeched as they lunged at him. The spiders, after a brief chase, leapt forward with impressive agility, closing the distance in less than a minute. In a split second, Lin Fan turned and hurled his long knife at the foremost spider, which whistled through the air and embedded itself in the creature's abdomen. With a sudden rush, another spider charged at him, prompting Lin Fan to roll aside, narrowly evading the attack before sprinting forward. He retrieved his knife from the slain spider's body. Confronting the last spider, Lin Fan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with his blade. After a few exchanges, he vanquished the final spider. Having dispatched all 3 spiders, Lin Fan pressed onward into the depths of the forest, wary of the potential presence of more creatures. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at a dimly lit thicket where a row of wooden stakes protruded from the ground, adorned with animal bones, including human skulls, casting an ominous and eerie atmosphere. Casting a glance, Lin Fan circumvented the unsettling sight and continued on his way, eventually pausing to consult his map, confirming he was on the correct path. Suddenly, he perceived the sound of flowing water nearby and promptly stowed his map, moving towards the source of the sound. After about 5 minutes of navigating through dense foliage, he emerged at the edge of a steep cliff, revealing a tumultuous river below. Opposite him stood another sheer precipice, with a drop of over 100 meters. Surveying his surroundings as he walked along the cliff's edge, Lin Fan traversed the uneven terrain. Startled, he suddenly jumped to the right, narrowly avoiding a viper coiled beside a rock, almost stepping on it. Carefully sidestepping the snake, he pressed forward. As he progressed, the terrain gradually sloped downward, leading him to the riverbank. Lin Fan knelt by the water's edge, wishing to wash away the sweat from his face. Refreshing. He placed his long knife aside and cupped his hands to gather the river water for a cleansing splash, expressing his comfort in a murmured tone. Suddenly, a fish leaped from the river, hurtling towards Lin Fan with its mouth agape. What on earth? Taken aback, he leaned back just in time to evade the fish, which landed on the shore, flopping about. At that moment, 3 more fish sprang from the river, again arcing towards him. At this moment, Lin Fan had already adopted a cautious demeanor. He swiftly grasped his long knife and made a quick slash, severing 3 fish with remarkable ease. After dispatching the fish, he promptly vacated the riverbank and approached the edge of the forest, observing the leaping, flying fish on the ground. Piranhas? Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, but they seemed to be several times larger. The flying fish weighed several pounds, adorned with sharp, serrated teeth, and boasted a grayish-blue hue, significantly larger and more ferocious than the piranhas found in the Amazon rainforest. With a decisive thrust, Lin Fan impaled one of the flying fish and settled onto a stone to take a well-deserved rest. He retrieved bananas and yellow wild fruits from his pouch. There's a hint of tartness. Peeling the skin, he took a bite of the wild fruit, squinting slightly as he finished it in 2 mouthfuls. The perils encountered along the journey had left Lin Fan feeling weary, and the sights he had beheld surpassed his expectations. Monstrous spiders, gigantic centipedes, and fierce flying fish. He remained oblivious to what further challenges lay ahead. Consulting his map, he noted that ancient trees were marked as growing near this river, though the precise location remained undisclosed, leaving him to search on his own. After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, Lin Fan rose and resumed his journey. By now it was midday, yet the sky remained overcast, as if it would rain at any moment. After walking for a while, Lin Fan encountered a colossal boulder that obstructed his path. He could neither climb over nor navigate around it, compelling him to venture into the dense forest for an alternate route. Treading cautiously through the thicket, he wielded his long knife to carve his way. Suddenly, a narrow path appeared before him, paved with stones, remarkably smooth and seemingly aged. How could there be a stone path in this dense forest? Lin Fan wondered, proceeding along the stone way as it wound deeper into the woods. After 7 or 8 minutes, the path led to a stone wall, beneath which lay a cave, the stone road extending directly inside. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, casting darkness and stirring the winds. It has begun. I must explore this cave, Lin Fan murmured, stepping inside. Once he crossed the threshold, darkness enveloped him, yet faintly. He could discern a semblance of a path. After approximately 5 minutes, a glimmer of light emerged ahead, filling Lin Fan with elation as he hastened towards it. Upon reaching the source of the light, he discovered it to be an exit, but the scene before him filled him with astonishment. Not far ahead lay a deep chasm, while directly opposite stood a house fashioned in the shape of a skull, constructed from stone. Cautiously, Lin Fan approached the edge of the abyss and peered down, but the depths remained obscured by inky darkness. He picked up a stone and cast it down, but after a prolonged silence, it became evident that the chasm was unfathomably deep. The distance between the edges was several dozen meters. Fortunately, a wooden bridge loomed to the left, offering passage to the other side. Guided by curiosity, Lin Fan made his way towards the bridge, quickly arriving at its edge. At first, Lin Fan cautiously stepped onto the wooden bridge, wary that its age might have rendered the planks rotten. After taking a few steps, he realized that the boards were still somewhat sturdy, as they did not emit any creaking sounds beneath his weight. Successfully traversing the bridge, Lin Fan arrived before the stone house, surveying its structure. The entrance stood ajar, flanked by two stone pillars resembling leopards, their mouths agape, revealing sharp fangs. Lin Fan glanced around before approaching the stone house. As he crossed the threshold, he beheld a statue positioned in the center of the room. The idol brandished a wooden staff, poised in a striking stance, its eyes bulging and fixed ahead, mouth wide open, with one foot resting upon a turtle, draped in a hide of tiger skin. Chapter 74. Do ancient trees have guardian beasts? Gazing upon the statue, Lin Fan absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his hair, his feet resting upon the turtle effigy, an object he had never encountered before. Before the statue lay several clay bowls, perhaps abandoned for ages. As a layer of dust enveloped the offering table, the ground was littered with bat droppings, and beside it stood a stone platform, encircled by 4 round stone pillars, each adorned with remnants of burnt oil. Upon a stone stool rested 2 obsidian stones. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed as lightning split the sky, illuminating the skeletal temple. Lin Fan picked up a stone, inspecting it before striking it against another, producing a shower of sparks. Could this be flint? He mused in astonishment. Known variably as flint or white firestone in different regions, the terminology varies widely. Surveying the desolate surroundings, Lin Fan realized that even if he possessed flint, there was no firewood to ignite. Thus, he stowed the flint into his leather pouch. Abruptly, a torrential downpour commenced outside, accompanied by thunder. Lin Fan hastily cleared the stone platform and stool before seating himself, laying the black bear hide and bough upon the platform. As rainwater splashed inside, he rushed to close the stone doors at the entrance. The moment the doors shut, darkness engulfed the temple, save for the faint light filtering through 2 circular apertures above. With nothing to occupy his mind, Lin Fan sat on the stone stool and closed his eyes. 2 hours later, the rain ceased and the clouds dispersed. He opened the stone doors and stepped outside. The world, freshly washed by rain, was cloaked in a thin mist, with a ray of sunlight piercing through the sky. In the nearby woods, Lin Fan gathered some firewood and grass, laying them in the sun to dry. Uncertain of the ancient tree's exact location, he scoured the vicinity but found no trace of it, and thus returned to the temple. As night descended, Lin Fan brought the firewood and grass back inside. He shredded the grass into strands and retrieved the flint, striking it several times until sparks ignited the grass. Soon, with the addition of firewood, the temple was ablaze with light. The moon hung full and radiant, reminiscent of the 15th day of the 8th month, casting a brilliant glow upon the world outside. In his boredom, Lin Fan approached the temple entrance, gazing at the sky, his brow furrowed in concern. Time was fleeting, and he must expedite his quest to find the blue tear to save Xia Zining. Suddenly, an anomaly caught his attention from the abyss to his right, as a faint blue glow emanated from below. Intrigued by this ethereal light, Lin Fan hastened towards it, peering into the depths of the chasm. There, he beheld an ancient tree, its gnarled branches adorned with numerous blue blossoms, radiating a soft azure luminescence. Could this be the blue tear? Lin Fan whispered excitedly, his heart swelling with joy. Scanning the surroundings, he suddenly spotted a stone staircase leading down towards the ancient tree. Elated, he dashed towards the steps, carefully descending as he followed the path that seemed to lead to the very heart of the ancient tree. On both sides of the road, 8 stone pillars were arranged, each resembling a leopard with its mouth agape. 4 pillars stood on either side, each approximately half a meter in height. Lin Fan joyfully dashed towards them when, unexpectedly, a black panther emerged from beneath an ancient tree, blocking his path with its jaws wide open. Upon sighting the panther, Lin Fan immediately halted, fear prompting him to retreat several steps. Observing that the panther did not launch an attack, he paused to watch. A black panther? How imposing. How'd it come be here? Lin Fan gazed at the creature, which was merely 10 meters away. It was remarkably large, at least twice the size of an ordinary leopard, its entire body cloaked in sleek black fur, with muscles sculpted to perfection, exuding strength and agility. Lin Fan gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, alert to the panther's movements, fearing his sudden strike. However, it appeared the panther merely wished to deter him from approaching the ancient tree. Could this panther be the guardian of the tree? Surely not. This is too fantastical. Lin Fan mused. Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat and devise a plan. With that thought, he turned and swiftly ascended the stone steps, the panther merely observing him without pursuit. Back within the temple, Lin Fan sat on a stone bench, resting his forehead in his hand, furrowing his brow intermittently. After contemplating for over an hour, he found himself at a loss for a viable strategy. For the sake of Xining, he had no choice but to take a risk. Lin Fan retrieved a glass vial, murmuring to himself, and proceeded to coat his long knife with the snake venom. After applying the venom to the blade, he used the remainder to smear 5 arrowheads. Aware of the panther's formidable strength, he understood he might not stand a chance against it. His only hope lay in wounding it, waiting for the venom to take effect, thereby granting him the opportunity to seize the blue tear. Having completed his preparations, Lin Fan resolutely made his way back down the stone steps. Soon, he reached the ground level where, indeed, the Black Panther awaited him in the center of the path, mouth agape, growling low in warning. Perhaps his return had stirred its anger. I merely wished to gather a few flowers to save a life. I hope, noble panther, you will allow me passage. Lin Fan respectfully addressed the beast. The panther shook its head, as if to convey, no, I do not require many, just 3 will suffice. I implore you to grant me this favor, Lin Fan reiterated, gazing earnestly at the panther. The panther fixed its gaze on him, stepping forward slightly, its mouth parting to reveal 2 formidable fangs, as if to threaten, if you do not depart, I shall bite. Is there no room for negotiation? Lin Fan retorted coldly. If so, I shall not hold back. Do not take offense, for my only desire is to save a life. With that, he drew his long knife, raising it in the panther's direction. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he recognized he had no alternative. With a fierce yell, Lin Fan charged at the panther, his intent murderous. The panther let out a low growl, leaping back before lunging at him with remarkable agility. Each time Lin Fan nearly struck it, the panther deftly evaded, snapping its jaws dangerously close to him. Lin Fan horizontally brandished his blade, causing the Black Panther to bite down upon it, attempting to leverage sheer force to dislodge the weapon from Lin Fan's grip. In an instant, Lin Fan lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the panther's abdomen. The creature, racked with pain, was compelled to release its grip and leapt onto the surrounding stone pillars. With a growl, the panther swiftly pivoted and lunged once more at Lin Fan, its sharp claws slashing toward him as Lin Fan retreated, parrying with his sword. Suddenly, the stone pillars transformed, and an array of vividly colored venomous snakes emerged from within, swiftly covering the ground around him. With a clang, Lin Fan's sword was knocked from his hand, and he was sent sprawling to the ground by the force of the panther's assault, his vitality surging in response. Lin Fan rolled over, swiftly retrieving his bow and arrows, knocking 2 arrows and aiming them at the Black Panther. Chapter 75. The ambush of the cannibal spider. Lin Fan swiftly released 2 arrows, yet they were deftly evaded by the Black Panther, which caused the arrows to embed themselves into the ground, one even piercing the body of a viper, pinning it down. A fierce growl erupted from the panther as it lunged at Lin Fan, baring its elongated fangs, intent on tearing into Lin Fan's throat. In a moment of quick reflex, Lin Fan darted forward, rolling onto the ground to retrieve his long knife, and with a swift motion, he slashed backward. The blade cut through the panther's foreleg, eliciting a startled retreat from the beast, its eyes now glinting with malice, licking its wound with a menacing demeanor. A surge of elation coursed through Lin Fan as he realized that the panther had been poisoned. Once the venom took effect, the creature would lose its capacity to attack, allowing him the opportunity to harvest the blue tears. Just then, the panther charged once more, prompting Lin Fan to sprint towards the ancient tree, while the viper on the ground lunged at him. Fortunately, he dodged skillfully, but the panther leaped behind him, ready to pounce. Suddenly, Lin Fan bellowed, taking a bold step to the left, executing a spin in midair, and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the panther's abdomen. The impact sent the panther flying, teetering at the edge of a precipice, desperately clawing at the rock face. "Down you go," Lin Fan exclaimed, launching himself with a flying kick toward the panther's head, seeking to dislodge it into the abyss below. With a resounding thud, his feet struck the panther's head, causing it to release its grip and plummet into the depths. In an unexpected twist, a venomous snake struck Lin Fan from behind, a sharp pain shooting through his back as he instinctively grasped at it and flung it away. "It's over, I've been hit," he lamented with a bitter smile, hastening towards the ancient tree. Suddenly, a cannibal spider scaled the cliffside, leaping onto Lin Fan's back, its razor-sharp mandibles sinking into his flesh. With a cry of agony, Lin Fan felt a surge of pain and, with a swift motion, seized the spider and hurled it to the ground. He then rolled to retrieve his long knife, bringing it down upon the advancing creature. The spider was cleaved in two, its azure blood spilling forth. After dispatching the spider, a wave of dizziness washed over Lin Fan, and he staggered as he produced a ceramic vial, removing its cap. Approaching the ancient tree, he delicately plucked several blue tears and deposited them into the vial before sealing it once more. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Collapsing onto the ground, his face turned skyward, clutching the ceramic vial tightly. At that moment, several venomous snakes slithered up onto Lin Fan's body, lingering briefly before retreating, while the rest of the serpents returned to their lair among the stone pedestal. At this point, Lin Fan felt a suffocating sensation, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his complexion turning an ashen hue, lips blackening. It was evident that the poison was exceptionally potent. An hour later, the sky began to gradually brighten, and the tears of the ancient trees transformed into droplets, cascading to the ground as if mimicking the sorrow of a weeping soul. At that moment, a single tear fell into Lin Fan's mouth. Permeating within in the Grand Canyon, Lu Yutong sat on the ground, her heart heavy with concern as she gazed at the pallid face of Xia Zining. "Zining, you must be all right," Lu Yutong murmured softly, tenderly stroking Xia Zining's hand. Lu Wei, Zhou Tongtong, and Michiko had been assisting the indigenous people with various tasks over the past few days, even seeking Jamie's guidance on learning the indigenous language to facilitate communication. "Michiko, do you think Fange can find the tears to save Sister Zining?" Zhou Tongtong asked as she and other indigenous women cleaned edible leaves in the clearing. Michiko nodded in response. "I believe in Fange." "Indeed," Zhou Tongtong affirmed vigorously. "I believe too." As night fell within the cave, Jamie instructed them in the indigenous language. "Jamie, is it easy to find the tears?" Lu Yutong inquired, her gaze fixed on him by the fire. Jamie shook his head, brushing his hair back as he spoke. "I have heard that the Cursed Land is the most perilous part of this island, guarded by many monsters. Finding the tears is not an easy endeavor." "Monsters?" Lu Yutong frowned at the mention. "Are they real? Could it be mere fabrications to instill fear?" Jamie let out a wry smile. "I cannot say. It is merely what I have heard from the locals. I was pursued by cannibals and fell from a cliff, breaking my leg. Had it not been for the indigenous people's rescue, I would have perished long ago. In these 5 years, I have not ventured beyond this canyon." Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong glanced at the moon outside, hoping Lin Fan would locate the tears and return swiftly. "Have you grown accustomed to life here?" she suddenly turned to ask. Jamie smiled. "After 5 years, I have indeed become accustomed to it. Life here is carefree, and to be honest, I relish this existence." "You have never thought of returning?" Lu Wei interjected. "Returning?" Jamie replied with a bitter smile. "Even disregarding my disability, I have no means to return, for I do not even know where this is. And with the ship sunk, I cannot call for help." As night deepened, everyone else in the cave succumbed to sleep, But Lu Yutong remained restless, anxious for both Xia Zining and Lin Fan's safety. She ventured outside alone, sitting on a stone beneath the moon, lost in contemplation. The following morning, the high priest led several indigenous women and children to a valley to gather berries, and Lu Yutong and her companions joined them. By afternoon, they followed others in weaving utilitarian items. Some of the indigenous men returned, carrying a palm tree, stripping its bark away. Suddenly, a group of children erupted with joyful cries. For a party of hunters had returned, bearing a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds, and the children rushed to surround them. The wild boar was lifted to an open area when the high priest approached, chattering animatedly to the tribe members. Soon, 5 or 6 indigenous people began to prepare the wild boar. "Haha, indeed, this boar is quite substantial," Jamie remarked, leaning on his cane with a smile. "Jamie, what did the high priest just say?" "I couldn't comprehend," Zhou Tongtong inquired of Jamie. With a slight smile, Jamie replied, "You've only been learning the indigenous language for a few days." The high priest mentioned that there will be a bonfire gathering tonight to celebrate the capture of the great wild boar and expressed hopes for another successful hunt tomorrow. "A bonfire gathering?" Zhou Tongtong exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. "That's wonderful." Meanwhile, the indigenous men busied themselves with the preparation of the boar's meat, while the women took charge of cleaning the entrails. "Rest assured, the eagle god will bless his return," the high priest said, approaching Lu Yutong with a gentle smile. Chapter 76. The Return. As night fell, a resplendent moon hung in the sky. In the heart of the canyon, the indigenous people kindled a bonfire in the clearing, where a whole wild boar was being roasted. Jamie took charge of the cooking, assisted by several young tribesmen, while women busily arranged fruits on long wooden platters. A dozen children frolicked joyfully around the scene. The high priest sat in the center, observing his kin with a gentle smile. Soon, Jamie employed a stone dagger to carve the succulent meat from the roasted boar, placing the tender pieces upon pre-prepared banana leaves. The young tribesmen then took it upon themselves to distribute the meat among their people, with the high priest being the first to receive his portion. Lu Wei and Zhou Tongtong sat beside the high priest, while Lu Yutong had just exited to join them after visiting Xia Zining. Despite the lively atmosphere, she felt no joy. "Let us feast," the high priest proclaimed, rising to hold aloft the meat on the banana leaves as he called out to the surrounding tribesfolk. After satisfying their hunger, some young men and women began to dance rhythmically around the bonfire, holding hands in celebration. "Honor the eagle god." Suddenly, the high priest stood and shouted, prompting the surrounding tribespeople to rise and echo, "Honor the eagle god." Confused, Zhou Tongtong turned to Jamie. "What is the eagle god? Who is it?" Lu Wei and the others looked to Jamie, anticipating his explanation. Jamie sipped his homemade fruit wine and smiled softly. "The eagle god represents the mighty eagle. They aspire to soar through the skies like the eagle, free and unencumbered, and to catch their prey with the same ease." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tongtong nodded slightly, feeling a pang of concern for the golden eagle, wondering if it was safe. An hour later, the bonfire festivities concluded, and everyone returned to the cave. The following morning, tranquility returned. Some indigenous men armed themselves with bows and spears, departing the encampment for hunting. Zhou Tongtong and her companions accompanied a few women to gather berries, as Lu Wei and the others had begun to communicate simply with the tribespeople. Lu Yutong remained close to Xia Zining, with the high priest occasionally checking in on her. Her condition seemed less than optimistic. Jamie entered quietly, glancing at Xia Zining and speaking softly. Lu Yutong, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile and shook her head. She could only await Lin Fan's return with the tears of blue. There was little else she could do, and the feeling weighed heavily on her. "It has been 3 days now," Lu Yutong murmured. Jamie offered a gentle smile, attempting to provide comfort. "Do not give up until the final moment. There's still 2 days left. You must have faith in Lin Fan." Lu Yutong lightly shook her head, stepping out of the cave and sitting atop a mound of earth, gazing down the path, yearning to catch a glimpse of Lin Fan's return. Sighing, Jamie watched Lu Yutong's retreating figure, murmuring softly, "Ah, to retrieve the tears of blue from the cursed land is no simple task." As noon approached, several indigenous hunters returned, bringing with them an assortment of creatures such as scorpions, centipedes, and grasshoppers, culminating with two men carrying a deer. Lu Wei and her companions followed the women back, while Zhou Tongtong returned, clutching a few root-like items resembling cassava. Jamie commenced the processing of the deer in the clearing, expertly skinning it and stretching the hide with branches to prevent it from shrinking. The supple deer skin, once donned, provided exceptional comfort and warmth, becoming a favored choice among the indigenous people. The venison was entrusted to the locals for roasting, while they skewered the scorpions and centipedes on branches to prepare them as kebabs for the bonfire. Some women placed the root-like items onto the embers, allowing them to roast slowly. Once the venison was ready, it was sliced and shared among everyone, with Jamie spreading berry jam onto the meat before indulging. The venison was already delectable, and with the addition of the berry jam, it was simply exquisite. The berry jam was crafted by Jamie, who crushed berries in a bamboo tube with a stick until it transformed into a delightful spread. "Jamie, could you pass me some?" Zhou Tongtong asked, extending the venison towards him with a smile. Jamie chuckled and retrieved a dollop of berry jam from the bamboo tube, slathering it onto the meat. "I want some too." Meiji chimed in eagerly. Lu Yutong glanced over, chewing on the venison, but everything she tasted felt monotonous and bland. Suddenly, she seemed to spot something, her excitement propelling her to her feet as she dashed over, dropping the venison she held. It was Lin Fan returning, draped in a black bear skin, with 2 wild chickens and a rabbit hanging at his waist. "Lin Fan!" Lu Yutong exclaimed with joy, rushing to embrace him, her ample chest pressing against him, nearly stealing his breath away. "Lin Fan? Fangge!" Lu Wei, Zhou Tongtong, and Meiji stood up upon seeing his return, rushing over to envelop him in their warm embrace. Lu Wei approached and stood by, smiling at Lin Fan. All right, let me go," Lin Fan chuckled, gently patting the 3 of them. Inside the cave, Lin Fan crouched down, retrieving a ceramic bottle from his arms. He opened the lid and tilted the mouth towards Xia Zining, pouring a small amount of liquid into her mouth. Beside him stood the high priest, Jamie, Lu Yutong, and a few indigenous people. The women watched Xia Zining anxiously, hoping she would awaken soon. The high priest observed Lin Fan, a subtle glimmer of insight in his eyes. As the liquid flowed into Xia Zining's mouth, Lin Fan watched her with bated breath. Moments passed, and slowly, Xia Zining's pale complexion began to change. Her once dark lips visibly regained their color, turning a healthy shade of red. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Fan's face broke into a joyful smile, mirrored by the delighted expressions of Lu Yutong and the others. 10 minutes later, Xia Zining's eyes fluttered open, revealing Lin Fan and the others before her. However, due to several days without sustenance, her body remained weak and frail. "Lin Fan, Yutong, why are you looking at me?" Xia Zining whispered, her lips slightly parted, her voice imbued with a sense of helplessness. "Ha ha ha. I'll go prepare some wild chicken soup. She has just awoken, and her body requires nourishment," Jamie cheerfully remarked before leaning on his cane and turning to leave the cave. "It's all right. You should rest well," Lin Fan gently said as he caressed her hair. Shortly after, the group exited the cave, and in the clearing, the high priest addressed Lin Fan, stating, "You are a true warrior." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan gazed at the high priest in confusion, unable to comprehend the words. "Fan Ye," the high priest reiterated, "You are indeed a true warrior," as Zhou Tongtong chuckled and provided a translation from the side. Chapter 77. Hunting with the natives. Upon hearing Zhou Tongtong's words, Lin Fan expressed his astonishment. "You can understand her speech?" "We have been learning the local language from Jamie these past few days," Lu Wei replied with a smile. "Indeed, we can now comprehend some simple phrases," my Zico added with a chuckle. "Impressive," Lin Fan remarked, observing the cheerful exchange among them. At this moment, Xia Zining had awakened, confirming that the poison had been neutralized, bringing a sense of relief to their hearts. 10 minutes later, Jamie approached with a bamboo tube in hand, presenting it to Lin Fan. "This is a wild chicken soup cooked in a bamboo tube. Please take it to your friend." Lin Fan accepted the tube and smiled at Jamie, saying, "Though I cannot comprehend your words, I must still express my gratitude." After expressing his thanks, Lin Fan promptly turned and made his way back to the cave. Lin Fan is an extraordinary warrior. I hold him in great esteem, Jamie remarked, turning to Lu Yutong with a grin. To have returned from the cursed land with the tear of the blue and a black bear hide signifies that Lin Fan has battled the black bear and emerged victorious. The black bear hide was being scrutinized by several young natives, who understood that acquiring such a trophy was no small feat. One misstep could cost them their lives. Over the years, they had learned to avoid direct encounters with black and brown bears while hunting. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan emerged from the cave, having finished the wild chicken meat that Xia Zining had left uneaten. The high priestess invited Lin Fan to sit in her cave. As Lin Fan did not comprehend the native tongue, he brought Jamie and Lu Wei along for translation. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong and the others entered the cave to tend to Xia Zining. I wish to request that you remain here to protect my people, as they frequently suffer at the hands of cannibals. Your return from the cursed land speaks to your greatness as a warrior, the high priestess addressed Lin Fan, her fervent gaze causing him to feel a touch of shyness. As soon as the high priestess finished speaking, Jamie translated her words into English, while Lu Wei conveyed Jamie's message to Lin Fan. Contemplating her request, Lin Fan lowered his head. Although he had no desire to involve himself in their tribal conflicts, he realized that the cannibals would not relent, and staying here could provide assistance against them. I can stay. Lin Fan ultimately responded to the high priestess after coming to a decision. Hearing his willingness to remain, the high priestess joyfully grasped Lin Fan's hand, momentarily forgetting that she was still a woman. After a while, the high priestess instructed several natives to clear out a cave beneath the steep cliff to provide Lin Fan with a place to reside. In the afternoon, some natives prepared to venture out for hunting, and Lin Fan decided to join them, much to their delight upon learning he wished to accompany them. Thus, Lin Fan set off with 2 younger natives and a man in his 40s. The 4 of them followed a narrow path, traversing several bends as they journeyed deeper into the canyon. After approximately half an hour, the lead native ascended a slope, with Lin Fan and the others closely following behind. Stepping onto a patch of grass, the trio advanced toward the looming jungle ahead. As they entered the thicket, their pace slowed and they readied their bows, periodically glancing at the trees above. Suddenly, the shrill cries of monkeys echoed from within, prompting the 3 to scurry cautiously toward the sound. Were they hunting monkeys? Lin Fan pondered quietly. He typically refrained from hunting monkeys unless absolutely necessary. Navigating through the foliage, within mere minutes, the elder indigenous man signaled for a halt, and the others immediately complied. Lin Fan looked up to discover they had spotted the monkeys' whereabouts. Perched atop 2 large trees were 3 or 4 monkeys, frolicking without a hint of impending danger. The elder gestured to his companions, who promptly moved to flank the monkeys. Lin Fan remained still, crouched low, observing their movements while striving to remain silent. Soon, the elder bent low and approached the base of the towering tree, raising his bow to aim at a monkey resting on a branch. Whoosh! An arrow was released, striking true, though the monkey fell awkwardly onto another branch. The 2 younger indigenous men also loosed their arrows, but only one found its mark. Noticing the monkey's predicament, the elder swiftly set down his bow and climbed up to retrieve it. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the right. The younger indigenous man shouted in distress. Lin Fan, alerted by the commotion, sprang to his feet and dashed toward the sound, while the elder retrieved his bow and followed close behind. After a brief sprint, Lin Fan spotted the young man being dragged through the grass, seemingly pulled by some unseen force, and calling out for help. Alarmed, Lin Fan quickened his pace, drawing his long knife as he ran. Before long, Lin Fan caught up with the young man, who was ensnared by the tail of a python, being dragged deeper into the jungle. With swift determination, Lin Fan charged forward and struck at the tail. Thwack! His blade severed the python's tail, causing the young man to tumble and roll to safety. Hissing in pain, the python swiftly turned its head, emitting a furious hiss. Enraged, it realized its prey had escaped and that its tail had been cut, igniting its fury. The 2 younger indigenous men, catching up, were taken aback upon seeing the python. As thick as a man's thigh, it was a creature they had only heard tales of before. Lin Fan pointed toward the fallen young man and gestured for them to assist him. The elder, understanding Lin Fan's intention, moved to rescue the young man. With a furious hiss, the massive python reared up and lunged at Lin Fan, who deftly sidestepped to the right and swung his knife. Thwack! A deep gash appeared on the python's body, blood oozing from the wound. The colossal python, though massive in stature, did not possess remarkable swiftness. As long as one evaded its constricting grasp, danger was minimal. Lin Fan, aware of this fact, skillfully maneuvered his agile form, relentlessly striking at the serpent. Hiss! Hiss! In agony, the python attempted to ensnare Lin Fan with its tail, yet he deftly evaded its grasp, landing several blows that left its tail a bloodied, mangled mess, with crimson flowing freely. Whoosh! Whoosh! The indigenous people, concealed in the background, hastily unleashed arrows upon the giant serpent. Hiss! The python, sensing its attackers, flicked its tongue towards them, intent on advancing. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Fan leaped forward, gripping his long blade with both hands, and let out a fierce roar. Ha! With a powerful strike, he brought the sword down, severing the python's head with brutal force. Chapter 78. The return to the cabin after vanquishing the giant python. The indigenous man who had been hiding behind a large tree hurried over to Lin Fan, showering him with exuberant praise while casting curious glances at the long knife in his hand. The elder among them exchanged a few words with the younger native, who then slung 2 monkeys around his neck and dashed into the jungle. Subsequently, the 2 natives produced stone daggers and began to dissect the python, which for them was an extraordinary delicacy, especially given the copious amount of meat it yielded. After observing for a while, Lin Fan ventured into the thicket. Approximately an hour later, the departing natives returned with 5 or 6 companions, wielding cut vines to secure the already dissected python meat for transport back to their tribe. At that moment, Lin Fan emerged from the jungle, a wild rabbit hanging from his waist. Upon returning to the tribe, the sight of the substantial haul of meat brought forth jubilant dances from the indigenous people, who promptly began to kindle fires in preparation for roasting the python and monkey meat. Once the meats were cooked, darkness enveloped the land, and soon, as night fell, everyone gathered around, happily gnawing on the succulent python flesh. "Brother Fan, are we returning to the stone cave?" Zhou Tong Tong inquired, biting into a piece of snake meat. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "Not for now. We shall reside here for a while longer. But what about the golden eagle? It remains in the stone cave." Zhou Tong Tong quickly interjected. "Do not fret. I shall return for it tomorrow." Lin Fan reassured her with a smile. Even if Zhou Tong Tong had not mentioned it, he intended to revisit the stone cave the following day. Meanwhile, Xia Zining, having recuperated from the poison after resting for half a day, was already able to walk. This left Lin Fan in awe of the miraculous and vital nature of the blue tears. When time permitted, he planned to journey once more to the cursed land to procure more of the precious remedy, for it was indeed a lifesaver. That night, under a star-studded sky, the outside world lay in tranquility, interrupted only by the faint sounds of insects. On the prairie beyond the canyon, a pack of wild wolves prowled in search of prey, their fierce and covetous gazes enough to send chills down one's spine. Outside the tribal clearing, atop a tall mound of earth, sat 2 figures nestled together. "Lin Fan, thank you for braving such peril to procure the blue tears for me," Xia Zining murmured softly, leaning against his shoulder. "Jamie told me everything." Lin Fan gently caressed her arm and smiled. "Between us, there is no need for gratitude." Moved, Xia Zining wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Fan. "You are too kind to me." Lin Fan lowered his head and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "If I do not treat you well, who shall I treat well?" Xia Zining sighed softly, gradually lifting her gaze to meet Lin Fan's. He leaned down slightly, kissing her lips, and she began to reciprocate. Eventually, they both reclined together, enveloped in one another's warmth. The following morning, Lin Fan rose early, preparing to return to the cabin to retrieve some belongings. Before his departure, the high priest instructed 3 young natives to accompany him. Although communication would be limited, they could convey simple meanings through gestures. Had Van returned to the wooden cabin? "Why do you not take me along?" Upon awakening, Tong Tong hurried to the cave only to discover that Lin Fan had already departed. "What purpose would Sir to take you? How much could you carry?" Lu Wei remarked with a chuckle. "Tong Tong, Lu Wei, we must depart now. Hurry over." On the other side, Lu Yutong and Xia Zining, each holding a basket, called out to Tong Tong, having gradually integrated into the life of the tribe. After more than 2 hours, Lin Fan returned with the three of them to the mouth of the stone cave and stepped inside. Suddenly, a golden eagle swooped down from tree, landing on Lin Fan's shoulder. The three indigenous people, upon witnessing the majestic bird perched upon Lin Fan, instinctively recoiled a few steps, their mouths agape in disbelief. It is essential to note that the eagle is considered a sacred creature in their tribe. Lin Fan gently stroked the golden eagle, marveling at its ability to fly a short distance. Approaching the water pool, he observed that the sea fish and large conchs had vanished, evidently consumed by the golden eagle over the past few days. At this moment, the three indigenous people murmured among themselves, occasionally gesturing towards the eagle. Lin Fan set the eagle down and led them to the wooden cabin to gather their belongings. They collected the backpack, some baskets, and a suitcase, even cutting down a few bunches of bananas. Before departing, Lin Fan took one last look at the wooden cabin, a place he intended to frequent. After leaving, he remembered to seal the cave entrance with stones. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lin Fan suddenly spotted a group of 5 or 6 cannibals in the woods, armed with spears, encircling a wild boar. He gestured for the three to crouch down, observing for a moment before bending low and quietly retreating. Back at the tribe, Xia Zining and the others had yet to return. Lin Fan, with the backpack slung over his shoulders, returned to the cave. Though modest in size, it was spacious enough for a solitary occupant. He retrieved the golden eagle from the backpack, bringing in several wooden logs to construct a perch for it. Just as he completed the perch, the high priest entered with 2 elderly tribesmen. Upon seeing the eagle perched atop the frame, the 3 men respectfully stood aside, clasping their hands together and bowing towards the bird. The high priest, aware that Lin Fan could not understand their language, offered Lin Fan a nod and a faint smile before glancing at the eagle and departing. Half an hour later, Xia Zining and her companions returned, having gathered a substantial amount of plant and leaves. Some indigenous hunters also returned, all busy preparing lunch. At that moment, the high priest approached with a wooden bowl containing freshly cut animal entrails, which Lin Fan recognized as food for the eagle. With a smile, he accepted the bowl, walked to the perch, and offered the entrails to the golden eagle. The high priest observed, and only after Lin Fan had fed the eagle did he leave the cave. As time flowed gently by, a week had passed. During this week, Lin Fan frequently ventured into the wilderness with the indigenous people, mastering their language and thus enabling communication with the high priest and others. He also journeyed into the depths of the canyon, where he harvested a considerable amount of bamboo, crafting various items such as beds, stools, and tables. Furthermore, he wove several practical tools for daily use. In a low-lying area of the canyon, Lin Fan discovered a type of grass known as bulrush. This grass flourished abundantly around the lake, bringing immense joy to Lin Fan. For not only could it be woven into soft mats, but its core could also serve as wicks for lighting. Chapter 79. The capture of the elk under Lin Fan's guidance. The indigenous people gathered by the lake, harvesting bulrushes. Once cut, they bundled them up and carried them back to the clearing to dry. After the bulrushes had dried, Lin Fan began to teach the tribe how to weave mats. Brother Fan, Dad, and the others have spotted some large animals. A youthful indigenous boy, around 15 or 16, exclaimed as he rushed to Lin Fan's side, brimming with excitement. "Oh man, what large animals have you discovered that has you so exhilarated?" Lin Fan inquired, turning to face the young boy. "Come quickly." A man tugged at Lin Fan's hand, leading him toward a nearby clearing. They entered a thatched hut where 3 individuals were seated on the ground, engaged in conversation. "Oh, Lin Fan, you've arrived," one of the indigenous men, appearing to be in his 40s, greeted with a smile. Lin Fan nodded slightly and took a seat. After a brief exchange lasting several minutes, they exited the hut. Stepping into the clearing, they approached a mud wall to pick up their spears and bows, then proceeded down a narrow path to the left of the gorge. Alongside Lin Fan, there were 6 individuals in total. After navigating several turns, they reached a river, crossed it, and continued onward into the grasslands. Traversing the uneven jungle, they descended a slope, carefully maneuvering around numerous thorny bushes. Half an hour later, they arrived at a swamp and paused, hiding behind a large tree. This is the death swamp, teeming with crocodiles, so we must tread carefully. If they drag us into the mire, there will be no escape, one of the indigenous men whispered to Lin Fan. We have already lost 5 tribe members here. Another added somberly. Here they come. Silence. Suddenly, the lookout signaled in a hushed tone. Peering ahead, they spotted an elk approaching, its antlers elegantly forked, a magnificent sight. That is an elk. Lin Fan marveled at the majestic creature before them. At that moment, the 5 indigenous men knocked their arrows, poised to strike. Elks prefer habitats in marshes, plains, and near bodies of water, with wet meadows serving as their ideal refuge. Whoosh! 5 arrows were loosed. 3 missed their mark while 2 found their target in the elk's hindquarters. Startled, the elk bolted towards the swamp, as 2 indigenous men sprinted ahead to steer the frightened animal back into the woods. The remaining 3 pursued, with Lin Fan also racing towards the swamp upon noticing bubbles rising in the water. Suddenly, a crocodile lunged from the depths, launching a stealthy attack on an indigenous man near the water's edge. Aguda, beware behind you, Lin Fan shouted as he dashed forward, drawing his long knife in one fluid motion. Agula, upon hearing Lin Fan's warning, turned around only to be paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground as the crocodile clamped down on his foot. The pain surged through Agula, and he grasped desperately at the nearby water plants. Aguda, another indigenous man witnessed Agula being bitten by a crocodile and promptly reached out his hands to grasp him. The crocodile, though fiercely pulling him into the water, was not particularly large, measuring just over a meter in length. Thus, a struggle ensued between man and beast, with only Agula's heart-wrenching cries piercing the air. Lin Fan shouted, gripping his long knife mid-air and plunging it downwards directly into the crocodile's neck. The blade penetrated through the flesh and embedded itself into the earth. With determination, Lin Fan twisted the knife vigorously before yanking it out and thrusting it back in. The crocodile immediately opened its jaws wide, while Agula was drawn back to the base of a nearby tree by the indigenous man. By then, the crocodile lay lifeless. Lin Fan sheathed his knife bent down and dragged the crocodile's carcass ashore, pulling it towards the forest. At that moment, 2 enormous crocodiles were swiftly approaching from the water. Crazy Tiger, quickly carry Agula away. Lin Fan turned to shout at the base of the tree. The formidable Crazy Tiger, tall and robust, promptly hoisted Agula onto his back and sprinted towards the woods, knowing that safety lay beyond this area. After dragging the crocodile beneath the tree, the 2 massive crocodiles had already crawled onto the shore, making their way rapidly towards Lin Fan. He quickly seized a spear from the ground and aimed for the eyes of one of the giants. With a thrust, the spear pierced the crocodile's eye, causing it to recoil in pain, while the other crocodile advanced, only to be repelled by Lin Fan's spear as well. Soon, the 3 indigenous men who had chased the deer returned, armed with their spears to join Lin Fan in the fight against the crocodiles. Aim for its eyes, Lin Fan commanded, and the 3 men immediately directed their spears towards the crocodile's eyes. The 2 crocodiles thrashed their massive heads violently, retreating as they were wounded. Ultimately, they backed into the water, disappearing amidst a flurry of bubbles, their forms vanishing from sight. With the crocodiles now withdrawn, the group sighed in relief and returned to the base of the tree to carry away the smaller crocodile. Once back in the forest, they found Crazy Tiger staunching Agula's bleeding foot with a herbal remedy. Agula, how are you? An elder indigenous man approached with concern. Agula shook his head. I was bitten by the crocodile. Shall we hurry back? Lin Fan urged, noting the severity of Agula's wound. By the way, what about the deer? It ran too fast after being startled. We couldn't catch up, an indigenous man replied. Lin Fan nodded. It was not surprising, as in the jungle. Humans found it exceedingly difficult to pursue animals, especially a startled and injured deer. An hour later, the 6 men returned to the village, with Crazy Tiger carrying Aguila into a tent, where Jamie soon approached to assess the situation. "Jamie, how is Aguila?" the high priest inquired as he arrived. Jamie, leaning on his cane, emerged from the tent and nodded. "Fortunately, the bone wasn't fractured, but he will need ample time to recuperate." The high priest, relieved, responded, "As long as the foot can be saved, that is what matters." Within the cave, Lin Fan hung his long knife and bow upon the hooks of the wall, while the golden eagle flapped its wings, calling out to him several times. After securing his belongings, he proceeded to check on Aguila. Having heard from Jamie that Aguila's foot could be saved, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. After exchanging a few words with Aguila, he departed. Lin Fan settled himself atop a mound of earth, pondering quietly. Although the outside world teems with prey, it harbors a certain degree of peril. One misstep could cost him dearly. At that moment, Michiko approached, called out softly, and nestled beside Lin Fan, stretching her limbs lazily. Lin Fan turned to her with a smile and inquired, "So, have you grown accustomed to life here?" "Indeed," Michiko replied with a smile, nodding her head. "As long as you are by my side, it matters not where I dwell." Upon hearing her words, Lin Fan smiled gently and lifted his gaze to the sky, where thick clouds were slowly drifting in. "It seems rain is imminent," Michiko murmured as she looked upward. Chapter 80. Accompanied by the high priest to the seaside within mere minutes, a torrential downpour commenced, such is the capricious nature of the weather on this island, where one moment the sky is resplendent and clear, and the next, heavy rain descends. The indigenous people hastily transported the bulrushes back to the cave, while Lu Yutong and her companions extracted the wicks from the bulrushes. The next step for Lin Fan would be to harvest resin for candle making. At that moment, the high priest sat in Lin Fan's cave, inquiring about the golden eagle. Lin Fan recounted the events from the moment he discovered the bird, sharing every detail. Now, each day, upon returning from the hunt, the high priest instructed her people to first remove the entrails of the game to feed the golden eagle. "We are the Hatu tribe. Our ancestors arrived on this island long ago. As for how long, the previous chieftain never disclosed that before he was slain by the Bawa tribe," the high priest murmured after taking a sip of tea. "The Bawa tribe?" Lin Fan queried with a hint of confusion. "Are they the cannibals outside?" Indeed, the high priest nodded. "They are inherently savage. In the past, some outsiders ventured here, but they were all captured. A few years ago, we inadvertently rescued Jamie. By the way, is there any way to leave this island?" Lin Fan asked, gazing at the high priest. She shook her head. "Without large vessels, it is impossible to depart from this island. The tempests outside are too fierce. Ordinary boats cannot withstand them." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. It seemed that leaving this place would not be an easy feat. For now, he could only await an opportunity. "Lin Fan, we have woven the grass mats." At that moment, Xia Zining entered, joyfully carrying a grass mat. Seeing the high priest present, she respectfully nodded in her direction. Lin Fan stood, approached Xia Zining, and gently ran his hand over the mat. "Very well done, it is quite soft," he replied with a smile. "From now on, my tribe can rest on these comfortable mats." "Indeed, thank you, Lin Fan," the high priest said, also caressing the mat with a smile. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Assisting the Hati tribe in improving their living conditions, even in this small way, was a commendable endeavor. The rain persisted throughout the afternoon and only ceased as dusk approached. In the evening, Jamie grilled crocodile meat, and everyone gathered around the campfire to eat and converse. Lin Fan consumed a few bananas and a bit of crocodile meat before feeling full. The following morning, as some Hatu tribespeople rose, they commenced their busy work. A number of young Hatu tribesmen followed an elder, setting out for the hunt. "Brother Fan, the high priest is calling for you." At that moment, a young Hatu girl ran over, gleefully exclaiming. This girl, named Heyman, was the one Lin Fan had rescued previously, appearing to be around 20 years of age. Upon hearing her, Lin Fan smiled gently and ruffled her hair before making his way to the cave where the high priest resided. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, a Hatu guard stood watch outside. Noticing Lin Fan approach, the guard nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Fan returned the gesture before stepping inside. Upon entering the cave, Lin Fan beheld the high priestess seated upon a stool, meticulously painting yellow lines upon her face, reminiscent of a woman applying her makeup. Standing beside her, Lin Fan contemplated silently. Indeed, this high priestess was a beauty in her own right, yet due to her esteemed position, she would likely remain unmarried throughout her life. After a brief wait of approximately 10 minutes, the high priestess rose and turned to face Lin Fan. "You have arrived," she greeted him with a smile. Lin Fan nodded in return, uncertain of the purpose of her summons. "The capture of large game has become increasingly challenging," the high priestess remarked, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan. "With so many tribespeople requiring sustenance daily, it is imperative to ensure their hunger is sated." Her tone softened as she continued. "However, the incursions from the Bawa tribe have instilled fear among our hunters, who now hesitate to venture too close to the eastern woods and grasslands. I propose that you take some of our people to the seaside to catch fish." Lin Fan, intrigued, inquired, "How far is it from here to the coast? I'm unfamiliar with the route." The high priestess smiled gently, replying, "We are aware of a small path that leads to the sea, taking around 3 hours to traverse, and it is unlikely that any Bawu tribesmen will be encountered there." Nodding in agreement, Lin Fan stated, "Very well. I shall prepare immediately." He then exited the cave, aware that Lu Yutong and Xia Zining had accompanied the women of the Hadu tribe, leaving only Lu Wei in the village, whom he decided to take along. Summoning Lu Wei, Heyman, a man, and 6 other Hadu tribesmen, they formed a party of 10. As a few Hada tribesmen packed some vine nets into their baskets, armed with spears and bows, they readied themselves for departure. Just as Lin Fan and his companions were about to set off, the high priestess hurried over, calling out to them. "I shall accompany you," she declared, standing beside Lin Fan. Taken aback, Lin Fan hesitated, aware that as the high priestess, she seldom ventured beyond the tribe's confines. "Are you certain you wish to join us? What if?" he murmured, casting a concerned glance at her. The high priestess smiled reassuringly, her gaze unwavering as she responded, "As the high priestess, I too must contribute to our tribe." Recognizing the determination in her eyes, Lin Fan reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that her presence would indeed add to his burdens. However, it was imperative that the high priestess remain safe. With the presence of the Mad Tiger, over 20 guards, and other tribespeople in the village, concerns for safety were alleviated. With the high priestess joining their ranks, Lin Fan and his group, guided by a man, ventured down the narrow path. "Mad Tiger, are you not worried about the high priestess accompanying them?" one hot tribesman queried. The Mad Tiger glanced at Lin Fan's receding figure and replied softly, "If the high priestess wishes to go, who would dare to stop her? Moreover, I have faith in Lin Fan. He will ensure the high priestess's safety." Throughout the journey, the high priestess engaged in cheerful conversation with Lin Fan, while Lu Wei listened attentively, occasionally glancing at him. The 6 Hada tribesmen, armed with their spears, remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings, for with the high priestess present, they dared not let their guard down. Amon and Heyman, armed with long spears, led the way along a winding path flanked by lush vegetation. After 3 hours of meandering, they finally arrived at the seaside, where the shore was devoid of coconut trees, consisting only of a grassy expanse and scattered thickets. The indigenous people placed their baskets on the grass and unfurled their vine nets. Lin Fan approached the azure sea, gazing at the endless horizon. "Let us rest for a while before casting the nets. There is no need to rush," the high priest instructed the 6 members of the Hada tribe. "Yes, high priest." The 6 responded respectfully, settling down. The high priest then turned and made his way towards Lin Fan. Chapter 81. Capturing sharks in the azure waters, Lu Wei, barefoot, frolicked with Heyman, reveling in the beauty of the oceanic vista. The high priestess stood beside Lin Fan, gazing out at the sea in admiration. Lin Fan turned his head slightly to regard her, inquiring, "Have you never been here before?" "I have, but it was long ago. Ever since I ascended to the role of high priestess, I have refrained from visiting, as my kin fear for my safety," she sighed. Despite her tender age of merely 30, Lin Fan nodded with a smile, understanding the tribe's concerns. Presently, 6 members of the Hada tribe approached, wielding 3 vine nets as they advanced toward a tidal pool. At high tide, the sea would fill this cove, but as the tide receded, only silt and stranded seafood remained. The 6 Hattah tribesmen paired off, casting their nets in the shallows. A man, carrying 2 wicker baskets, waited on the shore to collect any fish they might catch. After a half-hour of effort, the nets yielded only a few fish, much to the disappointment of the 6 tribesmen. The high priestess, observing the meager catch, lost her smile. Lin Fan, do you possess a more effective method to capture a greater bounty? She inquired, approaching him. Lin Fan waded into the water, noting the swift movement of the fish, which rendered the vine nets virtually ineffective. Furthermore, the fish were rather small. His gaze shifted toward the open sea, where larger and more abundant fish resided. But venturing into the depths necessitated a vessel. To secure a larger catch, we must venture outside, and for that, we require a boat, he stated, gesturing towards the deep waters. The high priestess surveyed the expanse of the ocean, nodded in understanding, and hurried to converse with the Hattah tribesmen. Subsequently, they placed the vine nets on the shore and waded into the water, with Lin Fan following closely behind. Not far into the water, they encountered a thicket. Lin Fan unsheathed his long blade, taking charge of felling trees, while the 6 Hattah tribesmen bound the timber with vines to construct a raft capable of supporting a single person's weight. Half an hour later, 2 rafts were completed, and the Hattah tribesmen carried them to the shore. Upon arrival, Lin Fan connected the 3 vine nets, creating an expansive net nearly 20 meters in length. He also affixed stones beneath the nets to ensure they would sink effectively. The Hattah tribesmen placed the rafts into the water, wielding a 3-meter-long pole to push the rafts outward toward the depths. As they reached the deep sea, the remaining 4 Hattah tribesmen approached with the vine nets, handing them over. Once one individual stood upon the raft, those remaining in the water propelled it further into the depths. The 2 rafts gradually distanced themselves, causing the vine nets to unfurl. Once they were beyond the shallows, the 2 men lowered the nets into the water, and one hand, gripping the long pole, began to guide the raft back toward the shallows. Others stood on both sides of the shallow water, awaiting the return of the raft. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the raft returned to the shallow water's edge, and the people on either side rushed over to take hold of the vine net, gradually dragging it towards the shore. At that moment, the net was already teeming with flopping sea fish, some of which managed to escape. Wow, so many fish! Hurry, bring them back! Harmon shouted joyfully while standing in the water, and even the high priest displayed a smile. Soon the people on both sides encircled the vine net, preventing the fish from escaping, and slowly pulled it into the shallow waters by the shore. Following this, Amon, Harmon, and Lu Wei hurriedly entered the net to catch the fish, with even the high priest joining in the effort. After a little over 10 minutes, they had gathered all the fish from the net into their baskets, totaling dozens of fish of various sizes. Lin Fan, this method truly works. The high priest remarked with a smile directed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan replied with a slight grin. If the vine net were a bit larger and wider, we could catch even more fish. Indeed, the high priest nodded in agreement. Upon our return, I shall instruct the tribe to weave a larger vine net. After resting for a brief period, several members of the Hattah tribe set out to sea once more, this time capturing an even greater number of fish than before. Now, one basket was already filled with sea fish, and Amon placed it on the grass. Let us go out and catch a couple more times, then we shall return, the high priest said cheerfully. Lin Fan glanced at the sky and nodded. It was already afternoon, and after 2 more catches, they could head back to the tribe. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Harmon shouted, pointing towards the deep sea. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan turned his head, and his expression changed drastically as he noticed a fin breaking the surface of the water, heading towards the raft. A shark, Lin Fan whispered, quickly running into the water, shouting to the 2 men on the raft, come back. There's a shark. The man on the right raft heard Lin Fan's call and looked back. Indeed, a shark was swimming towards him, its speed not particularly swift. Upon seeing it, his expression changed, and he hurriedly discarded the vine net and long pole, leaping into the water and swimming desperately towards the shallow area. The man on the left raft also jumped into the water, swimming towards the shore. Amon, Ali, quickly grabbed the spears. Lin Fan shouted to the Hattah tribesmen behind him, drawing his long knife and running towards the right. Amon and 4 other Hatu tribesmen promptly picked up the spears from the shore and ran towards Lin Fan, while the high priest, Lu Wei, and Harmon stayed on the grass, anxiously watching them. As the hot tribesmen plunged into the water, the shark changed direction, swimming toward them with noticeably increased speed. Just as the Hatu tribesmen reached the shallow water, the shark was already behind him. Suddenly, the shark lunged at him, its massive jaws wide open, revealing serrated teeth as it leapt from the depths. The hot tribesman flipped over in fright, screaming as he kicked fiercely at the shark's protruding forehead, while the shark swung its mouth left and right, attempting to bite his feet. At that moment, Lin Fan rushed forward, plunging his long blade fiercely into the shark's eye. The creature, trapped in the shallow waters, found its movements severely restricted, thrashing desperately in an attempt to return to the depths of the sea. Amon and other members of the Hado tribe swiftly joined him, thrusting their spears into the shark's eyes, mouth, head, and body. A copious amount of blood gushed forth from the shark, mingling with the seawater as it flowed into the ocean. Lin Fan shouted triumphantly, raising his long knife and driving it directly into the shark's head. Amon and his companions also pierced the shark's gills with their spears, stirring with fervor. With a few final thrashes, the shark lay still in the shallow waters. In truth, this shark was not particularly large, measuring just over a meter in length, likely a juvenile weighing only 300 to 400 pounds. "Quick, drag it back to shore," Lin Fan called out to the others, for he had noticed several large fins emerging from the depths, signaling the approach of larger sharks, undoubtedly drawn by the scent of blood. Chapter 82. Encounter. Lin Fan and his companions dragged the shark to the shore, while several other sharks swam anxiously in the deep water, wary of venturing into the shallow area for fear of stranding themselves. "Lin Fan, are you all right?" The high priest and Lu Wei rushed over, their concern palpable. Lin Fan shook his head. "We're fine. We should return. If we linger any longer, we will make it back to the tribe." The high priest nodded in agreement, promptly instructing a few Hadu tribesmen to venture into the woods and procure some sturdy vines to secure the shark's carcass. They slung their burdens and began retracing their steps. Today's catch had been fruitful. Though fraught with tension, they had emerged unscathed, and smiles adorned the faces of the Hadu tribesmen as they exchanged jovial banter, relishing their first successful shark hunt. As they traversed the jungle, a man led the way with a spear, while Lin Fan, wielding a long knife, scanned their surroundings. Upon emerging from the thicket onto an open field, they unexpectedly collided with 2 Ba-Wu tribesmen, who were preparing to carry away a small deer they had captured. The Ba-Wu tribesmen paused in astonishment, unprepared for the emergence of a group of Hadu tribesmen from the jungle. In the moment of surprise, one of the Ba-Wu, seizing his bone flute, raised it to his lips and began to play, the shrill notes piercing the air and echoing into the distance. Instantly, Lin Fan snatched a man's spear and hurled it at the musician, then surged forward, plunging his knife into the other Ba-Wu tribesman. With a sickening thud, both fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Fan glanced around the forest, then turned to the high priest and the others, whispering urgently. He just called for help. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off. A man, take the deer and hurry." Upon hearing this, the high priest and his companions swiftly veered to the left. "Lin Fan, be careful," the high priest said as he passed, grasping Lin Fan's hand briefly before leading the others away. Lu Wei cast a worried glance at Lin Fan, fully aware that now was not the time for words. A man hoisted the deer carcass and nodded at Lin Fan, then followed the high priest and the others. Once they had departed, Lin Fan looked ahead and saw 7 or 8 Ba-Wu tribesmen emerging from the woods, racing towards him. He deliberately paused, allowing the Ba-Wu to catch sight of him, intent on drawing them away to ensure the safe return of the high priest and his party to the tribe. "Quick, capture him," the leading Ba-Wu shouted, pointing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled faintly and then darted to the right, plunging back into the jungle. Whoosh! Arrows whizzed through the air, and the 8 Ba-Wu tribesmen pursued him into the thicket. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from the foliage, striking one of the pursuers in the arm. The Ba-Wu clutched his arm in pain, gritting his teeth as he yanked the arrowhead free. After loosing his own arrow, Lin Fan turned and fled towards the seaside. Minutes later, He reached the edge of the woods. Just ahead lay the shore. But instead of running towards it, he chose to ascend higher. The leader of the Bao tribe, upon witnessing Lin Fan's swift escape, felt a surge of anger as the distance between them widened by several dozen meters. "Pursue him," he bellowed. "Seize him. I thirst for his blood. Let him be displayed upon the altar." With a fierce growl, a few Bao tribesmen gritted their teeth and quickened their pace, feeling a sense of provocation as they struggled to catch up to a mere individual. Lin Fan glanced back, then hastily veered into the thickets of the nearby forest. After traversing the hilly terrain, he quickly plunged into the dense underbrush, where the foliage was so thick that only his head was visible. Lowering himself, he weaved through the grass, sprinting forward. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows whizzed into the undergrowth, prompting the Bao tribesmen to surge into the foliage in search of him. They advanced, scouring the area, yet Lin Fan's trail had vanished. "Search! Turn this place upside down!" The leader roared, brandishing his bone axe and striking the grass with fury, his glare piercing the surroundings. In the canyon, the high priest led Lu Wei and the others safely back to their tribe. The sight of the high priest returning with an abundance of sea fish erupted cheers among the tribesmen, their astonishment heightened upon seeing the sharks. "Where is Lin Fan?" Jamie inquired, noticing his absence. "Wasn't he with you?" The high priest lowered his head slightly and replied, "On our way back, we encountered the Bao tribe. Lin Fan stayed behind to divert them, allowing us to return first." Jamie nodded, understanding. "I see." He harbored no worries for Lin Fan, believing that escaping the Bao tribe should pose no challenge for him after returning from the cursed land. However, Lu Wei stood outside the tribe's path, her brow furrowed in concern. The high priest instructed the tribesmen to handle the sea fish, while a man and a few others set about processing the sharks and a small deer. "A man, where is Lin Fan? Why isn't he here?" Feng Hu asked. A man recounted the events of the journey, prompting Feng Hu to exclaim in anger, "One day, I will annihilate the Bao tribe, allowing us to hunt freely upon this island." "Feng Hu, do you possess such capability?" A Hatu tribesman inquired with a slight smile. "Do not worry. That day will surely come," Feng Hu declared, directing his gaze at the speaker. Haman approached the path and tugged at Lu Wei's sleeve. "Sister Lu Wei, are you worried about Brother Fan?" Turning to the innocent Haman, Lu Wei nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes, but I believe he will return." "Indeed," Haman exclaimed, nodding vigorously. "Sister Lu Wei, shall we feed the golden eagle? It must be hungry." The golden eagle, a revered creature within the tribe, would never be allowed to go hungry, even if the tribesmen themselves faced starvation. Lu Wei agreed, glancing outside the path before leading Haman toward the cave. Half an hour later, Xia Zining and Lu Yutong returned, and everyone began to busily prepare dinner. After a while, Xia Zining realized that Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen. "Lu Wei, where's Lin Fan? Where has he gone?" she inquired, approaching Lu Wei, who was grilling fish nearby. Lu Wei turned her head slightly at the mention of his name and replied, "He went out. He should be back shortly." "Oh." Xia Zining responded, "Harbating no suspicions." Jamie was responsible for frying shark meat on a flat stone slab, watching the sizzling and bubbling oil from the fish. He swallowed hard. It was his first time tasting shark meat, and he was uncertain of its flavor. As dusk approached, a figure appeared in the clearing. Jamie exclaimed with delight, "Oh, Lin Fan is back. Come over and try the shark meat I cooked." Upon seeing Lin Fan's return, Lu Wei felt a surge of relief and excitement, though she dared not reveal her emotions. Chapter 83. The arrival of the Bao tribe upon Lin Fan's return. He took a seat beside Jamie and savored the shark meat he had grilled. Lin Fan nodded appreciatively, delightful. "No wonder the tribe has appointed you as the chef. The grilling is impeccable." Jamie responded with a faint smile. "As someone with a disability, I must contribute to the tribe in any way I can. I cannot simply indulge without giving back, can I?" "Haha." Lin Fan shook his head. "The berry wine you brew is quite commendable as well. My knowledge of winemaking is merely superficial. It was only in the second year that I managed to produce some." Jamie chuckled softly. After consuming several pieces of shark and a grilled fish, Lin Fan felt satiated, having run for an hour to return before nightfall. Amon and Mad Tiger, upon seeing Lin Fan's return, joyously embraced him and exchanged a few words. "It's wonderful to have you back," the high priestess remarked with a smile. Lin Fan nodded in response. "I merely diverted their attention. Thus, there was not much danger involved." "You must be weary. Go rest well," the high priestess advised, aware that the situation was likely not as trivial as Lin Fan portrayed. He nodded again, greeted Xia Zining and Lu Yutong, and then retreated to the cave. In the depths of the night, as Lin Fan lay on his bamboo bed in a drowsy state, he felt a presence touching him. Awakening, he discerned through the faint moonlight that it was Lu Wei, who was gazing down at him, one hand resting upon his body. "Lu Wei?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, whispering, "Why are you here instead of sleeping?" Lu Wei looked at him with deep affection. "Today I was worried all afternoon, fearing something might happen to you. Only upon seeing your return did my heart find peace. This feeling is extraordinary. I believe I have developed feelings for you." "Feelings for me?" Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. "Lu Wei, are you sleepwalking or speaking nonsense? I never noticed any signs of affection from you." Lu Wei smiled tenderly. "When I like someone, I express it openly. I do not keep it hidden." "All right, I understand now. Can you please return to sleep?" Lin Fan gently urged Lu Wei. With a mysterious smile, Lu Wei's hand slowly withdrew from Lin Fan. With a low growl, Lin Fan pulled Lu Wei closer, laying her down upon the bed. The cave was filled with a gentle warmth, accompanied by faint sounds. Outside the canyon, a wolf king stood atop a mound, raising its head to howl at the moonlight. The following morning, Lin Fan awoke feeling a slight soreness in his back. After a few stretches, he stepped outside. "Sister Lu Wei, are you awake? We're going berry picking," Zhou Tongtong called out, shaking Lu Wei's bed. Lu Wei turned over, fatigue evident on her face, murmuring, "You all go ahead. I won't be joining today. I'm utterly exhausted and need to sleep." Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Tongtong cast her a puzzled glance before rushing outside. Lin Fan ventured to the clearing where several women were preparing breakfast with the leftover sea fish from the previous night. Upon encountering Lin Fan, the women greeted him with warm smiles. At that moment, a man and Crazy Tiger approached, grinning as they asked, "Lin Fan, we are heading out to hunt. Would you care to join us?" Lin Fan, patting his waist, replied with a smile, "I shall refrain from going this morning, perhaps in the afternoon." After a brief exchange, Crazy Tiger, accompanied by a man and several other tribesmen, ventured down the narrow path leading into the gorge. This morning, 3 groups had set out for the hunt, each consisting of 5 members. After breakfast, the women had also split into 2 groups to gather berries and wild vegetables. Thus, the tribe was left with only a few elders, children, and 20 guards, all armed with bows and spears, some patrolling the nearby paths as a precaution against the Ba Wu tribe. As Lin Fan strolled along the path, he encountered several guards, who greeted him with friendly nods. The paths were intricate and numerous, resembling a spider-esque web, with each route leading to different destinations. Yet, there was only one way into the tribe, as the surroundings were encircled by sheer cliffs. Beside the path stood towering mud columns of varying heights and sizes, some of which were climbable, offering a vantage point for distant views. 3 guards ascended a column over 10 meters high, serving as sentinels. Should they sense any danger, they would alert the tribesmen below. After exploring, Lin Fan retraced his steps along the singular, direct path back to the tribe. "Where have you been?" the high priest cheerfully inquired upon seeing Lin Fan return. With a smile, Lin Fan replied, "Nowhere in particular, just a brief stroll nearby." The high priest chuckled, exchanged a few words with Lin Fan, and then retreated to the cave. Observing his surroundings, Lin Fan made his way to Jamie's cave, which lay a mere 10 meters from his own. "What are you up to, Jamie?" he asked as he entered, finding Jamie busy with some ceramic jars. Turning upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Jamie smiled slightly and said, "Yesterday, they gathered some blueberries. I'm attempting to brew blueberry wine." "Blueberry wine?" Lin Fan paused, then chuckled. "Very well. I shall not disturb your efforts." With that, he exited the cave. "Ah, youth is indeed a blessing, full of vigor. Oh, feeling a bit tired. I shall rest for a moment," Jamie murmured as he watched Lin Fan leave. Afterward, Lin Fan visited Lu Wei, noticing she was still asleep and choosing not to disturb her. By noon, those who had gone hunting and foraging returned. A man and Crazy Tiger carried back a porcupine along with 3 monkeys. Just then, a guard rushed back, alarmed, shouting, "The Bawu tribe is coming. The Bawu tribe is here." In haste, Crazy Tiger and the others dropped the porcupine and monkeys, while nearby guards hurried back. And the high priest emerged from the cave, as some women quickly gathered their children and sought refuge inside. The high priest, accompanied by his guards, hastily made his way down a narrow path, followed closely by numerous members of the Hadu tribe, armed and ready. "Return to the cave and do not emerge," Lin Fan instructed Xia Zining and the others before moving on. Upon reaching the banks of the river, the high priest halted, gazing across at the mere dozen or so individuals from the Bao tribe. The guards knocked their arrows, aiming menacingly at their adversaries. "Ha ha ha! Hallie, I have come today to inform you that the chieftain of my tribe wishes to marry you. In 3 days, we shall return. Should you refuse, we will annihilate your Hata people," laughed one of the leaders, directing his mockery towards the high priest. "Consider this carefully. To wed our chieftain means you may hunt freely on this island. Otherwise, humph." With that, he turned, leading the Bao tribe members away from the gorge. Chapter 84. Unyielding, prepared for battle as the Baowu tribesmen departed. The high priest's countenance darkened, and the tribespeople glowered in anger at the departing figures. "Fear not, priest. We shall protect you," shouted Mad Tiger as he approached. "Indeed, we shall fight them if necessary," echoed another. "We are not afraid." The tribespeople raised their spears and bows, fervently declaring their loyalty to their high priest, unwilling to concede to the Baowu. Upon returning to the tribe, the high priest sat in the cave, with Jamie by her side. "Jamie, what should I do?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on him. If she refused the Baowu, her people would face slaughter. Yet if she acquiesced, they would become slaves, living in misery. Jamie pondered silently for a moment before lifting his gaze to the high priest. "To save the tribe, there is but one person," he stated. "Who?" she asked. "Lin Fan." "Lin Fan?" The high priest furrowed her brow. "Is he capable?" Jamie smiled slightly. "Through our time together, I have come to see him as a meticulous individual. He has retrieved the tears of the blue from the cursed land and has saved our people on multiple occasions, demonstrating his prowess." He then turned to the high priest and added, "If you wish to avoid marrying the Baowu, you must take a chance." After 10 minutes of contemplation, the high priest sighed and nodded. "Very well, I shall speak with him." Rising, she exited the cave. Jamie watched her retreating figure and murmured, "I hope my judgment is not misplaced. Otherwise, the Hatata tribe may bring calamity upon us." Meanwhile, Lin Fan was in the cave, organizing his belongings and placing his suitcase beneath the bed. The high priest entered, saying, "I wish to speak with you. Have a seat." Lin Fan gestured to a nearby stool. "What would you like to discuss?" The high priest nodded and sat down, momentarily at a loss for words. After some time, she began, "Lin Fan, I do not wish to marry Batuka. Do you have a solution?" She added, "Batuka is the chief of the Baowu tribe and is over 60 years old." "A solution?" Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. "You have 2 options. Marry Batuka or go to war. If you refuse marriage, then war is your only recourse." The high priest shook her head. "The Baowu tribe boasts over 100 members. Excluding women and children, they have more than 60 capable fighters. We, on the other hand, can muster only 30, and the Baowu are naturally aggressive and formidable in battle. We're no match for them." Lin Fan furrowed his brow at her words. "This is untenable. A 2-to-1 disadvantage against such ferocity is insurmountable," he replied. "I do not wish to marry Batuka. Can you lead us to defeat them?" The high priest implored, grasping his hands with a pleading tone. Lin Fan remained silent, his head slightly bowed in contemplation. Defeating the Bao tribe was no trivial endeavor. "Lin Fan, I shall grant you absolute authority. The people of the tribe will heed your commands," the high priest murmured, casting a glance at Lin Fan. "Even I shall be yours. If you can vanquish the Bao tribe." Upon uttering these words, the high priest felt a flush creep across his face. Lin Fan, stirred by the proclamation, glanced at the high priest with a spark of determination in his eyes. "Ishal domi atmost, momens late." The high priest summoned all the tribespeople to gather in the clearing, including women and children. A palpable sense of dread permeated the air, as the tribesfolk realized that their community was on the brink of calamity. Standing atop a large stone, the high priest surveyed the assembled crowd, flanked by Lin Fan and Jamie. "I hereby issue a decree," the high priest bellowed. "From this moment forth, Lin Fan shall be your chief, aside from myself. He is the highest authority here. His words shall be my words." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Yet they dared not oppose the high priestess' declaration and complied silently. After concluding his proclamation, the high priest descended from the stone and approached Lin Fan, saying, "It is now in your hands," before retreating back to the cave. "Chief! Chief!" shouted Feng Hu, a man, and several other Hatu tribesmen, rallying around Lin Fan. "Enough! Disperse and return to your tasks," Lin Fan instructed, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Ultimately, Aman, Shion, and members of the guard to the right side of the clearing to sit together. "A man, take a group and gather more bamboo," he directed. "Feng Hu, are there stones nearby? If so, bring back as many as you can." Xiong, gather some wood. As he spoke, he handed Xiong a machete that he had taken from Lu Yutong. Once he had issued his commands, they departed to fulfill their tasks. Lin Fan, accompanied by several guards, ventured along the narrow path to survey the terrain. To thwart the impending assault from the Bao tribe, he envisioned constructing 2 defensive lines along the path, sealing it off. The entrance to the village would serve as the final line of defense, where he intended to erect a stone wall. Xia Zining and Lu Yutong, aware of Lin Fan's busy endeavors, refrained from disturbing him and, as usual, accompanied a group of women to gather berries. Half an hour later, Feng Hu returned with a dozen companions, bearing stones. "Chief, we have brought the stones. Where shall we place them?" Feng Hu inquired. Lin Fan gestured towards the narrow path, instructing, "Position them on either side of the road." Once they had deposited the stones, they departed, and Lin Fan entered the path, feeling the yellow clay beneath the mud pillars and nodding in approval before returning to the village. Back at the village, he called upon several women to take baskets and gather yellow clay from the narrow path, instructing them to stack it in the adjacent clearing. Shortly thereafter, a man and his group returned, bringing back a substantial amount of bamboo. The bears, burdened with logs as thick as their arms, returned, oblivious to Lin Fan's intentions for these materials. Nevertheless, they complied with his requests without hesitation. "Lin Fan, do you intend to construct a stone wall along the path?" Jamie inquired, standing beside him. Lin Fan nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. Although the Baowu tribe outnumbers us by more than half and possesses formidable combat prowess, I aim to ensure that they suffer substantial casualties before they draw near." Observing Lin Fan's fierce demeanor, Jamie silently contemplated the unfortunate fate that might befall the Baowu tribe in their encounter with him. Chapter 85. A complete transformation in the open space. Lin Fan summoned Amon and the elder tribesmen, instructing them to fashion a greater number of arrowheads. Sharp flint shards were utilized as arrowheads on the shafts, thereby augmenting the lethality of their archery. The elder tribesmen possessed considerable expertise in arrowhead crafting. Before long, even the children had rushed to assist in transporting stones, prompting the entire Hadu tribe to spring into action. By the end of the afternoon, Feng Hu and his companions had amassed a considerable quantity of stones. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that this was merely a fraction of what was required. After enjoying dinner that evening, everyone retired for a well-deserved rest, exhausted from the day's labors, with the promise of further toil awaiting them at dawn. In the stillness of the night, Lin Fan sat alone by the campfire, lost in thought as he gazed into the flames. "Still awake?" Jamie approached, leaning on his cane as he sat down beside Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned to Jamie with a smile. "I cannot seem to find sleep. How about you?" Jamie shook his head. "I typically retire quite late." The two engaged in a leisurely conversation, sharing words until the moon descended, at which point they returned to their cave. At the break of dawn, Lin Fan rose. The previous day, Amon and the others had crafted over 100 arrows, which, combined with their existing stock, sufficed for their needs. Observing the sheer cliffs flanking the pathway, which were relatively lower at about 10 meters, Lin Fan realized that standing atop them would enable effective assaults on the trail below. Chief, is this timber sufficient? Ha Xiong inquired, gesturing towards the pile of wood. Lin Fan assessed the stacked wood and nodded. It's nearly adequate. If necessary, we shall procure more. He then commenced instructing Ha Xiong and a group of 7 or 8 on constructing a wooden platform, aiming for a height of approximately 5 meters. With the addition of a wooden ladder, they would be able to ascend to the cliff's edge. I have experience in platform building, Lin Fan. You may attend to other matters. I shall manage this, Jamie interjected as he approached. Lin Fan nodded in agreement and proceeded to the trail, where he enlisted several women to fetch water in bamboo buckets. They mixed it with yellow clay, treading until it achieved a strong, adhesive consistency. Subsequently, they transported the clay to the center of the path using baskets. Lin Fan directed a few individuals to excavate a pit several dozen centimeters deep along the path, then began stacking stones, applying layers of yellow clay between them as one would when constructing a house. This stone wall, half a meter thick, was designed to withstand any attempts to topple it. After a morning's labor, the stone wall along the path had risen over 6 meters, effectively blocking the way while leaving a narrow passageway just wide enough for a single person to traverse. For added security, Lin Fan constructed another stone wall at the entrance of the path leading into the village, complete with a wooden door at its center. Aman, how long are the trees designated for the spears? Lin Fan inquired. Chief, some measure over 3 meters. Aman replied. Over 3 meters? That will suffice. Go and fell additional trees of that length to craft some long spears, but remember, do not sever them. Lin Fan gazed at a man and spoke. Great chief, we have crafted over 50 arrows. At that moment, an elder from the Harda tribe approached with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan replied with a slight smile. If the materials suffice, the more arrows we produce, the better. The visitor nodded and departed. Now, even if the Bawu tribe attacked, Lin Fan felt confident enough to confront them. Observing his fellow tribesmen immersed in their tasks, the high priestess approached. Aware that Lin Fan was preparing for war against the Bawu tribe. You have arrived, Lin Fan greeted her as she drew near. Indeed, the high priestess replied with a smile. Will these truly withstand the Bawu tribe's assault? With a chuckle, Lin Fan reassured her, they shall not breach our defenses. They will merely become our living targets. Hearing Lin Fan's words filled with conviction, the high priestess felt a surge of happiness within her. In the afternoon, Lin Fan instructed some individuals to dig a trap outside the stone wall, over a meter deep, lined with razor-sharp bamboo spikes. Anyone who fell into it would be pierced in the soles of their feet, rendering them incapable of mounting an attack. A wooden beam placed in the center would allow safe passage across. Here you go, Lin Fan, Xia Zening exclaimed, rushing over to hand him 2 bananas. Accepting the fruit, Lin Fan peeled one and began to eat, offering a smile in return. Stand back. Stand back. Children, do not approach. A voice rang out from a distance as a group of children gathered, only to be swiftly dispersed by several Harda tribesmen. Curious, Lin Fan approached and inquired. What has happened? Great chief, we have caught a venomous snake and are preparing to roast it, one man respectfully explained to him. A venomous snake? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Let me see. Upon hearing the great chief's request, the man holding the snake cautiously approached, wary of getting too close lest the snake harm Lin Fan. Great chief, be cautious. This species of snake has no antidote here. A bite will prove fatal within a short time, the Harda tribesman warned in a low voice. Lin Fan examined the snake in his grasp and was taken aback. It was a 5-step snake, known as the sharp-nosed viper, or by various other names. Its venom is exceedingly potent. Without timely treatment, a bite could swiftly lead to circulatory failure and renal failure. Wait for me, Lin Fan said, turning and dashing into the cave. Moments later, he emerged holding a glass vial. Open its mouth and let its fangs pierce the cloth. Lin Fan instructed the man holding the snake. Although unsure of Lin Fan's intentions, the man complied, and soon the venom was extracted into the vial. Observing the venom within the glass, Lin Fan smiled and returned it to the cave for safekeeping. Along the narrow path, some guards had strewn sharp spikes on the ground to slow the Bawu tribe's advance. Once the wooden door at the entrance was installed, and the wooden ladder against the sheer cliff was completed, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who among you can shoot the most accurately with a bow? Lin Fan summoned the guards and several clan members for an inquiry. Great Chief, Feng Hu gestured towards the 4 individuals beside him. These 4 are the finest archers in the tribe. Lin Fan surveyed the quartet, nodding in satisfaction as he spoke. You shall form pairs and ascend the sheer cliffs. Should the Ba Wu tribe breach the narrow path, you may treat them as prey. Rest assured, Great Chief, one of them shouted in response. Soon, a man had crafted 30 spears, each exceeding 3 meters in length, and everything was prepared. The outcome of the hunt remains uncertain, Lin Fan murmured. Gazing up at the sky. Chapter 86. A rift emerges as dawn broke. A beam of sunlight illuminated the canyon, marking the 3rd day that the tribe had refrained from hunting or foraging for berries. Some of the elder members of the Hadu tribe busied themselves on the left clearing, crafting arrows amidst the trees that provided shade, where children often climbed and played. 4 skilled archers from the Hatu tribe had ascended the cliff, each prepared with over 30 arrows and having transported stones to construct a half-meter-high stone wall, providing a safeguard against incoming spears or arrows. Lin Fan, how may we assist you? Lu Yutong inquired as she approached, eager to contribute to the tribe's efforts. Lin Fan smiled gently. You shall hold those spears at either side of the wooden door. When they strike, simply thrust your spears through the gaps and aim for them. Great Chief, the path has been lined with spikes, and we have also erected several wooden barriers, a guard hurriedly reported to Lin Fan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Fan turned to Xia Zining. I shall go and investigate. Xia Zining nodded with a smile. Yes, go ahead. I will seek out Heyman and the others. With that, she turned and walked towards the cave, while Lin Fan followed the guard down the narrow path. Upon reaching the midpoint of the path, they emerged from behind the stone wall, where a large log was placed, creating a barrier close to the wall's base. A trap. Observing the wooden barriers, Lin Fan nodded, recognizing their potential to slow the enemy's pursuit. Indeed, this will suffice, he remarked to the guards. Returning to the path, Lin Fan instructed Feng Hu and the others to construct a wooden framework within the stone wall, allowing them to stand atop and launch arrows at the approaching foes. By midday, after everyone had satisfied their hunger, they gathered in the left clearing, each tending to their gear. Lin Fan sat alone atop a mound of earth, gazing at the sky with half-closed eyes. High Priest, Great Chief, the Ba Wu tribe has arrived. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, shouting. Lin Fan smiled at the news and rose to his feet as Feng Hu and Amon hurried over. What shall we do, High Priest? The High Priest asked, furrowing his brow. Lin Fan glanced at the High Priest and replied, You should return to the cave. Leave the rest to me. There is no need for you to intervene. He then turned to Feng Hu and the others. Let us proceed. As soon as his words fell, Lin Fan led Feng Hu and a dozen others toward the outside, while the remaining members stayed by the wooden door, awaiting developments. Moments later, Lin Fan arrived at the riverbank, observing several Ba Wu tribesmen on the opposite side. Where is your High Priest? Why has she not come forth? We intend to take her back today. Our chief eagerly awaits her return. Ha ha ha. One of the Ba Wu tribesmen laughed boisterously from the center. Indeed, hand over your High Priest immediately. Do you not fear our wrath? The other members of the Ba Wu tribe erupted in shouts, brandishing their weapons. Lin Fan smiled faintly and remarked, You are not worthy to meet our High Priest. Huh? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the Ba Wu tribesman immediately scowled and bellowed at Lin Fan. You insolent wretch, who do you think you are? This is no place for your words. Hand over your High Priest, or you shall face the wrath of the Ba Wu tribe. Wrath? Lin Fan chuckled wickedly, swiftly drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. He shot it directly at the speaker. Whoosh! Ah! The man cried out as the arrow struck his arm, utterly astonished that Lin Fan would dare to shoot at him. Take him down, Lin Fan shouted to Feng Hu and the others. Hearing this, Feng Hu and his companions unleashed a barrage of arrows towards the opposing side. The faces of the Ba Wu tribesmen changed drastically. They hurried to assist the wounded man and retreated down the slope. However, 5 or 6 others were also struck, with 2 succumbing to their injuries on the spot. Great Chief, should we pursue them? Feng Hu asked excitedly. Lin Fan shook his head. No need. Tell the tribe to heighten their vigilance. They should arrive by dawn. Damn those Hata people. You have thoroughly enraged us. Just wait. We shall not spare you." The wounded Baowu tribesmen shouted furiously at Lin Fan and his group before departing. Back at the village, the high priest and Xia Zining were already waiting in the clearing for their return. "Lin Fan, what transpired?" the high priest inquired with concern as he approached. Lin Fan responded with a smile. "What do you mean by what transpired? Prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the high priest sighed and shook his head, heading towards the cave. To prevent a surprise attack from the Baowu tribe, Feng Hu and the guards remained vigilant along the narrow path outside. That evening, Feng Hu brought 2 wild goats, and together with the other tribesmen, they began preparing them. The tribe had a total of 5 wild goats, all captured during their hunts. At that time, food was still relatively ample, so I had them raise some, Jamie remarked with a slight smile. "Indeed, in the future, you could encourage them to raise more, ensuring we need not worry about food scarcity," Lin Fan replied with amusement. "Me? Ha!" Jamie chuckled now. "You are the great chief of the tribe. Your words carry more weight than mine." A few minutes later, Jamie, leaning on his cane, approached the campfire to roast a whole goat, one on each side. Some women placed taro and rhubarb into the embers to roast. An hour later, Feng Hu and a man shared the roasted goat, taro, and some wild vegetables. The rhubarb, having a somewhat bitter taste, was not favored by Xia Zining and the others, but the tribe had grown accustomed to it. After dinner, everyone returned to the cave and thatched huts to rest, knowing that tomorrow would bring a confrontation with the Baowu tribe, and the survival of their tribe hinged on the events of the following day. The high priest lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep as worry consumed him. In Lin Fan's cave, sounds of tumultuous activity echoed through the night. Half an hour later, Lu Wei stealthily emerged from the cave and returned to her resting place. "Lu Wei, where have you been at such a late hour?" As she stepped into the cave, the voice of Lu Yutong echoed. I didn't go anywhere, just stepped out for a moment," she replied before lying down. The following day, as dawn gently broke, Lin Fan rose early and ventured outside, where he found Feng Hu and the others already awake. After partaking in breakfast, Lin Fan called all the women, children, and the elderly into the cavern nestled within the sheer cliff. This expansive space usually served as a storage for weapons and essential supplies, complemented by a sturdy wooden door. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension, and some were gripped by fear. Lin Fan sat cross-legged atop a mound of earth, eyes closed, with his long knife resting between his legs. Half an hour later, the guards burst in, exclaiming, "Chief, the Bao tribe has crossed the woods. They will arrive at the river in approximately 10 minutes. There seemed to be about 50 of them. Lin Fan's eyes flew open, gleaming with a cold light as he murmured, "They have finally arrived." Chapter 87. The Assault of the Baowu Tribe in the Open Ground. Lin Fan gathered all the capable members of the Hadu tribe and hastened towards the river. A man, accompanied by 6 or 7 individuals, arrived at the stone wall, holding wooden shields crafted from timber, and positioned themselves on either side. These shields, standing at 1.5 meters tall and half a meter wide, were wielded by one person while another stood ready to unleash arrows upon the enemy. After releasing their shots, they could bend low to evade the incoming arrows and spears. Suddenly, as Lin Fan and his group of over 30 reached the mud pillars by the riverbank, the shouts of the Baowu tribe echoed closer. "Knock your arrows," Lin Fan whispered, prompting Feng Hu and the others to draw their bows, their expressions tense as they focused on the slope across the river. Without warning, a throng of Baowu warriors charged down the slope, racing towards the river's edge, brandishing their weapons and shouting loudly. "Loose!" As they drew near, Lin Fan issued the command, and Feng Hu and his companions unleashed their assault on the Baowu tribe. The arrows whistled through the air, striking true. This is bad. It's an ambush. Cross the river. Annihilate them." Chaos erupted among the Baowu warriors as they cried out, suffering casualties. Some writhed in pain on the ground, while others lay lifeless. "Take cover." In a sudden turn, the Baowu warriors hurled spears and loosed arrows towards the mud pillars. Lin Fan immediately instructed Feng Hu and the others to take refuge behind the pillars. The river's current was fierce, and standing upon its banks was precarious. At this moment, some Baowu warriors began to force their way across the river, while those on the shore aimed their arrows at the mud pillars, attempting to pin Lin Fan and his companions down. Another volley, then run to the stone wall. Lin Fan turned to them and whispered, 1, 2, 3, loose. The arrows flew, and they swiftly dashed towards a narrow path, leaving more bodies in the river. Observing Lin Fan's retreat, those stationed atop the wooden structure drew their bows, ready to cover his return. Once everyone was safely within the stone wall, a man and another individual promptly retrieved the wooden shields and set up a cross-shaped wooden framework to block the entrance, placing a shield in the center and preparing their bows to guard the narrow path. Tension filled the air among the 4 stationed above. Take turns firing. Shoot 1 arrow, then immediately take cover, Lin Fan shouted to Feng Hu and the others. The 4 on the cliff also readied themselves for battle. Charge! Leave no one alive. Only the high priest shall remain. An enraged voice commanded, and Bao warriors surged forth down the narrow path towards the stone wall, their faces twisted in ferocity. Brandishing spears and weapons made of bone, the arrows flew once more. Those struck fell to the ground. Yet the remaining Bao warriors continued their reckless advance. Plop! With a resounding crash, 5 or 6 members of the Bao tribe plummeted into the trap, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. Their feet and bodies were pierced by bamboo spikes, and those who fell beneath became mere corpses. Swiftly, the ferocious tigers unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, indifferent to the presence of others, exchanging one shot for another. As over 30 archers continued their assault, retreat, fall back quickly. The Bawa warriors, witnessing their kin fall into the pit, were instantly stricken with dread and began to withdraw. However, those at the rear, who had not yet reached the narrow path, were struck down by arrows that pierced their backs, collapsing to the ground. In the narrow path, a scarred giant glared furiously at the retreating tribesmen. He was Basha, the deputy leader of the Bawa tribe, known for his ruthless disposition. He was the most inhumane among them, having witnessed many captives perish slowly under his merciless torment. Deputy leader, they had prepared for this. We have already lost over a dozen of our warriors, cried one of the Bawu tribesmen, an arrow lodged in his arm as he painfully addressed Basha. Basha's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "No wonder they dared to wage war against us. It seems they were well prepared." Casting a glance around, he noted that apart from this path, there was no other way into their territory. What is the situation on the road? Basha inquired of the retreating warriors. They constructed a stone wall midway, leaving a small opening, and they continue to shoot arrows at us from behind it. Beyond the wall, there is a pit 2 meters long. We cannot pass through. The man swiftly replied, "A stone wall?" Basha murmured, stroking the scar on his face. "We cannot charge through. That would only lead to further casualties." After a few moments of contemplation, he addressed the others. "You all go to the forest outside and craft several wooden shields." "Yes, deputy leader," the warriors responded, immediately rushing outside. Meanwhile, Lin Fan observed the Bawa tribe's failure to breach their defenses and took the opportunity to rest against the wall. "Great leader, it's been over 10 minutes. Do you think they might have fled?" Feng Hu quietly asked Lin Fan. Peering through the gaps in the wooden structure, Lin Fan spotted several figures along the path and chuckled softly. "They haven't left. They're likely devising a strategy to infiltrate." "What sort of strategy could they be concocting?" Agu inquired. Lin Fan shook his head. "I do not know, but you will soon find out." Half an hour later, the Bawu tribesmen approached the narrow path once more. This time, however, they were shielded by wooden barriers, advancing cautiously toward the stone wall. "Wooden shields?" Feng Hu exclaimed in surprise. "Great leader. What should we do now?" Rising to his feet, Lin Fan studied the wooden shields, his brow furrowing in thought. "Continue to shoot arrows," he commanded, climbing atop the wooden framework to observe the scene below. Drawing his bow, he aimed at the exposed feet and released an arrow. Whoosh! One Ba warrior was struck in the foot, collapsing to the ground, where he was swiftly finished off by his comrades. "Quickly, we must eliminate them all." The great serpent, enraged, swung its bone axe, deflecting the arrows that were shot towards it. The chief, known as Bash, was a fearsome killer, the vice leader of the Bawa tribe. A guard whispered to Lin Fan. "Oh!" Lin Fan glanced at Bash, acknowledging his prowess in using a weapon to fend off the incoming arrows. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan swiftly descended from the wooden platform and shouted, "Hold him off for a while." With that, he dashed towards the cave, retrieving a glass vial and rushing towards the stone wall. Meanwhile, the Bawu tribesmen had reached the edge of the trap, yet they found themselves hindered by the absence of wood. "Vice leader, what shall we do? We cannot get past." One of the tribesmen called out to Bash, "Bring the wood." Bash bellowed to the rear, and immediately, two individuals rushed forward, carrying a 3-meter-long log. The arrows shot by Feng Hu and his companions were all blocked by the wooden shields. "Let them in," Lin Fan shouted towards Feng Hu and the others, who promptly turned and sprinted towards the wooden door, while the four on the stone wall leapt down. Chapter 88. The serpent struck by an arrow. Two members of the Hado tribe swiftly opened the wooden door, and Feng Hu and the others rushed inside, promptly closing the door behind them and securing it with a wooden block. "Grab the long spears," Lin Fan bellowed, as the others hastily armed themselves with spears exceeding 3 meters in length, positioning themselves on either side. Soon, the Bawa tribe launched their assault, shielding themselves with wooden shields. Upon seeing the wooden door, they were taken aback. "Tear down the door," Bashi roared, and the others, brandishing their wooden shields, advanced towards the door, shaking it with their hands. "Up!" Lin Fan shouted, and Feng Hu and his companions quickly raised their spears, thrusting them through the gaps in the door. Behind them, a dozen archers stood ready. Any exposed limbs would be met with arrows, while the four atop also aimed their bows at those below. Surrounded on all sides, the Bawa tribe lost 7 or 8 of their members in an instant. Lin Fan retrieved a glass vial, uncapping it to extract 2 arrows, which he then coated with the venom of a 5-step snake. He cautiously stepped to the left, eyeing Bashi hidden behind the wooden shield. "Deputy Chief, arrows are being shot at us from above," one of the warriors shouted, pointing at the sheer cliff, with arrows raining down from the front and above. Coupled with the spears poking through, the Bawu tribe dared not show their faces, and 2 of their wooden shields were punctured. Observing the dwindling numbers of his tribe, Bashi realized that they could not persist in this manner. Otherwise, they would face annihilation. "Retreat, quickly," he called out to his kin, taking refuge behind the wooden shield as they slowly withdrew, the others following suit. "Trying to escape, are we?" Lin Fan remarked coldly as he eyed Bashi, seizing 2 arrows and rushing to the door, drawing his bowstring taut. Whoosh! Thud! Thwack! Bashi, seeing arrows approaching, hastily raised his bone axe to deflect them, unaware that 2 arrows were aimed at him, one in front and one behind. He successfully parried the first arrow, but was struck in the shoulder by the second. "Run!" Bashi shouted, sprinting toward the stone wall, climbing onto the wooden structure and fleeing, disregarding those behind him as he pressed his hand against his wounded shoulder. Hastening toward the river. "Pursue! Kill!" Feng Hu and his group promptly opened the wooden door, shouting as they pursued. Lin Fan smirked coldly, knowing that Bashi was doomed. His frantic escape would accelerate his blood circulation, allowing the venom to swiftly reach his heart. No divine intervention could save him now. After a fierce battle, only a handful of Bawu tribe members managed to escape, and half of them bore arrows embedded in their bodies, though none were fatal. "Amon, come here!" Lin Fan called to Amon, whispering a few instructions in his ear. Amon nodded and dashed out. "What's the situation?" Lin Fan turned to Feng Hu and inquired. "Great Chief, we have 2 members injured. The others are unharmed," Feng Hu replied as he approached. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. "Assist the injured back to the tribe. The rest of you, clear the battlefield." 2 hours later, the battlefield was cleared, and the bodies of the Bawu tribe were discarded into a serpent's den 2 kilometers away, while the weapons were retrieved. Upon returning to the tribe, the high priestess and others hurried over to inquire about the situation, their hearts racing at the sounds of combat they had just heard. Some tribespeople joyfully narrated the events to the women and children. At that moment, all the Hata tribe gazed at Lin Fan with admiration and reverence. His prestige within the tribe had reached its zenith, for he had become the god of war. Following the victory, the high priestess joyfully instructed Feng Hu and the others to bring out the 3 wild goats for slaughter to celebrate their triumph. In the forest, Bashi, accompanied by the remaining 13, fled deeper into the woods. Suddenly, she stumbled and collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his lips turning black. Deputy leader, what is wrong? The Bawu tribespeople rushed over, lifting him while calling out in alarm. An arrow. It's poisoned. She managed to utter. But soon his body convulsed, and within a minute his legs stretched out, his head tilted, eyes wide open, he breathed his last. Deputy leader! Deputy leader! One Bawu tribesman shouted desperately. The deputy leader is dead. What shall we do? Another asked in terror. Let us take the deputy leader's body back. One mournful tribesman replied. As soon as he spoke, they began carrying Shi's body deeper into the woods, at which point a shadow followed closely behind them. Back in the tribe, a bonfire was lit, and some women joyfully danced around it. Lu Yutong and others joined in the merriment, leaping with joy. The men sat nearby, happily chatting, while Jamie roasted wild goat meat at the center. Lin Fan sat alongside the high priestess, and the two shared a cup of berry wine. Agula lowered his head, sipping his drink, seemingly lost in thought. Agula, what troubles you? Are you not happy? Ha Xiong approached and asked him. Agula shook his head and replied, I am not unhappy. It's just that I feel a bit unsettled for not being able to join you in confronting the Bawu tribe. Hearing this, Ha Xiong burst into laughter and patted his shoulder. Ha ha ha, Agula, rest assured once your foot heals, the chief will surely take you along to deal with the Bawu tribe. Really? Agula's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course. Kulme, let us drink. Ha Xiong nodded in agreement, raising his bamboo cup, and the two toasted. Lin Fan, these 2 lamb ribs are yours, Jamie said, approaching with the ribs, smiling. Everyone, let us eat. Lin Fan called out to those around him with a smile. You have succeeded, the high priestess suddenly said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan paused in surprise, looking at the high priestess with confusion. What have I succeeded in? You repelled the Bawu tribe and protected the Hata people. The high priestess replied with a gentle smile. Perhaps having indulged in a few cups of berry wine, the high priestess bore a slight blush upon her cheeks, rendering her quite enchanting. Lin Fan leaned closer to her, whispering, for now, we cannot reach a definitive conclusion, as the Bawu tribe has yet to be entirely eradicated. At this revelation, the high priestess was taken aback. She had never imagined that Lin Fan still harbored thoughts of annihilating the Bawu tribe, a notion previously deemed inconceivable. Why? She inquired. Lin Fan gazed skyward and replied, as long as the Bawu tribe exists, we cannot venture out to hunt with peace of mind. We remain perpetually at risk. Therefore, the Bawu tribe must not be permitted to linger on this island. He then turned to look deeply into the high priestess's eyes and asked, You wouldn't have softened your heart, would you? Absolutely not. The high priestess vehemently shook her head. The Bawu tribe has slain many of my kin. I shall not show mercy. That is reassuring. Lin Fan raised his bamboo cup, took a sip of the berry wine, and smiled gently. Chapter 89. The Demise of the Bawu Tribe Afternoon. Lin Fan reclined on a hammock fashioned from bamboo, suspended from a tree in a clearing, while Michiko gently swayed it beside him. Heyman stood nearby, boiling tea in an iron canister and pouring it into bamboo cups. Great Chief, the tea is ready, he called out to Lin Fan. Sit on the wood. I shall drink it later, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Great Chief, the bamboo spikes along the path have been cleared. The tribespeople can venture out to gather berries and hunt, a guard rushed over to announce. Indeed, Lin Fan acknowledged, descending from the hammock. However, we must remain vigilant. To prevent a surprise attack from the Bawu tribe, take 2 additional individuals to stand guard in the woods. Yes, the guard responded, turning to leave. With the bamboo spikes removed, several women took up baskets and proceeded towards the path. Lin Fan dispatched 7 or 8 guards to spread out around the woods beyond the canyon for reconnaissance. 2 hours later, a man returned, breathless, exclaiming, Great Chief! Great Chief! Intelligence has been gathered. Well done. There is mutton left in the cave. Go and eat, Lin Fan said, patting Aman's shoulder with a smile. Aman nodded enthusiastically and dashed toward the cave. Lin Fan, I wish to return to the wooden house for a visit, Xia Zining said as she approached. Lin Fan took her hands in his, smiling gently. Very well. Once we conclude matters here, we shall return to reside there for a time. Xia Zining replied with a gleeful smile. As evening fell, Feng Hu and several tribesmen returned, carrying a large wild boar. Wow, Brother Feng Hu, how did you manage to catch such a massive boar? Heyman eagerly inquired as he rushed over to admire the beast. Feng Hu chuckled. We did not catch it. It fell into a deep pit and could not climb out. We discovered it and dispatched it with our spears before bringing it back. The capture of the wild boar brought joy to the tribespeople, who hurried to assist in processing the animal. Tonight, we shall prepare some pig intestines for you to taste. Jamie laughed heartily at Lin Fan. Pig intestines? Lin Fan paused for a moment, then laughed. Excellent. I enjoy it. Jamie then took the intestines and pig's blood back to the cave to prepare the dish. As night descended, the moonlight was enchanting, and the stars twinkled in the sky, accompanied by a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves of nearby trees. A golden eagle perched atop the canopy, making sounds as it gazed over the clearing. In the clearing, 3 rows of men stood, each containing 10 individuals, all armed with spears, bows slung across their backs, quivers filled with arrows, and stone daggers secured at their waists. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan emerged from the cave and approached the gathered crowd. Tonight, we shall annihilate the Bawa tribe. From henceforth, you will roam freely across this island to hunt, no longer fearing abduction for yourselves or your families. Lin Fan declared solemnly. After tonight, you shall be the masters of this island. Kill! Kill! The Mad Tiger and the others shouted in unison. For decades, they had endured the persecution of the Bawu tribe, and now it was time to seek justice. Let us depart. With Lin Fan's command, a man took the lead, swiftly guiding them along a narrow path. After their departure, the 4 guards promptly closed the wooden door, standing vigil as they awaited their return. The high priest emerged from the cave, furrowing his brow as he watched Lin Fan and his companions gradually fade from sight, a wave of concern washing over him. I hope they return safely, the high priest murmured. In the forest, illuminated by moonlight, Lin Fan and his comrades navigated the woods with great speed, their intent lethal. 2 hours later, they halted at the edge of a precipice, crouching low. A mournful howl echoed nearby. Great leader, they reside in the hollow just ahead. If we cross the cliff and traverse the woods, we will reach their camp, a man whispered. Lin Fan glanced up at the sky. It was just past 1 in the morning, the perfect moment to strike. Let us go. Lin Fan gestured with a sweeping motion, bending low as he dashed toward the right path that led across the cliff. The night was shrouded in mystery, fraught with peril, while the Bawu tribe slept soundly in their thatched huts, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. 30 individuals encircled the area, awaiting Lin Fan's command. He made a slicing gesture across his throat to the Mad Tiger and the others, who nodded in understanding, drawing their stone daggers as they stealthily advanced toward the thatched huts. We are under attack. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lin Fan's brow furrowed as he swiftly unsheathed his long knife and charged forward. Chaos erupted in the camp, with the Mad Tiger and his companions unleashing a frenzy of violence. Many Bawu tribesmen fell victim to spears and arrows, lacking any means of defense. Meltia, you scoundrel, you dare to lead an ambush against us. I will slay you, a burly man shouted, picking up a nearby piece of wood and rushing towards the Mad Tiger. Balang, you Bawu tribe, how many of my kin have you slaughtered over these past years? Now it is time for you to pay the price, came the furious retort. The camp was engulfed in the sounds of battle, and the thatched huts were set ablaze by Lin Fan and his comrades, flames reaching skyward amidst the cries of the fallen. Half an hour later, silence enveloped the camp as Lin Fan wiped the blood from his long knife. Great leader, the Bawu tribe has been annihilated. We have also lost 4 of our own and sustained 5 injuries. The Mad Tiger approached, his voice tinged with sorrow. Alas, Lin Fan sighed. Inva, there are always casualties. Let us return with the bodies of our kin. The Mad Tiger nodded, turning away. Soon after, some tribesmen began to carry their fallen comrades, while a man and a few others retrieved 3 wild goats. Great leader, these provisions were foraged, a man informed Lin Fan. Let's take them all back. Returning to the tribe before dawn, the high priest gazed sorrowfully at the 4 lifeless bodies of his kin scattered upon the ground. Overcome with grief, he ignited a fire in the surrounding area and commenced a solemn ritual to guide their souls to peace. At that moment, many tribespeople gathered around, kneeling in reverence. Lin Fan perched upon a mound of earth, lifting his gaze to the heavens. He understood that it was time for departure. The threat from the Bawood tribe had dissipated, rendering his presence here unnecessary. Once the rituals concluded, Crazy Tiger and the others cremated the bodies, scattering the ashes into the flowing river. As the dawn gradually broke, several women began preparing breakfast. Lin Fan returned to the cave, tidying his belongings and surveying the familiar surroundings, shaking his head in melancholy. Approaching the golden eagle, he whispered, "It is time for us to leave." Chapter 90. Return to the cabin in the morning. Lin Fan bid farewell to Lu Yutong and the others, who then returned to the cave to gather their belongings. "Brother Fan, are you truly leaving?" Han Man and a man inquired, their expressions filled with confusion. "Everything is just fine here. Why must you depart?" Lin Fan smiled gently at them. "It is merely an hour's journey to the stone cave. Should you miss us, you are welcome to come and find us." Great Chief, Great Chief. Feng Hu and Ha Xiong approached, reluctant to see Lin Fan leave, while women, children, and the elderly gathered around them. "There is no need for such sadness. When we have the time, we will come to visit you, and you're always welcome to see us as well," Lin Fan reassured them with a smile. At that moment, the high priest approached, accompanied by a guard who was tethering a wild goat. "If you must go, I shall not keep you. Please do visit whenever you can," the high priest said to Lu Yutong and her companions. During their time together, the high priest had forged a strong friendship with the women. Then, stepping closer to Lin Fan, the high priest whispered, "Thank you for all you have done for the tribe. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lin Fan nodded slightly and called out to Jamie, who stood nearby. "Jamie, we will come to see you when we can. Farewell for now." Lu Yutong, Xia Zining, and Lu Wei strapped on their backpacks, filled with fruits and taro gifted by the Hada tribe, along with 3 grass mats and some rushes. Zhou Tongtong led the wild goat, while Meiji held a basket containing some jerky. The high priest, along with the tribe members, escorted Lin Fan and his companions to the riverbank. "Caw!" A golden eagle soared out from the tribe, circling above them. "Return now. There is no need for you to see us off," Lin Fan said, crossing the wooden bridge and waving farewell to the high priest and the others. Once they ascended the slope, they headed directly into the woods, and after a moment, the golden eagle flew away. The high priest cast a lingering glance at the eagle, filled with reluctance. She understood that the eagle had recognized Lin Fan as its master, and in its lifetime, it would acknowledge no one else. An hour later, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the cabin. Standing outside, Lin Fan gazed at the familiar structure and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. "We should tidy up the cabin," suggested Xia Zining, placing the backpack under the eaves. "Be cautious. It has been a while since anyone occupied this place, and I fear some snakes or pests may have taken residence," Lin Fan warned them. Half an hour later, Xia Zining and the others had thoroughly cleaned both the interior and exterior of the cabin. Fortunately, they encountered no venomous creatures. The golden eagle also entered, perching atop the treetops, startling a few paradise birds that swiftly took flight, while the eagle merely observed them with curiosity. After organizing their belongings, Lin Fan took a machete and ventured into the nearby woods, beginning to fell some smaller trees. Zhou Tongtong secured the wild goat to a tree and joined him in the task. After cutting down a dozen trees, they began constructing wooden beds, with Lu Yutong and the others assisting nearby. "Michiko, there's no need to use vines to bind the wooden bed," Lin Fan called out to Michiko in the woods. By afternoon, 2 wooden beds were completed, and together they carried them back to the cabin. "Brother Fan, when will we slaughter that wild goat?" Zhou Tongtong asked, nibbling on a piece of jerky while glancing at the goat. Lin Fan, having eaten a banana, replied with a gentle smile, "Let's do it tomorrow morning. I'll fetch some pine branches this afternoon. Such a large goat, we want to be able to finish it all. I plan to smoke some of the meat." After a hearty meal and a brief rest, Lin Fan ventured into the woods to the right. Upon entering, he discovered that the snare he had set previously had been triggered. A long-dead wild chicken hung there, its flesh long gone, leaving only a few feathers. After a quick glance, He carved a few notches in a nearby pine tree to collect some resin. He gathered several pine branches and returned. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong and the others took baskets to the grassy slope at the foot of the mountain in search of plantain leaves. Xiling, Yutong, Michiko, come quickly. The plantain leaves here are enormous. Zhou Tongtong exclaimed with delight. Is that true? It really is, they replied. After such a long absence, these plantains have grown quite lush. The four of them crouched down eagerly, picking the leaves as the meadow was abundant with plantains. Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Fan placed the branches on the grassy area and noticed Lu Wei alone in the woods, stacking branches. Hey, why didn't you join them to gather plantains? Lin Fan approached her with a smile. Lu Wei replied softly, it's just wild vegetables. No need for so many people. I'm organizing these branches to dry them for later use. Lin Fan, with a mischievous grin, slowly leaned closer to Lu Wei, extending his face toward her. Don't do that. They'll all be back soon, she said, gently evading him and casting a sidelong glance. By the way, did you come across Zhao Bin and Fan Ming when you visited the Baowu tribe? Lu Wei suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Fan with a question. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then responded, No, I didn't see them. I even went to the cave, but there was no one there. Lu Wei sighed softly, murmuring, Everyone has their fate. After a while, Lu Yutong and the others returned, chatting and laughing, with 3 baskets filled to the brim with plantains. Brother Fan, look, we gathered so many plantains. Zhou Tongtong exclaimed as she spotted Lin Fan under the eaves and rushed over. Lin Fan smiled back and, astonished at the sight of the large leaves, said, These plantains are impressive. Their leaves are quite large. Let us wash them and prepare them for soup. Suddenly, a shadow swooped in. Lu Yutong and the others looked up to see a golden eagle returning from outside, clutching a wild rabbit. The eagle dropped the rabbit at Lin Fan's feet before soaring up to perch on a tall tree. Haha, the golden eagle has learned to catch prey. Splendid, Lin Fan remarked, astonished at the eagle's skill. He could hardly imagine that the golden eagle would capture its prey. He was still contemplating how to train the eagle in a few days. However, it appeared that such preparations were unnecessary. Observing the wild hare on the ground, Lin Fan picked it up and carried it to the water's edge for processing. Meanwhile, Xia Zining placed the plantain leaves into an iron pot and began to prepare a soup. Once the hare was suitably prepared, he propped it open with a wooden stick and roasted it by the bonfire, which also held 3 taros. Half an hour later, everyone held bamboo bowls, sipping the plantain leaf soup and savoring the succulent hare meat while engaging in cheerful conversation. As night fell, Lin Fan presented 3 wild goat skins to Lu Yutong and the others. With the temperature dropping, he covered himself with a black bear skin to ward off the chill. Chapter 91. Journey to the seaside the following morning. A chorus of paradise birds filled the forest with their melodious calls as a golden eagle circled overhead before soaring out from the cave's mouth. Lin Fan, accompanied by Lu Yutong and a few others, was tending to a wild goat by the water's edge while Lu Wei busied herself with breakfast preparations. Let us eat first, and then continue, Lu Wei suggested as she approached. You all go ahead. There are still some innards remaining that I will clean up before having my share, Lu Yutong replied to Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan nodded, and he, along with Xia Zining and the rest, returned to enjoy their breakfast, which consisted solely of the plantain leaves left over from the previous day. Upon finishing their meal, Lin Fan reserved 1/3 of the goat meat for Lu Yutong and the others to roast or boil, while the remainder was placed into a backpack to be cured with sea salt for the morning. The salt was scarce, remnants from their last visit. Brother Fan, when shall we venture to the seaside? Zhou Tongtong inquired with a cheerful smile directed at Lin Fan. Lu Yutong and the others also gazed at him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tomorrow morning seems fitting. After all, we have no pressing matters at hand, Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile. A trip to the seaside would provide a chance to scout for any vessels, for they could not remain confined to the wooden cabin indefinitely. They needed to devise a means to escape the island. Splendid, Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, leaping with joy. She grabbed Meiji and, with 2 bows in hand, dashed outside. Meiji, let us hunt for wild rabbits in the meadow. Lin Fan smiled at the two as they departed. With the absence of the Baowu tribe, he felt at ease allowing them to frolic outdoors. After preparing the goat meat, Lu Yutong, Xia Zining, and Lu Wei ventured out as well, leaving Lin Fan alone beneath the precipice, where he ignited branches to begin smoking the goat meat. Meiji, get down. The wild rabbits will see you. In the meadow, Zhou Tongtong lay prone in a dip, urging Meiji to do the same as they spotted two wild rabbits foraging for tinder leaves not far ahead. The pair peered cautiously from their hiding spot. You take the one on the left. I shall aim for the one on the right, Zhou Tongtong whispered to Meiji, who nodded in agreement. No sooner had she spoken than they drew their arrows from their quivers, placing them on the bowstrings and slowly pulling back, targeting the rabbits. Whoosh! The arrows flew, narrowly missing the rabbits, which perked their ears and promptly bounded toward the nearby burrow. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, lunging for the rabbits. Zhou Tongtong looked up, excitement coursing through her as she shouted, Xiao Hui! Quick, catch it! The rabbit that had jumped last was intercepted by the golden eagle, its sharp talons gripping the creature tightly. Ha ha ha! We caught it! Zhou Tongtong laughed heartily, rushing toward the scene with Meiji in hot pursuit. The eagle, having dragged the rabbit onto the grass, glanced at Zhou Tongtong before soaring away, leaving the rabbit motionless on the ground. Let us head back, Zhou Tongtong declared, clutching the rabbit as she and Meiji made their way toward the stone cave. Upon returning to the mid-slope, the duo spotted Lu Yutong and the others in the woods. What are Zining and the others doing in the forest? Zhou Tongtong wondered aloud. I'm not sure. Let us go take a look, Meiji replied. They exchanged a few whispers before heading into the woods. Upon entering the forest, they spotted Lu Yutong and her companions assembling snares. Sister Yutong, are you setting snares? Zhou Tongtong inquired as she approached and squatted down. Indeed, once we return from the seaside, we can check them. If we catch something, we shall have wild chicken to feast upon, Lu Yutong replied with a gentle smile. Half an hour later, the group had set 5 or 6 snares in the woods before returning to the wooden cabin. Beneath the cliff, Lin Fan was busy with his tasks, while Lu Yutong cleaned a wild rabbit by the water pool. During a brief respite, Lu Wei, Xia Zining, and Meiji gathered in the woods, chopping down several straight trees, each measuring 1.5 meters in length. In total, they felled 7 trees, along with a few more that were 1 meter long. They stripped the bark and set it aside, awaiting Lin Fan's availability to craft a table. As evening descended, Lin Fan hung the smoked lamb on a wooden rack, while Lu Yutong and the others prepared dinner. When night fell, the 5 gathered around a bonfire, gnawing on lamb bones, sipping on lamb offal soup, and engaging in conversation that ranged from astronomy to geography. Zhou Tongtong recounted amusing past experiences, eliciting laughter from everyone. Each individual carried their own tales, and they continued their discourse until the moon hung high above, before retiring for the night. In the early morning, as dawn broke, Zhou Tongtong and Meiji rose, rousing the others. They cooked some leftover lamb and bones from the previous night. Tongtong, why rise so early? I haven't had enough sleep, Lu Yutong remarked, clapping her hands. Sister Yutong, we're going to the seaside today. Have you forgotten? Zhou Tongtong replied with a cheerful smile. Sighing in resignation, Lu Yutong got up to wash up. After breakfast, she organized her backpack, preparing for their departure. Lu Wei packed some smoked meat, a tin can, a filled mineral water bottle, and a flint into her backpack. Sister Zining, Sister Wei, are you ready? Can we leave? Zhou Tongtong called out eagerly. We are off. We are off. There isn't much to prepare, Lu Yutong responded. After several minutes, they were finally ready to embark, carrying only 2 backpacks and 2 baskets. Exiting the cave, they sealed the entrance with stones and proceeded towards the foot of the mountain. Along the way, they chatted and walked, reaching a grassy area where the local fauna scurried away upon their arrival. Lin Fan, if we place a few logs across the river, we needn't wade through, Lu Yutong suggested, gazing at the flowing water. We could chop 2 more logs on the way back, Lin Fan replied. Crossing the river, they ascended the grassy slope, this time taking a path along the left side of the crocodile pool. Look, a crocodile, Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, pointing towards a distant pond in astonishment. What a large one. Let us move on. This place is too dangerous, Xia Zining urged, her voice tinged with fear at the sight of the crocodile. After passing the crocodile pool and traversing the woods, they descended a sloped hill and entered the Pampas grassland, heading towards the valley. Soon, they arrived at their former residence. Pausing to reflect on the dilapidated shanty and wooden cabin, all filled with nostalgia. Lin Fan glanced around before venturing to the right. Lin Fan, where are you going? Let us venture to cut some bamboo and bring it to the seaside to weave a few traps, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. After an hour had elapsed, they returned from their bamboo foraging. The journey from the valley to the coast would take approximately another hour, yet Lin Fan and his companions were in no hurry. They meandered leisurely, taking in the scenery, and after a leisurely hour and a half of walking, they finally arrived at the shore. Gazing at the azure expanse of the ocean, their spirits lifted considerably. Above them, a golden eagle soared gracefully, having accompanied them throughout their journey. First, let us place the baskets in the campsite before indulging in recreation, Lin Fan called out to Lu Yutong and the others. Upon entering the campsite nestled within the woods, they discovered that the shelters were in a state of disrepair and required some tidying up before they could be made habitable. Chapter 92. Crafting the trap in the campsite. Several individuals busied themselves with clearing the fallen leaves and reconstructing 3 shelters. Once organized, they moved a few stones to establish a cooking area. Lu Yutong was occupied with preparing lunch, while Zhou Tongtong and Meiji ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Xia Zining and Lu Wei tended to the arrangement within the shelters. By midday, the scorching sun cast its rays upon the beach, prompting numerous hermit crabs to scuttle into the forest in search of shade. After a hearty meal, Zhou Tongtong and Meiji lay on the ground, observing the ants as they relocated their colony. Meanwhile, Xia Zining and Lu Wei fashioned flower crowns from twigs. The sun's intensity made it impossible to venture to the seaside for play. Lu Yutong sat at the entrance of a shelter, gazing up at the clear sky, murmuring to herself, "Don't worry, Sister Yutong. In a few hours we can go out and play." Xia Zining chuckled from the side. "Oh, it seems that we have no choice but to wait." Lu Yutong sighed, reclining back down. "Look, Meiji, the larger ones are soldier ants, and the smaller ones are worker ants. See how those worker ants carry food back?" Zhou Tongtong whispered, pointing at the industrious ants on the ground. "What about the queen ant?" Meiji pondered aloud. Zhou Tongtong tilted her head in thought. "I once watched a program that mentioned the queen resides underground." Lin Fan sat beneath a tree, skillfully whittling bamboo strips with a long knife, occasionally swatting at the bothersome mosquitoes. He aimed to create several distinct traps to place on the ocean floor, hoping to catch lobsters, crabs, and conchs. After finishing the bamboo strips, he began weaving the traps, which were oval-shaped with an opening in the center. "Do you need assistance, Brother Fan?" Zhou Tongtong and Meiji approached eagerly. "Help? Do you know how?" Lin Fan smiled gently. "Just watch." Zhou Tongtong merely smiled in return, taking a seat beside Meiji to observe Lin Fan as craftsmanship. As the sun tilted towards the horizon, the evening sky transformed into a canvas of vibrant hues, painting half the sky with brilliant shades. The 5 of them frolicked between the beach and the sea, adorned with flower crowns, playfully splashing water at one another. Lin Fan stood on a rock, holding a stick, fishing. Suddenly, the bobber in the water shifted and began to drift outward. "It's here!" Lin Fan exclaimed with delight, carefully pulling the stick while descending from the rock and stepping back. Moments later, he hooked a blue-hued fish. As dusk approached, the tide receded, revealing some rocks. "Let us go tide chasing." "Hurry!" Zhou Tongtong shouted, clutching a basket, as she and Lu Yutong raced towards the rocky area with wooden sticks in hand. Lin Fan chuckled at their retreating figures, chopping the fish into pieces and placing them into 4 traps as bait. Once the bait was set, he carried the 4 traps and made his way upward. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at a large rock, the very spot where he had previously leaped into the sea to catch lobsters and where he had discovered the long knife. Gazing at the massive stone, Lin Fan removed his clothing and laid it on the beach, then climbed atop the rock. Splash! A sound of water echoed as Lin Fan descended into the depths of the sea, clutching 4 traps in his hands. Beneath the waves, he swiftly located a coral reef and wedged the traps into the crevices, ensuring they remained stationary. Once he had secured all 4 traps, Lin Fan quickly resurfaced. inhaling the fresh air with a sense of relief. He ascended to the shore, donned his clothes, and made his way towards the rocky area, where he spotted Lu Yutong and others joyfully collecting small sea snails. As night fell, the stars twinkled overhead, and the group gathered around a bonfire, feasting on seafood. "Look, this large conch was caught by me," exclaimed Zhou Tongtong, holding up a sizable shell with a grin. Xia Zining chuckled, using a small wooden skewer to extract the tender meat from a tiny sea snail. After indulging in the delectable seafood, each person took a coconut to sip from. Sitting on the ground, they engaged in lively conversation until fatigue overcame them, prompting their retreat to the shelter for rest. In the deep of night, Lin Fan strolled along the sandy beach, where the moon had just begun its ascent. Bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight and accompanied by the soothing sound of the waves, he settled by a rock, lost in contemplation as he gazed into the depths of the ocean. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps approached, and, as he turned his head, he realized it was Meiji who was drawing near. "Meiji, are you still awake?" Lin Fan inquired softly upon seeing her. She shook her head and leaned against the rock, staring out at the sea, her voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Fan, I miss home." Lin Fan, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile. Who doesn't long for home in such a place? Every time I come to the seaside and gaze upon the ocean, my thoughts inevitably drift back home. Meiji continued, "I feel the same way." Lin Fan gently patted Meiji's shoulder, reassuring her, "Fear not, for there is always a way out of despair. We shall return home. It is late. Let's head back." Meiji nodded in agreement, following Lin Fan back, her gaze lingering on his silhouette, yearning to express her thoughts, yet momentarily at a loss for words. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Fan led them upwards. Along the way, they encountered some marine debris, which Lin Fan took the time to examine. The sun had just risen, casting a gentle warmth that was neither too hot nor too cold, a perfect balance. As they passed a giant rock, Lin Fan initially intended to retrieve the traps, but decided to wait until their return. Soon, they arrived at two small islands, standing by the rocky edge and gazing at the distant islets. "Lin Fan, we wish to explore the small island," Xia Zining voiced, coming to stand beside him. Lin Fan glanced at the tranquil waters of the deep sea, noting only occasional ripples, with no signs of sharks. "To reach there, we must construct a large wooden raft," he replied with a nod. "With so many trees around, building a raft shouldn't be too difficult," Lu Yutong added. "Very well. Since you wish to explore, let us return and chop some wood," Lin Fan agreed, realizing he had no other pressing tasks at the moment. Upon returning to the giant rock, he instructed them to start gathering timber while he went to collect the traps. Back in the woods, Lu Yutong retrieved a machete from the shelter, and they took turns chopping wood. "Tong Tong, do not chop down such small ones. They should at least be as thick as your arm," Lu Yutong called out to Zhou Tongtong. "Otherwise, she keeps cutting down these tiny trees, which are only suitable for firewood." 20 minutes later, Lin Fan returned joyfully, carrying 4 traps brimming with large lobsters, crabs, and several sea fish. "Wow, Fango, such a bountiful haul. These lobsters are enormous," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, rushing over and handing the machete to Meiji. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yutong and the others also abandoned their tree cutting and hurried over. The sight of the large lobsters, crabs, and sea fish ignited their excitement. Such sizable lobsters were a rarity, even in fine dining establishments. "Very well, we shall cook them at noon, but for now, let us return to chopping wood," Lin Fan said, setting the traps aside and drawing out his long knife with a smile. Chapter 93. The raft set sail with Lin Fan's participation. Zhou Tongtong and Meiji were tasked with relocating the timber to the shade of the coconut trees by the beach. Lu Yutong wielded a machete, stripping the branches and leaves from the trees and setting them aside. "Lin Fan, do we need vines?" Lu Yutong pondered, knowing that constructing the raft would likely require them. Lin Fan shook his head. "No need. There are still plenty of bamboo strips available. Binding them with bamboo will suffice." Bamboo strips were far superior to vines, as they were less prone to breaking. "I'm so tired," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. "Is there enough wood, Fanga? We've already cut so much." "It's sufficient. If it's not enough later, we can always cut more." Lin Fan emerged from the forest, having cleared a substantial area. In the shelter, everyone sat sipping coconut juice. After resting for a brief period, Xia Zining and Lu Wei commenced preparations for lunch. The meal was relatively simple. They roasted lobsters and crabs over the bonfire, while the fish, after having their innards removed, were skewered with branches for grilling. Once cooked, Zhou Tongtong eagerly grabbed a large lobster, cracking its shell to reveal the succulent white flesh within. "Meiji, come here," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed, taking a bite and offering the lobster meat to Meiji, still chewing on her morsel. Meiji took a bite, while simultaneously peeling a large crab. This is delicious." Zhou Tongtong savored another bite of lobster, squinting her eyes in sheer enjoyment. "Tongtong, here, sa claw for you. There's plenty of meat." Meiji offered one of the crab claws to Zhou Tongtong. Lu Wei, too, indulged in a lobster, albeit one not as grand as Zhou Tongtong's. Lu Yutong enjoyed a large sea snail, occasionally glancing over at the two. Once satiated and having sipped some water, everyone returned to the shelter to escape the scorching sun. Lin Fan tossed a handful of damp leaves onto the bonfire, quickly producing white smoke that drove away the mosquitoes. A refreshing sea breeze swept through, alleviating some of the stifling heat. As they lay in the shelter, drowsiness soon enveloped them. With eyes closed, Lin Fan drifted into slumber. The blistering sun scorched the entire island, and at that moment, even the slightest breeze was absent, with temperatures soaring to an astonishing 30 degrees Celsius. After 2 hours of sleep, Lin Fan awoke, sitting at the entrance of the shelter. He looked up at the sky, which remained devoid of clouds. "What a day," Lin Fan murmured, half closing his eyes as he exited the camp and settled beneath the coconut tree, gazing out at the endless ocean with a contemplative expression. Over an hour later, Xia Zining and Lu Wei emerged, spotting Lin Fan lost in thought beneath the coconut tree. "Lin Fan, what are you staring at?" Xia Zining approached and gently kicked him, prompting Lin Fan to snap back to reality. "Oh, nothing much," he replied, momentarily taken aback. "What brought you out?" "We woke up and came out," Lu Wei said as she joined them. The three sat on the ground, conversing for half an hour as the sun gradually began its descent, casting a softer light and making the warmth less oppressive. After Zhou Tongtong, Meiji, and Lu Yutong awakened, Lin Fan led them to transport the nearby timber to the upper area. "Lin Fan, why not construct a raft right here?" Lu Yutong inquired, perplexed. Lin Fan smiled gently. "If we build a raft here, we would lack the strength to lift it up." By evening, they had finally moved over 100 logs, exhausting themselves to the point that they no longer felt inclined to frolic in the sea. Before darkness fell, Lu Yutong and Meiji boiled the remaining 2 large conchs, along with some smoked lamb they had brought. After satiating their hunger, the sky gradually dimmed, and they continued to play on the beach. "Brother Fan, come on, let us play together," Zhou Tongtong exclaimed as she spotted Lin Fan sitting nearby and eagerly pulled him towards the water. That night, after tiring themselves from play, Zhou Tongtong and her companions returned to the shelter and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, before the sun had risen, the sounds of birds chirping echoed from the nearby woods. Lin Fan awoke and roused them from their slumber. At that moment, the tide was receding in the rocky area outside. "Why are you waking us up so early?" Lu Wei grumbled, still half asleep. "We've run out of food. We need to venture out and find something to cook. Afterward, we must proceed to construct the raft. Hurry up." Lin Fan playfully smacked her backside, urging her. Reluctantly, Zhou Tongtong got up, and they all grabbed their baskets as they headed towards the rocky area. After searching for about half an hour in the rocky region, they returned to the camp to prepare seafood. The catch consisted of small conchs, mussels, shrimp, and other petite marine delicacies. After relishing their meal, they ascended the hill, and by then, the sun had already emerged. The weather felt different that day. Clouds dotted the sky, and a gentle sea breeze occasionally swept through. Upon reaching the rocky area, Lin Fan commenced constructing the raft, with the others assisting him, diligently following his instructions. They even bound 7 or 8 collected water bottles around the raft to enhance its buoyancy. Nearly an hour later, the raft was completed, and Lin Fan fashioned 2 wooden paddles for rowing. "Come, let us push it out," Lin Fan called to them, bending down to propel the raft towards the waters beyond the rocks. Before long, they reached deeper waters, and Lin Fan quickly urged them to climb aboard. Together with Lu Yutong, he began to paddle toward a nearby small island. Zhou Tongtong, Meiji, and the others sat on the raft, feeling a tinge of fear, as it was just large enough to accommodate 5 people and was nearly taking on water. The 2 small islands formed an arch, with a lagoon nestled between them, filled with seawater. The surface of the sea only bore slight waves, which posed no significant hindrance to Lin Fan. After a mere 10 minutes, he maneuvered the raft between 2 massive rocks, perfectly wedging it in place. "Quick, everyone off!" he shouted as they came to a stop. Zhou Tongtong and the others promptly stood up and leaped onto the shore. After Lin Fan approached, he took a few steps forward and lifted his gaze towards the small island, which was densely overgrown with wild trees and grass, devoid of any paths. To ascend the island, he would have to forge his own way. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan resolved against venturing directly onto the island and instead opted to stroll along the lakeshore. Drawing his long knife, he began to clear the obstructing underbrush, while Lu Yutong assisted him with her own machete, and Xia Zining and others followed closely behind. "Brother Fan, look, a big fish!" exclaimed Zhou Tongtong, pointing in astonishment at the lake. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. It was a shark, though not particularly large in size. After half an hour of walking, they finally reached the center of the island, where they stood upon a massive rock that jutted out about 5 or 6 meters into the lake, allowing them a clear view of the waters below. At that moment, Lin Fan scanned the surroundings and noticed that the shark had vanished, likely having swum out into the open sea. Chapter 94. The arrival of the mad tiger. Lin Fan gazed upon the serene lake, contemplating how delightful it would be to fish there, albeit he had neglected to bring a fishing hook. Turning his gaze towards the thicket behind him, he noticed an abundance of palm trees. Drawing his long knife, he ventured into the underbrush, felling several palm trees, stripping their bark, and extracting the heart of the palm. A modest meal, indeed. Lin Fan offered the palm hearts to Lu Yutong and the others, who, having tasted them before, promptly placed them in their mouths. After lingering on the boulder for a while, Lin Fan guided them on a brief exploration of the surrounding area before embarking on the wooden raft, steering towards the rocky zone. "I thought this island would hold some amusement, yet it appears to be merely a tangle of shrubs and weeds," Zhou Tongtong whispered to Meiji. "We haven't even ascended yet. We merely circled the base of the mountain," Lu Wei chimed in with a smile. Before long, the raft returned to the rocky area, and the group swiftly leaped ashore, working together to drag the raft onto the land. Back at the camp, they took a moment to rest. Yet Zhou Tongtong and her companions could not resist the allure of the beach and dashed off to play. By this time, the sun was obscured by dense clouds, and the sea breeze whistled through the air. Observing the sky, Lin Fan noted the gathering clouds and the rising wind, signaling an impending rain. The shelter at the camp was merely a rudimentary structure, wholly inadequate for rain protection. After some contemplation, Lin Fan decided it would be prudent to leave the seaside and return to the wooden cabin, for the beach would always be accessible for leisure. Resolute, he strode towards the shore, aiming to return before darkness fell. "Xiling, Yutong Wei, we are heading back. It appears rain is imminent." Lin Fan called out from the water's edge. "What? Returning already? I haven't had enough fun," Zhou Tongtong protested. "Indeed, we've only been here 2 days," another added. "Let's go and ask Lin Fan," they murmured, approaching him. "Lin Fan, can we not stay a couple more days?" Lu Yutong inquired. Pointing to the sky, Lin Fan replied, "Rain is on the way. We must return. The seaside will always be here for us. Will we come back in a few days?" Zhou Tongtong asked. "Of course. As long as you wish to, I will bring you back," Lin Fan responded with a gentle smile. Upon hearing his words, they cheerfully returned to the camp to gather their belongings. Once prepared, Lin Fan led them into the woods. After 3 arduous hours of traversing the mountains, they finally reached the foot of the hill, just as darkness enveloped the sky and raindrops began to fall. "It's raining. Run." As the tempest unleashed its fury, rain pelted down like bullets, prompting them to sprint up the mountain. Arriving at the wooden cabin, they found their clothes soaked through. Thunder rumbled ominously as the storm raged outside. Inside, Lin Fan kindled a fire, while Lu Yutong and the others retrieved the smoked meat hanging under the eaves. Fortunately, we returned swiftly, otherwise we would have been drenched to the bone, Lu Wei remarked with a laugh, gazing at the torrential downpour outside. Lin Fan chuckled. Being drenched is one matter. Catching a cold would be far more troublesome. As night descended, the outside world was cloaked in darkness, obscured either by the fading light or by the thick veil of clouds. Xia Zining fetched some water in a metal canister and set it over the crackling campfire to boil. Lu Yutong proceeded to bring forth several strips of smoked meat, placing them upon a wooden surface, deftly chopping them with a cleaver. When the water approached a rolling boil, Lu Yutong added the finely chopped smoked meat to the pot. Zhou Tongtong skewered a piece of smoked meat and held it over the flames, the sizzle and crackle of the fat rendering into a savory melody. After a hearty meal, they returned to their quarters, reclining on the wooden bed, draped under a bare skin, feeling a wave of comfort wash over them. The rain continued to fall outside, its rhythmic patter lulling them into a gentle slumber. The following morning, the rain had ceased, leaving the air invigoratingly fresh. Zining, hurry up! Lu Yutong and Lu Wei called out from outside the wooden cabin. Coming, Xia Zining replied, darting out as they prepared to inspect the snares they had set in the woods days prior. Meanwhile, Zhou Tongtong, armed with a cleaver, ventured towards the banana trees with Maiziko, intent on harvesting a bundle of bananas. The golden eagle had not shown itself since the previous day, yet Lin Fan felt no concern. Apart from humans, no creature posed a threat to it, barring unforeseen circumstances. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Fan walked to the left, descending a slope with caution. As he treaded through the woods, he was relieved not to encounter any brown bears. However, he did come across fresh bear droppings, likely left a few hours earlier. Upon reaching the lake, Lin Fan spotted several sizable catfish swimming amongst the water plants. With the absence of crocodiles, the catfish had become virtually unchallenged. Contemplating the prospect of fishing in the lake, Lin Fan realized that eliminating the brown bear was paramount. Otherwise, the endeavor would be perilous, as one could never predict when a bear might appear unexpectedly. Back in the woods, Lin Fan meticulously examined the footprints on the ground and soon discovered that the brown bear frequently rubbed against a nearby tree, its bark smoothed by repeated contact. After surveying the vicinity, he returned to the stone cave, where he found Lu Yutong and Lu Wei plucking feathers from a wild chicken. Fan Ye, you're back. Look, Sister Yutong caught 2 wild chickens. Zhou Tongtong exclaimed joyfully, raising the birds in her hands. They were caught in the woods, Xia Zining added with a gentle smile. Indeed, quite impressive, Lin Fan remarked, a smile gracing his lips. You all have acquired some survival skills in the wild. Not quite, I still haven't mastered fire by friction. Lu Yutong replied with a chuckle. Fire by friction? Lin Fan paused, then laughed lightly. I'm not particularly adept at it either. It takes me 10 attempts to succeed once. When I was in the tribe, I saw them easily create fire with just 2 sticks, Lu Yutong said with delight. Yes, take your time to learn. In a few days, I'll take you to the tribe for some fun, Lin Fan replied before retreating to the wooden cabin. Half an hour later, as Lin Fan emerged from his room, he found that Lu Yutong and the others had already prepared the wild chickens. Xia Zining served a bowl of delicious wild chicken to Lin Fan, who felt a surge of joy as she savored the exquisite flavors. They were no longer the novices they had once been upon their arrival. Great Chief, we have arrived. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of 4 figures through the cave opening. Lin Fan's heart leaped with delight upon recognizing Feng Hu, along with Heyman, a man, and Ha Xiong, who were carrying a substantial portion of meat. Heyman, Zhou Tongtong, and Mei Jizi joyfully rushed over, embracing Heyman as their excitement bubbled over in conversation. What brings you here? Lin Fan inquired with a smile, looking at the group. The high priest instructed us to deliver the venison to you. Feng Hu replied with a chuckle. Gome, let us speak inside the wooden house. Lin Fan gestured, inviting Feng Hu, Ha Xiong, and a man into the cabin, while Lu Yutong and the others continued their cheerful chat with Heyman outside. Chapter 95. The cavemen within the wooden cabin, for individuals sat upon stools, engaged in cheerful conversation, while Ha Xiong examined the surroundings with curiosity. "Great Chief, did you construct this beautiful cabin? It surpasses our cave and thatched huts by a considerable margin." Ha Xiong exclaimed in astonishment after exploring the premises. "Indeed, Great Chief, could you assist us in erecting a few such cabins within our tribe? It would be splendid for our kin to reside in such comfortable abodes," Feng Hu remarked with a grin directed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. "Certainly. In a couple of days, we shall journey to the tribe, and I will guide you in the construction of the cabins." "Splendid," Feng Hu shouted with excitement. "Great Chief, you cannot fathom how much our hunting grounds have expanded since the fall of the Bawu tribe. The eastern expanse has become our hunting domain, and we have procured far more game than ever before." "The east?" Lin Fan inquired, a hint of confusion etched upon his brow. Noticing Lin Fan's perplexity, Feng Hu elaborated. "Great Chief, from the cursed land to this point lies the east, while the opposite side of the cursed land is the west. There reside the cavemen, known for their ferocity, even more so than the Bawu tribe. They dwell in caves, devoid of fire, consuming their prey raw. However, they do not traverse the cursed land to this side, so we need not worry." At this revelation, Lin Fan felt a surge of curiosity. How intriguing that a tribe of cavemen still existed on this island. "Great Chief, they have not crossed the cursed land for over a decade, hence we have not laid eyes upon them. It was only through the prior Chiefs' Council that we became aware of their existence and the prohibition against venturing beyond the cursed land," Ha Xiong added for clarification. "Truthfully, this island is vast and abundant in resources. There is no necessity for you to hunt in the west," Lin Fan affirmed. "You speak wisely, Great Chief," Feng Hu concurred. "The resources in the east are inexhaustible, and there is no need to venture westward." After half an hour of conversation, Feng Hu and the others took their leave, and Lin Fan accompanied them to the entrance. Upon returning to the clearing, Lin Fan kindled a fire, erected a framework, and prepared the deer meat for roasting. While Lin Fan tended to the meat, Lu Yutong and the others ventured outside with baskets to gather wild vegetables. Upon their return, they meticulously cleaned the vegetables and placed them in an iron pot to concoct a vegetable soup while the deer meat neared completion on the grill. Xia Zining and Lu Wei ladled bowls of vegetable soup, and Lin Fan sliced several pieces of meat with a long knife. They settled upon the stones and began to feast. Each person savored the succulent deer meat with delight, washing it down with hearty sips of vegetable soup. A truly exquisite experience. "I'm so full," Zhou Tong Tong exclaimed after devouring 3 pieces of deer meat and a bowl of soup, gently patting her belly. Having left half of the deer meat untouched, they decided to save the remainder for the evening meal. In the afternoon, the group refrained from venturing out, while Lin Fan approached the edge of the woods, gathering fallen timber to craft a table. These logs had been felled by Xia Zining a few days prior, with the bark meticulously stripped away. Lu Yutong and the others assisted nearby, observing Lin Fan's craftsmanship. Lin Fan took 7 pieces of wood, skillfully carving them into square shapes with a long knife, and then gouged out a groove on 2 sides. 4 1-meter-long pieces were fashioned to serve as the corners of a table. 2 additional 1-meter pieces were utilized as crossbars. He meticulously shaved a bit off each end before creating corresponding grooves on the 4 table legs to fit the crossbars snugly. Within half an hour, a table had been constructed. Although the surface was somewhat uneven and rough, the achievement was commendable. "Kulme, let us carry it into the cabin." Lin Fan smiled at Lu Yutong and the others. Lu Yutong, Lu Wei, and Xia Zining nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them grasped the leg of the table, making their way to the wooden hut. With the table in place, they no longer needed to hold bamboo bowls while sitting on stools or venture outside for meals. In the afternoon, Lu Yutong and her companions ventured into the woods to fell trees, expressing their intent to craft a few items of their own. Lin Fan paid them no mind, retreating to his room to allow their creativity and craftsmanship to flourish. Beneath his wooden bed, he retrieved his suitcase, opened it, and extracted a glass vial containing some venom. Gazing at the serpent's poison within, Lin Fan fell into contemplation, pondering its potential use against the brown bear. After a brief inspection, he carefully placed the vial back and lay down on the bed. Lin Fan was unsure how long he had slept until he was roused by the sounds of a heated argument outside. What is all the commotion? He wondered, stepping out of the cabin to find Zhou Tongtong and Lu Wei embroiled in a dispute. Fangu, she said that the chair I made is ugly. Zhou Tongtong exclaimed upon noticing Lin Fan's presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan approached to inspect the chair, which boasted 5 legs, albeit unevenly positioned. Sitting on it might prove uncomfortable. It's not ugly at all. For a first attempt, it's quite impressive, Lin Fan praised. Oomph. Since Fangu has given his approval, I want to argue with you. Zhou Tongtong pouted at Lu Wei before taking her chair and walking away. After she left, Lin Fan smiled at Lu Wei and proceeded to the wash basin to freshen up. Lin Fan, come quickly. Can we eat this mango? Xia Zining called out to him. With a smile, Lin Fan approached the mango tree, laden with fruit. Some delicate branches were nearly bent to the ground under the weight. Observing the fist-sized green mangoes, he remarked, they're nearly ready, but not quite ripe. However, they can be consumed now, though they won TB as delectable. When can we eat them then? Lu Yutong inquired. Here, that's what we'll do. You two fetch 2 baskets, pick some, and let them sit for a couple of days to ripen. Lin Fan suggested to Lu Yutong and Xia Zining. Upon hearing this, Meiji promptly turned and dashed back to the cabin, returning shortly with 2 baskets. Lin Fan selected several larger mangoes that were less green and placed them into the baskets to bring back to the cabin. In 2 to 3 days, the skins would turn yellow, indicating they were ready to eat. While green mangoes were also edible, their taste was not as pleasing, but preferences varied. Some individuals enjoyed them raw. That evening, the meal remained consistent with the midday fare, plantain leaf soup accompanied by roasted venison. In the corner of the wooden cabin, there lay the bananas that Zhou Tongtong had harvested, still a tad unripe and in need of a couple more days. After satisfying their hunger, the group found themselves with little to do, so they settled on the benches for a leisurely chat. Let us venture to the village tomorrow, Lin Fan suggested, glancing at the women. Sounds good. It's rather dull staying in the cabin, Xia Zining replied with a smile. Indeed, the village will be much livelier, Lu Wei added with a subtle smile. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, and after a brief conversation, they all retired for the night. Chapter 96. Journey to the Hado tribe the following day at the break of dawn. Lin Fan meticulously packed the smoked meat that had been air-dried and hung beneath the eaves into his suitcase. At this time, Lu Yutong and the others donned their backpacks, waiting outside the cave entrance. Once he had everything in order, Lin Fan closed the wooden door and departed from the wooden cabin. Stepping outside, he made his way down the mountain, heading towards the Hado tribe. An hour later, after crossing the river at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, they entered the territory of the Hatu tribe. Great Chief, you have arrived. 2 guards rushed out from the path, joyfully calling out to Lin Fan. He smiled and nodded at them before leading Lu Yutong and the others down the narrow trail. Although the Bawu tribe was no longer a concern, they remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As Lin Fan and his companions stepped into the tribe, they were met with a warm welcome from the tribe's members, who gathered around, exclaiming that the great chief had come. Hearing the commotion, the high priest also emerged from the cave. You have come. The high priest greeted Lin Fan with a smile. Yes, I wanted to come and see, Lin Fan replied with a slight smile. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you, the high priest said, turning and walking towards the cave. I'll be right back, Lin Fan told Lu Yutong and the others before following the high priest. Lu Yutong and the others were then led by the women towards an open space to the right. At that moment, a golden eagle circled in the sky a few times before landing atop a large tree. Inside the cave, as they walked deeper, the high priest filled a bamboo cup with water. Thank you, Lin Fan said, accepting the cup and taking a sip before placing it on a stone pillar. Lin Fan, have you considered becoming the chief of the tribe? The high priest asked softly, sitting at the edge of the bed and gazing at Lin Fan. Chief, Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. He had never anticipated such a proposition from the high priest. I believe I am not yet qualified to be a chief, and besides, we will inevitably leave here, Lin Fan replied, looking at the high priest. No, the high priest chuckled gently, shaking his head. You're already sufficiently qualified to be chief, for you have earned the recognition of the tribe's people. High Priest, you flatter me, Lin Fan said with a wry smile. Do not call me High Priest anymore. Refer to me as Hallie, the High Priest said with a faint smile. You are a true warrior, and I hope you can lead the Hadu tribe toward the better life. Hallie, I truly cannot assume the role of chief, as we may leave this place at any moment, Lin Fan stated, fully aware that they could not remain on this island indefinitely. Upon hearing this, the High Priest regarded Lin Fan thoughtfully for a moment before quietly saying, You may abstain from being chief, but will you grant me one request? Before Lin Fan could respond, the High Priest rose and slowly approached him, gently caressing his face. Lin Fan gazed at her in silence, not uttering a word. Then, her actions left him feeling parched and breathless. The High Priest gradually shed her animal furs, revealing her exquisite form. Give me a child. The High Priest embraced Lin Fan, whispering softly in his ear. On a sweltering summer day, within Jamie's cave, Lu Yutong and her companions gazed with curiosity at the myriad of animal specimens adorning the walls, along with several butterfly collections. Jamie, what do you do with these specimens? Lu Yutong inquired with intrigue. Jamie replied with a slight smile. Out of boredom, I collect beautiful deceased insects I encounter and preserve them. Lu Wei chimed in with a laugh. I thought you only made wine. I can't go anywhere else, so I pass the time this way, Jamie said, leaning on his cane while admiring his creations with delight. This squirrel is so beautiful, Zhou Tongtong murmured, gently touching one of the squirrel specimens. If you like it, it's yours, Jamie said with a smile. Zhou Tongtong shook her head. I prefer the living, not the dead. After spending half an hour in Jamie's cave, the group returned to their previous dwelling, which remained unchanged just as they had left it. They had all sensed that the nights were no longer as chilly, perhaps indicating a change in seasons. An hour later, Lin Fan emerged from the High Priest's cave. Upon returning, he found the cave was still the same, with signs of having been tidied up. As he entered, the golden eagle swooped down from the tree and flew into the cave, perching on a wooden rack. Lin Fan approached and stroked the eagle's head before lying down on the bed. By noon, Feng Hu and a man returned from their hunt, accompanied by Heyman and several women carrying baskets. Ha ha! Great chief, you have returned, Feng Hu exclaimed upon hearing the news of Lin Fan's arrival.